time we see them de-escalating, which is a big
I
difference.
agree. It's again, it plays into some news that we saw. Patrick, to your question, the source is the U.S. Pentagon. So to your point, yeah, I think it's a notable shift. And as we reported also yesterday, the I believe it was the U.S. Yeah, it was the U.S. that also said that the possibility of Egyptian, Saudi Israeli normalization is not off the table. It's still possible, and many people were wondering what was the primary goal of um, of Hamas, and some people think that that may have been it. Not entirely sure, but yeah, that's one of the things that I think is worth keeping in mind.
Bibi came out himself in an interview about a month ago, and they were asking him about the his decision of going on having Arab state actors normalize relations with Israel, and he literally said that the reason we are doing so is to believe that the only way we can have a two-state solution is by having our allies, creating allies around the Arab states, so they could convince Palestine to do so. So that was Netanyahu's comment on that. So I think there was a good strategy from Hamas to ruin these peace treaties. You could say Sudan was trying to sign a peace treaty with Israel. Kuwait had a debate about it, but so much protest came out against it. Um, but so like there
Yeah,
is a lot of back and forth between the Arab states themselves, the civilians, the Arab people, civilians. They don't want peace treaties. Majority of them don't want it. I'm just going to be honest.
yeah,
But
It
the
depends on the
government
country.
has depending on the country, but when you talk with the majority of
I think we
religious,
should. I want to get back to some more modern
okay,
stuff. No, I
okay.
appreciate that, and this is something we're going to discuss in depth at a later date. But
Sorry, Mario. Short thing. I have more information. It's not Baka el Gharbi, although I understand the confusion. It's Baka el Sharkia, which is a little to the right of
okay,
there. And there was, in fact, a 25-year-old Palestinian resident by the name of Ali Al Umeda, who was killed from a rocket that fell in the area of Wadi Ara, which is it's a little to the left of Baka el Gharbia. This is from Hassan Shahlan, I think he's a correspondent for Ynet.
okay, interesting.
Um,
Is Ynet? Hang
it's
on,
also a
is
bit odd
Ynet?
because
Oh, sorry, I'm thinking of Idiroth Eranot. That's different, isn't it? That's a paper.
no, it's an Israeli news source. It's
Okay.
fairly reliable. I think the thing is that this is Hamas taking quite a. It's not, there's a they're shooting in a way that makes it more likely that they will hit something within the Palestinian Authority, because someone had to move the missile to the right to somewhere that is more dangerous if you don't want to hit Palestinians. So I don't know if the problem is that they don't have the technology or that they're being careless, but I think the location is more important in terms of the analytics, although any lost life is tragic.
I think someone said it was the Iron Dome failing. I don't know if they're still in the space.
No, there's
No,
a what's the word I was looking for? Yeah, there were reports that the Iron Dome had
that was in
failed.
a different
So
place. They sound similar, but they're not.
yeah, the Iron Dome has had a few incidences of not catching every single missile. I don't think that we can say that that's a failure. I'm not picking up anyone. I'm just
Oh, I mean, like the shell falls
yeah. No,
down
I
or
understand
so.
what you mean. I'm not picking you up. I'm just saying, some people will be like, oh, so you're suggesting it's failing. No, I'm just acknowledging that it is experiencing an overtime in usage right now. But this is what it was built for, and this is why Israel's considered to be the military advanced state that it is. Thanks, Nogel, for that update. Sarah, I know you had your hand up for a while. So I want to go over to you, then maybe we can hear from Amir, and then I see Colonel Jeff has joined us.
Yeah, I actually have a question because I saw reporting, and I'm looking for it now. I wasn't able to find it. That Egypt said they would take 2,000 people a day over the border.
It's,
And I even heard a discussion that it was not enough and blah, 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 but I don't see it reported like in a way that I would trust, and I wondered if people here saw it.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I did read reports actually about that. Is that confirmed? It's 2,000 a day from the Israeli. Is that the Israeli government or the military? Just curious because we've
No,
been discussing about the relevance of a humanitarian corridor and the ability
no.
to achieve that.
The size limit is Egyptian, not Israeli. But since
Oh, sorry, my mistake.
there were also reports about Israel stopping it, then we have to figure out if Israel would also stop that.
I see.
Yeah, I'm looking into that right now because most of it is foreign reports, and I haven't actually seen any Israelis who talked about this. So trying to figure out how much of it
Well,
is
how
true.
much does that no good to you? Does that play into the what's the word? News that we saw about the Israeli warning to Egypt not to send supplies because they would be struck. I saw that from Sky News
I don't
and
think it's the.
Channel 12.
I don't think it's the same thing at
Okay.
all. But I don't have information to support
Okay.
that. I mean,
Can I have
it
a
would make
follow-up
sense.
question?
It would make sense that if Israel was trying to persuade Hamas to release its hostages, it wouldn't allow supplies in. It doesn't make sense not to allow Gazans
I see.
to
Okay.
leave. And I think Egypt is going to be better at making sure Hamas doesn't leave than we are. So we really shouldn't have a problem with that. But again, I'm looking for reports because I
So
don't have the
as
information.
an Israeli, you believe that Egypt is, given the difficult history the two countries have, you believe you take it in its word that it's being sincere in its actions.
I do. Yeah, I do.
I
Absolutely.
don't think Egypt has any more interest than we do to empower
I
Hamas.
appreciate that.
Don't, not at all.
Thank you for that. Wajid, you had a question or you wanted to raise something?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that the news that you heard that was Egypt allowing 2,000 Palestinians from Gaza Strip to go into Egypt every day, or Israeli citizens?
No, that's Ghazian really
Okay, thanks.
into Egypt. But as we're trying to ascertain it, Israel has made these pretty stark, warnings, or some media called it threats, to Egypt about getting Palestinian civilians out. So that is, it's a complicated matter. I do believe Israel has fully surrounded now the Ghazian strip and both maritime and terrestrially. So Amir, did you? Oh, Benjamin, go for it.
No, I just wondered a quick question to the space. So if up in the jumbotron, if images are going to be able to be posted, may I do the same? Or
No, I'm not entirely sure. I don't think I think that we leave the nest to moderators only. I'll double check with the team. I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just not sure on the policy
okay.
there. Thank you. I'll go to Amir finally. Thanks for waiting.
Thanks, Piotr. First of all, something very big for us Iranians happened. Everybody was wondering that, are we going to get involved in this seriously? Did Iran want this to be like this? And today's speech by Ayatollah Khamenei, Iranian leader, cleared the air for us. So, Iranian supreme leader issues Tehran's latest denial of involvement in Israeli attacks. This is very important for us because there are some points that I mentioned the last space before this happening. And actually, I told that he will be speaking, but we were not 100% sure. So he actually speaking, the time of his speech is important. He's not the president, he's not prime minister, he's not like a usual official that always speaks. The Iranian leader actually, there will be no notifications for him speaking. Something may be leaked, may get leaked sometimes. So people were waiting that maybe he will speak later because Iran is in the middle of some operational issues. But he didn't. He came right out and said that we are not involved in this. And this is actually by many seen as preemptive. And many seen this as a very positive signal. But it is safe to say that Iran is involved in all of this. But being directly involved or indirectly involved makes the huge
Yeah,
difference.
um,
So
no,
yes,
I think
yes.
Suleiman would, point out that we don't have 100% data. I mean, I personally do think that Iran has probably had planning in this, or an endorsement of it. You can tell that from the diplomacy, the statements. But I understand that the distinction between that and also that Iran has been, directly like training them for this or something like that. It's a very ambiguous area, and something that, aside from the more immediate relations between the two involved, it's going to be something that I think a lot of Iranian experts and people are going to be talking about. I might actually reach out to a colleague who's Iranian expert, see if he can join us during the space.
Sorry.
But Amir, did you want to add something?
Sorry, very quickly. So yeah, giving the knife and just giving the knife and just ordering someone to kill somebody with that knife is different.
Yeah,
Everybody knows that
yeah.
Iran supplies Hamas and Hezbollah, but just saying that I do this right now, that's different. And yes, something very small I wanted to point out too is that many were speculating that does Iran want a big war with Israel and United States? The answer is flat no, and he clarified Iran's position. And I think Iran does not want to destroy Israel, and maybe they know that they even can't do
Yeah.
this. Something Elon Musk said, which was right. I think Iran just wants to damage Israel, and I think they are just okay with the situation right now. I don't think they want this to be
No,
worse.
I
But I can expect Hezbollah and increase in Hezbollah and Hamas support by Iran. But direct involvement, boots on the ground, that won't happen.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, the IRGC has, there was that video which I think has been proven, false now, of IRGC supposedly sort of in Gaza somewhere. But yeah, it's very complicated, and I appreciate you for sharing your thoughts on the speech. It was,
Thank you so much. And sorry for the last thing is that RGC Quds Force is the foreign RGC. RGC Quds Force commander was not in Tehran, and because if he was in Tehran, he would have been in Khamenei's speech. He would have sat
well,
behind
you
him.
said that
So
as
this is
well. Actually, just
important
on that
too.
point
We don't know
about
where he
the
is.
you said that I can't remember who it was, the spokesman or one of the very senior members of IRGC had not been saying much at all.
That's Ghani. He's like replacement for Soleimani, RGC Quds Force, the most important one that is involved in Yemen, all the places. This is the foreign branch of the IRGC. He's Nobody knows where he is, and that can lead us to two places. One is that Iran is leading the operation, or two, Iran is seeing where is this going, or maybe just trying to de-escalate. Nobody knows that. Ghani is silent and he's not in Iran. That's 100%. And that can be important.
I'm going to jump over to Jeff, who I know joined us as well. So Jeff, good to see you. I was wondering what your take is on this quite important news about the Pentagon saying that we're going to be sending, or the US is going to be sending in special forces for specifically, what's the word, hostage, removal, like if that's the right word, or hostage rescue.
Yeah, so I can't remember the exact our military has a shitload of acronyms in it. It's funny when a colonel can't even remember them all. But there's an acronym that we have that I want to say it's like a FAST team or something like that, and they are made up of special forces guys. They fall directly under SOCOM, which is out in Tampa. And when a region goes into crisis, the embassy and the State Department can request a FAST team to go in and basically augment the security of that embassy. And then, upon direction of the president and SOCOM, they can then be tasked to go out and do certain missions. So I think what we have at this point probably is more along the lines of, if FAST is the correct acronym, so please don't hold me to it. We probably have a FAST team that's gone in. They're probably being briefed into the embassy at this point. The embassy and entities in the embassy with respect to security are talking them through, like, hey, we know that these are the Americans that are missing. We're working with the Hamas, or I'm sorry, Jesus, with Mossad to figure out, where they are, where we believe they're at, and then from there, plans of action will be done through the NSC, the president, and SOCOM. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I have no bloody idea about the acronyms. If you don't, mate, I was hoping you would. Or Patrick, can you tell us what the acronyms are? I'm not right, maybe right now, but no, it's pretty complicated. But I'm very curious to see what this means for the broader direction towards the upcoming intervention engagement of the Israelis in Gaza. As I think we can largely agree, there was there was going to be a lull period between the Israelis, responding to what happened on the weekend to undertaking this proper response. And as I said on Saturday, it's going to get worse before it gets better, unfortunately, and I think we're going to be entering that phase where it doesn't get much better. I don't want to predict the future, but I think this is going to be a pretty tough campaign by the IDF. On a slightly different bit of news, the Russian Federation has failed to regain its seat in the UN Human Rights Council. Not strictly directly related to this, but given Russia's talks about seeking, peace and everything. Obviously, this is in the context of the Ukraine war, and they've got a bit of a, trying to get that reputation improved by getting back onto bodies like the UNHCR. So just thought I'd share that. Might just check Mario's profile briefly. If you've got some, okay, we've got a few hands. Yo, we haven't heard from you in a bit. What have you got for us? Anything?
Yeah, there are just two things, little comments that I thought were worth adding a little bit of context. Yeah. One was about Egypt and Gaza. So obviously people often forget that Egypt has a border with Gaza, and they very much despise Hamas and they see it as a problem. In fact, when Israel made peace with Egypt, Israel gave over Sinai, which is triple the size of Israel, which is smaller than New Jersey, over to Egypt, and they said, "Hey, take Gaza too. We don't want Gaza," and Egypt didn't want it. And in fact, I think several years ago, you can Google it, and I think I tweeted it, that Egypt actually pumped water from the Mediterranean Sea into Gaza, into the tunnels and all of that, because they understood that terrorists were using it to come in and try to make attacks within Sinai, within Egypt. Oh, sorry. This was Egypt quote. I'm
okay. If you make a quote, then that's a bit.
Yeah, it's in my Twitter. I tweeted it. You can look at the link. Even Al Jazeera covered it too. But they pumped water into the tunnels between Gaza and the Sinai Peninsula of Egypt. Because Egypt did that because they understood that there was, let's say, a threat from Hamas that were trying to go and cause havoc. There's a lot of militant activity within Sinai, and it really hurts their economy and a lot of tourism that they get, particularly actually from Israel and a lot of places actually from Northern Europe that look for a warmer place.
Again,
I'm sorry. I must have been. My apologies. I'm again just quoting.
Yeah, if you can.
Regarding Iran, I wanted
You're lying about quoting as
well. Thanks, Yoel, for that. I appreciate it. I'm aware of the Egyptian approaches to the situation in the past. In the past few years, in the past couple of decades, things have changed a lot since 1973, and I think that's what makes this, as much as there are parallels, there are differences like that. Sirigal, did you?
Can I ask about Iran?
Oh yeah, go for it. What's up?
Yeah, I actually found something kind of fascinating. Obviously, there's a lot of disagreement on here, but I think the one thing that people kind of understand, even if it's not stated, what people say or don't say, is that Iran has been calling for the annihilation of Israel publicly. We know that. So I mean, it wouldn't be a surprise, or it's kind of like pretending, oh well, there's no official source, so they're denying it. But I think everyone understands that Iran is behind this in some minimal fashion. It seems Iran, like Israel, has very, very strong cybersecurity, and it seems, unfortunately, the tragic events that happened it was actually from a cyber attack from Iran that actually didn't let Israel actually see what was happening on the border with Gaza. And also, I think the Iron Dome was hacked too. Now, of course, there are not confirmed sources on this, and nor will there be. I
Yol,
just
is it?
want
Oh, I was about to ask that question because I'm not, that's the first time I heard it. So I wanted to.
right. That is not. I want to be very clear that that is not. I have many cybersecurity clients, and we speak about these things. I'm very much involved in the cybersecurity
No
industry,
problem.
and I want to be very clear.
Yeah, could you just your mic's a bit
Yeah,
loud?
I was clear. I did not have a
Could you just
source.
speak a little bit
Sorry.
softer because your mic's quite you're quite close to your phone.
Yeah, your mic's very strong.
Yeah.
Yol, but yeah, guys.
Okay.
Just to clarify, like Yol spoke to some people in private, but there's nothing official. There's no
Yeah.
real sourcing or information for that. I appreciate
I
that,
said
Yol.
that. I made sure to say that up front. That and you.
For sure,
so,
sure. You did indeed. I just thought.
Yeah, facts are important
sure.
value here, and so we obviously there isn't proof of it, but it's the fact how slow. Right, we can all use common sense, even if we disagree on different values. But how slow Israel was able to respond and find out what was actually going on, right, to the extent of the extent of the attack is actually proof that there was a successful cyber attack. And just as civilians around the West, this should be something we should be worried about. Is future warfare is going to be cybersecurity, I think, against civilians, and that's something we should keep in mind.
And thanks for that, Yol. And you're, I mean, in terms of what you said, I wouldn't say it's a fact, but it's our proof. It's a hypothesis, and there's many other hypotheses as well. But we'll have to wait for the evidence to come out and the actual reporting.
So there's
But,
an interesting
I
news
appreciate
development here that the Israeli helicopter strike have targeted a Hezbollah observation post in southern Lebanon. I'm just gonna find on
before the space crash, that confirmed what I said. I live in further north, and I see helicopters going up north.
But okay, so you could you just mute when you're on? Yeah, thanks. Yeah, because
I'd like to follow up on the cyber attack real quick,
1 second,
because
guys.
I
I
actually
haven't
see.
finished quoting the update. Can I finish one thing at a time? Thank you. I just want to get this out that Israel has used a helicopter strike to take out an observation post in South Lebanon. Now, I don't know what that really means for Hezbollah, but I appreciate that you'll have some on the ground insights. Is there anything? What kind of helicopters are they, or do you know what the kind of details? Anything about that specifically? Waji, we'll come to you in a second.
Yeah, there's two sorts that I've been seeing. One, I've been seeing some that are flying by themselves in all directions up and down. And I think I had stated earlier on the before we crashed, before the space crash, was that these seems to be kind of like navigating, make sure that there aren't any terrorists, and kind of like a security measure within Israel to make sure everything's safe. But then usually when there is usually when the Israeli Air Force uses attacks, and they overwhelmingly actually use helicopters when it's just over our borders, is they go one behind the other. That's generally how it goes. And of course, they have support from artillery.
Yeah.
And so I
You're
have
still quite close
I
to
want to
your
say
mic,
that.
it's just a little bit harsh on the ears. Could you just, I don't know, speak a little bit further away? I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm just, it's just a little bit.
No,
that's better.
It's okay.
That's much better. Thank you.
Okay,
Sorry.
great.
It's
no, this is actually terrific practice for me to speak softer, so I actually appreciate it. It's a criticism I get. So in addition to, I've been seeing solo ones going around like the last 2 days that it seems like they're just surveying because they're going in all directions, but you do see much higher up.
You've returned to being quite, I don't know if it's your mic.
Yeah, we'll let you sort your mic out. It is really painful. It's really painful. But anyway, we'll let you sort your mic out. In the meantime, let me go
It sounds like a bathroom.
Yeah, and then it's really loud as well. It's like someone smashing your head. Syrian girl, let me go to you. Jump in. What was your thoughts?
Okay, so someone mentioned Russia, so I want to touch on Russia, and then I want to go back to the Egypt statements by Yol. So first of all, Putin has made a statement. He says we need to implement the decision of the UN Security Council on the creation of an independent sovereign Palestinian state. Also, Gadirov, which is the commander of the Chechen forces in Ukraine, has made a video statement where he suggests to send Chechen forces to Gaza to support the Palestinians. Furthermore, on the Egyptian angle of things, during the 1973 war, Egypt's peace treaty with Israel, Israel withdrew from the Sinai, the Egyptian territory. But the suggestion that that Israel said we'll throw in Gaza too and Egypt said no, like contravenes international law, because obviously Israel can't give away somebody else's country to Egypt, and Egypt wouldn't be able to accept somebody else's country anyway. So the notion that they hated Hamas so much that they wouldn't be gifted the Sinai, the Gaza, is just ludicrous. But the
I don't want to
one
get too
truth is in
political,
the fact that
Sarah. No, I understand you're
sorry,
passionate
but
about
one
this from a
one
specific
sure
perspective.
sure.
But yeah.
But who
I
said that?
apologize for
Okay.
using that term. However, he's right about something. He is right about Egypt sees Hamas as a security threat. The reason they see Hamas as a security threat is if they allow Palestinians to have tent cities and Hamas to get into the Sinai desert. Potentially in future, Hamas could launch offensives against Israel from the Sinai desert, and then what could happen is the Israelis could have an excuse to reoccupy the Sinai. So this is why they feel Hamas is a threat to them.
Yeah, Peter, just one quick thing. So the video of Kadyrov, is that the one? So maybe there's a couple. There's one where he's speaking in Russian, but that's not what he says. He says he doesn't say we're sending people to help Palestinians. He said he supports the Palestinians in Russian. So is that the video you're talking about?
Something about sending peacekeepers into Gaza, and he supports the Palestinians.
Okay, then maybe there's a new video. Is there any way you could DM it to me?
Sorry,
I'd
I
be.
cut out there for a second.
Yeah, no.
All
So
right, let's
because
go
the
to
video that
Amir.
I.
What have you got for us, mate?
No, can Peter not hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. I can hear you. Piotr, can you
Yeah.
hear Ben?
Piotr, can you hear me?
I can't. Sorry, I'll drop
Okay,
down
let
and come
me.
back if that
All right,
helps.
Well, maybe I can. Okay,
I'll drop you
alright.
down, Ben, and bring you back up. Sorry, while Ben's coming back up, let me go to Amir. Amir, you got your hand up. Please jump in.
Thank you, Suleiman.
FYI, I can hear
Okay,
everyone
sorry.
again, so don't worry, I can hear you.
Go ahead, Amir.
Sorry. First of all, I just wanted to comment something that BZ said. I don't know if he's up. No, he's not here right now. Actually, he said something very dangerous and very misleading about Iran. That some sort of Biden is conceding to Iran, and U.S. has some evidence that Iran is involved, but it's just denying it. This is just not knowing U.S. foreign policy, because if anybody understands United States-Israeli relations, is that United States loves Israel, and Israel is United States, and United States is Israel. So the close relations that this country have, and just United States not releasing evidence about Iran and just denying it for some concessions about the nuclear deal, which actually I'm majoring in and I studied it for years. This is just wrong. We know that Biden is softer on Iran comparing to Trump, but Biden is not Obama. Okay, I can agree that Obama was very close with Iran. He made the nuclear deal in 2015. And we know
I
that
don't think
Biden
we
wanted
should
to
get
revive the
to.
deal.
I don't much speak.
Piotr, you're breaking up. Potter, you're breaking up really badly. But yeah, we're just moving on from that because again, guys, no, it's echoing significantly, and
Yes, sir, I just
breaking
want
up
to
as
point
well.
out that's not right. Just U.S.
Yeah, that's
won't
fine. That's
leave
fine.
Israel alone for some concessions with Iran, which actually back in 2022
Amir,
Biden had a chance for the deal, but he didn't take it.
Amir, can you hear me? Amir, can you
Yes,
hear
yes,
me?
yes, yes,
Oh
yes.
yeah,
I'm
sorry.
done.
Yeah, it's fine. I understand the importance of your clarification. That's fine. But we don't want to get into the politics aspect as well. We're going to do that after later on in a few days or whenever this situation resolves itself. At the moment, we're focusing significantly on the news. And guys, if we can try our best not to use certain languages that'll offend the other party, that'd be brilliant. Yul, I know you've got your hand up. I will go to Wajih first because we went to you before. Hopefully you sorted your mic out as well, Yul. Let me go to Wajih.
Thank you. The Foreign Affairs Committee in the U.S. House of Representatives will propose legislations to Congress accusing Iran of being behind the Hamas attack and what is considered the first step to obtain Congress approval for any future military actions. The Palestinian Ministry of Health announced that 849 people have been killed in Gaza and the West Bank, and 4,360 others have been injured since last Saturday. I did
3,000
find
injured in the West Bank?
4,360 have been injured since last Saturday. Just
In the West Bank?
no, in Gaza
Ah,
and in
okay.
the West Bank, both. Israeli government. So I did find a link saying that the Israeli government media websites are hit with cyber attacks with cybernews.com. And yesterday I saw that the Washington Post also wrote something about Israeli government and commercial websites being hit by cyber attacks. So there are official sources mentioning these uh, attacks on Israeli cyber security.
Appreciate that. Let me go to who have we got up? We haven't got many. Hadi. Hadi, if you can give us an update about what's happening in the ground on the ground, that'd be brilliant.
All right, so there's new escalations right now after the missiles were fired, which we doubted was Hezbollah. There's no confirmation it was Hezbollah. Now it seems like Hezbollah got involved by targeting, like I said yesterday, what might happen, Israeli vehicles on the borders with Lebanon, on the near the Israeli settlement called Afivim. So there's confirmations right now that at least one Israeli vehicle was targeted with a directed missile, and there are reports that there are two, and they were burning right now. Everyone can see them on the borders that there are one or two vehicles burning. So there are probably people, soldiers inside them, killed or not. We're not gonna have to wait for confirmation on that, but what's 100% is some Israeli vehicles were targeted on the borders right now. And that looks like
Uh,
Hezbollah retaliation because that's what usually happens. They target soldiers directly on the borders.
How's
s-
can you hear me now? Is
no,
that better?
no, it's rubber banding still.
No?
Can anyone hear Piotr, or is it just me he's rubber banding for?
No,
Is it
he's
rubber
No,
banding?
like
he is rubber
I'm
bonding.
seeing him.
Okay, yeah.
One way he could fix that is either turn off and turn on the Bluetooth headphone set, and turn off the Bluetooth in your phone. Exit or come back in the app. All of these reset things help with the fixing the voice.
Cool. Thank you for that. That's your technical advice for there, Piotr. Let me go to Yul. Yul, hopefully your mic's a bit quieter. Go ahead,
But
jump in.
yeah, if this doesn't work, let me know. I'll just get rid of the Bluetooth altogether. I think there's something actually really positive that we started to talk about Iran, and we were talking about different nations obviously have different opinions regarding peace to Israel. People may not know this, but obviously before the dictator Iran came to power, Israel and Iran were very close. Israel tried to help Iran actually get nuclear weapons. And the people of Iran are actually very, very close with the people of Israel. This always was the case when we used to have peace, and that continues to happen today. Of course, the dictator there now is, doesn't feel that way. We don't have to say it, but I think we're also starting to see in Saudi Arabia, the younger generation in particular, and I think led by MBS, who does not get enough credit, is helping to liberalize the country. I think a lot of people in the West, I know I'm speaking in generics here, don't properly really understand the Middle East. They don't understand Judaism. They don't understand Islam, and they don't understand the difference between Arabs and Persians and Turks, etc. But I think what you're seeing is that the movement, I think, towards a lot of nations wanting to make peace is something that we should be talking about. I know right now, war is something we get very excited about. Individuals. Unfortunately, we have a tribal, and human nature is not very good, and that's for any human being. And so we usually have to fight that. But I think we should really focus that, even though right now what we're going through is very scary for everybody and very worrying, especially those that are living here in the region like myself and that are victims of what's going on. But we just should know that in the future, we're going to look back on this. And I do think that this is going to be a turning point in some way, but it will take several years to flush out, where we'll see more authentic peace like we had in the Abraham Accords with the UAE, Bahrain, Morocco, etc. We'll be seeing more with Sudan, and God willing, Saudi Arabia, and with Saudi Arabia, all the other Arab nations will follow. And so, of course, this terrorist attack, and I think someone implied, and I agree with that implication. Of course, there's no evidence, but it's beyond suspicious. The timing was that it sounded like there was going to be a big announcement about peace between Israel and Saudi
Well, I just
Arabia.
want to correct one thing. Remember, in this room, we
Yeah,
agreed
sure.
not to use it. Despite our personal, we agreed not to use the term terrorist. Like I got
Thank you for reminding me, and I appreciate you reminding me every time.
Is
Of
there a
course, I know.
list that we can discuss
And
of the words that we're not allowed to use? Because I'd like to add
that
some.
would be, yeah, I would agree. You want to add them?
Yeah, I mean it's not words. Let me make it easy. Any word that you would find offensive if someone called you it is probably not the best word to use for the other person. It's probably the
Yeah,
That
easiest
no,
way to
makes
say
actually,
it.
for impossible conversation.
no, look, I
Not
agree.
really, because it'd make an impossible conversation if both sides called each other terrorist over and over again.
So I
I think
just, I
No,
want
period.
to,
actually, you know what? I'm
no, but
happy with that. I'm good.
I know you're good, and actually I'd be good with that as well. But that's not how Mario wants to run the
Okay,
platform,
guys.
so we have
yeah,
to run it
I
that
He
want
way.
to
wants to get into back.
just
Well,
one sec.
guys,
I want to back up.
guys, stop, please. Thanks. Sorry, I had some connection errors, and I want to get a hold of this. We can drop a list and we get it out. I'll relay that to the team, and then they can maybe do that. But I think for the timing, this is like the fifth time you said that and then said you forgot. I'm beginning to get a little bit that you didn't. So keep that in mind, please. So that's a warning. Thank you. Amir, let's go to you. What have you got?
Go ahead, Amir.
Amir, can you hear us?
Sorry, I got.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
couldn't just. Yeah, sorry. It is actually. I want to ask Hadi this because some sources close to Hezbollah in the Telegram channels is circulating that Hezbollah confirmed by issuing a statement that it targeted a Merkava tank of Israelis using two Kornet rockets in Marun and Ras. I don't know, and some in southern Lebanon. I don't know.
Yes, this is correct. Marun Ras is the Lebanese town facing the Israeli Avivim. There's literally just a few meters between them. And Al Mayadeen just confirmed that was the Merkava tank behind some bushes there, targeted by Hezbollah directly.
Wow, this is huge.
What makes that? Why do you elaborate a little bit more on that, Hadi?
You're breaking up again there, Piotr.
Yeah, I couldn't hear.
Yeah, I can hear what you're saying. Sorry, Hadi. What were you saying? Go ahead.
No, so I was saying basically that, I mean, this is different times when Hezbollah attacked. Usually, like I said before, if they're going to retaliate to the death of three of their soldiers, they usually what they do is attack directly on Israeli vehicles. It could be just normal, I don't know what you call it, military vehicles with 2 or 3 soldiers each. But this time they targeted the Merkava tank, which is the first. This last time I think Hezbollah destroyed the Merkava tank was in 2006 July war. I'm not sure how Israel is going to respond to this, but I also don't see an escalation going to a full war after that. So we'll
So
see.
just for the audience, because remember, there's a lot of people in the audience who probably aren't aware of the specifics that you're talking about. Why is it that targeting a cover tank, as you stated, is worse than, for example, targeting an Israeli vehicle, as you stated?
Basically, because I think there are unwritten rules between Israel and Hezbollah. For example, if they target them in the Shabaa farms, the occupied Lebanese territories, is different than attacking them in within inside the occupied territories. For example, if they fired missiles at Haifa, for example, it's completely different than attacking them on Lebanese occupied territories. I think one of the unwritten rules between Hezbollah uh, and Israel is what do we attack when there's kind of some sort of escalations. And Israel broke those rules yesterday when they killed 3 Hezbollah soldiers. So I think Hezbollah is doing the same by firing at something that serious like a Merkava tank. It's a military. It's an attack directly on a military vehicle.
I
You
get you. So
know,
basically what you're saying, and I'll go to Noga next. So what you're saying is, just for the audience, that there's unwritten rules between Israel and Hezbollah, and what you have is basically yesterday Israel kind of went beyond whatever those unwritten rules are in their attack, and then similarly now Hezbollah have responded in the same manner. But you don't think at the moment it's going to escalate into like a full-blown war. Is that right?
At the moment, it doesn't seem like it's going to escalate, but I think there's now there was something I was reading that the Israeli military is now discussing the situation in the north. So I think we can base our speculation based on that. What happens after?
Okay, and why is it, again, for the audience, why is it that when they're looking into the situation in the north, what's the concerns from that?
I mean, the concerns in the north is basically because there have been attacks from Palestinian factions and Al Quds brigades, which is linked to Al Jihad al Islami, who they're based as well in Lebanon as well in Gaza. They conducted an operation on the borders against the Israeli soldiers. I think they killed 2, maybe 3. I can't confirm. And then Israel responded by killing 3 Hezbollah soldiers within the south of Lebanon. So they had nothing to do with that. So I think that's why things are escalating, and I think they're going to look into doing a response that won't escalate things.
So this is like on 2 different fronts. I get it. And Noga, I know you
Okay.
wanted to jump in. Go ahead.
A couple of new pieces of information. One is that the IDF just attacked another Hezbollah observatory in response to the Kornet fighting on the Merkava tank. And at the moment they're reporting there are no injured amongst the Israeli. And they're adding that the IDF actually attacked in the south of Lebanon using both tanks and artillery earlier this morning. Another interesting piece of news is that there's an Israeli member of Knesset who's suggesting a new law that will allow to execute, which is something Israel doesn't do very often, everyone that participated in the attacks, comparing them legitimately, in my view, to the Nazis. So that's going to be interesting to watch it develop, and it's also going to throw a bit of a wrench in, I guess, whatever Hamas has in store in terms of negotiating, because they might not be able to they might not be able to show as much success in terms of protection of their soldiers as they were hoping for in terms of an exchange of prisoners, I guess you would call it. Yeah.
Thanks for that, Noga. Let me go to Siringal. Siringal, go ahead.
Okay, so there's some new footage that has emerged from the rave party. It's clear now that there was actually IDF firing at Hamas from within the crowds. It's on my timeline.
It's not clear
Those
now
who
that there was
attacked as
IDF
well.
firing at Hamas from the
There,
crowd. I'm sorry. How
no,
about we
that's true.
keep
That
how about we
Describing
keep
the
it
video.
real?
One second. Let's not interrupt. Let Siringal finish, and then I'll go back to you, Noga, to let you respond. Go ahead, Siringal.
Hi, sorry, I'm just describing what's on the video. I don't mean to upset anyone, but that's what's on it. So there is also an Israeli tank in the video as well. So very clearly not quite what's being painted in the media.
Okay, and then let me go
I'm
to Noga,
sorry.
because I was gonna get Noga to respond. Go ahead, Noga.
There are so many videos coming out of there showing that the people were still dancing when the attack began. That I don't know what you're showing, and I'll look at it in a minute. But I'm telling you for a fact that it's a lie.
Well, I'm telling you there for a fact that there was
Okay,
firing
I'm sorry,
from the
Siringo.
IDF
Are you
side.
arguing?
These
No,
videos
hang on.
were
Are
nice.
you?
I'll put it
Excuse
on the
me. Are
bus.
you?
Okay. We're not gonna. It's quite simple. Siringal, you can send your video, or it's a Noga. You can go on Siringal's timeline and look at the video. If there's an issue with it, then you can bring it up. But there's no point arguing about something you've not seen yet. Let me go to Amir.
Yeah, no, I'm
Amir,
seeing it now. What Syrian Girl put up is about 5 hours into the attack, and you see the first respondents coming into the scene and fighting back. And I cannot believe you
Sorry,
would
but you
put
can't
this
tell us
video
how many
in that
hours into the
context. How
attack it
dare
was.
you? How dare you even try to assume that what
Are
happened
we not
on
muting this? You're
Saturday
getting
is
very
something that we
emotional about this.
instigated?
My
How
God, like
dare
this
you?
is not
I
about
mean,
me. This is about
you've
the
been lying
truth.
here for
You
4
cannot
days, but
twist
now
and
you've
turn.
really
listen. Calm down. Right. So everyone has heard Noga's argument. Everyone's heard Syrian's argument in terms of when it happened. In terms of Noga, she's made the argument that it's been 5 hours. I'm not sure where that is
I
coming from, but I'm sure.
believe that Biden is giving his speech about the Hamas attack. If someone could pull it up.
Okay, cool. We'll
Sorry
get
to
someone in the.
interrupt.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. The team will be on that, and
I have to
we'll see if
say
we can
this.
try and play it on the
No,
space.
this is lying. This has
One.
gone too far. It's
yeah,
not
this has
acceptable.
because
Right. 1 second. What is going on? Like, I don't get it. We're not going to debate the issues. The video's there. People can see it. Noga's made her argument that this happened 5 hours before. Syrian Girls made the argument that it happened earlier. People can look at it now and look
No,
into the
I'm sorry,
information.
Mario. No, because if she had put that video in without the lies, and it's lies, and she's been lying here for 4 days, that's one thing. But if you actually look at the
How
video
rude!
yourself,
That you're the
you can
liars
see,
here.
yeah,
You're
oh, for
liars
the
at
love
heart.
of God.
Max, your opinion is she's a liar. Her opinion is you're a liar and an agent. This is just like, we're not going to go into personal attacks, right? Let's leave it as it is. And I've told you now, Noga, 5 times. Each time I mute and then unmute, you just start screaming immediately afterwards. If you
The
do again, I'm just going to
truth,
remove you from
no,
the
no, the
stage.
truth is not like what exists on your timeline. We'll agree to disagree. You can't.
Okay. I'm not sure what's happening. Maybe I don't know why everyone's screaming as soon as I unmute, right? I've already explained it. Everyone, the audience has heard it. We're moving on. Let me go to Patrick. Patrick, what's the latest information in terms of or do you know Hadi explained what the possible what's happening in terms of Hezbollah and its interaction with Israel and how it impacts the northern and southern front? He thinks it won't escalate. What's your thoughts?
It's certainly possible. If we assume that Iran is at least instigating or at the very least coordinating this action, then obviously Hezbollah would be their other arm to harass Israel from the north. And this type of relatively minor, but again, this kind of harassment action forces the IDF to keep some assets and some attention on the north while it prepares for further operations in Gaza against Hamas.
I appreciate that. Thanks for that, Patrick. Let me go to Amir. Amir, you got your hand up. Go ahead.
Well, thanks. I just want to point something very important about the Israeli IDF. They're saying that we have no evidence of Iranian involvement in the current affairs. Actually, I want to sorry, IDF Major General Niv Dinar says we have no evidence, no proof, no intelligence proof of Iranian involvement in this situation. And I want to point this out that French President Emmanuel Macron, EU, and the United States, the White House, the State Department, they are all saying the same thing, that we don't have any proof of Iranian involvement in this. I just want to say this. Thanks.
I appreciate that. And the team is looking into getting Biden's speech because Wajih did say that Biden is speaking. So we'll get that on as soon as we can. Let me go to Aidan. Aidan, thanks for joining us. I know you've been joining the coverage over the last number of days. Love to hear your overall thoughts about anything you have to say before we get into the specifics.
Yes, thank you for having me. I hope you can hear me. I just wanted to add one thing. There seems to be very interesting development, which is an international one. Brazil has started to evacuate its citizens from Israel. There's about 900 of them. There's about 200 of them that has been evacuated today. I actually saw the military officer. He was meeting the people. There was the group of people who were gathering in Tel Aviv, and he was interviewed by well, more, let's describe that, Brazilian media. That's an interesting development of seeing a foreign country evacuating the citizens from Israel.
I appreciate that, and yeah, that's going to be something that we need to look into. Let me go to not Jerome. Not Jerome. What is your thoughts in terms of like what's happening in the overall region in Lebanon? Or if any questions you've got, please jump in.
Yes, Sulaiman, thank you. I was just speaking with my parents in Lebanon, and they said that it's relatively calm over there. I spoke with them maybe like an hour ago, but now with this recent developments, I don't know. And like my village is like near the border. It's like 30 minutes from the border, but they are relatively calm over there. And I hope nothing happens. I hope this doesn't escalate, but like the way we are seeing how this is unfolding, it's very disturbing, and I hope it doesn't happen, but we're going like to from bad to worse. That's my opinion.
Yeah, that is a big concern, and I know a number of people in Lebanon are concerned about possible escalations. Let me go to Yul. And what we have got is we know that President Joe Biden will be speaking at 1 p.m. Eastern. So once he is on this platform on the stage, then we will basically be playing that. And just from Mario's page, he posted about 10 minutes ago, but basically says Hezbollah confirmed by issuing a statement that it targeted a Merkava tank of the Israeli army using 2 Cornet rockets in Maroun al-Ras. So that was on Mario's page. I know we talked about this on an overview perspective, but let me go to Sarah. Sarah, please jump in. I'd love to hear your thoughts about what is happening on the ground.
I'm actually still trying to recover from Syrian Girl's post. And I know we're dropping it, but there has to be integrity within this group. And posting that the people who died at that festival were caught in the crossfire between IDF and Hamas is such a blatant lie that it like hurts me to my soul. And I don't know how that can be allowed to stand. Like, I think she should at least be removed from the conversation for a while until she can be trusted. Like, if she wants to post those things on her own Twitter timeline, go for it, but not
The
for this
video
group,
speaks
not to
for
report it.
itself. You
It's not
claimed
news.
that there was no.
Okay, guys, we're not going to get into this. And like I said, we don't want to. I know you want to censor her, but we're not censoring anybody. She's given her perspective on the video. You
No,
gave your.
she's not giving her perspective. She is lying.
No, I'm not going to get into this. She's lying according to your opinion. According to her opinion, it's not a lie. Hence why we're not going into opinions. We're going to just go into what's happening in the news. Let me go to Hardy. Hardy, you mentioned in terms
There is
of
truth and there
oh
is
my
false.
God,
It's not an opinion. It's
there's
not
no
her
truth
opinion or
and
not.
all right,
And there has
okay,
to be a modicum of integrity. You have to insist on it. And that's your
right, okay. It's like impossible to even get a conversation in, right? So, like I said, this truth according to one side is falsehood according to the other side. Look, we're not going to get into this debate. We're going to do this debate for sure in a day or two, but we're not going to get into this debate right now. Let me go to Confluence. Confluence, please jump in.
Yeah, I was just going to say we could move this from the debatable forum into timestamp validation. So maybe it's not the point for this now, but there is a way, if somebody can track down the source file of that video, to do timestamp validation on when it was kind of captured. So there's a way to get closer to truth so that people can remove emotions and get closer to facts. And yeah, what about
How's my
updates on
how's
the
my internet, guys? Can you hear me now?
much better,
Yeah,
Piotr?
it's a bit more. It's quiet, but it's
Good.
fine. It's not rubber
Good.
banding.
Okay. I am appalled by the exchange we just had, and I expect the space to be much better handled than that. We will not be having those kinds of things happening again, guys. Okay, so I want to refrain from that kind of thing happening again. If I had had the Wi-Fi stability that I have now, I would have dealt with that immediately. So I want to make that very clear. Confluence, if you can have that video sent over from Siringal, then you can do the necessary bits you can to confirm it, and we will manage it from there. But I don't want these kinds of things to happen again. I'm not blaming any one specific person, although I do think certain statements by some were unnecessarily provocative, and leads to the reactions by others, which, well, given the sensitivity around this matter, causes the reactions we saw.
Yeah, Piotr, we can't even hear what you're saying. Your volume's way too low, and yeah, it was handled, so I'm not what you're saying there. Go ahead, Syrian girl, you got your hand up.
Suleiman, you did a terrible job in handling that.
Piotr, no, I didn't. It's just that finally there's some balance on this space. But anyway, let's go to Wajir.
I have news from the United Arab Emirates. The Israeli ambassador to the UAE, Amir Haken, says that Israel does not negotiate with anyone in response to a question about a Reuters reporter stating that Qatari mediators are seeking to negotiate with the Hamas with the release of the Israeli hostages held by the Hamas exchange for the release of Palestinians and Israeli prisoner. You also have the United Nations Independent International Commission of Inquiry into the occupied Palestinian territory, introducing East Jerusalem and Israel, said reports of civilian hostages taken and the use of civilians as human shields consist of war crime. The commission said that imposing a complete blockade on Gaza would undoubtedly cost civilian lives, countless collect punishment. Um, Netanyahu invites the opposition leader Gantz to meeting tonight after negotiations between their two parties toward forming an emergency government achieved significant progress. These are some of the latest news.
Appreciate that. Confluence, I know you were talking before, and then you were cut off by Piotr quite rudely. Go ahead, Confluence.
Yeah, I was just going to check into things on the northern border up there and see if how the Lebanese and Hezbollah dialogue is going on the northern coast there. I haven't heard too much on that today. Pyotr, you have anything there? Or I guess you're still in the tunnel. Suli, do we have latest updates on that?
No, I'm back now. Basically, I tried to go out to get some air because I've been basically in my apartment for much of the past couple of days managing this, and I wanted a break. But there's Wi-Fi is crap in London, so I'm back here. Anyway, no, I don't have any particular.
Piotr, your volume's really low. Can you
Okay.
increase it by any chance?
What about that? Is that better?
Oh, a million times better.
Okay, right. My microphone's crap. Okay, never mind. Right. Okay. Thanks, Suleiman. Also, let's leave our differences aside and manage the space for the betterment of the listeners. Yeah. Do some quick updates here because I think it's we haven't done a proper sort of overview of them. This is interesting. So this came out about a minute ago. Netanyahu's seeking quote political cover in the unity government. That's more of a political perspective, but I think it's an interesting one just to consider because the guy is under indictment, and he before this stuff took off, he wants to basically try and get the Senate to no longer view him as a well. He's trying to change the judicial system basically. So that's quite an interesting thing to hear how he's trying to use this opportunity to sort of weasel his way out of it. A couple of minutes ago, Hezbollah targets Israeli tank with a guided missile. This is interesting. If Hezbollah, because there's still this. Actually, Patrick, I'd like your thoughts on this. If you're with us, but like Hezbollah's targeting a tank, that's not a base, that's an actual vehicle, right? Could we consider that an escalation, or is it just sort of it's still a indirect intervention confrontation? It's not fighting troops. What do you think of that? If you've got any thoughts?
Well, I mean, we saw a couple of those go down near the Gaza border over the past couple of days. One to what appears to have been a drone strike. I'm not 100% on that one. And then Austin Defender yesterday, yesterday or the night before, posted some pretty decent video of what looked to be a Merkava being hit by an anti-tank guided missile. So this may be Hezbollah trying to give us another repeat of that with a little indirect fire. But yeah, tanks are always good targets. They're expensive if you can destroy them. The crews are, hard to replace, though the Merkava is notoriously protective of its crew, and Israeli tank crews have a better chance than most of getting out before their tank cooks off. It's designed that way specifically. So, is it an escalation? Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe you could see it that way. But so far, there hasn't been a real volume.
Though, is it because this is incremental like changes, right? Now we've gone from striking random sites to sort of random areas to now a particular tank. Is Israel going to start targeting specific vehicles of Hezbollah, and then
and then it becomes, you know, a barrack, and then it becomes troops, and then, you know what I mean? Is it a slippery slope?
Well, that is the way these things usually go. The question is whether or not Israel can afford to do that right now as they begin, focusing on Gaza.
Piotr, I
They've
think
also
you might
got,
need to mute. I think we're getting echo from someone's mic there on
yeah, I
Patrick.
think we are. Yeah, there we go. That fixed it. And obviously, they're still doing internal security operations against these terrorist infiltrations that they're fighting. So they've got a lot of irons in the fire, and they're going to have to prioritize. Now, maybe they think they have enough people to really, kind of give Hezbollah a bloody nose and prevent them from continuing to do this. But Hezbollah is going to keep harassing them because that forces them to keep looking a little bit north, to keep some of their strength back, and it's a problem for them. So we'll see how it goes. It's going to depend on what the Israeli high command thinks that they can do, and how much they feel like dealing with this.
Okay. Thanks for that. Yo, I see you got your hand raised. What have you got for us?
Yeah, I just want to kind of chime in a little bit, just kind of like politically in Israel, just so people understand. Whenever there's been a war in Israel, there's always been an immediately across the board coalition government. Generally speaking, like across the spectrum, left to right. If there's ever a time for unity, it's during war. Just to kind of, I think that's one of the tragedies of American politics, of the two-party system, is that you can have one party in charge, and there isn't that national unity, I think, in the executive branch that you might be able to get in a parliament with, let's say, many parties that can across the spectrum. So I think kind of the comment for like covering up is obviously not so relevant. I mean, the charges against him, it seems very kind of little, some parallels to what's going on against Donald Trump. But I'm not going to go more into that right now. Obviously, a lot of people don't like him because he's basically held power for so long. And so obviously a lot of politicians hate him. But the fact that they're willing to, the fact that they're willing to join goes to show the unity that's actually happening within Israel. So I think that's
so just from your perspective then, as objectively as you can, Netanyahu basically got into power in December because because the other coalition that formed to get rid of him before failed to be effective. What do you think about that aspect, to the fact that the political scene in Israel is so chaotic, that he keeps being able to come back into the leadership?
Well, I mean, I'm an anarchist, so even if I agree with some politicians, so I can't be more objective than
That's
most.
interesting.
But what I do see is that he's extremely popular with his base. Israel has an extremely large amount of parties, political parties. So the fact that he was able to garner 25% of the electorate is actually huge. He's very popular, and therefore he's become polarized because he's been in power so long. I do think, obviously, new blood, new generation. It would be great to see a millennial, such as like myself, of my age group, to join. I think we do need new blood.
You're going to run for office. Interesting.
If there was Congress, if there were local elections, but that's not how elections work in Israel, unfortunately. You vote for a party, not a person. We don't have local representation, these national representation.
Yeah, it's like the UK. It's very similar to the UK. I had an
It's
interesting
terrible.
conversation about it before. I think it's called abusive constitutionalism. I mentioned it a couple of days ago.
Well, the UK doesn't have a constitution like Israel. I think we're the only two democracies in the world that don't have a constitution, if I'm not mistaken.
No, that's a good exchange. I've got a couple more questions. Maybe we can talk about it later at another time. But I assume Mir's got his hand raised, so I'll jump over to him, and then I want to go over to Sarah.
Well, thank you so much. Actually, there's footage from the Israeli Merkava tank being hit by a Lebanese, I think it's by a Cornet missile right on the border. And I'm just thinking that if really the Israel and Hezbollah, they might be just being more and more close to an real war. If that happens, just expect major change from the Iranian perspective, because if Hezbollah gets involved, they demand help from Iran, and Iran gets seriously involved. And I'm just hoping for this not to happen. I'm just hoping for Israel and Hezbollah to calm things down. But that's not happening as it seems at the moment. I don't know.
Thanks, Amir. Also, thanks for those of you who told me you've got the echo from me. So I'll be staying on mute. I guess it was a problem I didn't have before. Patrick, you flashed your hand.
Yeah, just as a matter of historical record, Hezbollah got some cornets supplied by Syria. Some of them were used in the '06 Lebanon War, and then again in the 2015 Sheba Farms operation and the Syrian Civil War. So that is within the realm of possibility that they still have some of those munitions.
Thank you for that, Patrick. Sarah, good to see you. Please, what do you have for us? Sarah, can you hear me? Are you? If Sarah's not there, then maybe we'll jump over to Hadi. Oh, I see Faras is connecting, actually. I'd be curious to hear from Faras. Excuse me. But Hadi, do you have anything else on the border at the moment?
Hi. The latest thing I have right now is that the Israeli military told the Israelis from Metula, a settlement bordering Lebanon, to evacuate. This usually doesn't happen. They usually tell the Israelis to go in the bunkers. So this is the first time they tell them to evacuate. So I don't know where things are going to go from there. We'll give you an
So
update once we know.
it's not true for Metura, who, by the way, is a city and not a settlement. But we're taking more precautions this time because there's already tens of thousands of displaced people in Israel, and it's a question of balancing resources. So I wouldn't read anything into it other than the fact that there is a plan to do something, but I wouldn't read anything into it more than that because it has also to do with managing population.
Thank you for that. Sarah, are you with us now? Okay, Sarah dipped. All right, Faraz, I see you've joined us. Oh, Jerome, you've got your hand up. I'll bounce over to Jerome, and then Faraz, we'll go to you. Jerome,
Yeah,
what do you have?
thanks, Piotr. Just received an information that U.S. and France are asking their citizens to leave South Lebanon as soon as possible.
South Lebanon. Okay, that's interesting. Are they the only two countries that have done that, or are there others? I need to go and check that actually. I'll double check with the team.
I just got
Faraz,
a
how are you?
private. I just got a
Conflicts.
private
What have you got?
message from somebody who was claiming that all of the businesses throughout Lebanon are removing their people from their corporate offices in the south of Lebanon. I haven't outwardly confirmed that, but that just came to me in a DM.
Yeah, I just want to say that the embassy's strategy of evacuating their citizens, that's a very, very normal thing to do. When there were clashes between Palestinian factions and the Palestinian refugee camps, the same thing happened. So that does not also mean that something big is happening. Even the UK embassy, I think they told their citizens to stay away from the conflict area.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, that's standard diplomatic practice. I think it's more interesting that they've sent planes to evacuate. That's not standard diplomatic practice, but everything else, it's garden variety travel warnings.
Thank you for that, Noga. I believe you've got some experience in the.
Piotr, you
Sorry,
broke up.
Mario, I can't hear you.
Yeah, he's broken up. Let me go to.
What do you have, Suleiman? Sorry, I muted my mic by accident.
No, you were gonna ask Noga a question, weren't you?
Okay, yeah. No, I was just curious, because based on what I see from your, you've got some interesting experience in foreign policy.
I'm not seeing it from my profile, are you? You're seeing it from Suleiman's big outing of my past as a Israeli MFA worker.
I don't think. Well, okay. Well, that aside, I'm not sure about that personally, but what as someone in that field, what does this tell? Can you break down that a little bit more from your perspective? What you feel about that?
Break down what? The fact that we would do
the
something like that?
Well, just from the foreign policy
Your mic is
standpoint, what's
unbearable
happening.
at the time. Both of you are actually having some issues. Piotr, yours is just low, but Noga, you have some sort of technology echo, something going on.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't think it's me because I've been using the same phone from the same distance like all day, and the space keeps glitching.
No, I think yours is fine. I think it's when you and Piotr exchanging, maybe that was causing the echo. So it's from Piotr, because yours is fine now. Let me go to Amir. Amir, jump in.
I just can't believe I'm having better internet in Tehran than Piotr in Washington. And aside from that, the Israeli army confirmed the death of two more of its forces in clashes on the Lebanese border yesterday. And so far in this conflict, the deputy of the Unit 300 of the Israeli army and three other soldiers have been killed. This is from a Hezbollah source, I believe.
Okay, I think this should have fixed it. That.
It
Oh, yay.
has.
Thank fuck for that. Sorry. Okay, this is just, we get this, everyone. Occasionally, just one of us will struggle. It'll be a space. The space originally actually crashed. So, this is what happens when you've got an amazing experience like, 20,000 talking about this and people from all over the world contributing. So, thank you for that, Amir. For us, are you with us? I don't think we've heard from
Yeah,
someone on the ground in Gaza, around Gaza for a while. How are you doing?
yeah, we're okay. I just wanted to give a few, updates about what's going on. One of the things that's happening is basically the Israeli Navy is shelling positions near the sea in Gaza right now. There's some basically clashes between Hamas combatants and commandos and the Israeli commandos in Zakim military base. Uh, and There's been three the killing, or the Shabak has announced, which is the Israeli internal security, has announced the killing of three employees, or basically I guess, Shabak employees. I'm not sure if they're all military or if they're, because it's an internal security service. Two of them were killed with clashes with Hamas combatants, and the third was killed in his home, which would and then they say there's five. That brings the total killed from Shabak members to five. I'm gonna listen just for a few minutes because I don't know what's the latest. So I don't know what was already discussed in terms of the latest updates before I came. And I just wanted to give a heads up to the co-hosts. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to bother you because the connection is very shaky, and I keep losing my mic. So I constantly have to request the mic every time I lose the mic as a speaker listener. So I apologize in advance.
Don't worry about it. I just want to make sure I'm not echoey either, because given I'm trying to manage lots of things behind the phone and stuff, I tend to leave my mic open a bit like Mario does at times. So I don't want to make sure if it's echoey, let me know. But no, absolutely, for us, don't worry about it. You're, of anyone, you're in a tough situation, so I completely appreciate that. Sarah still has her hand, but I'm not entirely sure she's with us, so I might just do a quick update. Oh, you
Yeah,
are with
yeah,
us, Sarah. Oh,
I'm
okay.
here.
Because I called you earlier, but you were
Been
unable
great.
to join us. So, how are you doing? What's
So
going on? Have you
I
got
don't
any
know.
news for us?
I think.
Don't
Oh
worry.
my god.
What's the situation for you at the moment? Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I was a journalist for many years, so I have professional connections with Gil Hoffman, who was the head of the political coverage for the Jerusalem Post for like 20 years.
Oh gosh.
And yeah, and so I've been asking him, like peppering him with questions,
Would you
because
think he
he,
could join us one afternoon, one during one show? It'd be great to have him with us live, if he's willing, of course.
I, yeah, I can absolutely ask him. I'm sure I have a, yeah, I think he would.
Oh, that's awesome. I've been in touch with a friend of mine at Channel 13, actually, trying to get him on, but he's a bit caught up. But yeah, what's his current takes?
Well, his current take is that Israel has um, no interest in war in Lebanon, which I think is somewhat obvious. Like, I don't think anybody, just assumes that they want that, but that Israel is doing its very best to limit the incursions right now, and to hopefully just focus on what's happening in Gaza.
Interesting.
So
I mean, I'm oscillating between, sorry, going back and forth between whether or not they're going to get involved or not. Um, I still really can't tell. I feel like the longer it goes on, the less likely it is. Patrick's, got his thoughts, which I think are interesting. I'm curious for anyone else's about this element, but I did want to just mention on this that War Monitor has come out and said that thermite / phosphorus munitions are being used by Israeli forces on the southern Lebanon border. So, I mean, I don't know how accurate that is, if someone has any other information about that, but that's War Monitor seems to be one of the more reputable accounts on X, apparently. So we tend to go with what he said. I don't know, Sarah, if you've got anything to add to that, if you know much about, if your contact has seen anything about that.
Oh, not on that, not in particular. I was just going to say, though, that from a cultural perspective, Israelis see Lebanon as a awful quagmire that nobody wants to touch, like with a 10-foot pole. So I don't think there's any political or public will for this. If it happens, that's unfortunate.
Okay, thank you for
I can
that.
answer something about the white phosphorus if you want.
I did have something else.
Okay, one
that,
second, Sarah. We'll go to you in a second, but Sarah, over to you. Gone.
Sarah?
Are you there? Yeah.
Yeah.
So, what was the other thing you had for us?
So the other thing was actually the original reason that I reached out to him. I saw a tweet by a journalist, and I saw named Noga Tarnopolsky, who's a well-respected journalist, writes for Washington Post, just did an article. So she posted, the Israeli government has decided that in the absence of specific information with specific sites of where hostages are being held, they will not be taking hostages into account in the planning of the military operation in Gaza. And that led to an even and more involved discussion, because I think Hamas was very much counting on the way Israel has behaved previously when there have been hostages, which has been to do anything and everything.
Sorry, 1 second, Sarah. I think just this has been posted by War Monitor, and it's a statement by Hezbollah, and it says, quote, "In response to the Israeli attacks that targeted a number of observation points affiliated with the Islamic resistance, our Mujahideen this evening targeted an Israeli Zelda-type Mala at the Al-Sadar site, west of the town of Salha, the colony called Avivim, with 2 guided missiles, and it was hit and completely destroyed." So that's just a statement from Hezbollah. Sorry, Sarah, I did interrupt you. Please continue.
Oh, sure. I think Hamas was very much strategically counting on Israel's basically being notorious for having given, I think, 1,000 soldiers, 1,000 prisoners in return for one. And the conversation that I had with Gil, which is, I think, incredibly important to how things play out, is really, is there a will, and is Israel going to be looking to do prisoner swaps, or be negotiating for hostages? And the answer that I got was that the original tweet that I saw was a bit of a misrepresentation, because of course they're taking hostages into account, but that there may not be offers of uh, hostage swaps, that we could potentially hear that ends up being completely off the table.
Interesting. Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, lot to think about there. So I'm just digesting the update from Suleiman as well. Siri Girl, I think you were next, and then I see Sammy's joined us, so I might go over to him for a new voice. But Siri Girl, what do you want to share?
Sure. About the white phosphorus, there is a video that's out right now that looks like there's been white phosphorus used on Gaza. I don't know if that's already been discussed.
Yeah, there was a video I saw as well. And actually, I did want to ask Patrick this, if you're with us, Patrick. Someone told me, though, I was a bit confused. So, sort of white phosphorus is also willy peat, but then someone told me that they're different. Do you have any insights on this that you could explain? If Patrick, you're there. Okay, Patrick's not there. We'll circle back, but for us, you on mic?
Yeah, just breaking news. There's been another 15 Palestinians killed. The civil defense and Palestinian civil defense has just removed them from the rubble in north of Jabalia in Gaza. So that's the latest news. And the white phosphorus. There's actually a video of another video that was broadcasted on Al Jazeera Live of the white phosphorus from an aerial point of view being used. The way it looks like is basically it kind of breaks up into smaller, pieces. So it's a bunch of one white phosphorus. The bomb would explode, and then many smaller white phosphorus. I don't know what to call them. Started
Bomblets.
falling on. What was it? Sorry, confluence.
Oh, I was just saying bomblets.
Bomblets.
Yeah,
If we had a
bomblets
bomb, we've
are.
got now then subsequent
So
bomblets.
you've got things that are like bomblets, which are sort of the things like thermobaric bombs, which are these types of munitions that aren't really used in war zones because they can't cause unnecessary amount of harm. And bomblets are essentially when the big bomb blows, then there's lots of miniature ones within it, which can also create like shrapnel and shit like that. But sorry, Faraz, do you want to finish?
So this was yeah. So this was the second video where we get like kind of another angle of confirmation on white phosphorus, and I have a friend in Khan Yunis right now who's basically I'm waiting for him to send me a video from the ground. Sorry, is there a
Yeah,
mic?
it was a hot mic. Don't worry, carry on.
So yeah, I'm waiting for my friend in Khan Yunis to send me a video of it from the ground, because you can typically see them more clearly from the ground, because they're basically rocks that stay on fire for like hours after they land on a surface.
Thank you for that. Patrick, I saw you raise your hand at this point. What did you want to chime in with?
Oh, I was just going to point out that Israel is not a signatory to Protocol 3 of the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons that bans white phosphorus. Therefore, under international law, that is completely legal for them to use.
Interesting. And could you explain? I also asked you this before. I think you were here, and it was does Willie Pete mean the same thing?
Yeah, that's an American slang for white phosphorus.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you very much. Okay, well, Sammy, I know I said I'd come to you, so it's good to have you with us. What did you want to chime in with? Have you got any updates or anything?
Thanks very much for having me. Thanks also very much for the invitation. I think the only thing that I would want to chime in is that the stances of the Muslim nations or the US allies in the region is beginning to show signs that it's shifting, particularly over the past 24 hours, Turkey in particular over the past hour. So just for some context, in the beginning, we had Saudi Arabia saying in the statement or referring to Israel as a colonizing power. They've been toning down the language over the past few months, but then suddenly came out again referring to Israel as a colonizing power, suggesting that the Saudi crown prince was buckling under public pressure, while Saudi media was continuing to lend a sort of relatively positive view of what Israel is doing in Gaza. We're now seeing a very increasingly harder tone towards Israel in Saudi media. We've seen the UAE, which 24 hours ago released a statement blaming the Palestinians for this escalation. We've seen Mohammed bin Zayed in the past hour and a half announce that he's going to be sending aid to the Palestinians, which is being interpreted in the Arab media as a sign that bin Zayed now wants to hedge his bets that Netanyahu is taking too long in subduing the Palestinian movement, and bin Zayed doesn't want to be caught on the wrong side of public opinion. There is concern on that front. And Erdogan, who in the beginning was being seen as trying not to offend Netanyahu, not coming out with the same vociferous statements he did in the past, where he would call Israel a terrorist state or the like. In the past half an hour, he gave a speech which in which he's ratcheted up the language against Israel, criticizing the Americans sending a warship, and also lambasting Israel for bombing Gaza. The reason that's significant is because it suggests that public opinion is beginning to make things untenable for these governments that were seen initially to be desiring a situation in which the situation goes away quickly. They didn't want to be seen to be too pro-Israel. They didn't want to alienate Israel. But it seems to be in this case that as the fighting is unfolding in the manner that it's unfolding, and there's an Arab League meeting that's due to take place tomorrow, it seems that these regimes are now deciding that the ties or that they wanted to keep with Israel in order not to offend Israel, there's becoming less patience for that. There's great discomfort, and I think that this might have ramifications for Washington's approach to it, given that
Sami,
there are.
just to interject, sorry, and also your mic's a little bit loud. If you could just, I don't know, speak less loudly, maybe, I don't know, or speak further away. You've got great points. I just want to keep that in mind. But last night I saw the US release a statement or share some information that they thought that the Saudi-Israeli normalization was still on the table. Are you saying now that in the past 24 hours that's reduced, or that's gone, but that's decreased?
Sorry, could you just repeat that, sir?
Oh, okay. Oh, also your mic's much better. Thank you. Yeah, no, I was just wondering. I say about 24 hours ago, or around about then, there was this statement, this point by the US that the Saudis and the Israelis were still on target to normalize ties. Obviously, the US is pushing for that. Is that now less certain because of what's happened in the past few days or days?
I think that's. I think that yesterday there was certainly a lot of talk in the Arab social media in particular that the Saudi Crown Prince was still entertaining the prospect of normalization of talks. But in the past 24 hours, there's been a notable push from Saudi bots pushing the idea that bin Salman stands with the Palestinians and that he continues to support the Palestinians. The reason that's significant is because usually what happens is that Saudi would give the official statement, but the Saudi bots would go to lambast the Palestinians and accuse the Palestinians of being ungrateful for Saudi support. What we're seeing is a shift in the language, which suggests that the regimes believe it's a bit is becoming untenable to be seen to be sitting on the fence. In the last 20 minutes, 25 minutes, there are videos that have been emerging of huge protest in Jordan in support of the Palestinians as well. So there is this idea of this movement that's taking place on the street. And I think that the change in language on the part of Saudi Arabia and Turkey, in particular Erdogan, who wanted to stay out of this, I think that it does indicate that these regimes believe themselves to be under pressure, and it may well be at the Arab League tomorrow, which usually tends to do nothing, but certainly at the Arab League tomorrow, I think there will be certainly a serious discussion and dialogue as to how to really push for a de-escalation, not necessarily because they're interested in rescuing the Palestinians from the Israelis, but because the longer this conflict goes on, the more difficult it is for these regimes to at least maintain these normalization talks or the likes with Israel. And I think now there will be a scramble, or the suggestion is, and I'll finish on this point, the suggestion is that there will be pressure put on the Americans to try to get them to rein in Netanyahu, because the prevailing sentiment at this moment in time, at least in Arab social media, is that the Palestinians have secured what they wanted to secure in terms of reviving this sort of morale for the Palestinian cause and showing they still have some sort of power. And the only obstacle now is Netanyahu trying to leave this situation with a face that preserves a political future in the midst of calls for him to resign. The sentiment in Arab social media is Netanyahu is desperately trying to restore his ego, and I think that there will be a discussion amongst the Arab states and the Turks to find a way to say, look, we all agree that we want this de-escalation, we all want to agree on security pacts between us and to cooperate with each other, but as long as escalation continues, it's going to make it difficult. But the point on the final sentence, the point that I wanted to contribute to this discussion is that over the past 72 hours, we've gone from language that suggests that the regimes do not want to upset the Israelis to increasingly harder statements that suggest that the regimes no longer feel they can be seen to be on good terms with Israel, and they are reacting to this public opinion.
So how much is that to do with the IDS approach to Gaza and a lot of the responses that we've been seeing from Hamas as well? Is that playing into this calculus, because I read in the morning that MBS had had a conversation with the head of Egypt and Jordan. Is that on good terms, or that's more just them doing it because they want to be seen to be doing something from an optics point of view? If that makes sense.
I think the Egyptians have been liaising with the Saudis and even with the UAE and with the Qataris, primarily because the Egyptians are concerned that they are the ones who are going to be suffering from the fallout if a ground offensive does take place, or if the Palestinians are pushed more towards Egypt. I think also the Egyptians do feel quite offended that the Rafah crossing, according to reports, has been bombed. There's this idea in Egyptian social media that it's a transgression, particularly given that Sisi himself has been trying to maintain good ties with the Israelis, and there's that report that leaked that suggested the Egyptians had warned the Israelis that the Palestinians were going to be doing something that's caused a lot of Arab social media to accuse Sisi of the ultimate treachery. But I think that these phone calls that are taking place between them, I don't think necessarily now that's just for show. I think it was for show in the first 24 hours, but I do think, particularly with regards to the UAE, which was very brazen in the way that it accused the Palestinians, going against the tide, going against the public opinion. I think that the UAE statement, which UAE was expected to maintain its stance as very pro-Israel and anti-Palestinian, I think given that the UAE is shifting or appears to be shifting in its statements, certainly suggests this is not about show. There's something that they're concerned about, and they will be seeking to try to leverage those ties with Israel and the US to say, we're not against you, but we really don't want this to go on for a long time.
Okay, there's a lot there I'm going to mull over, because that's really interesting. It shows you how quickly the sentiments around the situation can change overnight. I mean, there was this idea, and I'm going to jump over to Patrick again, just because I'm going to jump over to a couple of people because I saw the hands raised. But yeah, this makes me think a lot about whether or not Hamas's one of their objectives was to undermine the normalization from the first place.
That's what I said
Thank you very
actually
much
in the
for
last
that.
space, remember?
I do remember, Sirigo. Did you want to jump in quickly on that point?
Well, yeah, I remember we were discussing what possible objectives they could have, and I said they've already achieved the objective. It's to destroy the normalization. At the time, we were sort of trying not to speculate, but yeah, I told you. Look, I think also the calculus is that Netanyahu is so predictable. Like, he fell right into the trap, and this is and the other one other thing I'd like to say is this thing is going to go on for longer. Like, there's no reining this guy in, number one. And number two, it's already been planned. And you'll see,
What's
it's
been
going to
planned?
be at least a month. The length of
Oh, I
time this
see.
thing's
Right.
going to
Okay.
take.
Well,
There's plan. They have already stockpiles. You don't
yeah,
have to
we
worry about
And
reported
just and
yesterday
just
that. Go
to
ahead, Suleiman.
just to add to that, Gallant posted, and I can't find it now, but basically he said that he expects this offensive in Gaza to take weeks, if not months, and that was from Gallant, who is the
Defense
Israeli
Minister.
defense minister.
Yeah.
Yeah, he also said, "We are moving to a full offense. Hamas wanted a change in Gaza. It will change 180 degrees from what it thought. They will regret this moment. Gaza will never return to what it was. Hamas will no longer be in Gaza. Oh yeah, sorry. This war will take weeks or months." Sorry, Piotr, go ahead.
No, that's fine. I mean, Gallant has made lots of very strong statements about this, and the other one was about the no food, no fuel, no supplies of water. I think along those lines, I'm paraphrasing. And Netanyahu himself has been pretty clear on what he feels about the matter. He's shared a couple of those videos on Twitter. I've retweeted them just with the English translation about, and it's literally just clips of the destruction of Gazan buildings from airstrikes. So yeah, it's interesting really. Now we're sort of at this, I don't think it's going. I would say it's not only just what Netanyahu wants to do. I think it's quite clear that there is, a large proportion of Israelis who don't want this to go unanswered, and want the strip to be, properly sort of engaged. What that looks like, it remains unclear. But it's the Israelis are drawing up 300,000 members, reservists, and so on. So it's not going to be light. Patrick, do you want to chime in?
Yeah, this is a bit of a rough one. The IDF has taken reporters and members of the press into one of the border communities, Kibbutz Kafar Aza. They've just pulled out 40 infants and small children, some of whom have been decapitated.
We've already discussed this, but there's no like actual video footage yet that anyone's been posted or anything like that.
Well, the Western press has now picked it up. Which
Yeah,
is
I
how
saw
got
that
a
there's
hold
there's no evidence.
WMDs. What is the Western press,
Sorry.
if I may? What's the is that Israeli, Patrick? Or?
No, I'm seeing it on Fox. I'm seeing it
Western
on CNN,
press.
ABC, NBC.
Oh, Western press. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I was just going to do a post on that myself because the reporter who was on the video coverage making that statement is kind of backtracking and saying that she hasn't actually seen it herself. She was just told it by the Israeli intelligence. So that's just an extra element to look at. I'm going to post that myself in a few minutes. So we'll have to see what the source is, but if the source seems to be Israeli sources.
Okay.
But anyway, that's
Yeah,
just something to
babies in incubators.
When we see
if that's accurate, nobody is going to object to them going into Gaza and burning it to the ground.
Yes, a lot of people will object,
so
including
that
people on this.
I mean
What
that
are you
is
talking about,
again
What
that
the
is
hell
like
was that?
inciting genocide, isn't it? So we shouldn't be doing that in this space. Let's move
No,
on.
so I'm not inciting genocide. I'm telling you what people's reaction to
Who's
something
people
like that
though?
is
What's
going
people?
to be.
Well,
You mean the
Israelis.
human
Every
animal?
I think
human being.
Patrick's trying to say that it's going to be if that is true. Again, I don't think Patrick's saying it. I'm not saying he's saying that it. If it is true, if it is reaffirmed multiple times over that has happened, then the response from the Israeli side is going to be very, very strong.
That's not what he said. He said no one.
That's not what he said though. But
Is
that's not what he said
it
anyway.
not
Let's
just
move
to
on.
What I said was the reaction from people to something like that is going to be the willingness to countenance violence in response to that will go through the roof.
Yeah,
Dutch
That's
soldiers
fair.
and
That's a fair comment, Patrick.
Yeah,
that's a fair comment to make. If it's real and it's not fake and it's not being manipulated, and we don't know, we're going to look at it, then the reaction will be harsh. That's a fair thing to say. But to say burn it to the ground, I just don't like these terminology of genocide in the space. So that's one of the reasons why I made sure I came back. But let me go
that's the level of outrage we're reaching here. If this proves to be accurate.
Is it possible to say a sentence here?
There comes a point where the brakes just come off.
I get that, but we're not proper promoting genocide in this space. You can do that in different spaces. Let me go to Firaz.
Solomon. But I understand equally your point about the language.
Burning to the ground. But
I
anyway,
know, I
Piotr,
get it.
let me go to Firaz.
Let me go to
Firaz.
I agree with you. It's
let me
particular.
Let me go to
okay,
Firaz.
Go to Firaz.
Firaz, what's your? Let me go to Firaz. Firaz, what's your thoughts on the ground?
All right. Just the last few pieces of breaking news is the Israeli Israeli warplanes have been bombarding the Imam Ali Mosque, and the houses of Abu Rawah in Al Ajarma Street in Jabalia, and there are multiple casualties and injuries that are being pulled out right now. And the Israeli military spokesman has put out a statement that we have distributed thousands of pieces of weaponry to the settlements to strengthen them during this confrontation. I think this is in regards to the West Bank. And finally, there is bombardment of Rafah nonstop in the east and the western areas where there are multiple casualties. The bombardment has not stopped, and therefore it is unknown how many casualties have been hit.
A question: how do people think the people's reaction will be to seeing actual videos of dead babies?
I think
specifically Palestinian ones rather than Israeli ones.
It's not really going to lead anywhere. I want to go over to Yol because he's had his hand up.
Yeah, how you doing? Just a few comments, if I may. One, Twitter X put out a statement from the safety. I tweeted a while ago that they're actually working on ensuring that some of these videos do not come out. which I'm happy about, and I think everyone should be happy about. The decapitation of children. I know some people here want to, deny any kind of butchering of Jewish babies. That's not new in this century or last century. Unfortunately, the app is kind of annoying the space. I can't see who was speaking earlier. There was someone who spoke actually at great length about what's going on in the whole region and the different Arab states and leadership. And I actually find the diplomatic part far more interesting. I think we're talking about right now in a sense of a fog of war, and we're looking at the trees, and we'll find out tomorrow half the things we discussed today will be inaccurate or misquoted or whatever, because that's kind of how things are when we speak about things that are in a war while it's happening. However, though, there is something more interesting going on. If you can tell me who was the gentleman that was speaking earlier, but about kind of just the UAE and the Saudi kind of the shifts that's
That was
going on
yeah, that
in the
was
rhetoric.
yeah. I will let you know.
Who was that? I actually really enjoyed that. I just want to do a space just on that topic. I find it far more fascinating,
Yeah,
because I think what we're just talking, because I obviously I prefer to talk about peace than war. Of course,
yeah.
that may have
I will
to
let you
come
know
after
where
war.
his
But
what his handle was. He just jumped off.
thank you. If you
Yeah,
can,
absolutely, mate.
yeah, if you can message it to me, I would appreciate it, because
Yeah,
I was actually, I think those are the kind of conversations I think that should be had, because these are things, the comments and statements that he made about UAE, why they didn't even recognize my existence as a Jew in Israel, literally, and
yeah.
it's actually
Again,
safer probably for me to
I'll
wear a
pass you
yarmulke.
his information. I want to give
Thank
John
you.
Spencer a chance to chime in
Oh,
because
but
he's
I
got
have a
some thoughts.
question for Joel,
Okay.
just on the Elon Musk thing. Is it just the Israeli babies, or is he gonna ban videos of Palestinian babies as well?
Well, I know you're
Okay,
trying to make a moral
guys, this is
equivalence and
getting
pretending that
pissing me
there's
off
been
now.
Yeah,
Jews
listen
that
more.
Okay,
went.
guys, this is pissing me off now. I don't want to talk about that subject anymore, as insignificant as it is. I'm sorry to be. I am not going to please everyone. Trust me, there's a lot of complaints on both sides about this, but try and balance a conversation like this and come back to me about that, about how easily it is. I'm open to all it is, but I don't want questions like that. Thanks, Syria girl, because it's not helping. And I get your stance on that matter, and I appreciate it, and I appreciate yours as well. And I'm doing my best to balance this situation, right? But please, John, over to you.
Hi, Piotr. Yeah, I've been trying to follow the latest developments as well. I'm glad to be back in the space. I'm really working on a piece myself on what the challenges would be if and when the ground operation commences that we've talked about, and trying to predict when it will. I'm just trying to work through the major challenges based on past operations in Gaza and recent modern urban operations, the massive challenges that will face and what we'll see ahead of us.
And what do you think we are expecting then? Do you think that? Let me think. So what we saw strikes from Israel onto the port of Gaza. Other reports earlier today said the city was essentially largely surrounded completely. What about the situation with that, John? How much do you think that that's going to play into? Oh, actually, did I ask you this? I want to ask you this if I didn't already. One of the biggest stories I think for me today, and Mario shared on his profile, and I think it's in the Nest if you want to check it out, others, is the Pentagon said that they are going to be using special forces to help with hostage rescue. Did I ask you about that?
Yeah. No, I didn't. I have heard about that. I haven't seen the actual source. I know the team and the space is so good on waiting for multiple um, sources and double checking the things. I mean, to me, it's absolutely logical. Really, the opposite spectrums of this conversation is boots on the ground versus support. Every citizen of Once you're a citizen of a nation, that means your nation will do everything possible within the political and physical capabilities to retrieve hostages of your state. Israel, of course, should be in the lead of any hostage rescue operation that does or does not happen. But you can guarantee, because of and I've heard different numbers of U.S. citizens, that would include, not boots ground versus support, intelligence support, physical support, both in equipment and operators. In my sense, I don't. I think it's staying as gray as possible, as needed. Any country would, to include the U.S. But I don't think it's too far of a stretch. And I'm really trying. I did an interview just a couple minutes ago, trying to balance that line of reasonable, expected, what you'll never know about, what we'll never know about. But that is not off the table, especially with that statement that U.S. not uniformed personnel, but U.S. forces would be used to assist Israel obtaining hostages out of Gaza.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting thoughts, John. It's yeah. I'm just trying to get my head around what the situation is going to unfold like, and what the IDF is going to be encountering, along with what the Hamas side may well do in terms of responses. The drones thing that I think it was you or maybe it was someone else mentioned that the other day. About the role of drones in this, which I think is going to make it very different to like 2006.
I believe it was me.
Oh, it was you. Okay, it was you. So yeah, that I think that was a really good point, and I'm well not interested. I'm fearful and worried about what role that could have going forward. But I wanted to get to Sarah, who's had her hand up for ages, and then I might quickly go over some of the more recent updates.
Okay, thanks. I know that I'm wading into slightly controversial waters, but I want to kind of discuss this from a bird's eye view, because this is not my opinion, but I think it's important to how we discuss things. I've been listening to the conversations where Israelis have been asked, like, what do you think is going to happen? Or what is the government saying? And people say things like, Gaza will be destroyed. This is an end game moment. It's not to be genocidal, but it's also, I think, important, and I think important for everybody in the region, maybe who's unfamiliar with Israeli culture, to understand that declaring war after, like, when you haven't in 50 years, and you didn't in 2006, and you didn't in 2014, and you haven't done it in any other incursion, I hear people commenting or making commentary that reflects behavior of Israelis in the past,
So
like incursions in Gaza. And I just think it's important to understand, like, that we should be discussing this in the terms of a proper war, rather than
I think
like
that's a good point.
incursions in the
No, I think
past.
that's a fair observation. This is a very different situation to what we've seen in the past several years. As I said before, and as I think we've discussed here, Sarah, you may well have been part of that conversation. Hamas took quite a lot of inspiration, I think, from Hezbollah in 2006, particularly John. I think you might have mentioned that as well, and Patrick, and they've become more a more potent force, not still on the level of Hezbollah. I think it's really hard, unless you're a nerd who follows this all the time, of which I'm not. At least Islamic military factions, but Hezbollah seems a bit more formal in the way that it conducts itself. When it releases information, whilst Hamas doesn't really seem like a very consistently updating what they're doing or what they plan to do. And then you've got things like the Gaza 50-day war in 2014, but Israel didn't classify that as a war. Is that
Yeah.
right?
Do I get a
Wait,
chance to
I
reply to that?
just want to add to that
Yeah, we'll
Israel
bounce over
didn't
to you in 1
classify
second,
it.
John. Sorry, go for it, Sarah.
Oh, I just lost my train of thought, but no, Israel didn't classify it as a war. And oh no,
It's okay, don't worry.
I
I'm
completely lost my
just
train of
checking.
thought.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go over to you, John. What have
Right,
you got?
guys. What's gonna happen
Oh
is
wait, I know it.
one second, Sarah. So what's gonna happen is Mario's gonna be joining the space. It may crash. In the hypothetical situation that it does crash, we're gonna restart the space immediately. So jump in, rejoin. The space will be back on, and
An
we'll have the same.
incursion
Okay.
into us.
Okay, I think Sarah's
I think
having
she can
difficulty
hear you.
listening.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, she can't hear me. I'll drop her down and I'll bring her back up. So if the space does crash, just join the next space. We'll start it immediately and we'll continue back with the conversation with the same panel. Sorry, John, you were
Yeah, thanks, Sully. Yeah, hopefully Mary doesn't disrupt. But John, go for it. John, can you hear me?
Yeah, I was muted.
Okay, I thought it was
We
Adam.
all,
Yeah, please. What do you want to share?
no, I like to reply to that. I mean, what could be viewed as criticism. I'll make the statement again that the biggest prediction of what we will see in a ground invasion into Gaza, especially based on previous Hamas capabilities, is both the 2014 incursion into Gaza and modern history of the evolution of the character.
John? Sorry, John, you broke up. I think someone might...
Okay, whilst John sorts that out, okay, he's resetting. So I just want to share something actually quite interesting.
I did remember what I wanted to say.
Okay.
If I could just finish
it. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. What I wanted to say is, from the military perspective, over all of these incursions, there has been tension between the military and the government. The military has wanted to basically retake Gaza every time they've gone back in, and the government has said, no, you need to pull back. We need to stop. We're going to do a ceasefire.
Sarah's breaking up as well. We've got 2 for 2 right now. Can you try again, Sarah? Try again.
Okay, I'll try again one more time. Okay, I'm just gonna talk. If it doesn't work, I'll try later. That there, from a military perspective, every time there has been an incursion, there has also been tension between the military and the government, where the military has wanted to basically retake Gaza or somehow reach an end game, and the government has pulled them back and said no. We need a negotiated solution. I'm not even sure, but it's kept the status quo. So I think that the fact that that tension no longer exists, that the military has carte blanche, we're really going to see an absolutely different game plan that cannot be compared not to anything, because from what I hear from soldiers, from Miss Aviv, from my environment, is Gaza will be razed. If Hamas gives themselves up, the people of Gaza will be fine. If Hamas takes it to the end, it goes to the end.
So Sarah, with your observation and the distinction that you've drawn, that this is wartime and the response should be commiserate and non-representative of past response, what then would you say to maybe an opposing point of view that considered the asymmetric total of deaths, both civilian and otherwise, that have happened in the past, and then if the response is then leveled up from what was already asymmetric in terms of death totals, how do you think that that works toward peace with the opposing point of view?
It doesn't. The opposing point of view is destroyed, and there is a winner and there is a loser. And whatever dialogue we all had in the past that we expected of Israel, this asymmetric war, I think Israel views itself as having withheld much of its strength, most of its strength, and made the efforts. And I'm not saying they were good or bad efforts, and I'm not putting judgment on it, and I'm not saying what they're doing now is good or bad, but I'm saying that, yes, it's asymmetric, and so Israel will win. And that's the only point of view that people really have.
So
Piotr, can you?
I thank you, Sarah, for your objectivity, or trying to be as reasonable as you can. I know what this is going to be making other people feel. But John, go ahead. Sorry for the technical glitch you had.
Yeah, sorry about that. No, I mean, I just don't agree as a student of war in general. Sarah's trying to make an argument that previous objectives in Israel's wars were not that were all constrained, and by constrain, especially in urban warfare, that is the constraint on the use of force. There is, even though this is war, even though this is in response to the evil, the bad things that was
just
conducted.
Jump in. Sorry, John. I want to break in with some rather important breaking news, to be honest.
All right, just let me finish though afterwards.
Yeah. We'll
words like evil are not helpful.
But I just wanted to share from the UN agency that's in Gaza that they've converted emergency shelters in Gaza with about 177,000 people that are seeking refuge. That's up from the 123 we saw the other day. That comes from Channel 11. There's also been an airstrike on Nusrat, and quite a few other explosions around southern Gaza. The IDF has published some interesting footage from the exchange of fire between Israeli troops of the 17th Battalion and 4 Palestinian fighters near the Zikim beach earlier today. The gunmen were tracked by the Magalan unit in the 52nd Armored Battalion. That comes from the Times of Israel reporter. And then the Israeli Army's home front asked the residents of the town of Tala on the border with Lebanon to leave. So there is quite a lot of activity. Oh, actually, I'll read this one just because it's U.S. Embassy in Beirut. U.S. citizens throughout the region should continue to take caution and avoid travel to the Lebanon-Israel border. So the U.S. isn't telling people to leave Lebanon completely, but to avoid some Lebanon. We recommend U.S. citizens enroll in the Smart Traveler Enrollment Program, or STEP, to receive alerts. So if you have anyone in Lebanon, maybe tell them about STEP. I can share that with anyone who is interested in that. And then actually, I might show footage.
Peter, you broke.
Yeah, sorry,
You
I
broke
was
up
I pressed on the video without intending to. There is a lot of demonstrations or like gatherings of people in Jordan on the situation. I'm not entirely sure. I can't find. Sorry, I'm trying to find what they're gathering. Okay, in the center of Amman, in support of Gaza. That comes from War Monitor. Yeah, so there's a few different updates. I don't know if Mario is going to join us soon. I think there may have been a couple of glitches because he was trying to join or is joining, so that maybe was why some people.
I have some breaking news actually.
Oh,
According
good
to
to see
Channel
you. Yes,
12,
yeah.
there is. Oh,
No,
sorry.
go ahead. It's good to see you.
Go ahead, Jonas.
According to Channel 12, there are estimations. They are quoting the cabinet sources from the cabinet that the war in Gaza may last months.
And Mario's just tweeted that the head of the Israeli Defense Ministry is that the same as the Israeli minister? I presume so. Said the army is moving to, quote, a full-fledged offensive against the Gaza Strip. That comes from RIA. So that kind of plays into what we were going around back and forth with before. Thanks, Eunice, for your update. I do want to be fair to John to let him finish his point, and then I see Ryan, a fellow member of the team, is up, so I might go over to him. But John?
Yeah, just to finish my comment, there is no historical precedence that says, despite the fact that this is a different objective than previous Gaza incursions, there's a ton of information that can predict the challenges, what Hamas capabilities will do, what the IDF will do, the geopolitical aspects. Nobody is saying, and I think it's unreasonable, even historically, to say because of this situation, because of the declaration of war, that Israel will not follow in the execution of a ground assault the law of war, and will raise the ground. Like, all those things aren't helpful, and actually there's nothing that says that is the prediction that it will be a Dresden style attack on Gaza. I strongly believe that is not the case, and there's no prediction of that, both past, present, or future, in the approach, even in war, that Israel will go that route.
No, that's fair. I appreciate that perspective. But Ryan, you are from sorry, what am I saying? You are with us now. Hope you had a good sleep. How are you? Well, anything
I'm
for
good,
us?
man. Thank you for having me, and shout out to the team who's doing such a fantastic job on the back end. I just want to remind you guys that we're waiting President Biden to come and give a speech, and shortly he's gotten off the phone for the 4th time now with Benjamin Netanyahu to discuss what the plans are for the next step. So we're awaiting that. I just want to remind you guys, and I just want to remind you guys also one more thing. Mario and his team are doing a fantastic job posting news on his page. If you're with us, I highly, highly suggest you guys turn on notifications. It's literally the fastest news source on X right now and the most accurate. Everything is being vetted, so I highly suggest you guys do that. Even if you guys aren't going to step away for a second, turn on notifications to jump in there.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I just wanted to also say, just personally, I know some of you are like, have I seen this? Have you seen that? I try and focus on managing the stage to make sure that we have a coherent conversation and it's flowing. And that's why the team behind the scenes are so integral with providing all the updates and getting us so then I can share them with you. So we try and balance, front end to back end. There's a lot of work going on behind running this room. So if it sometimes looks a bit messy, it's just because we're all human and trying to manage that. Patrick, I saw your hand raised. Did you want to add something?
And I'll be careful here because we're seeing some things that just they will provoke a reaction. And while I think under normal circumstances, I think Colonel Spencer is exactly right. If we keep seeing civilians and small children carted out in pieces, eventually there will be a reaction. At some point, the Americans just kind of shot the SS rather than take them prisoner. When we reached Dachau, we machine gun prisoners because they saw what they'd done. At some point, people just say, no, we're not going to deal with this. Screw this. We're not doing it. Just kill them.
Yeah.
And I am genuinely afraid that
the
things we're seeing come out of here are just absolutely horrific. And they're the kind of things that do generate that kind of response. They really are.
I appreciate that.
I have a bit of breaking news that has to do with John's previous point, although I think they're related to
go
this
ahead,
point
Noga.
as well.
Yeah.
IDF spokesperson is informing the public that a few very crowded, I'm missing a word again, compounds have been annihilated. Hamas was operating out of them, and he thought we wouldn't hurt them, and they're adding that the amount of injuries and deaths in the Gaza Strip is actually very, very low. Despite that, if you think about it, it makes sense. There have been more than 1,000 rocket attacks last night, and there are less than 800, or I think a little more than 8. That's less than one dead per
Some
rocket
breaking
or
news,
something
actually.
like that. But I think the point is, hang on. I think the point isn't.
Yeah, let's go to breaking
Sorry,
news.
Eunice, you got some breaking news.
Please stop for breaking
the
news.
IDF just published a statement. 2 Palestinian militants were killed in Ghaim, several kilometers away from Gaza.
Thank you, Eunice. And Noga, to your point, I understand that.
I think I know, but the point I was making is that the IDF has hit a few compounds Hamas thought were protected, and they're not. And not only were they hit, they were also hit with a relatively low death toll.
Okay. Well, thank you for sharing that point. I think what's going to be more important is when the Israelis, I guess, enter Gaza and they begin going into some of these buildings, if not completely.
Another breaking news, actually. In 15 minutes, there will be a heavy rocket barrage towards Israel because the PIJ just issued a picture showing the Tasi'at al-Baha, the 9th of Baha, which remarks like the 9 o'clock they will launch a lot of rockets.
Thank you. I think the other thing I just want to emphasize in all of this is that this is where information warfare is relevant. It's where one side is going to be saying certain things and the other side is saying certain things as well, right? What Patrick's telling us about the news, and now what Jonas is sharing with us, and Noga is saying as well. These are all parts that play into this complete and utter ambiguity that those of us who are not directly on the ground with our own eyes will be delivered with, right? Confronted with. So I'm trying to find the right words. I want to go over to Yol.
Should we go to Ronnie? Let's go to Ronnie now. He's been waiting.
Is Ronnie okay? I didn't know who Ronnie. Oh, is Ronnie? His name's Ronnie. Okay, hi Ronnie. What's up?
Hi. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
I'd like to start with an expression of solidarity with the hostages in Gaza. I'm talking about the 2.3 million hostages, including the Israeli ones. But the vast majority are Palestinians who are being bombarded, slaughtered at the moment as we speak. Men, women, and children, and elderly. This is, anyone who with a heart, let alone anyone with a heart and a brain, will understand that whatever atrocities you can see that took place in 48, also known as Israel, the part that was occupied in 48, all of those atrocities, as horrible as they are being belittled by what is happening right now in Gaza and what Gaza has to endure for the past 75 years.
I thought we were doing that.
So
I thought we weren't doing that as the current operation.
Well, Patrick kind of opened that front, didn't he?
no,
Yeah, but that's
no,
Yes,
No.
he did. He
guys.
almost
Like,
yeah.
cried
Let's
on
go
the
back to the
no,
news,
stage.
guys, stop. No, stop,
guys.
guys. Mario, do you want to go?
Yeah. I'm
Good to
just
see you,
back.
by the
Sorry.
way.
Yeah,
Thank
no,
you.
good to see you as well. I'm going to bring experts. Can you give us an update, Piotr? It's mainly for me. There's escalations on the Lebanon border by the looks of it.
Well, yeah, there's a heck of a load of shit going on. To be honest, sorry for the unprofessional language. Yeah, there's a lot going on. It's trying to keep track of it whilst also managing the talk is a lot. But yeah, the Lebanese border is. I just saw an update from the Spectator Index, which was summarising the losses. There's actually been 5 deaths on the Lebanese border. I'm not entirely sure if that includes the Hezbollah fighters that we talked about yesterday. I think it was 3 or 4 that you guys had confirmed with the team. But yeah, there's been some exchanges of strikes as well between the Israeli forces and again Hezbollah. But these are mainly airstrikes, so it's not clear exactly, whether this is going to escalate. I haven't seen any other news, interestingly,
I
about.
actually have. Sorry,
No,
I
just
have
let
some
me, if
breaking
I
news
can.
when you have a second.
Okay. Well, if it's really breaking, then share it. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Yeah, there's another report about armored battalion in Zikim. They identified 4 armed. What are we calling them now? 4 armed Hamas operatives.
Video. It's from 3 hours ago. The 4 militants
No,
that were
it's
killed in Zikim. No. It's 3 old. Let me tell you, I'm giving you verified information. It's 3. But the IDF just came with a statement.
Has there been Yunus quickly? Yunus and Noga. Has there been any recent incursions today from the Gaza side into Israel? Because I know yesterday, before I went to bed, the Israeli territory, or at least Israel announced the Israeli territory had no more Hamas members within it. But is there any incursions since? Because they've also put tanks around. They've put tanks around Gaza, and they've created what they called an iron wall. So I'm not sure of how successful that's been.
Well, the 4 infiltrators that we're talking about in Zikim, is that what you're talking about, Yunus? Because the IDF just came out with it. The timestamp is 8:43.
It's an old thing. First, they came out in the Rashid bit, but now the IDF also came with it.
Okay, so this is the last one we know of, but I thought it was a new one.
No, this is not the last one. The last one was actually just 15 minutes ago, from the Yadaot 14, about the 2 militants that were killed in Raim, where the party happened. 2 militants.
Oh no, actually, that one I know from a couple of hours ago, which is
okay.
why.
So guys, so the question. So I think the timing.
So
I
think to answer your question is that it's still happening, but it's dripping. We're seeing less and less forces. We're seeing they're spread apart, both in terms of geography and in terms of time. So I'm not sure these are incursions. These can still be leftovers from the original one. These could also be more recent ones, but they're clearly not as large in number or in intensity.
And in terms of rockets from Israel, so it's like more of a recap for the last 8 hours, or today. Rockets from Israel towards Gaza, has that diminished significantly? Because what we saw yesterday as well.
Not really. No, I mean, it's
they've escalated it.
Well, no, I don't say it's escalated. I just think it's sort of at a level, right? There was a video, I think, Sint Technical shared, and it was, I think I shared it on my profile, but there was it was like a 30-second clip sped up, or 2-minute clip sped up, and it's like you can see the number of strikes that are going, but I don't know how much it varies. I mean, I would need to speak. I think we need to speak to someone who has that. If for us or one of the others was here, they can speak to just that sort of thing. But for me, I feel like Israel reaches a certain level and they strike in waves, and then they take a break and then they strike again. I'm not entirely. I think it also depends on the targets, but I'm not entirely sure about all of that.
In terms of targets, the more the targets are places like schools, you would wait for night to attack them because you want to make sure that there's little people as possible.
So striking in the evening.
Piotr, I'm sorry, Piotr. I got breaking news. I'm very sorry.
No, go ahead.
Israeli media about the army. We are on maximum alert on all fronts. We will respond to any event in the north. That's one. Another one is we have 2 goals set. This is from Netanyahu. We have 2 goals set. A, liberating the hostages. B, dealing with strong blows to Hamas and creating a new reality in Giza. That is terrifying.
I actually also have some breaking news, but this is a very interesting one, and if you want, you can discuss about this. Israeli military the IDF top spokesman Daniel Hagari just said that the top priority for this operation or war is to kill the senior Hamas members. With this also include Yahya Sinwar and Mohammed Def. Mohammed Def has been wanted since 1993, and since then they have trying to kill him, but they haven't reached this stage yet.
Sorry, this is not news. It was announced 2 days ago when the war was.
No, this is a news statement by the IDF top spokesman. This is my source is Manuel.
No, it's fine. It's just repeating the original government statement.
So that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. So it's good to refresh. Eunice, how are the strikes on Gaza as well? It would be good to get an update on that front. Has that escalated? Because it also quieted down yesterday. Has it escalated again?
No, now it's calm from an hour ago. But you don't know.
How about daytime? How about daytime, morning to the afternoon?
Daytime, it's not that scary as night hours, because it's more convenient for the Israelis to bomb during night hours, because then you don't have a lot of people going on around in the streets. So yeah.
No, I appreciate it. Cool. That's a good update. Has there been any new rhetoric from any of the sides that is surprising? Anything from Hezbollah, from Iran? That
Well, the
would be out of the
Iranian
ordinary?
thing this morning, I can quickly amount to that or attest to that the Khamenei has, he said that Iran is not directly involved. And again, is it a double bluff? Is Iran planning to do something, not with militants on the ground or military on the ground, but that, and Suleiman, is also wanting to say that, that we still don't know the extent to the, if any at all Israel is involved. But, others will argue that it's because they've had this long-standing relationship with both groups that it's going to be evident that they had this, and the Washington Post came out with an article that was similar in sort of what the WSJ, I think you posted it, Mario, on the on that dynamics that the Wall Street Journal shared on Sunday as well. So there is, it's, as I say, one of the broader themes from this whole thing over the next, I think, several weeks, aside from what happens in real time, is the extent to which Iran was involved. I'm still wondering whether or not the US will respond with more sanctions or something like that. There is a possibility that the Europeans could follow in designating the IRGC as a terrorist group, because they haven't. But I don't really see what difference that would make to those who are directly affected in both, in the whole Israel-Palestine situation. So that's a little bit of a perspective from Iran, but they've been quite, restrained in terms of their overall rhetoric compared to other things that you can see them talking about. But yeah, I'll pass back to you.
Sorry, there are parts of the IRGC that are considered terrorist organizations, not
There's
the
a breaking
entirety.
news. There
Yeah,
actually green
no, also in no, not in the EU, but in a few countries like France, and there has been discussion. This could push them beyond the edge theoretically. It's not out of the realm of possibility for this to happen.
But Norga, what difference would that do in this specific context of Israel and Hamas?
I think in terms of choosing sides, the European Union has been reluctant to do it for many reasons. This could be what clinches us over the edge. And you have to think geostrategically. We've been looking at the world sort of slowly growing, I don't want to say apart, definitely, but slowly growing back into camps. And those camps have been sort of amorphic. It could be something that galvanizes the Western camp back into something that says, this is something we're not going to tolerate. Would be interesting to see if that is the case. I don't know if I'm optimistic about it, but it could be a game changer, not just for Israel in this situation, but for geopolitics.
Yeah, the geopolitics is more my wheelhouse. So
there is aerial airstrikes going on in northern Gaza Strip. Some people are saying that it's a fire belt. This is
that came. The IDF spokesman just said now, and Ryan will be posting it if you want to read it. But we will not stop the effort to eliminate senior Hamas officials. This is a top priority.
He says troops are still scanning for terrorists in southern Israel. I'm just reading the IDF spokesperson's statement. After the initial Hamas invasion on Saturday morning, the directive of the forces to the forces is clear: find terrorists and destroy them. That's from Hagari. Hagari also says the bodies of 103 terrorists were found in kibbutz Be'eri alone after they were killed in clashes with troops. More than 100 Israelis were murdered by the terrorists in the kibbutz. So that's from the Times of Israel, from a reporter from the Times of Israel. And I do, by the way, we do have Shane, and we have also Mike that will be coming up shortly. Who's, I'm not sure if Mike's on the stage already, but Shane and Mike are on the ground. Eden, I'll bring you up.
Is Mike back? Oh, he was great
Yeah,
yesterday. Yeah, Mike
So
was great.
Eden, I'll bring you up in a bit. We just want to bring up Mike because we've been trying to bring up for a while. He's a Palestinian reporter who's been very, very. He's a political. He studied political studies as well. So
Yeah, he was very well
he's been
informed and
great. Yeah,
reasonable
exactly.
in his take. He was very reasonable. Sorry, Mary.
And has there been any, guys, has there been any incursions, sorry, not incursions, has there been any updates on when the incursion is expected? Or has there been any indication that maybe the incursion will never happen? I'm not sure if...
For what? For into Gaza?
Incursion by, for Israeli attack on Gaza, ground invasion or
Yeah,
ground
it's a
attack, ground
full-fledged,
operation.
they announced it like quite recently that it's a full-fledged, the head of the Israeli ministry, I think there's literally about 5 minutes before you join, it's a full-fledged invasion or offensive or incursion, whatever word you prefer to use. So yeah, this is the Israelis are not messing around, and as I say, it's gonna concern many people like myself what this means for the for the situation and those in Gaza. But yeah, I just also wanted to say, actually, Mary, would you be interested in? I've reached out to a couple of people. If you want me to grab I've got a good friend, journalist in Israel, and I've also got an Iranian expert, both who I think could join. Would you like that, or would you prefer?
Yeah, absolutely. I want more first focus obviously on the news as soon as it comes in, and then just analysis of what could happen next, what we would expect. That's like really the thing I want to focus on the most. And what I'm really curious on is whether the clashes we're seeing on the border between Lebanon and Israel, whether this, because the rockets are still within that region where it's not a full-fledged war. And obviously, if it was a war, would be very different landscape there. All the attacks from the Lebanese side have been on the occupied territory, the Golan Heights territory. And then the Israeli strikes back have been pretty strategic on the Hezbollah positions. So it has been, still seems like a tit for tat and no full involvement from Hezbollah. Is that a fair assessment?
Sorry, could you repeat that last bit?
The clashes between the Hezbollah and Israel has been more of a tit for tat and hasn't been.
Yeah, it's actually. I'm glad John and Patrick are up here. I've got a quick question. Guys, could you explain a little bit about the rules of engagement in what's happening between Hezbollah and Israel, like in terms of striking one site and then they respond proportionally and so on? If I'm making sense.
Yeah, you said Hezbollah in Israel. It's talking about the cross-border.
Yeah, just like rules of engagement, how that works in military, jargon.
Well, rules of engagement are separate than the laws of war. Rules of engagement are really from a military to its subordinate units, tactical units. It can be mission dependent. So basically, when they can respond to, you always have the right of self-defense. So like a frontline military unit gets attacked, whether it's a guard post or whatever, always has the right to response. But the rules of engagement will then further detail what can be used, like what type of response can be given, and then if this, then that. That's what rules of engagement are. So, from a geopolitical stance of a cross-border incursions like this, like a rocket launches, that's not necessarily a rule of engagement. That's kind of a graduated response matrix. If this happens, then
a graduated response?
Yes.
Sorry. Okay, I've never heard that term in my. Okay.
Right. So that's which is all the rules of engagement will tie to a law of war, right? Proportionality, right? So if a unnamed entity in Lebanon launches a rocket into Israel, a graduated response is not then to bomb Beirut, right? So it's to respond to eliminate the threat. This is the issue, right? What we have on the border, right? Is who is that approved? is it state, non-state, different factions like that. So it's complex, but hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's interesting. Jeff, I saw you joined. Do you have anything you add to that? I saw you hang up.
No, he's nuts on it, man. It's graduated responses are really, really important, right? I mean, you can't you just can't launch a nuke because someone fired an M9 at an individual, and that's obviously the most grotesque example of the failure of measured response, or graduated response. But yeah, John hit it on the head.
Okay, interesting. The graduated response. I'm going to look into this. I've never seen it in military. Typically refers to a concept related to the use of force or military action. It suggests that the response to a threat or provocation should be proportionate and escalate gradually depending on the severity of the threat or the situation at hand. The goal is to use the minimum necessary force to achieve the desired outcome while avoiding unnecessary escalation. Interesting. Okay, I've done a really bad
By the way,
job
Piotr, one thing I want to point out is usually graduated or measured responses are actually dictated in your rules of engagement from within your own leadership. It's not something that is a law of armed conflict or Geneva Convention. So these are things that like general officers would set out in rules of engagement that are handed down to subordinate units.
Okay,
Guys,
thank
real
you for
quick,
that.
I have a comment from Biden actually that just came in through Al Jazeera saying, I've discussed with Netanyahu coordination to support Israel, repress aggressor parties, and protect the innocent. That's a quote, by the way, that I'm reading. I also have another thing that came in from Al Qassam, which says, we targeted the settlement of Western Galilee, Galilee, with concentrated missile strikes from southern Lebanon. That's from Al Jazeera.
Thank you. Ziriga?
Yes, comment about the escalation ladder and what Sarah said as well, because I do tend to agree with John that earlier Sarah saying, it's going to be total annihilation of Gaza, and this is the sentiment, and just that's her interpretation without taking any sides. But at the same time, I have to say that she does have a point. Like they may take it too far, to the point where it becomes a regional war. And I just want to discuss what happens next after that, because so far we've just said, oh, it's going to lead to the annihilation of Gaza, but we haven't really discussed how it will affect Israel. So what will happen, in my view, is that Hezbollah will destroy all of the airfields of Israel to prevent them from launching their aircrafts and bombing. They may even launch ballistic missiles at Tel Aviv and Dimona. If Iran is involved, there's going to be mass hysteria. People will try to escape the country, especially as we know.
I have some breaking news.
Sure, go ahead.
Actually, there are sirens going on in Ashkelon, and the PIJ just issued a statement that they're firing at Tel Aviv, but the sirens haven't been on in Tel Aviv yet.
Okay, thank you. We'll monitor that. John?
No, I mean, Sarah Girl was finishing her statement. I agree that the response, even within proportionality and the law of war, Israel has to make multiple decisions on if this, then that. That's war. That's the geopolitical. That's your area. I agree with her, but I didn't want to interrupt her.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. It's nice when we can acknowledge the points of others like that. Okay, I see Mike's joined us, and also we've got a couple new voices. I think Michael, good to have you with us, and also Shane. So I don't know if you guys wanted to jump in with anything. I don't see any of you with your hands raised. So maybe Shane, will go to you.
Yep, would love to jump in. Thank you. Just a quick update on some stats. Over 1,800 killed combined. In Israel, over 1,000 killed, 2,700 injured. Gaza, 830 killed, at least 4,000 injured. Also, I'm working directly with groups on the ground to get families in and out of Israel. So like people who want to get in to be with their family and out. So if anyone needs that help, can also help there. And have boots on the ground with live updates here. So I'll chime in as I get them.
Thank you very much. That's very, very much appreciated. Michael, first time, I think it's for you. Do you have anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, one thing I would flag really quickly.
Sorry, Michael. Sorry, Mike. Too many. Mike.
No, no
Mike.
worries.
No, we'll go to Michael and then Mike, because Mike, I'm sure you've got some other things to add. But go ahead, Michael.
One thing I'll throw in really quick, as a career intelligence officer, this is not really my area of expertise, but one thing to watch is also the U.S. House of Representatives, which is trying to pick a new Speaker of the House, following obviously the ouster of Kevin McCarthy. And if that process gets bogged down for any reason, or there are, there's an inability to come to a consensus, that does have national security implications for the way that our system is run in the U.S. And I think that's very important, given how quickly things are developing, obviously, with U.S. assets flooding into the region. We talked a lot, last night about the carrier strike groups headed that way. It looks like 2 of them now. And the IDF spokesman, late last night also mentioning, that U.S. air and naval assets would, will assist, was the quote that he gave. Should we see an expansion of the fighting across other fronts. So that's important, though, that speaker election, because the way our system works, we fund basically everything we do through the House of Representatives, and even emergency funding, a lot of which has been depleted, obviously, through what's called the Presidential Drawdown Authority, which allows the State Department and the Department of Defense to use basically unvouchered, money for emergencies, has really been diminished due to the war in Ukraine. So I would keep an eye on any delays with the speaker vote that I believe is scheduled for tomorrow night. Again, not from a political perspective, but from a national security perspective.
I think that's a really good point that hasn't been mentioned enough, actually, if at all. I read one interesting, a bit speculative, but sort of, did Hamas decide to launch this assault because the US had lost its speaker and was even more sort of in a difficult position, as well as Israel's domestic situation, right? Was there just a prime opportunity to sort of catch both off guard with their...
I don't think that's true, but I do think that it's kind of a coincidence that just altogether complicates everything, right? So definitely something to keep an eye on for that vote.
No, absolutely, and I'm not saying it is. I'm just positing the idea. But I see we've been joined by Justin, but I want to go over to Mike first, and then as Justin, we can circle to you. How are you doing, Mike? Are you all right? How are you managing?
All good, thank you. Thanks for having me. I just wanted to like a quick correction. It was 849 killed in Gaza so far, not 830. And I think Ryan's latest share was keeping everybody up to date on the news that are happening right now. And yes, there are some rockets coming out of Gaza to the nearby settlements by the Gaza Strip. That's basically it. Oh, and there is clashes in the city of Jenin in the West Bank and Tul Kerem, and there are more than 12 casualties, basically injured within live ammunition. If you guys want to ask me any questions, I'm more than happy to answer, and I'll be hanging here for.
Well, what's that? We were trying to gather Mon and Mario's questions from earlier was about the extent to which the airstrikes in Gaza have changed. Is that something? Have they increased? Have they lowered? Has it sort of relatively been the same? I got the sense it wasn't sort of too much different from late last night. Could you enlighten us?
To be honest with you, this is generally speaking, the aggression in general is the roughest since 2014. So this is an extremely brutal situation for the people in Gaza with the bombardment. Israel is using phosphorus, which is a chemical that is banned internationally by international organizations during war times. Some neighborhoods are wiped out, like nothing is left over there. A lot of children that are being basically not rescued, like they're grabbing their bodies under the rubble. So I would say, as we're speaking right now, the airstrikes are still continuing, but to compare it to the earlier hours or last night, I think I think you mentioned it yesterday, Piotr, or somebody mentioned it on this panel. like Jerusalem time from 8 p.m. until 3 a.m. we always see a relative calmness within like airstriking. Like airstriking is still continuing, but it's not as heavy as it continues past 3 a.m. and pre 8 p.m.
Okay, thank you for that. I've heard mixed reports about the phosphorus, which Patrick, I think, told us is not right under international humanitarian law. But Israel isn't a signatory to that, if I remember correctly. You said that, Patrick.
Yeah, it's Protocol 3 of the Convention on certain conventional weapons. They have not signed the incendiary protocol, which is Protocol 3.
I have someone sending me some information about the pictures. I don't want to say anything before I see the information, but they're claiming that the pictures are not actually showing white phosphorus. Nor is there actually any evidence for its use other than the picture. So I'd be very careful about
There
I
is
have
a
a
this
video.
for
video.
There's a
now.
video of it.
Yes, I
There's
know you
videos in
have a
Karama.
video that says
Residents
white
reported that.
phosphorus on it. You have a
Yes,
video
we
of
do.
shooting of something that you assume is white
No,
phosphorus.
honey, it's
I'm
white
waiting for the
phosphorus.
Maybe
information.
so. A
I'm a
white
chemistry
node.
Okay, so
I'm
student.
guys,
waiting for
there's a few different videos going around. Someone told me that it looked like it was white Willie Pete, but then I clarified that that's the same thing. So I mean, it's not clear. Noga, I would appreciate if you could go back and verify that. And then, you know, if it is absolutely the case, then we have the answer. But at the moment, you know, we're going to go round on this merry-go-round.
For sure, it's the same discussion we've been having, isn't it? Like whenever you get any type of evidence, we don't have certain evidence at the moment about a lot of things, but we've got the video there anyway.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I understand the difficulty with this. John,
by the way, since we're talking about videos, I've actually listened to the one that Syrian girl put up earlier that brought up the discussion. And the video goes, "Oh, do you have weapons with you? Do you know where the shooting is coming from? Get behind me. I got you." That's what their officers are saying in Hebrew. So, and I'm not even going to go into the fact that we have butchered children all over Israel and that arguing that
We
this is
don't
the
have videos
crossfire
of
was
the
ridiculous.
children, and
okay,
also
guys,
you
we're
said
going
that the
around
video.
again.
No.
I specifically asked.
Hang on. I just translated what they
Okay,
said
well,
in
I
the
would
video.
appreciate it if you could take
It's a
that directly
rescue
to Syria,
mission.
girl. Okay, bringing out these things, as much as I get it, is not going to help matters because we're just going to start all over again, and it was not
Okay,
exactly
fine.
easy before.
I just wanted to mention it, but there's another thing. There was an interesting analysis from Syria Girl about Hamas. What was it? It was attacking Israeli ability to launch from the
I
air or
said
something like that.
Hezbollah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I missed that. But I will note that arguing that Israelis will try to run away is a gross
It's
misunderstanding
already
of the way
happening.
Israeli society works, is a gross misunderstanding
They've
of the
been
way Israeli society
airlifted to
works, because
Poland.
what's being airlifted to Holland is people who actually live in Holland. But my point is that there's an IDF message from a few moments ago saying that we're bolstering Kitot Konenut. I don't know if we've discussed it in the space or not. These are, I guess, individual cities and villages protection units. They're basically the first line of defense. And what's going on in Israel right now is that all of them are being expanded and rearmed. So what's going to actually happen, I know Syrian girl really wants Israelis to run away, but what
It's just a
usually happens
fact
when
of
you
what's
piss
going to
us
happen.
off is that it's not a fact of what's going to happen. It's its best wishful thinking.
It's just my
But my point is
analysis.
that since we're talking, it's a bad analysis. And my point
That
is
is
that
your
what's
opinion.
really happening is,
Guys,
yes,
again.
it is. And what's really happening in Israel right now is that Israelis are armed. We have a few convoys, airplane convoys that are flying in with people who are coming back from all over the world to recruit. There's actually a line of people waiting to be flown in, to be recruited. A lot of support that has to do with medical staff. Israel's population has grown significantly in the past 24 hours, and all of it is
What do you
being
mean it's grown
rearmed.
significantly in the past
I
24
mean,
hours?
a lot of Israelis who were either living
You
abroad
mean Jewish
or
people who are living abroad?
No, I mean Israelis who were living abroad,
So,
because you can't join the army just because you're Jewish. Come on. I mean
wait,
Israelis
Yes,
who
you
are.
can join the army
the
if you
That's
you're
actually
population
Jewish.
not
of
true. I
Israel
can
is
pull that
about
up
No,
if
you
someone
10
can't
wants.
million.
join the army in the middle
And
of a
then,
war
hang
if you're
on,
a Jew that's just coming in from the US.
Noga, take a breath, like Christ. Like, so you're saying that of the 10 million in Israel, more or less, that you're now we're seeing a sizable growth in what,
I don't know how
tens of
many.
thousands? Like, what? Be specific, because you're
I
making a
don't
lot of
I don't know how many. I
claims.
know there are a few planes flying in, and they keep on coming, of people who are flying back in to be recruited. We actually don't have room in the army for all of them, but we'll see how that goes.
Right.
So
Okay.
I'm just saying that the analysis that the Israelis are going to run away because Hezbollah is attacking them is
Well, no, I
slightly
think that's
on
pretty
the.
evident that's not the case. I mean, we've seen the
Uh,
car
but you
footage, the
didn't
footage of
mention that when
cars, and
Syria Girl was making the analysis, so I'm very, very glad that you're
well, no,
mentioning it
because
now.
there's hardly a chance to get in because someone says something and then another one says something else and then off we go
Okay,
again.
so
So,
it was
like,
important for me to
Answer to
mention.
all of this
chill,
stuff,
guys.
these
Like, seriously,
No,
just take a
no. How
sip.
about you don't?
How about we just stop? Like, ay, ay, ay. Okay, John, go ahead. You're on your mouth. Sorry, I muted everyone just for a second.
Oh, sorry. Are we going to Syrian Girl to let her respond? Go ahead, Syrian Girl.
We're going to go round and round again, Suleiman, if you want to do that.
Okay, so it's a
Okay,
20 minute
Okay, I
monologue
don't.
by
I'll
Noga.
just make it
But
very
anyway,
quick.
go ahead, John.
Syria girl, you can have a response, and then I want to go to John Spencer. Okay.
Look, I apologize if I'm making you emotional, but the video of the white phosphorus, as a chemist, I can tell you it is white phosphorus. I have a degree in chemistry. Please watch the videos, guys, just to see it with your
I have
own eyes.
breaking news. I have very breaking news right now. 2 Palestinians were killed in Jenin after
Where's
shooting
that?
at the Gulboa. Jenin is a city in the West Bank, northern
Oh,
West
it's in
Bank.
West Bank. What's the death toll has now? That's now what,
That's
21?
I think 21.
Yeah, 21. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, Syria girl.
And
I still
just a
think it's
question
difficult
about.
to.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
No, it's okay. I still think it's difficult to verify, even if you have a degree in chemistry, whether or not it's a certain thing. Anyway.
It's phosphor.
Okay. Anyway,
that's
so
what I
let's
wanted
go
to
to
talk
John,
about,
and then I want to
Piotr.
go back to some breaking
I
news as
don't
well.
think that it snows in Gaza in October, especially it's the coastal area. But yeah,
Okay,
we can call it.
All right, John, go for it, and then I'm going to draw a line under this exchange.
Sure. I'll just say, as a researcher in war, oftentimes it is white phosphorus, thermite, or thermobaric, none of which are illegal in war. None of those weapons are illegal in war, especially white phosphorus, which is a smoking device, a incendiary device. So that's the issue that I've always seen in publicity. Like, whoever uses white phosphorus at this moment, it is the laws of war on proportionality and military necessity, all these things. White phosphorus in general is a very regularly used weapon in war.
I'm
Mortar
gonna have
rounds
to
are.
interject on that one.
Yeah,
Look,
go ahead.
there's 2 ways it can be. If it is used for lighting up the sky, technically it's not illegal. But if it's used on civilians, then it is illegal. That is the case.
Any weapon used on civilians is illegal. White
Well, sorry, I mean if
phosphorus.
it's used on human beings, including
That's not
military
true.
targets,
I mean, a very
that's true.
common look. I was a mortarman. A very common tactic is to shake. They call it shake and bake. White phosphorus and HE on troops and equipment in the open. It is not illegal. It is a military
I
against a
have
military
breaking
target.
news. I have breaking news. This is more important. There
Thank
is
you.
gunfire exchange currently occurring in Zakim between Palestinian militants and Israeli military. As well, there has been a suspicion of an aircraft intrusion over Be'er Ghanim and its son, like in northern Israel, southern Lebanon.
I've got some very pertinent news. EU officials are warning Musk of illegal, quote, disinformation on X. Oh boy. I'm just going to read this out because since we're actually on this platform, EU Commissioner Thierry Breton has warned Elon Musk that his X platform, formerly known, has allowed, quote, illegal content and disinformation to proliferate, according to a letter seen by AFP. The letter said, concerns had heightened amid the ongoing escalation following the attacks against Israel and the ongoing bombardment. It demanded must respond to the complaint and contact relevant law enforcement authorities. Quote, okay, within 24 hours. X had previously said it was trying to take action on the flood of posts related to the situation, saying it was treating it with the platform's highest level response. Nevertheless, the watchdog groups have said misinformation related to the conflict has abounded on the platform. I would point out that a lot of European nations are obviously very staunchly on the side of Israel. So there may be an element to which side they're talking about. But yeah, that's some interesting news there. Israel has also refused Palestine's request to allow aid into Gaza. That comes from PLO official. Israel refused a Palestinian request to allow food supplies into Gaza. We urgently requested that food and medical supplies, but Israel refused. Hussein al-Sheikh said, "We call on humanitarian organizations and the international community to intervene to stop the assault and allow aid as the Strip faces a big humanitarian catastrophe." What else do we have? Okay, the International Criminal Court. We collect information about the current Palestinian-Israeli conflict. That's from Al Arabia. Is that a news? I guess it must be. The Emir.
Yes, it is a Saudi channel. It's owned by.
It is. It's actually not a bad one.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm learning so much today. The Emir of the State of Qatar makes a phone call with the Egyptian president. Oh, okay. Wow, that's the third country Qatar's been in touch with, I think. US, Russia, I believe, was another one. Discussing developments in the situation in the Palestinian area. Samaria now. Two terrorists opened fire towards the Gilboa crossing and were killed by our forces. Sorry, I mispronounced that word. In the farm, 5 of them tried to run over our forces. In the fighters returned fire and they escaped. That comes from Channel 14. Hamas is also claiming launches of rockets from southern Lebanon towards Israel. That's from Sky News. And
well, that's a positive thing in one way, because it's Hamas is taking responsibility, not Hezbollah. So I just wanted to mention that.
That is a good point. I'm sort of just reeling. Yeah, I mean, the northern Israeli border with Lebanon, I just don't know really what to make of that. I think we're going to see a decisive direction of whether that continues at this sort of tit for tat versus it changes. Yeah, I don't think that will change until really the ground offensive starts. Yeah, I will share that as well, Mary. Let's get over to a couple of other voices. James, I see you've joined us. Mary,
yeah, I'd love to get James and Shane to speak. Shane is so maybe go Shane first and then James right after. And by the way, James, you feel free to put your hand up whenever you want to speak as well, so we can see it on the stage. Easier than DMs. But Shane, you said to me privately, and whoever's clapping, please stop. Shane, you were speaking to people on the ground, and so would love to get some more context directly from those people you're speaking to.
Yeah, absolutely. And what I was mentioning to you is I'm working with a group right now. So, and if anyone needs help, feel free to reach out, of getting families who are stuck in Israel out, and people who want to get in. And we have jets chartered, and we have groups ready to help civilians get out of turmoil. So that's what I wanted to articulate. Let me circle back with some live updates, because I'm actually having a call with a friend who's a chief of cyber in the IDF. So I'll have some more updates soon. Just need maybe 10 minutes.
Yeah, Channel 14, Israeli Channel 14 is reporting that there is very heavy armed confrontations going on between Palestinian militants and Israeli military in the beach of Ashkelon. So this is a bit new, because this is not in Zikim. Zikim is just southern Ashkelon.
Okay, so that's on the beach. So that's on the Israeli territory, correct?
Yes, this is reported by Khalil Biton Ghozem.
In the Gaza border, near the Gaza border.
Inside Israel territory, yes.
Can I just check, Mary, was I the first to tell you about the X and Musk news story?
Yeah, so I don't know if it's a new one or one that we've seen before, because he's always having issues. But yeah, that's the first I hear of it. Didn't it just come out?
Yeah, it came out about 5 minutes ago from Al Jazeera.
There's an update right now.
Group as well.
There's an update right now from the scene. Ashkelon Beach Regional Council spokesman. Clashes of police and military forces with the Palestinian militants in the Qatsa area. At least one militant was on the scene. The incident continued, according to Evrim Barim.
I've sent you, Eunice. I've sent you through my WhatsApp as well because you seem to have a lot of breaking news. So we add you to our back channels just to keep sharing the news. I do want to go to James until Shane can share more information. James, are you there? Oh, I think he dropped out. Let's go to Mike. Mike, how are you, man? It's been a while.
Good, Maya. Thank you. I just wanted, since we're on topic, I just wanted to ask Shane a quick question about the organization he mentioned. Does it help Palestinian Americans in the West Bank or Gaza, or is it only inclusive to Americans in Israel?
I mean, this
Shane,
is just
that
like
question
this is
was
like a non-for-profit group of like people who just want to help everyone. This isn't a formal organization. This is a bunch of friends, both Arab and Palestinian and Jewish, trying to just get innocent civilians out of the area. I don't know how much success they've had thus far. I know they've been
Ryan, we got
speaking
Ryan.
right
We
now.
got yeah. Ryan, are you able to stream Biden speaking?
Mario, no, I crashed. Let's get Nick up here, please.
Nick, Nick, if you're there, can you please request? Or Jeff, are you able? Jeff, can you send me the link on WhatsApp?
I would play it, but mine was crap
Or
last
Twitter.
time.
Yeah, just Jeff, just send it to me on Twitter, the link to it. Or Ryan, send it to me on WhatsApp.
Mario, the link is in the chat right now. We just dropped it in.
All right, thanks. Let me play it now. Which chat, bro? Can you send it to me via DM, please?
Just sent it to you directly.
Thank you. Let me play it now.
Sorry, mine's on TV.
And held hostage. Hostages whom Hamas has now threatened to execute in violation of every code of human morality. It's abhorrent. The brutality of Hamas, his bloodthirstiness brings to mind the worst rampages of ISIS. This is terrorism. But sadly, for the Jewish people, it's not new. This attack has brought to the surface painful memories and the scars left by a millennia of anti-Semitism and genocide of the Jewish people. So in this moment, we must be crystal clear. We stand with Israel. We stand with Israel. And we will make sure Israel has what it needs to take care of its citizens, defend itself, and respond to this attack. There's no justification for terrorism. There's no excuse. Hamas does not stand for the Palestinian people's right to dignity and self-determination. Its stated purpose is the annihilation of the state of Israel and the murder of Jewish people. They use Palestinian civilians as human shields. Hamas offers nothing but terror and bloodshed with no regard to who pays the price. The loss of innocent life is heartbreaking. Like every nation in the world, Israel has the right to respond, indeed has a duty to respond to these vicious attacks. I just got off the phone with a third call with Prime Minister Netanyahu, and I told him the United States experience what Israel is experiencing, our response would be swift, decisive, and overwhelming. We also discussed how democracies like Israel and the United States are stronger and more secure when we act according to the rule of law. Terrorists purposely target civilians, kill them.
I think I think it's better to just continue. I've got the team writing the key points instead of listening to it because a lot of it is just generic statements you'd expect. But we did say so some key points, and we'll read the key points. I think it's better because the team is writing the things that matter. Hamas has set a goal of killing Jews. Hamas's thirst for blood is similar to what ISIS did. There are many families in Israel desperately waiting for news about their relatives. I will make sure Israel has what it needs to defend itself. So this is these are the statements that matter. This particular one there, for example. We stand by Israel and support it. Hamas uses citizens as human shields. I told Netanyahu that as Israel's response must be decisive. We also have the Israeli Twitter account in the meantime replied to Khamenei on Twitter. That's interesting.
Did he actually? What did he say?
Yeah, check the breaking news group. Yeah. So check the is it a parody account?
No, it's an account with people who have a great sense of humor.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, so that's just a reply by Israeli X account, Twitter account to Khamenei, and it's been confirmed as a real one. Um, so I assured Netanyahu of our solidarity with Israel. So these are the statements so far. I'll keep mentioning the key ones as Biden continues to speak. I thought I wouldn't bore everyone with the
I have
entire
some
speech.
updates here.
Yeah,
Well,
go ahead, man.
I just reported about Channel 14 and the killing of 2 Palestinians in Jenin. I just contacted the some medical sources at the hospital. Both are in serious injury, but they're stable. So yeah, the Channel 14 lied.
I appreciate it.
Wait, they're not dead?
No, they're not dead.
Thank God.
They shot at the taxi, by the way.
So I'll go back to the statements now made by Biden so far. U.S. surging additional military assistance, including ammunition and interceptors, to replenish Iron Dome. So you can see and we've read a lot of these statements before, a lot of these updates before. We knew that Israel requested supplies for Iron Dome a couple of days ago, I think even 3 days ago now. We will remain united in our support for Israelis who have lost their loved ones. So a lot of it is just statements in support of Israel. And then the key points from my end, from my end, is the confirming the supplying military assistance for the Iron Dome, and I will make sure Israel has what it needs to defend itself. So these are kind of expected, but probably the key points so far.
There's a new update as well right now. According to the Ashkelon Regional Council, the clashes are taking place near the Trans-Israel pipeline junction, according to the Regional Council spokesman.
We have more statements here. There are American citizens among the Hamas prisoners, and I directed my team to coordinate with Israel to release them. I will ask Congress to take urgent action to help Israel. We stand ready to approve additional assets as needed.
So Mario,
I directed the aircraft carrier Gerald Ford to move to support our naval presence in the region. We'd just love some. I'll keep reading the statements, but on what we've heard so far, would love some analysis. Michael, maybe you can go on that one. And
Mario, just to say, I've
Piotr.
actually posted the official letter from Thierry Breton to Musk in the group. All right, I've just found it on Twitter.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Yeah, Michael, what are your thoughts on the statement so far? There's nothing else important.
Yeah, I think all of that is to be expected, right? I mean, pretty boilerplate. I think the big question, though, is what U.S. assistance is this administration comfortable providing, and how quickly can they get it in the region? And then once it's there, I think from a military analysis perspective and from an intelligence perspective, what are the sorties? What are the mission profiles? Is this mostly intended, I would imagine, as a signaling exercise sort of up front to say, look, this is a show of force. That tends to be what we do with our carrier strike groups in a crisis like this. But I think beyond that, the bigger question is, again, what sorts of missions we could see the various naval aviation assets that are part of both of these carrier groups doing. Are they going to be performing targeting assistance that they'll provide to the IDF? Are they going to be providing electronic warfare support, monitoring, emissions from the battlefield, right? Whether that's radios or other things like that to generate, actionable intelligence. Will ground forces?
Right, guys. Just to
be
update.
provided?
Turkish President Erdogan has just posted on Twitter, and he said the following: Gaza is not supplied with water. There is no electricity. There is no electricity. It is not provided. We don't know what the conditions of the hospital is, whether they work or not. Unfortunately, places of worship, hospitals, schools are all being hit mercilessly. The world is silent while these things are being done. Nobody is saying anything. What about human rights? So that is from President Erdogan of Turkey, who's come out with a statement on Twitter.
I have some breaking news if you want to verify it. Apparently, the Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant said the Israeli army is launching a full-scale offensive on the Gaza Strip. We have abolished all the rules of war. Our soldiers will not be held accountable for anything.
No,
There will
I
be
don't
no
think that
Hold
was
reports.
on.
said by Yoav
So
Gallant.
Syrian,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's
Did
false.
you have a source? So Syrian girl, you can't mention news and then tell us to verify it while you mention the space. If you don't like, just send it to us in the back channels. I think you got my number, and we can verify it before
I have
putting it up.
breaking news. I have very
Oh, please, yeah. Go ahead,
disturbing
Eunice.
news. According to Alan 24, it's Palestinian media channel in Gaza. It's very verified. 15 Palestinians killed in an Israeli airstrike in Jabalia. Most of them children and women.
Is that in Gaza?
This is in Gaza, Jabalia.
Appreciate it.
What's the
And
source?
I want to go back to what's the source quickly, Eunice?
Alan 24. It's a very known Palestinian news media
Could you put it in
agency.
the Could you put it in the group, please?
I will publish it.
Apparently,
Thank you.
I'll
14.
have to add you. Go ahead,
I see
Shane.
14 American citizens killed in Israel. That's according to CNN. I can post the link as well.
Oh, there's also 14 Americans killed. Is that right? Have we had that?
Yeah, that one. Exactly,
Oh, you just shared that. Thank you. Sorry. Also, Mary, there's a good chap actually who knows quite a lot about the U.S. carrier strike group. If you want me to bring him up,
Please, yeah, that would be great.
he's a
Anyone?
naval-
Yeah, exactly. I want to focus on military analysts and people that are sharing news from the ground. So, Michael, you were analyzing Biden's speech, the level of military support, and when he says, "I'm going to ask Congress for additional," what was he? As urgent action from Congress to help Israel. Can you elaborate on what that would mean?
Yeah, I think that gets back to my earlier point about the importance of the House Speaker election that's supposed to take place tomorrow. And again, not from a political perspective, but from a national security perspective, the way that the U.S. government conducts its business, the House of Representatives is very important to getting any of that aid approved, especially because a lot of the emergency mechanisms to provide that assistance to Israel, like the Presidential Drawdown Authority and other, U.S. laws, Foreign Assistance Act, have been really diminished due to the war in Ukraine. And again, that's objective military analysis. That's not, my opinion. We've spent a lot of money and sent a lot of things over there, and that's a whole separate debate. But the way it affects this conflict is that the House of Representatives needs to be in regular session before the end of the week to get all this done. And so if there's any kind of, partisan politics or delays or anything like that, it could affect how quickly any assistance is rendered to the Israelis.
So,
Michael,
so wait a minute. Can I jump in there
Michael,
because I'm not so sure
second.
this is accurate.
Michael, just quick question. Do they need to have a speaker in place to send the money? Because I read somewhere that there was an urgent need to elect a Speaker of the House in order to send the money. So is that the case, or what's the situation?
Well, it depends. It depends. For any kind of regular bill that the Congress would want to get forward, yeah, they need a Speaker of the House. They need to be able to vote on it. They need to be able to move it through. And there are other emergency mechanisms to move things. It's not just the PDA. There's all sorts of defense discretionary spending and other things that could get pulled on. But I think the big question is we don't have a ton of details yet on where they're planning to pull that from. So it may have an impact. It may not. I think we need more information.
Michael, that's a good question. Like a lot of people in the past, on the right, have had significant issue with money going to Ukraine. Where they're going to get the money from to be able to send it to Israel now.
So can I jump in here because there's a little bit of misinformation going on, right? The foreign military sales program, in which the vast majority of all the weapon systems, communication systems that Israel uses are all already procured. The Foreign Relations Senate Committee and everyone else has already approved these weapons and weapon systems in there. And they don't just approve it in like a little piecemeal, right? They say, okay, hey, if you have F-35s, you can have up to 10,000 JDAMs, right? If you have Iron Dome and you're going to use the missiles associated with Iron Dome, we're going to give you 20,000 missiles. You're approved for that. Obviously, Israel's not going to buy all of that stuff at one time because they don't have the ability to store and protect it. So they're given lots, right? Israel spends 30 billion, I believe, of their own money in foreign military sales. So if they want to go buy these things, which they're asking for our defense companies to build so that they can get it, Congress isn't required,
right? Congress is only required when there's an FMF case, foreign military funding, in which U.S. tax dollars have to be employed to do that. So I think we have to be really careful with what Michael's saying here. There's tons of weapon systems and weapons that have already been approved by the Senate, by Congress, by the State Department and the Defense Department to go over there. All Israel has to do is write the check. And
Yeah,
move.
we just to that point, Jeff,
can I
we
just
saw the
respond to that
news
really
reported
quickly?
on that. Sorry, 1 second, Michael. I also do want to get Logan in on this because he's got some maritime points that he was keen to join ages ago on, so I want to hear from him. But we'll go back to you, Michael. But just we did report on this yesterday. I think I posted it. And for those who want to see the letter by EU to Musk, it's above what is it? There are pre-positioned, I think that was the word, that are about 2 billion or 2 million or something like that of pre-possession weapons already in Israel that the US can make use of. Apparently, this isn't something I was aware of. Correct me if I'm wrong, if I misspoke that, but they've got access to a lot of weapons that are already within the country that the US can sort of release, I believe. I don't know, Michael, if you
Absolutely,
can.
absolutely. I think I think Jeff and I are just talking past each other a little bit. My point is thinking more of this in the context of a Ukraine, of a long fight, right? We may not see that, or we may see that. We don't know yet. But those kinds of questions become very important when the money that's already on the table, that's already in omnibus bills, that is already part of the military aid and security assistance that is given to Israel every year, right? When you have to go beyond that, that's when it becomes a problem. And so I think it's appropriate to be considering exactly how and what mechanisms, when we hear from, the Office of Secretary of Defense Policy, when we hear from other, leaders in the State Department, what mechanisms are they going to pull? To Jeff's point, there are plenty of them. The big question, though, is if you want to continue to find ways to support Israel in the conflict, long term, you are going to need regular order in the Congress, and you're going to need other bills outside of the NDAA and outside of regular funding to get that done.
Thank you for that. Logan, I know you've been wanting to join for a while and given your maritime experiences or background, you said, do you have something you'd like to add?
Yeah, so a couple of things I just want to add here is now that the carrier is confirmed to be in the region, one of the things you're going to be seeing a lot of is it's going to be doing standoff measures and show of force exercises, whether it be planes, helicopters, boats, you name it. It's got as described by the State Department, Department of Defense, it's got a wide range of capabilities when it comes to ISR and doing long range strikes and whatnot. But the real warning sign here that, things might be starting to get a little bit hairier than expected is them possibly bringing in a second carrier. When I was deployed in 2019 during the Iran crisis, when Iran shot down a Trident drone, our carrier was already in the region and they hyped it up saying they're going to do strikes and whatnot, but they ended up calling it off last minute. And the United States isn't really going to take on a country like Iran with one carrier strike group. The United States always deals an overwhelming force. That's just the military doctrine behind it. So if you see this second carrier come into the region, I think really it's going to start getting hairy real quick because those options are going to be there. And regards to the special operations and whatnot, I do believe we're going to start seeing some missions from them because the Israelis at the moment are completely and totally focused on getting into Gaza and rooting out Hamas. Yes, they've appointed I can't remember the individual's name, but they appointed a guy to be overall in charge of hostage rescues and whatnot. But if the United States is there and offering their support, I believe the Israelis are going to take it and go with it and say, hey, take lead on getting your guys out.
And what about the carrier group more specifically? Like, are they just going to be providing personnel?
Oh yeah, so the carrier group will provide air support and whatnot. You're not going to. There's a pretty good chance you'll see, depending on how, because the confirmed number of hostages, I haven't seen anything on it.
I have breaking news. 11 Palestinians killed after a bombing on Shaladan family in Deir al-Balah. You have 15, now we have 11, you have 26
Sorry,
Palestinians
a bombing killed. Where?
Bombing targeting Shaldan family in Deir al-Balah. 11 Palestinians killed and 15 injured.
Thank you,
Why was
Eunice.
it targeting a family?
Because Israel does
Like,
target
honestly, I
families.
have to say
Yeah,
something.
but why
You
that
keep on
specific one?
interjecting whenever we share a news about like casualties within the Palestinians. You don't have to interject. Just go into
I'm not
Haaretz and Times of
interjecting.
Israel and Jerusalem
I'm
Post.
not
You are.
interjecting.
It's
I'm asking a
obvious.
Noga, we've
question.
seen this. Noga, we've seen this throughout the event
It's
start that they
repetitive.
targeted
Piotr, do
I'm
you want me to
families,
finish,
other
or
asking
should I
levels.
just
No,
why
but it
go
is.
back real
that
quick?
I think it's.
family.
Please. Okay.
So, guys,
Guys.
just quickly, I do have reports of Hezbollah shelling, but these are unconfirmed reports, so we won't be posting it. If anyone has any information on reports being reports of Hezbollah attacking Israel, that would be great, please. But Colonel, go ahead. I think you were speaking, Colonel. Whoever was speaking earlier before the back and forth.
That would be me speaking.
Go ahead,
Piotr.
Logan. Yeah, go ahead, Logan.
No, you're good, man. You're good. Just what I want to wrap up my thought with is during these operations, the carrier group is going to be there for air support and, if needed, for exfiltration. Since those guys are already on the ground, I doubt you'll see anything regarding them come off the carrier. I think it is very likely, depending on how many hostages there are, because I don't think the number has been confirmed yet. If there's not, I want to say if there's no more than 10, 15 hostages, they'll probably fly them onto the carrier. If not, they'll probably get them over to near the embassy or something like that in country, just because you don't want to risk flying that many helicopters over enemy territory into Gaza and whatnot, just because that's a really, really good way to get something shot down, whether it be on accident or on purpose. So I think these next coming days are going to be very, very interesting to see what exactly that strike group is going to do, but they're going to be there to provide any option available, and it's going to be more of a show of force than anything. If that second strike group comes in the region, that's when I would start expecting to see major strikes on Hezbollah and possible Iranian targets.
Appreciate that update. I'm going to go to Colonel. Colonel, just going through, and then Mike, just continuing on the same topic, and maybe linking it back to the Biden speech as well.
Sure. Yeah. Look, I think Logan actually did a really good job of summarizing it. Right. There's a couple things I think I'd correct him to 100% because he's 95% there. I think if special forces go in and actually start doing rescues, we won't hear about it unless something goes really bad, or we won't hear about it unless the administration decides to come out and say, hey, we did this and we rescued these guys. That's
sorry
the way
about
those
that. I'm an
guys
aircraft firefighter by trade. Sorry.
It's all good. I know what you meant, man. I'm with you, right? So that's just the way those guys operate, right? Things just happen, and magically Americans that were hostages aren't hostages anymore, and they're told not to talk about it, and they don't, and that's good, probably because they're really happy that they're still alive. So, but you had asked earlier, what does the carrier actually provide? I actually flew off a carrier for 3 years. I flew EA-6Bs. I would tell you that when the carrier moves in, the first thing that you're going to see that's going to be shared is ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. You've got the E2C Hawkeye that's going to go up there and build the air picture. You've got the EA-18G Growler that's going to be up there doing sniffing ELINT and SIGINT systems. These are electronics intelligence, signals intelligence, and actually listening in on the Palestinian and the Hamas conversations, listen to what the radars are doing, find the linkages of those radars, and basically start building that integrated air defense system or the air defense systems that they have. So should the time come, they know exactly how to take it down. From there, you're also going to see all the things that Logan talked about, the show of forces. They're going to fly up and down the coastline. They're going to actually make sure that everybody sees them up in the air and doing really good things. All the radars associated with the cruisers and all the other support ships, they're all going to be on so that everybody knows they're there. This is not going to be an MCON, what we call an emissions con kind of thing, right? We want everybody to know that the U.S. Navy is present. As for the second carrier, I think they're talking about the Ike coming in. If Ike comes in and Ford is there, everything that Logan said is 100%. As soon as you put two carriers in one place, the decision options that open up for the president and for the Defense Department become really, really. There's a lot of cards that they can play.
Yeah, thanks, Colonel, for the shout out, man. I'm an ABH by trade, brother. So I'm trying my best on from what I've just seen from working on the flight deck and whatnot.
Man. You did great. Don't worry about it.
Guys, I do want to go to the reports that we're seeing of Is there any clashes, any reports anyone else can verify or deny the reports of clashes on the Lebanon Israel border? If anyone has more information on that, please do let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to go to John. John?
Hey, Piotr, you can take me off the stage, brother. I got to go start running some errands.
Cool,
I can
man.
sit
Thank
around
you.
and listen, but I can't really talk anymore. Sorry, guys.
Thanks,
Cool. You
man.
just
Appreciate it.
jump off. All right, go ahead, John.
Yeah, give me one second to turn off the volume on this TV.
Yeah,
From
sure.
analyzing the speech, I think the important part, which was relative to our conversations, was his emphasis on the rule of law, like democracies. Even though the response should be swift, overwhelming, democracies follow the rule of law. I think he was distinguishing between the Hamas actions on Saturday and versus the Israeli response. One just in legality, like both sides follow no excuses, but they both follow the law of war. I think that's a prediction of almost like a not only stating a fact but also an encouragement. Follow the law of war, and that's why when you talk about like a strike, to automatically assume it's a war crime or a violation or what the target was. I sincerely think that law of war will continue to be a major topic of the ongoing operation.
Cool, Piotr. Mike, go ahead, and I'm going to give you the mic a bit, guys, just the moderators, just because I have to verify something.
Okay. Can I add something to what was just said?
1 second, Mike. Good.
Can I come with breaking news? I want you to see the video from Dar al-Balah because there is what is it called? Beheading of babies in Dar al-Balah. I blurred the video. You can see the baby without the head blurred.
We don't share gore videos here. I know it's some people will say, Mari, this is the reality of war, but just based on access terms and conditions, we avoid sharing that. But if any of the speakers want it or any of the audience members want it, they can DM Eunice, and that's nothing to do with us. I will go to Mike.
Yeah, so regarding the Hezbollah news, nothing is official yet. And usually, like in the Arab world, we take the news from a channel called Al Manar. It's the official channel that gets the first, basically, information from Hassan Nasrallah and Hezbollah's personnel. So once Al Manar publish anything, Al Jazeera will take after them, Al Arabiya and other outlets. If I may, just in 40 seconds or like less than a minute, quickly from a professional, communication professional perspective, on Biden's speech and the points. And if you look at it analytically and from a critical way of thinking, the continuous or the usual, there is no surprise of the disregard of the Palestinians in this situation. The equating of anti-Semitism and the Holocaust revisionism, that is basically, according to IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, equating the Holocaust to any current event that are happening is actually anti-Semitism. So the speech on its own, according to definitions of anti-Semitism, is anti-Semitic. The loose use of the terminology terrorism and when to apply it and who to apply is also a little bit triggering. And just a rhetorical question to the panel and my fellow Americans, as a Palestinian American myself, is my life as an American less important than Israeli Americans?
I thought we weren't doing this. This is what about us?
Yeah. So I think yeah. But Mike, every life, as I've said this, I'll answer that for you, Mike. No, every life is equal, whether you're from Sweden, Switzerland, Nigeria, Latin America, Australia, Gaza, Israel. They're all the same. We're all human at the end of the day. So that will be the answer to that question, Mike. And I do want to go to actually Noga. You messaged me. You wanted to make a quick comment on the phosphorus discussion earlier.
There's a Newsweek article about it that basically it's quoting an IDF official saying the allegations about the use of nerve gas, phosphorus that is, are completely, utterly, and absolutely false. The IDF does not use nerve gas at all. These allegations come from Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza and only further demonstrate that such sources are untrustworthy.
What is the source? What is the source?
The source is Newsweek, actually, and I put it. It's
Newsweek?
The IDF
Newsweek,
yeah. And
Newsweek, Seoul, Gaza.
That's not a reliable source. It's a shit source, guys. That's an opinion piece.
It's okay. Anyway, it's an interview with an IDF official, and I put it in the group so that you could see it.
Eunice, what
and I think that
I'll make the correction.
It's clear that one side's going to say that and the other's
Yeah. So
Eunice,
no, guys. I was gonna.
Eunice, what did you say about Newsweek?
Yeah, I think Newsweek is in. There is
No,
no
I think
journalists from the
no, but it
Newsweek in
doesn't. But I
Gaza.
think it doesn't. Even if there are journalists, I think because the
And we don't.
source of the Eunice, hold on, the source of the Newsweek article is an IDF member, and obviously the other source for the other side is,
Can I
I think, a Palestinian group.
okay,
But I want to
Mario,
go back to
will you give me the
Eunice.
privilege of just give me?
No privileges just
The
for
other
now, please,
source
Eunice.
is
I'll give
the
you.
other source was a video as well, though, Mario. But I get what you're saying. Both sides are going to say that, yeah.
Yeah, exactly, because the video can be interpreted in different ways, and I don't know who's right or who's not. It's hard for
It's
me.
impossible to ever know who's gonna. Well, one's gonna say one thing, the other's gonna say another. This is Ukraine
that'll be
versus
the case
Russia.
for
This
every
is any
report.
war.
Like,
This is just war.
case
This
for
is what
everyone.
happens.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So I've got some news, guys, from the Palestinian Ministry of Health. The number of deaths in Gaza has risen to 900, with 260 children, 230 women, and 4,500 others injured as a result of the Israeli airstrikes. So that's from the Palestinian Ministry of Health. And I'm getting reports that there is no clashes at the moment from on the Israel-Lebanon border. So it seems to be quieting down there. The U.S. National Security Advisor says there will be work with Congress to provide support to Israel. We did not move our aircraft carrier to confront Hamas, but rather to prevent escalation. I'm glad. Any news, anything that shows de-escalation efforts has always been just something I enjoy seeing, and we are seeing more of these de-escalation efforts, which is really good to see. And that would be so. For my question will be to the panel, the carrier, the aircraft carrier that moved to near the Israeli-Palestinian border. Is that a common thing for the US? As far as I know, it's relatively common. Whenever they want to show support or solidarity with an ally, they would move aircraft carriers in that region. And generally speaking, those carriers do not engage. Is that a fair statement, or did I get it wrong? Just for the panel.
Can you repeat that last bit? Sorry,
when there's an aircraft carrier moving to a region and they want to show support for an ally. Go ahead.
So that this is the Colonel again. So when we have carriers deployed, they'll go out for 6 months. They will be active in a given region, whether it be the European theater, or the CENTCOM theater, or the Pacific theater, right?
I have some breaking news, actually.
Go ahead.
The breaking news is following: the Israeli military tells Anadolu news agency, which is a very reputable news agency, that they have no information confirming allegations that Hamas beheaded babies. Yeah, just for you to know.
Sorry, could you repeat the source?
Yeah, of course, Noga, my friend. And it's called Anadolu Agency. It's a very reputable news agency.
It's a Turkish news agency. It's a Turkish news agency.
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
The Israeli military said to them they have no information confirming allegations that Hamas beheaded babies.
They said it to them, but they didn't say it
but guys,
to any Israeli outlet. Come on.
No, but
yes,
guys, we can always be skeptical of every source, which is fair to do. So Noga, you pointed out what the source is, and we'll let the audience discern if it's.
I'd also since we're adding this, I will also add the fact that there's a CNN report that I've put in the group also that says that they've seen beheaded bodies of men, women, and children.
That and then says because you're lying. Now I'm gonna refute it.
All right, guys. Let's go back and we can put a Eunice. I've sent you my number. If you want to go into the back channel, we could review anything, and you guys could discuss these articles privately, and then we decide what to share. I do want to go. Galant, how are you? It's been a while.
Yes, it's been a while. I was a bit. I had to work as well. Thanks for having me, Mario.
Sorry, I have a question for you. How are things on the ground in Israel right now? Is it slowly moving back to normal life at the moment since the airstrikes have or the rockets have dropped significantly?
Yes, I would say so. But it's very slowly, as you asked. It's like people are still having the effect of what happened on Saturday. We're the people trying to get back slowly to normal life, but as you know, there were quite many events since Saturday inside Israel. So that's what's happening. Even though I'm traveling, but I'm all the time in contact with family, friends, etc. Regarding your questions about the carriers, I really doubt it that.
There's a very breaking news right now. Channel 14, Channel
yes.
14 reports that they're shooting in Ashdod near Leonardo Hotel. Forces are on their way.
That's in the east, no?
No, Ashdod is northern Ashkelon, between Tel Aviv and Ashkelon.
So they're shooting so that's within Israel near a hotel?
Yes,
Can you, okay,
Ashdod.
so Yunus, yeah, I need you to do me a favor. I've sent you through my WhatsApp. Can you message me there so we can go through all the breaking news in the back channels as well?
I can send you Telegram, but I don't give away my phone number.
Okay.
Mario,
Right,
we just
nice.
posted it in our news channel as well. We got it.
Okay, perfect. I appreciate it, Ryan.
Yeah,
If
we
you
have
can
the
post
source.
it,
Thank
can you post it on Twitter as well, please, Ryan?
Yeah, I'm trying to finish the Elon post. That's why
Elon,
I
now pause that one. Let's get back to the breaking news.
Okay.
And actually want to go after Gilad. I want to go to Mike to get an update on the ground. In Mike, you're in West Bank, correct? Mike, are you there? While waiting for Mike. So Gilad, I'll let you finish off.
Yes. So two comments. This is number one. I don't think really carriers will. I cannot see any intervention from U.S. military in this situation. I cannot even think of where will it start from and why. And Mario, this is another thing which I really want to raise, and I hope no one will disturb me. I think that trying to balance what had happened by accusing Israel of any military operations which are targeting families, children of any kind, I think that is outrageous. This is absolutely not the way that Israel is acting, and trying to balance.
I mean, this is an opinion
I
again, isn't it?
Yeah, this
ask
is we're moving.
not to disturb
No,
me,
but
please.
yeah, but Gilad,
Please.
Gilad, we
No,
are.
Mario,
What
Mario,
happened?
please.
No, but
Mario,
Gilad,
I mean,
I've told you this before.
I'd love to give opinion as well, but we're not allowed to.
Yeah, exactly. So you'd want to give an opinion. Eunice does, Mike does, Colonel does. Everyone has an opinion, though, Gilad. And while I respect those opinions, the issue with them, Gilad, is then we move away from the news and what's happening on the ground and sit there debating and discussing opinions, which is something I recommend we do.
My point.
Yeah, but this is not no, but it's not your point because you're actually doing exactly what we're doing, Gilad, and I'm trying to be respectful about it. So, like we are, because I know where this will head as we continue with the space. That's the only reason, and that's why I'm moving away from opinions at least for now. And I try whenever someone does it, or whenever someone tries to diminish some event or move away from the news with an opinion, or tries to interpret something, or especially offers misinformation or unverified information, we try to stop it immediately to keep to stick to what's happening on the ground as people are listening to us to make decisions, and sometimes decisions that are life or death decisions. Sullivan did say, by the way, that I think he thinks there's 20 Americans missing after the initial attacks by Hamas. So just something to add to someone mentioned the deaths earlier. I think it was about 19. Piotr?
On West Bank, yeah, it's gone up to 21 now. So a brief breakdown. So confirmed fatalities. Again, it's incredibly difficult to share this news, but also to really the numbers are higher, right? This is 1973 kind of levels. We're going into now. We're not in the hundreds anymore. We're in thousands, and that's for both casualties and fatalities. It's 1,008 for Israel. I think it's over 1,000. Oh, is it 850 around that for the Gazians, for the Palestinians, and so many casualties, so many.
It's just
injured.
called Gazans, not Gazians, just for your information.
Okay, thank you, Gazans. All right, I'm used to adding something like an Ian's on the end of sort of too many academic terms. But yeah, so in West Bank they've caught up, so there's about 21 unfortunately confirmed fatalities now. But yeah, that's it, Marion. Back to you.
Mike, are you with us yet? All right, Mike, I think you dropped out.
Mario, could I ask, since you already posted it as a tweet as well, that you correct or at least delete or change the tweet about the phosphorus, since we clearly don't know what's going on at the very least?
Ryan. Yeah, sure, Ryan. If there's a tweet on phosphorus, can you edit it, say it's unconfirmed or whatever needs to be said? I think it was a while ago when I was sleeping, Ryan.
I think you should add that the IDF was vehemently denying it.
Send me, yeah, sure. I'll add both sides. If you can send me the link to the post, please, that would be great. Via DM, Noga. I do want to go to Colonel. Colonel, how are you?
Good. Hey, Mario, I just wanted to close the loop on that. So a carrier is going to be assigned to Sixth Fleet, which is the Mediterranean, and basically that commander says, "Hey, I need you to move over there." So I want to be clear that the carrier didn't leave Norfolk, Virginia, and steam all the way across the Atlantic to go there. Carriers are regional, so it's basically just moved from one part of the Med to another.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that update. We have the U.S. National Security Advisor says we do not know why the Israeli government did not notice the attack before it occurred. And there's more comments there. I've posted all the comments by the National Security Advisor about 2 minutes ago. Let me just read them out. And it's kind of reinforcing what Biden has said. So he says, there will be work with Congress to provide support to Israel. We did not move our aircraft carrier to confront Hamas, but rather to prevent escalation. There is work to prevent escalation, and we are consulting with our allies and partners to stop the escalation. Beautiful. This is exactly the rhetoric I want to hear. We are coordinating with the Israeli government and our allies to resolve the hostage crisis, and our priority is the safety of our citizens. We have no plans to deploy forces on the ground, and we will later discuss sending experts in coordination with Israel. The hostage issue is President Biden's top priority. Siringo?
Yes, this is from Open Source Intelligence. This is a very it's a credible account. They're saying also
Can
the
you?
Greek
So what's the account name?
Osint Defender or Sent
Oh
Defender.
yeah, of course. Yeah,
Yes,
great
yeah.
account. Yeah, yeah. Go ahead.
Great. So apparently the Greek Navy also is sending a Hydra class frigate Sarah to
Oh,
be
okay.
alongside the two U.S. carriers.
That's interesting.
Wow, cool. Could you send us the link, please?
It's on the
Sure.
OSINT Defender account. OSINT
Okay.
Defender is a
Yeah,
great
I
account.
know where it is. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, perfect.
Thanks.
No worries. Yeah, what are your thoughts of this, Piotr?
Well, I mean, the last time Greece has got a bit of a complicated situation, right? It's got the ongoing maritime dispute with the Turkish over islands, not because of the islands, but because there's supposedly a lot of, I think it's oil or gas fields. I can't remember exactly which one, but there's a lot of energy fields potentially, obviously very valuable.
This is breaking news right now. Further to Ashdod, two seriously wounded by gunfire. The background to the event was examined. Is under examination. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so Greece has got a complicated relationship with Turkey. Also Cyprus, bear in mind, and Israel, I think, has tried to help one or the other. I can't remember exactly the history between the dynamics there, but also we reported that Israel was flying a lot of its reservists abroad from Greece back into Israel. Obviously, I think others have done it since, but that was the one I remember. So.
Israel, Greece, and Cyprus actually have a few alliances together. I didn't remember that defense was one of them, but it could be. And this actually could be a sign of one of those being implemented. It's not a defense alliance in the way that NATO is, but it's definitely a data sharing and help sort of
Is it like
event.
Is it like AUKUS, the defense pact between the UK, Australia, and the Americans now? If you know which I'm referring to.
Yeah, I am. I'm not sure of the details. I can see if there are any of them online, but I do know that Israel, Greece, and Cyprus have a very tight relationship that's been growing for the past
and what about
6 or 7 years, and this could definitely be a first sort of implementation of that change.
And what about Turkey in that element? Because obviously, historically, Greece on one end, does Israel have, shall we say, I don't know, some relations with Turkey that are, I don't want to say,
Israel's relationship with Turkey has been strained over the years, but I think it's been getting. I'm trying to be diplomatic. I'm not good
I
at
understand.
it.
It's not easy to describe.
It's been strained. It's been getting better. Obviously, this Greece, Cyprus, Turkey triangle doesn't make it easier to navigate, but this is a wait and see sort of situation, because I think if I could characterize this, and I'm doing this very, very carefully, since Erdogan seems to be, and I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing his name, it's just, I never understand the G there, but it's my fault. I mean, I'm not saying anything, I'm pretty sure I'm wrong about it.
He's a semi-dictator. I don't have much time
Nobody
for him,
cares
don't
about
worry
but
about
it. I think the point is that since he seems to be taking a side, it makes sense for the Greek to go on a different direction. But again, this is the first time it's happened, so remains to be seen how it plays out.
If you can dig that up, I'd be very interested. I'm sure many other people would as well. I mean, from what I remember, just passing it back to the news element is, Erdogan's been holding, I think, a few different meetings and trying to be seen as a mediator again with well, he wanted to try and do this with the Ukrainian Russian situation, and now he's trying to do it here. So Turkey has quite a, as I've said it in the past couple of days, a multi-vector policy. It tries to play all sides to balance it. Go ahead, sorry.
I'm not sure why would Greece do such a move. Like, no idea. Also, I don't know if you mentioned that because I just came in.
Maybe it's just vicinity. Maybe it's just proximity. Maybe because Greece is so close to Israel, and
yeah, but makes no sense to me. But I don't know if you spoke about it, but Ynet is saying that the estimation of total death toll in Israel is now 1,200.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, as I say, the actual numbers are going to be much different.
Yes.
Thank you, Gilad. I did actually want to share something else, and I'm just sharing this. I'm not going to go into it again, but I got a message from a group who do like video assessment things, and they said that the video concerning the festival that we were obviously difficult earlier on, but they said that there's some more detail here. Again, I'm not going to go into, I don't know, I haven't seen the video at all, so I don't know. But apparently the Israeli PD had set up a hasty roadblock there to try and delay action with delaying action with just pistols, something off of and that sort of caused more confusion and led to this video that makes it out to be from the different perspectives, what was going on. So they're saying that because of some other elements that we don't see in the video very clearly, that it looks like mass hysteria and all sorts. So again, it's that sort of thing where more analysis of the video after time really helps to break down some more details of it, again, without really knowing too much about it. Sirigal?
Yeah, so apparently Bild, the German newspaper, is reporting that Shani Luke is alive. Like, this is the girl that was in her bikini in the back of the pickup truck.
Nah, I just saw that, and I think we should look for a little more confirmation than
I'm just
made
reporting
picture
what
we
Bild
don't.
says.
It's okay. I don't think Noga's attacking you for that. I think she's just saying to verify again with another source, if that makes sense.
So we have the
Appreciate
shooting,
you
guys. We do have
for every source then.
We do have more reports. I've just posted a video just now at the Ashdod Hotel. If I'm mispronouncing it, it's fine. But if you want to check it out, and some updates there. So it seems that gunmen have stormed the hotel. So I'm not sure if there's a hostage situation there ongoing at the moment. But the Ashdod Hotel the Leonardo Hotel in Ashdod. Sorry, guys. And there's already dead and wounded reported in the storming of the hotel. There's 3 injuries among Israeli police officers as well. So this is an ongoing situation. The video has just been posted. Now it's at the top. It's been verified with multiple sources, and obviously a few panelists have mentioned it already. We'll be mentioning more. Okay, good news. It's all under control, and it has ended. So this is a positive development. So that was really quick. So yes, we've got videos there of there's looks like 3 gunmen that were captured. So that was a quick. I'm glad there's no hostage situation there. I'll be posting the video now of the 3 gunmen captured and going to a police car.
I also have a report about that. There are 2 severely injured from the shootings, but it's still not confirmed that it's. I'm sorry, I'm reading out. It's still not confirmed that it's terrorist. Just confirmed that it's an event. I was reading.
Oh, okay, yeah. So the shooting incident in Ashdod, a terrorist incident. So I'm just reading it from Channel 11. A terrorist was dealt with and all under control, not infiltration, but terrorists. But that's generally a term that used. So whatever you want to call it, I think there's an event. There's gunmen that entered the hotel.
Yeah, the police report. It's actually not a terrorist event. It's a criminal event.
How would they make the difference? Oh, okay. So it's unrelated to the current clash with Hamas. Is that what you mean?
According to the reports that I'm seeing, it's not related to event with Hamas. It has to do with some sort of criminal elements in Ashdod.
Oh, okay.
I'm looking into it some more.
Okay.
Guys, I'm getting reports that it's actually from Israeli Channel 14 says what happened in Ashdod appears to be friendly fire.
I don't know. People are under arrest. I don't understand.
So just to add to what Syrian girl was saying earlier, there's actually a video I've been sent of her mother.
Now there's breaking news. Another shooting incident in Ashkelon. Neutralized terrorist, 1 seriously injured.
In Israel?
In Ashkelon, yes.
Sorry,
It's
go
a
ahead,
city.
Sully. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I was just saying about what Sirigal was saying. There's actually a video, I'll post it in a bit, but it's a video of her mother basically confirming that she's still alive.
I appreciate that. And by the way, just quick. Sorry, just back to the news of the hotel. Ryan, you said that it could be friendly fire. Who's the one that mentioned it could be friendly fire? What source?
Channel 14 Israeli News says it. Israeli Channel 14 says what happened in Ashdod appears to be friendly fire. Only one person seriously injured.
Friendly fire can
Is it possible that we're mixing up Ashdod and Ashkelon here?
Is that in Ashdod?
It says Ashdod.
Yeah, that's two different cities. I don't think so.
Yeah, you know, but or maybe us because we don't know. We've never
No,
been.
no, I mean that I have like the
Is that
one
in,
injured is in
yeah, so
Ashkelon.
Israeli
The two
Israeli
injured
Channel
is in
14.
Ashdod.
Yeah, so no, we're talking about the shooting incident in Ashdod, and Channel 14 says what happened in Ashdod appears to be friendly fire. That's a statement from Channel 14. Okay. All right. So at least it's over, whether it's friendly fire or not. That's a positive news there. Eunice, by the way, are you in West Bank, Eunice? Eunice, are you there, or he's going out finding more news?
I think he said last time he's not able to mention it, but I could be wrong.
Ah, okay, my bad. Sorry, Eunice. I thought he did in previous spaces, but I'm losing track. Syrian girl and Piotr, I'll give you Piotr and Sully, I'll give you the mic back just for a couple of minutes.
Solly, do you
Go
want
ahead,
to
Sully.
read the mother's statement, Shani's mother? You want to read it out, her statement?
No, I've not got it in front of me. I just saw the video, but you can do it if you want.
Right. Well,
we
whilst
can
you
play the
guys
video
figure
if
that
you
out,
want.
let's go over to Mr. Colonel Jeff. What do you think about the ongoing developments in the north?
Jeff, before you speak, just for the audience, I've put the video of the aftermath of the Leonardo Hotel Ashdod shooting, and with the claims that it could be friendly fire by one Israeli news source. So I've just put that up. But sorry, guys, I'll give you the mic again.
Yeah, so I think in the north right now, there's no clear. I'm not convinced yet, right, that this is a full. I think it's sporadic fire. You don't have a commitment. There's not a commitment of forces on both sides. I'm not ready to go. Okay, yep, it's game on and move forward. That's just from what I see. I'm not on the ground there. It very well could be, and it's just not being reported. But from everything that we've read and everything that we've talked about, I'm not convinced that this is escalated in significant any way in the war. Sporadic fire, you expect that in a situation like this.
But so we can't just sit down and be like, yes, they are definitely not getting involved. I really just want to call this now. I really want to see some de-escalation. It's frustrating. I might just check up on what some of the latest updates are. Actually,
I'm trying to be conservative here.
No, I appreciate that. So the Israeli forces have engaged in Palestine, and there's apparently a Palestinian man who was
Palestine. Sorry, where is that, in West Bank or Gaza?
I'm just checking.
Whether Palestine is in West Bank or Gaza? What a question.
No, so he's so. I apologize. No, when he said there's engagement in Palestine, I was wondering whether that engagement is on the East Front or Western Front. It's a bit different because on the West there's obviously constant engagement, and if it's on the West Bank, that's an escalation. No.
You were so hot off the mic, Mario. I didn't even finish. A Palestinian. I'm saying unfortunately, a Palestinian man has been caught up in this situation and has lost his life along with 3 others at the Al Jalamaya checkpoint near West Bank city of Jenin. I don't know if we reported on this. Separately at another checkpoint called Huwara near Nablus, Israeli forces opened fire on on what they thought was a threat, but it was a taxi and injured 3 people. Hamas, we spoke through the comments on Biden.
There's a Palestinian killed in Hebron, in near Zif Junction. My fiance is from that area. She confirmed to me that he's dead.
Thank you for that. I'm sorry for what you're going through, and I do send my condolences. I can't imagine what it must be like when you're dealing with that sort of stuff personally. I remember I lost a friend in the earlier days of the Russian-Ukraine war in Donbass. My family grew up with him as well, so it's not something you ever can really process fully. Israeli
Sorry,
raids on
guys,
the areas
I
in
just
Gaza
got
Strip
this.
about
This
a minute
was
ago.
from the
Oh, sorry, go
Biden
ahead,
speech.
Noga.
Biden's speech about a half an hour ago. Sullivan was saying that Iran is definitely part of the Hamas assault. Did anyone else catch the speech?
Well, we were going through the speech. I mean, it's
the Americans. Well, Sullivan is confirming that Iran is a member, and since they were trying to keep Iran out up until now, it's interesting that the Americans are now bringing it back into the fold.
But what can you clarify the language used? I think that's
No,
an important
I can't.
distinction.
I'm seeing a translation. I need to see the original.
Okay, because Kirby said literally 24 hours ago that it's not reasonable to claim that it. Sorry, I'm a bit tired. Right. Okay. So Kirby said that there's no evidence to suggest that they're directly complicit in this role, but there is long-standing relations between the three that is pretty clear. So I want to clarify what exactly Sullivan is saying. If Jake Sullivan is saying that it's Iran is like running around in this situation as well, then that changes
just quickly.
matters.
There's another shooting incident. I'm guessing it's a Hamas member opened fire on a security patrol near Kiryat Arabia and escaped. There are no casualties.
There is no Hamas like militants. Normally in West Bank, Palestinians, it's either
is that in the West Bank?
or
Is that on the West Bank?
Kiryat Arba
Yes.
is in Judea and Samaria, but
It's no.
there is
One
Hamas
second.
there.
It's in the West Bank, not Judea and Samaria. West Bank.
Okay. Kiryat
Arba is in Judea and Samaria.
Cool.
Can we let Eunice finish his point? I didn't even hear the entirety.
He finished. So he just said that this is on the West Bank, so it's not Hamas. So I thought it was on the Hamas border.
No, but I'm sorry. I don't understand why we're arguing that there's no Hamas in the West Bank. First of all, everything is falling
No,
out.
but we don't know.
No,
We don't know. So
So you can't argue that it's.
Okay. What he's saying is that we don't know it's Hamas, so we can't make that statement. It could or could not be. So that's why I've made that. There you go. So Eunice agreed with me. So he just asked me to make the correction that it's just militants. We don't know if they're Hamas or not Hamas, because other groups as well. I'd go to Colonel just to move on from that point.
Yeah, I don't know if it's been brought up.
Colonel?
No, this is serious. Hear me out. For the first time since the beginning of the war, a report of a mortar fire from Syrian territory.
One second,
An alert
Jeff.
was activated in an open area near Ramat Magashim. No casualties are known.
Where is that? What territory?
Golan Heights, Syrian territory.
Okay, so that's in the border, just for the audience. That's the border, the Golan Heights, the border between Lebanon and Israel?
No, the border between Syria and
Syria.
and,
the disputed territory. Okay.
Well, I
It's
mean,
occupied,
Israel would just say it's disputed. I think we would say one side would say it's disputed. The other,
No, it's not two sides. It's not the West Bank. Syria, it's occupied. It's internationally recognized by all countries.
Yeah, let's just call Golan. Okay, if it's recognized, whatever you want to call it. Piotr.
Well, internationally recognized as Syrian territory.
Yeah. So Piotr, I'll let you decide what to call it.
Okay, I need to
the
double
Golan
check on that
Heights.
because I'm not sure. Well, just call it Golan Heights. Yeah, call it by its name, I guess. Yeah.
Syrian Golan Heights would be nice.
Well, we'll see about that. Depending upon I know we're never going to please everybody, Syrian girl. I appreciate.
Just go with the United Nations.
Piotr, can I say something very important? It's not a.
All right, guys.
I think it's better not to get.
Yeah, I want to go back to Colonel.
I see Benjamin's down as with a joint.
Yeah,
as
I was
well.
wondering if you.
Sorry, Jeff, go for it. Can you hear
Jeff,
us, Jeff?
You got to
Sorry.
unmute Jeff.
Okay, I'm there. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you could.
All right. You might have already covered it. I just had something break on one of my other government channels. It says that Blinken's planning on going to Israel within the next 5 days. Have you seen that?
No, we haven't. I'm still keeping up. The news is coming faster than I could read it.
So that's okay. So Secretary Blinken actually it said that the State Department has made a notification that he plans to fly there within the next 5 days and engage directly face to face with our Israeli partners.
Okay, thank you for that. Benjamin, it's good to see you. How have you been? Hope everything's well. Hope you're recovering.
Yeah, still dealing with COVID. I was coughing the most of the day, but yeah. So I watched the speech. I watched Jake Sullivan's follow-up interview, which is still ongoing. No new real details, right? He was asked directly if boots on the ground was something they were considering. And what he said was interesting. Was at this point in time, we are not planning on boots on the ground. The reporter shot back and said, "Could that change?" He said, "At this point," he just repeated himself. So that's interesting. As to the Iranian involvement, they basically repeated the same statement as a few days ago or yesterday, I think. Excuse me. It was saying that. We don't have basically no smoking gun. But he said, yes, of course they're involved. They provided the financing, but in terms of the exact attack, they haven't found that smoking gun yet.
Thank you for that, Benjamin. Yeah, I did check, and other than Israel, in the US, Golan Heights is recognized as Syrian territory. So I know some people are going to dispute that, but I do like to I think if most of the international community recognize that, I think it's interesting to acknowledge it. But I just wanted to also raise the situation. Okay, this is interesting. I saw this earlier and I wanted to find it, and that's just come back. Thank you. So a former ICC lawyer says that the situation between Israel and Hamas is not respecting international law. Quote, "This is an opinion, don't forget, so don't bite me. But President Biden and Israel could do a great deal for the rule of law if they joined up to the International Criminal Court and allowed that court to investigate the legality of both the occupation to date and submit peacefully to legal adjudication of what is going on. It's an unhappy reality that they're immune from the jurisdiction of the ICC.
It's a violation of the U.S. Constitution. It's literally a violation of the U.S. Constitution.
It's correct. It is, yes.
It may be so, but I'm going to say that it doesn't help the US's case when it's talking about Russia and wanting
No, I
to
agree
arrest
completely. It's just that
Putin.
It takes 2/3 of American states to allow for it.
I appreciate that. I'm just saying it from a purely objective standpoint, it undermines the US credibility and able to hold Russia to account over things in Ukraine if it then doesn't have the ICC. I mean, Ukraine's not even signed up to a few of these things, if I remember correctly. So the whole thing's a bit of a mess. I see you've been joined by Benjamin, though. So we'll go to. I don't think we've had you on stage before, Benjamin. Welcome to the panel.
I've been here 1,000 times.
No, Benjamin. No, not sorry, Benjamin.
I'm sorry. I was going to say Peter. I mean, I didn't know.
Good. So Benjamin Dibo, go ahead, sir.
I hope I didn't mispronounce your name. Good to meet you.
Thanks for having me. I was on a few of these spaces a long time ago. I took a Twitter break for 4 or 5 months. Anyway, I wanted to join this space because I'm in Israel. I'm in Tel Aviv, and I haven't heard everything.
Sorry, Benjamin, I do want to interrupt you. And by the way, that will happen a lot because there's so much breaking news. So it's been confirmed now, and this is pretty serious. For the first time since the beginning of the war, a report of mortar fire from Syrian territory. I know Eunice, you mentioned it. An alert was activated in an open area near Ramat Magashin. No casualties are known. That's by Channel 14, and Eunice also mentioned it. I do want to talk. Sorry, Benjamin, we'll go back to you, but I want to talk about how. So we're looking at that's for the first time now we have Syrian territory involved. Now it's could be a small group, small rockets, could be a one-off incident, but can the panel give us a bit more context at how major is this and what does it mean?
Well, I think we need to know firstly a little bit more what triggered the mortar fire. Was it an Israeli airstrike that went skew with? Is it militants that just feel that they need to start supporting Hezbollah, or has the situation with Gaza crossed the point that they just want to start doing things? Is it mortar fire, or is it a is it 100% confirmed? Just to double check.
It's been multiple sources now, yes. So the team
is
saying
so we can say that it is
Channel
then.
14.
Okay, thank
Channel
you.
14 and other sources, yeah. So Channel 14 being one of those sources.
Okay, so in that case, then I think we want to know the motivation behind it before we start trying to figure out whether that means is Syria as a state is going to be drawn into this. I think in this case,
I can add to that if you like, since I'm Syrian.
Yeah, go ahead. Please.
So my sources already kind of told me something like this would happen a few days ago. So it's not going to be from the state. It's going to be from militias inside Syria, probably the Syrian Socialist Nationalist Party. I don't quote me on that though. I don't know for sure. but it's definitely not going to be from the state.
We don't expect it. Yeah, I don't expect it to be from the state either. Like it just Syria is not in a position as a state, especially after the threats they've received. If you guys remember, there's been significant threats from not only Israel but from the US for Syria not to get involved, and with the US sending the warship, Syria is in a very, very bad state to be able to.
I would like actually, Syria girl, just to maybe sorry, Mo, just to give us a slight breakdown. What is so militia group? I mean, Syria is possibly the most complicated modern war scene that I think in like the sheer amount of the spiders web, the US supporting Russia against ISIS, but they're not during the actual war itself. Could you give us a breakdown of the kinds of groups and their different motivations that are in the south of this area near the Golan Heights in Syria? Who's operating and what are their motivations?
Sure. Look, the two groups that I could think of right off the top of my head would be the PFLP GC, which is a Palestinian militia group, and of course there's also the Syrian Socialist Nationalist Party. The Syrian Socialist Nationalist Party believes that Palestine and Lebanon are all part of Greater Syria. So they believe that Palestine is like a Syrian cause. Of course, the PFLP GC are a nationalist left-wing militia. They're a very old group and offshoot of the PFLP. And they, there's not one place that these groups operate. They operate all over Syria except east of the Euphrates.
Thank you for that. It's very useful because, I mean, well, no, correct me if I'm wrong, though. Southwest Syria didn't see as much of the fighting. I mean, obviously, Damascus is more located around there, and there was a lot of activity around Damascus in the earlier phases of the civil war, but it was mainly concentrated in the center and the northeast, right? Around, I forget the name of is it Mosul or is that in Iraq? I'm getting confused.
That's in Iraq, my friend.
That's Iraq. Sorry, I'm trying to think of the major city in the northeast that was one of the core towns.
Do you mean
in
Aleppo?
the ISIS. Yes, thank you. Yeah, so the southwest hasn't been as caught up in that, or
I'm
am I
sorry to
mistaken?
say it was everywhere. Okay, we had even inside Damascus, like in the
We have
eastern
another
suburbs.
report. We have another report now of another shooting from Syria into Israeli territory, and near the settlement of Yonatan. So we're seeing, more shootings from Israeli territory. Again, there's no casualties, so I'm assuming the shootings are relatively minimal. Now we could have, and just to be clear, we have a lot of pockets of, could be Hamas members, could be other Palestinian groups, could be sympathizers in Lebanon, in Syria. Obviously, we've talked about, I think it's about 10% of the Lebanese population are Palestinians that obviously been that kind of immigrated into the country over the past few decades. Very, very complex politically, but we do have a lot of Palestinian members, and a lot of them do sympathize with Hamas and do support Hamas. So there could be, and we've seen that already. There was a brigade, I can't remember their name, in Lebanon that took responsibility for an incursion into Israel. So it's, I can say I'm almost certain, and this is just my opinion, which I don't state a lot, but I'm almost certain these attacks from Israeli territory are not the government, and they are these groups that are either just showing solidarity with Hamas or with Palestine, or trying to drag the conflict, beyond
trying to bait
beyond Gaza, trying to bait them into a multi-front conflict, which would weaken Israel. But it doesn't seem, if that's the case, it just doesn't seem to be escalating to that level. Israel, I'm sure, does not want a multi-front conflict. That's the last thing it wants. And we're seeing on the Lebanese side, Hezbollah, their time to attack would have been 3 days ago. If they wanted to get involved, that was already planned. But obviously that has not happened. So that's a positive note out of all of this, but it is pretty concerning that we're seeing this escalate to a new border.
Mary,
you guys should know something, though.
Sorry, I'll go straight to you. So, but to be devil's advocate, Mario, though, I mean, they could easily, again, Hezbollah could easily be like, right, sod it, we're going in because of how developments in Gaza play out. You know what I mean? I hope you're right. I really want there to be a de-escalatory approach to this, but you just don't know given how tense we've been in sharing stories about what's coming out of some areas in South Israel as well. If Hezbollah sees the Israeli approach in a certain light, that could obviously, then exacerbate things.
So again, I think a lot of this depends on what happens in Gaza next. So how,
for sure,
how deep and how how deep will the incursion be? How deep into Gazan territory will it go? All the way to Gaza City, or just more on the
I think
outskirts?
that's pretty clear. I think that the Israelis have basically said that's what they're going to do. I think that's pretty clear at this point. But yeah, absolutely. Can I jump over to you again, Syria? Girl, do you have any other? You wanted to add something?
Just to
Yeah,
be
you
sorry, I
guys
just
should.
got to Syria. One last thing. We have one of our one last thing. One of our panelists told me that so please, can we please clarify the Palestinian people in Lebanon are not Lebanese. They are here as refugees. And he means that respectfully, but he wanted to make it clear, and I think he's really worried about this escalating to kind of engulf Lebanon. I think a lot of people in Lebanon really don't want this war. So he just wants to say that the Palestinians in Lebanon, because when I said 10% of the population of Lebanon, so it depends what you consider. So they are refugees in Lebanon, but just gives you the scale of the Palestinian population in the country and those camps there. But sorry, go ahead, Syrian, go.
Just one more
So
little
the
bit of snipping breaking news from the speech.
Ben,
Oh, all
okay.
right.
Yeah, let's get Syrian go, and then we'll go to the breaking news from the speech. Go ahead, Syrian, go.
Okay. Look, the Syrian Socialist Nationalist Party (SSNP) and the PFLP-GC are supported and backed by the state. They are funded by the state. So this would be asymmetric warfare. And of course, that doesn't mean that the state is unhappy, but like the state is not going to stop them, right? So but I think Israel will be happy to keep this at an asymmetric warfare level. But if it does escalate, then obviously it will be bad for Israel.
Yeah, I do want to also point out one thing. It's just 2 seconds, Noga. I've just pinned it above. If we could, and by the way, Sully, if you can send us through the speech by the Erdogan, I don't know how to pronounce his name, the Turkish Prime Minister or the Turkish President. If you could please send that through. Erdogan. If you send that through, please, because we haven't posted that speech yet. Also, what I've done is I've posted, that's pretty concerning, the letter that I was reading the letter, and everyone could check the pinned tweet above the letter that Elon got. It's pretty ridiculous, like the way that we're bringing both sides together here on X, and obviously this space is one example. And for him to get a letter like this, he has 24 hours, I think it was, Ryan. 24
Yeah,
hours
he's got 24 hours to respond to law
respond
officials, or else
and
like he's in
contact
deep
with
trouble.
law enforcement. Yeah, it's just it's ridiculous about Moscow illegal disinformation on X amid Israel-Hamas conflict. So I don't know.
Well,
I don't know what to say.
Did you see the e-safety policy as well, which had an update? So many people are concerned about that and how that coverage might end up becoming quite biased on social media.
Well, the EU is going very, very much towards this protective sort of. I call it. What I heard someone call it protective speech. Like you got freedom of speech, but it's protected through certain sort of things. Sorry, Ryan, go ahead.
The issue here is with this kind of.
Sorry, go ahead, man. Sorry.
I was going to say the issue here in times of war like this is there's no, 1 second. The issue here in times of war like this is it's who defines what's true or not. Once you have footage coming out from the ground, someone could just mark it as fake and it can get taken down. That's the problem. It's like this is a time where we should be emphasizing footage to come out more and more, and then later as things come out, people are updating. And credit to a lot of people, even our own team here. There's been some stuff that we've had to update, and we do update. So let's please keep that in mind. It's very important to keep the flow of information going, in my opinion.
Yeah, so I recommend everyone just the pinned tweet above, just trying to make it heard. Like the last thing we want is just further censorship to come back to X. So you could retweet it and.
Sorry, Mario. Breaking news, or sort of breaking. The Jalame event is over. 2 of the whatever we're calling them now are killed. And also, I'd like to mention we actually discussed this yesterday. These militias, shall we call them, were given access by the Syrian government yesterday. It was actually discussed on this space yesterday. We were talking about the fact that convoy is happening, and we were arguing that since it's Iraq, Syria, it has nothing to do with the conflict.
So hold on,
take it back.
Just
apparently it is.
Yeah, so 2 things. No, 2 things. So not correcting, just adding a bit more context. So there was a convoy from Iraq to Syria that was struck by Israeli warplanes, by an Israeli airstrike, a supposed Israeli airstrike, which happens on a regular basis. We know that Iran-backed groups, whatever you want to call them, have a lot of weapons and a lot of presence in Syria and in Iraq. And Piotr, you can correct me if I get anything wrong or add more
Yeah, but
context.
someone had to open the door.
No, they don't. They don't. That's the thing. Like the amount of control that the Syrian government has over their territory is depressingly weak. So I'm not saying they're not involved, but it does not mean they're involved. And obviously, we hope they're not involved. And I'd be surprised. They're very weakened after the massive war they went through, the civil
We
war they went
definitely
through.
opened the door.
So
We don't know that. But you can't Syrian. But you can't
Let
say
me
that. Hold on,
defend
Syrian.
you. Let me tell you why.
knows
can
that they
I
did.
No,
And
Syria.
let me
But
tell you why. Okay, because we
why?
control Abu Kamal border crossing. Okay, and like this is not a new thing. We always have people going through the Abu Kamal border crossing. It's our border crossing, and we have a right to
Yeah,
our
but
allies.
you can't. But you
We
don't.
have a
Yeah,
right
but
to
you
our
don't.
supply.
Syrian, go. You don't know if the
Guys,
Syrian
I'm
government actually
sorry.
authorized the weapons. Go ahead.
Why not?
I'm very,
No, I'm
guys,
saying you
I'm
don't know.
very,
What do you
very
mean? You have a
sorry.
report from the government saying, "Hey, we've
No, because
officially."
the military controls the border crossing.
Lebanese government controls the Lebanese territory.
No,
That's their territory.
no.
Yeah. Then again, there's a lot of movements that.
There's no Lebanese army. Okay, we're talking about the
What do you mean? There's no.
Syrian army here. The
There
Syrian
is
Guys,
a.
army is the real
there is a
army.
Lebanese army. It's just not
Okay, yeah,
exactly
but they're
very
you,
Guys, I
functional.
have
And
breaking
they're not
Hezbollah
very
is
news.
very
functional. Is what I'm
Just
trying to
one
functional.
say.
So there's
I
not
think
just.
we need to be clear on this. There's a
There's
distinction
no
between the
official
state
statement.
of Lebanon and Hezbollah. Hezbollah is a whatever, a political faction, or it has a political branch, or it has a political representation influence. And this is going to be something which is very complicated in the state of Lebanon. I mean, we had I know she had some particular stances and things, but we had a member of the parliament who was stating some of these things, and Lebanon, again, I think we should always contextualize these things by putting it in the sense of Lebanon has been in a critical state of economic, dire conditions, but since 2020 especially.
No, we've moved away. But we've moved away from that. We're talking about the Syrian control of their territory.
Oh, sorry. Right. Well, Lebanon doesn't really have much influence in that.
No, not Lebanon, Piotr, but you're completely off point there.
Well, when are you talking about? You were talking about Lebanon.
No, I mentioned Lebanon, but not Lebanon control. So I gave the example of the weapons moving from Iraq to Syrian territory. I was saying we don't know for sure if Syria authorized these weapons to move to the border with
But I think at this
Israel.
point, no way.
There's no way to prove
guys,
that.
please,
hang
can
on.
I please?
Hang on. 1
no,
second,
guys,
Syrian,
everyone,
go.
no, hold on, guys. So I want to just kind of last thing is that we cannot, unless there's an official statement from the Syrian government, in taking responsibility for the attack, whether they're doing it covertly, it's possible. But we don't know. We don't know if Iran's involved in the current conflict, if they're supporting Hamas, if they help plan it. The same way we don't know if Syria is involved or the Lebanese government is involved. Now, obviously, we had a member of parliament come on stage here, and we know that the Lebanon is very split on whether to support Hezbollah, and most people don't want a new war. I don't know as much about Syria, and we haven't talked as much about Syria, but it's very important not to say Syria is complicit in this attack unless we know for sure, because this is a serious escalation. We have that responsibility.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Maria. I was going to summarize as follows. This is a multi-arena event. It at the moment actually theoretically involves 2 countries in addition to the Gaza Strip. And I understand the need for caution where it comes to the Syrian regime, but in fact, because of the fact the Syrian regime is not in control of its territory fully, the fact that Iran can operate from there just means that Iran has a launching pad. So it's like out of the frying pan and into the fire sort of situation. But the bottom line is that there's another country involved, whether it's Iran from Syrian territory or Syria.
Yeah, but not directly, okay?
Bad.
The indirect provision
I understand. I'm saying they're both equally, not even equally, but they're both
bad.
Not
in great.
And so we at the moment have a multi-arena event with attacks from at least 2 separate countries, and
I prefer to use the word multi-fronted input, if that's even a term. Just because.
But the problem
Netanyahu.
Is, sorry, the problem with that.
Let's go to Mario. Guys, he's got an update. Come on.
Go ahead, Syrian. Go. Last, I'll give you a comment on this particular matter. Please go ahead, Syrian. Go.
Sure. So please listen up, because I know Syria. Syria is very open about its support for Hezbollah. Okay, that's not a secret. Hezbollah saved us from ISIS. While look, I'm sorry to say, but the Israelis actually openly did say that they want ISIS to stay in Syria. Hezbollah
We're
was
moving
fighting
way off
for.
the point, but
Okay,
Syria, we're
let me
moving
finish.
off the
Okay,
point.
you
No, no,
The
because
border, the border, the
just
no,
border.
but you can talk about Syria, but you can't
There's
talk about what the
people.
Israelis said
Sure,
about
sure.
it.
Yeah, I understand. I apologize. So the border, things are passing through that border all the time. The Syrian military is not like the Lebanese military. Okay, the Syrian military does control the border points. They do control what happens. The militias take the orders from the Syrian military. It's called the NDF, the National Defense Force. So the militias are under the control of the Syrian
So
military.
you're
You
saying
can't
Syria is
say.
attacking Israel right now?
I'm saying that it's asymmetric warfare, and Israel's going to take
No,
it that
that
way.
wasn't the question though. Are you saying that Syria is attacking Israel right now?
I'm saying that Syria is never going to admit to attacking Israel right now.
Yeah, so I'll summarize it in this. Syria may or may not be involved. We do not know. There's going to be different opinions on this. Syria has not made any official statements on these attacks, either
Can I
distancing
add one
themselves
bit
or
of
taking
clarity
responsibility.
to this as well,
Go ahead, Piotr.
which is, just very much just fact-based, which is that for the past several years, Assad has been outcast of the Arab League and the broader region. He is not in a position where he has a fully functioning position of his government and the broader foreign relations with neighboring states, let alone his military and the various factions and situations. That doesn't mean that Syria could not be culpable in some way, but it complicates
Culpable
the
for what?
situation.
Though there's always weapons going
Well,
through. Like
supplying arms and
this is
stuff.
not
I'm just saying,
supplying
right? His
supplying
position is
arms
not
to who?
exactly the
See, the
strongest it's
premise
been.
is wrong.
Okay,
The
but
premise,
I
the
want to draw a
claim
line under
is
that, Syria.
the,
All
the
right, thank you. Let's go to Ryan. Thank you. Ryan, are you there?
Hey guys, sorry about that. I
just
just
we
wanted to
can't take
interject,
Israel's
guys.
word for it. That's what I'm trying to say. What they blew up on the border, we can't take their word for it. It was weapons.
Thank you, sir. I just want to interject here. I don't know if you guys said this on top of the hour, but I wanted to reset. This is very important. Is that Blinken, U.S. Secretary of State Blinken, is heading to Israel on Thursday. So I wanted to throw that in there. And this is the quote. He says, "It will be a message of solidarity and support." This is from Matthew Miller, who said this at the briefing. And it says, he, of course, wants to hear from the leaders of Israel, hear from them directly about the situation they're facing, about what they need and how he can best support them. So I don't know how he's traveling there with all the airlines shut down. Seems very risky. God forbid something happens, that would
Air Force
instantly
Two.
escalate. No, I know. I know. Come on. I'm not even gonna answer that.
I don't know what you just said, Ryan. So the last bit I said.
No, bro. I was just saying.
No,
Look, I know
Ryan,
he's.
commercial airlines have stopped because there's insurance involved. Air Force Two doesn't have that problem,
No,
and
I'm
we
just
He
have
won't
saying, God
seen.
fly Air
forbid
And
Force
something
Two.
happens.
I want to go
That's
to
for the
Mohammed.
vice
We
president.
haven't
He'll
heard
fly
from
on a
him
VIP
for a
SAM
while.
flight.
Mohammed's new voice on stage we haven't heard for a while, and then Emir's back in the conference. Mohammed.
No, Mohammed's not a new. He's one of our most
No, I
regular
mean new in the
No,
sense of he's new
can I
after
finish the
so
point I
many
was
hours,
trying to
like
make?
a new
Yeah,
appearance.
go ahead, Benjamin. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it is an important update. So indeed, Egypt, the United States are working on opening up a humanitarian corridor to have civilian evacuees from Gaza. That was confirmed by Jake Sullivan. I believe that's an interesting development. Yeah.
Go ahead, Mohammed. Mohammed, are you there? While waiting for Mohammed to speak, and I'm not sure if Mohammed, he's not in Gaza at the moment. Amir, any updates on the Iranian front?
Well, guys, I just wanted to jump in on the Syria part. Actually, the closest border between Syria and Israel, that part is actually Russian control. It's not Iranian control. I just wanted to clear this out. If you look at the map, actually, Mario, you have this in your Twitter page. It's back in, I think, 4 or 5 months ago when we talked about the escalations between Iran and US in Syria. Actually, you posted the map about who controls what in Syria, the division between Iran, US, and Russia. That can be helpful right now. Actually, the closest that Syria is to Israel, that part is controlled by Russia. Thanks.
I appreciate the clarification. Conference, go ahead.
It was just about an earlier point, just in the same way that Syria Girl was kind of reprimanded for overstating her role officially, which I don't think she meant or intended to, but it was a little lighter than that. I feel like we have other speakers who seem to be arbiters of the conversation for days now, and it just feels almost state level, where it's maybe a relationship that's underexpressed. That it just feels strange sometimes.
Yeah, no, yeah, that doesn't help at all the discussion, Confluence, but I appreciate you sharing the breaking news and the updates. I do want to go back. There's just a lot of information. So commentary on the panel and different speakers doesn't help much the conversation. We do have the US State Department said, we ask Qatar and all countries to use their influence to prevent other parties from entering the conflict and secure the release of the hostages. Israeli media said there's renewed shelling from Syria, an activation of sirens and Ramat Magashimim. So that was about 9 minutes ago when we were having the debate on how involved Syria is. So there's also activating the alert in the Golan after reports of mortar shells originating from Syria. So there's a lot of just developments on the Syrian-Israeli front now. So quiet on the Lebanon front, quiet on the relatively quiet on the Gaza front, but it seems to be escalating on the Syrian front. So there is also sirens sounding in settlements surrounding the Gaza Strip. That's from Al Jazeera. And then Putin expresses to Erdogan his concern about the high number of civilian deaths in this war between Israel and Hamas. And Netanyahu, I made it clear to Biden that a strong and long military campaign must be carried out in which Israel wins. Just pointing out the important ones. Ryan, I'm just pointing all the important ones that need to be posted, man.
Yep, I got it, brother. I'm on.
Thanks,
Sorry, I
bro.
was in the bathroom.
Oh, good. IDF spokesperson preliminary. A number of launches were detected a short time ago from Syria territory to Israeli territory. Some of them crossed into Israeli territory and apparently fell into an open area. That's been 100% confirmed by the IDF now. Just a lot of updates here on the Syrian. Actually, I do want to go to John and Colonel. Guys, how major is this that we're seeing now, attacks from Syrian territory, or was that inevitable and that was expected? John, Colonel.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's again back to our conversation about state actions versus different groups and factions, even though they're residing within that country. So this is the dangerous situation we're in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, I know you and Piotr are trying to get me to bite, right? And I'm trying to remain conservative here.
Whoa! Don't
I'm
draw
not
me into this. But what do you think
I'm
about what Mario
not
said?
committed. Yeah, I'm just not committed to saying that this is a state actor and that the Syrian government has ordered it just yet. So
No, I agree. So I'm just having some pasta. I don't know. I don't know what this changes, if anything, in my calculus. To be honest, I am still more concerned about the Lebanon border right now because it's Hezbollah, and Hezbollah are the more, at least in my understanding, potent force. They're more willing to sort of get directly involved than sort of some different groups in the Syrian side. But Syria, Gal, do you disagree with that?
No, I just wanted to reiterate I am not an official in any capacity. Okay, please, everybody
I
that
appreciate it. Thank you.
listens
Okay,
to
thank you
me,
for doing that.
no, take
That's
that
okay.
everything I say with a grain of two salts.
Okay.
But I do know Syria. I've been covering the Syrian war since 2011. I know it like at the back of my hand. So when I hear things like this part is controlled by Russia and this part is controlled by Iran, I have to
So
tell you
I've got a
like
question on
that's
that
not
then for you.
correct.
So one of the things that I keep thinking about is obviously Russia's view on this because it's quite complicated. Some people saying Russia is behind much of this, but I'm still not sure that makes sense from a grand strategical perspective. And here's why: because Israel has been should we say having to coordinate with Russia about making strikes into Damascus. Sometimes we've seen this in the past few years. What's your perspective about that? How do Russia and Israel engage over this situation, and how do you think that could seep into the situation now with Syria and Israel exchanging fire, if at all?
Well, the Russians have always been complex because I think there's two factions within Russia, one that is very pro-Israel and one that's kind of getting sick of Israel and is definitely like both of those camps are pro-Syria. So the why I say they're getting sick of Israel is probably because of the Ukraine war and Israel allowing their munitions to be supplied to Ukraine. But as well as other matters, there was one incident where the Israelis shot down a Russian plane over Syria, or that somehow they did some kind of maneuver that resulted in that plane crashing, which Russia accused them of directly. So What does it mean? Look, the Russians, I think, will. I think they definitely want to de-escalate because they don't want to have to step in between Syria and Israel in order to defend the Syrian government, which they'll end up having to do. So I
As
have
it
to think.
stands, I agree with you on that. I mean, some people still. I do want to see more evidence about how Russia could be involved in this. But supplying arms or sort of information. But I think sometimes we also get carried away in assuming because Iran has ties to these two and because of Russian-Iranian relations, it's therefore the same. But it does vary quite a lot. Like Russia varies a lot on certain issues. That's not me defending Russian foreign policy, FYI. I'm just trying to make distinctions because Russia has that Security Council position and they, have a role in a way that Iran doesn't.
So we have, guys,
sorry,
we do
Mary, go
have,
ahead.
we have Israel is shelling Syria now in retaliation for the Syrian shelling, which is expected, obviously. So that's just another update there. So we are seeing a back and forth now in Syria. We haven't seen any videos yet of the shelling, but it's in open field, so it doesn't seem to be.
Does it look really as bad as sort of what we've seen so far? Like the imagery, does it look really bad?
No, we didn't see any imagery. No imagery, and based on the reports, there's been no casualties. It's been an open field, so it just doesn't. It just seems very limited. Small pockets of groups that are supporting Hamas, I assume. It just, it just doesn't seem to be anything major at all.
All right, interesting. So it could just be.
I
them
have a
trying
bit
to
of breaking news.
Please.
Hang on. I lost it. 1 second. The CEO of Hezbollah in Iraq, Ahmad al-Hamidawi, is threatening to hurt American bases in Iraq with missiles if the U.S. gets involved. We've heard something like this before, but it's repeated itself again today. It also threatened to, this is the new part, it threatened to hurt Israeli targets.
Okay, can you send that through to me via DM?
I have it in Hebrew from an Israeli reporters chat. I've asked for the
please,
source.
Yeah, that'll be great.
Needs verifying.
Yeah, that'll be great if you could send it through, and I'll have a look at it. Please, Noga.
Sure.
Yeah. So that's. Yeah. By the way. Yeah, let me fix something here. Sorry, I have my DM settings apparently set to only people that are verified, so I'm going to fix that so anyone could DM me. Someone just told me now. Yeah, let's go to OG. OG, you're recommended up on stage. How are you, sir?
Thank you. It's Mrs. actually.
Sorry,
that's okay. First of all, I just want to thank you guys so much for having this space and for caring about what's going on in Israel. This is a very, very sad and serious time. And we are all shocked, traumatized, and we really appreciate the support from the world. So thank you guys. We really appreciate it. So
any data, anything to share?
Yeah. The reason I came here is we want to share. We need your guys' support. There are right now in this moment over 200 civilians, women, children. Some of them are babies, 6 months old, that were kidnapped from their homes, from their families, from within Israel, from the party, as you know. They are held and they are still free and they are still alive. They are still alive. We don't know what they're going through, but we need the world. We need to create international pressure for Hamas to set them free right now. These are babies that are still breastfeeding. Some of them. We can't. Yeah. This is not a situation where soldiers are kept. You do soldier deals back and forth. That's okay. We're talking about babies. We're talking about women. We're talking about elderly women, elderly men, people kidnapped from their homes. Please, we must make Hamas set them free right now. We need them back. They're still alive. 900 slaughtered. They're still alive.
Thank you for that, OG. And I agree. And our thoughts go with everyone that was taken hostage. And I hope they're made free. Hopefully, with no one injured or hurt or killed. And hopefully we'll see a prisoner exchange and things de-escalate. So our thoughts go to everyone that has people. We had someone on stage come in a couple of days ago who found out not long before coming on our stage that his friends were part of those taken hostage from the festival near the border with Gaza. So 100% our thoughts go to them and every other civilian caught into
Can I
this.
just add to that,
process.
actually, Mario, just some positive news on that I think I didn't share enough before, but the Qataris and the Americans were apparently making some progress in the discussions around POWs. I know that focuses on Gaza specifically, but I hopefully that can be the case with all those who have been captured in this way. Amir, you've got some thoughts?
Well, Piotr, I have actually some sort of breaking news coming out of Hezbollah affiliated Telegram channel. It says that initial reports of the attack of Israeli fighters on Syria. This is just broke right now. I don't know any.
Attacks on what? Sorry, Israeli fighters where?
Israeli fighters attacking Syria. This is came
Yes,
out
yes,
of
we've talked to Amir. Yeah.
yeah.
There's attacks both ways. So there were rockets that came from Syrian territory towards Israel, and then Israel hit back, and the IDF confirmed it. And now there's rockets, there's strikes, not airstrikes, but there's rockets from Israel to that Syrian territory. So yeah, there is a back and forth there, and we're pretty concerned about it. We've been speaking about it as well. I do want to speak to Anya. Anya, how are you? Anya, are you there? I think you're having the glitch that speakers have all the time. Waleed, are you there? Waleed, are you there?
No one wants to talk to you, man.
No,
they're
both glitching. Yeah, they're both glitching. They're both dropped now. I think
okay.
we're going through that
try and
phase where
bring
it
them
starts
back up.
glitching a bit. Yeah, that would be great. So Waleed and Anya, you can both request, and we can bring you up. I'm not sure if Mohammed now can speak.
I see the professor is connecting. Is that Anya's rejoined?
Oh, Mohammed can. Yeah, but finally Mohammed's here.
I'm here.
Hey, Mohammed, how are you doing?
Here right now.
Good. How are you? So basically, where should I start?
Latest updates. Yeah, give us some updates on the ground and what's been going on, man. It's been a while. We haven't had you on stage.
Okay, so the first update and the most important one is one I got from European diplomatic sources in Ramallah and Jerusalem today. And they're basically saying that there's not a single European government, not a single European official that is pushing for de-escalation in Gaza or even bringing up Gaza to their Israeli counterparts. And the verbatim quote that one official told me is that are giving Israel a carte blanche to do whatever they want with Gaza for the next 72 hours. And I asked specifically about the Israeli European and Israeli American hostages in Gaza if they have any care to that, because the Israeli army is saying that they don't take necessary precautions to ensure that those remain alive. And he said, we've been asked to gather information about them, but European capitals, there's no interest in keeping them alive or in pressuring Israel to keep them alive. So basically, for the next 72 hours, according to diplomatic sources, Israel gets to do whatever it wants in Gaza. And that, I cannot emphasize enough how insane that is. The level and magnitude and scale of what transpired in Gaza in the last 48 hours, in particular yesterday, was very, very extraordinarily tough. Almost everyone I know there was collapsed in tears. I've never seen such destruction and such death toll in any previous round of escalation. And today even outscored that and managed to score about 900 deaths now in total. The latest statistics is that 260 children were killed, 230 women, 7 journalists, or I think 9 medical or 9 medics, in addition to 22 families that were completely wiped out. The main problem is that this military campaign, it does not have eliminating Hamas as the main goal, according to the IDF. The rhetoric that they are using is basically ensuring a defeat of Hamas's threatening capabilities to Israel, but not uprooting it or not eliminating it. So in other words, at the end of this round, it's going to be the same as every other round of escalation in Gaza. Gaza completely leveled with no prospect or hope for reconstruction for the next decade. And at the same time, Hamas stays in power and in control, and we go through that scenario repeated over and over again. In terms of the situation on a humanitarian level, I'm losing touch with a lot of my sources in Gaza. Electricity blackouts are now the norm in 90% of the Gaza Strip. Same with internet and phone signal loss. Most people there, they didn't have electricity more than 2 to 3 hours in the last 2 days. And now water is going down as well. I've been calling people and they say now I'm running out of drinking water in my tank and I don't know where I'm gonna get the rest of it in the next hours. So there's a very imminent crisis in terms of starvation and thirst. And again, the problem is that there is no European or American official that is pushing to constrain the Israeli military conduct in Gaza or to discuss, even bring up Gaza as a topic in discussion with Israeli counterparts. The Israeli military, they have their own objectives, but they are under immense pressure from the most right-wing government in history. So moments ago, there was an Israeli member of Knesset, Limor Sonhar Melech from Ben Gvir's party, that is openly saying, verbatim quote, flatten Gaza, there are no innocents in Gaza. So there is immense political pressure to make this campaign unprecedented in severity, magnitude, and scale. So that's what I have
I'd
to
just
say.
like to add a bit of
Yeah,
analysis
go
to
ahead,
that
please.
and to say
Go
that
ahead,
it'd be
Noga.
a lot easier for Israelis to be compassionate to Gaza if the abducted were returned. We have OG was just here to say we have nursing babies who were abducted without their mothers and are at the moment alive. And there is no one in Israel, and this is not coming from the right-wing government. This was coming directly from the Minister of Defense yesterday. There is no one in Israel that will discuss anything to do with humanitarian aid to Gaza until the abducted are returned. And this is nothing to do with the right wing or with pressure. You have Israeli babies, and we want them back. And I don't think even the Europeans at this point are at a position where they can apply pressure to Israel because you're holding Israeli babies and children.
But you're
I know.
holding
I want to go
Palestinian
back.
children, right? So you have to release those.
Yeah, sorry to mute you, Syrian Girl, but yeah, so Syrian Girl, I'll let you finish your comment, and then I'll move on to
Just
news.
one quick sentence.
Well,
That
let Syrian
wasn't.
Girl
I'm
finish
sorry.
her comment. Let
Just
Syrian Girl
one
finish her
sec.
Yeah,
comment.
no,
I
it's
think
okay.
it'd be
Sorry,
better
let her
if
finish. If Noga and then Syrian Girl will comment at the end. Last person to speak, and then we'll move on. Sorry, Noga, I'll let you finish so Syrian Girl can
very
respond
short
to everything.
sentence. That
Please.
wasn't a moral comment. It was an analysis of the spirit in Israel today. And you could argue that there are things that Israel could do that are better, and you could argue that there are things that Israel can do that Israel is completely in the wrong in. That wasn't the point. The
I
point
understand.
was that when you take Israeli children, we can't have a discussion about anything else, and there's no
I
single
understand.
minister in the government that can do anything except call for the return of the abducted children of Israel. It's just not an option.
Thank you, Noga. Okay, Syrian Girl, I'll let you respond,
Yes,
and then.
can I respond to
But
that
just
No,
on a,
yeah,
so
yeah,
guys,
on
yeah,
and just a point of
informational
clarification
level?
because this has been said a lot on the space, but and this is a real question. Like I've looked and looked and looked, and I'm not being able to find it. Where is the actual real evidence that there's actually children that have been abducted and have been taken to Gaza?
No, there were some that were
There
taken
are, there are movies of
after
them.
the
So,
fence fell
What?
down. It was not just Hamas doing its work. There were also a lot of random people and
no,
militants, and anyone with a gun and a pickup truck went in and took hostages, including children.
guys, there's a
So
lot of
and
news
there are
happening.
videos of
Yeah.
and there are videos of all of this. I have in my feed a video of a mother with two babies, one less than a year old, one 3 years old.
yeah, that
We
is
have
correct.
evidence from the field. We know for a fact that there are children
Okay,
in
thank you,
Israel,
Noga.
in
I'll
in,
let
in
Syrian.
Gaza.
So I
May I
let.
speak
Yeah,
now?
On a practical note on this, I know many people who've been pressing Hamas for the last 3 days to release the elderly women and children. I'm aware of the intense pressure on them from many sides, but the latest middle ground was that they get to release women, children, and elderly in return for Israel releasing Palestinian women and children that are detained in Israeli prisons. That was the only compromise they were willing to make. But the question is there a listening ear in Israel for that? My information is that nobody in the Israeli government is discussing even that proposal.
All right, so I think Mohammed's responded well. Look, I want to go to Brian Cunningham, guys. Brian, how are you? Brian, are you there?
Brian?
Oh, it's having that glitch again.
Brian's
Brian.
joined us. Oh, great to see Brian.
Yeah,
It'd be
this will be a
interesting to
great
hear his
discussion.
takes.
So Brian, if you could try to unmute. If it doesn't work, just drop down and I'll bring you back up. And in the meantime, I could read some news. And I know that Waleed is here and Joe is here, but let me.
I've got some news as well. I was actually going to post this on mine, but there's basically reports that there's 74 children who've died from the Palestinian side, and they actually think it's going to be up to 140 since October the 7th, and that's from the Defense for Children International.
I appreciate that update. Also, we have there's a meeting between Netanyahu and Gantz that's going to be tomorrow at 11 a.m. local time, and it's because Netanyahu is in a hole in Syria. Someone, Naga, can you clarify what that statement means, or is that just false translation?
No, I'm sorry. It's accurate translation. It just okay. It's a central. Would also call it a Hamal. It's a central events room, I guess. Where it's no. There's like when you have a room with all of the screens in it, and the army runs the operations from it.
The operations room,
the operations room. Thank you very much.
Cool.
So
no.
Sorry, it's the primary operations room of Israel. It has to do with its location. I'm not. Don't worry about it. But yeah.
Oh, good. No. Thank you so much. And in the meantime, Brian is up. I think Brian, is it working now?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes. How are you, Brian?
We're doing great, thanks. Hey, sorry about that. Just two quick international law points that I think are relevant, and apologies if the colonel or somebody covered them before I jumped on. But one, this idea of the exchange of prisoners of war, that only is a thing if Hamas has Israeli soldiers. What they've done is violated the laws of war and possibly committed crimes against humanity and kidnapped civilians. There's no exchanging for that. Those are not POWs, point one. Point two, and I think maybe more importantly, on the subject of Syria's responsibility, I'm sure many people on here know there's a doctrine under the laws of armed conflict that if you are attacked by a state that either cannot or will not control factions within their territory, you are entitled to strike back against that state. So from a legal standpoint, it's sort of irrelevant whether the Syrian government is directing that or not. Thanks.
So sorry, Brian. Can you explain a bit further?
The Israeli government and military have been bombing sovereign Syrian territory on a nearly daily basis for the past several years. So we got to start asking if Israel's striking back, who started it.
Well, so excuse me. You're making a political / propaganda point. I'm making a legal point.
I'm making a historical fact that is just a fact. It is a fact. Get out of here with your propaganda.
Anya, this is not okay. Anya, you could, if you want to respond, if it starts getting heated again. Yesterday's space was a lot more cordial on all sides, so we can go back and forth and disagree. So, Brian, what's the point that you're making? I understood, and I heard Anya's response.
Yeah.
But the point you're making is that it doesn't matter because it's coming from Syrian territory. It doesn't matter if the Syrian government is involved, or I misunderstood.
I'm not talking about the morals or ethics or the politics. I'm saying as a matter of the law of armed conflict, if a country is being attacked from the territory of another country, and the victim country, air quotes, in this case Israel, tells Syria, hey, you make this stop or we're going to make it stop, Israel does have a right to strike in that country, regardless of whether Damascus is actually ordering the attacks. The flip side, by the way, is also true to her point. If I don't know the facts, Israel launches unprovoked acts of war into Syrian territory, under the laws of armed conflict, Syria has a right to respond.
Brian, well, Israel is eagle.
So, Brian, so everyone ask everyone, please let me.
Quick point.
No, not yet, Anya. Anya, not yet. I'll go to you afterwards because I want to go back and forth with Brian. I'll do the same with you, Anya. So, Brian, you've talked about it as a matter of international law, but then we've got these unwritten rules. For example, when we were talking about Lebanon earlier, and we talked about Hezbollah striking a radar, an Israeli radar. So the location of that radar played an important point, because if it was within the Golan Heights, then that is not considered to be an escalation from Hezbollah or an entering the war. It's more of either a warning shot or something more symbolic to kind of to indicate support for Hamas.
Graduated something or other. Brian, correct me if I'm using, I've forgotten the right term, but like
yeah. So what when we go to Syria, for example, if we do have a group that fired rockets into Israel, but that group is acting independently, and then Syrian government either denounces the attack or just does not comment or just indicates no involvement, that would likely indicate that Israel will respond in a very limited way to strike back at that group and at those targets without involving Syria. Would that be a fair statement?
Yeah, I don't think it would be proportional under the laws of armed conflict to strike Damascus in a situation where the Syrian government is failing to stop the attacks from within its territory. What would be proportional and therefore legal is attacking those elements that are doing the attacks on Israel, but not the Syrian government.
But Brian, if I can just add to that, so is this the concept of graduated response then in the military sense? If you're familiar with that term.
Well, it's both actually, and that's a good clarification. What I'm talking about is the right of a country to attack inside the territory of another country, and that is pretty clearly established along the lines I just talked about. But the victim country, quote unquote, in this case Israel, still has to be proportional and only use as much force as is reasonably necessary to stop the threat. So to your graduated response point, if they hit this one cell somewhere in Syria, and I'm driving so I can't see the map or anything, but they strike one group of what I would call terrorists inside Syria, they kill them, nothing more happens, they don't have the right then to escalate against the Damascus government. But if it goes on and on and on, then they do.
So just to be technical on this point, then, how does this work vis-a-vis states versus non-state actors in this context, or the same rules apply regardless of the opponent, if you want, or those on the other side of the offensive force?
The need to be proportional would be the same whether it's a non-state actor or a state actor, but the degree to which you can invade the sovereignty, in this case of Syria, to defend yourself, that must be proportional to the threat you're getting hit with.
Brian,
can I
ask Brian a question?
Joe. Yeah, of course. I recognize you in Syria, and I also see Walid. So, Jim, one last question for you, Brian. So how does this work then when we've got the amount of fog of war that we do? We've got reports of Hezbollah amassing a numerous amount of troops. Supposedly, we've got Israel striking certain targets, but then the Golan Heights situation is also complicated because Syria has quite a lot of factions that we don't even know what they are fully. Syria Girls tried to give us a breakdown, but how do you think all this ambiguity plays into the military conduct in this case? Because it's not a clear situation.
Well, yes, and of course, all these commanders on all sides are making split-second decisions that could have various consequences down the road. What should be happening, I have no idea whether it is or not, maybe someone else on the call does, what should be happening is, even though they don't have direct relations, Israel, through Qatar or Egypt or somebody, should be communicating with Damascus and pretty heavily.
Ah, crap. Brian, you cut out, man.
I think you got a call. Like he should be back any second. Yeah. So what what you guys are discussing is that so from a legal perspective, what Israel could do in terms of response based on international law, but from a practical perspective, Brian, like Israel does not want a multi-front war. So I'd be surprised. Yeah, I'd be surprised. So, but then the question will be: I don't think Syria wants a direct war with Israel, and I would speculate that's a bit trickier. But I'd speculate Hezbollah's in the same same situation. They don't want direct war. So then the question is, how much influence does Iran have over the Syrian government and over Hezbollah? And do you think Iran wants to drag Israel into a multi-front war. And this is based on the assumption, I don't know what their influence is, and I think we've debated that earlier, but that will be my next question, is Iran's influence and their ambitions.
I'll just say one more thing about that, because this is now outside my area of expertise, but my personal opinion is Iran's strategic goal in all of this, and I do believe they have a lot to do with it, is to derail the Israel-Saudi peace agreement without triggering an Israeli attack on their nuclear facilities. But beneath that, I don't have enough area knowledge to have an opinion.
I think we should go to Syria Girl in that case, maybe, because she has some...
yeah, definitely. And then I want to go to Anya afterwards.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, maybe actually I'll go to Anya. I'm going to go to Anya. Yeah, because she hasn't spoken yet. Anya, the same questions that I've asked Brian, especially on the last one. I think is the most important, because we talked from a legal perspective, international law perspective, but then from a more practical perspective, I think we all agree that Israel does not want a multi-front war. If you disagree, feel free to do so. But then the other one would be the likelihood of Iran's direct involvement, which for me it makes sense. And the goal of derailing the normalizations of relations between Saudi and Israel, it makes sense from a practical perspective, but it would be good to get a different perspective if you have one.
Yeah, well, I think first of all, if we're talking about international law in Israel, it's a non-starter, because if we're talking about international law, how are we even going to begin to define Israel's borders? You can't. How are you going to define what the defense minister said this week about cutting off all the food and water, electricity? That is collective punishment, very clearly illegal under international law. And while it's convenient to say that Israel now has the right to strike Syria because of what may or may not be coming out of Syrian territory, the reality is, since the war on Syria began, Israel's been highly involved, supplying material support for terrorist groups in Syria and bombing the Syrians.
I'm sorry, did we have a deal about actually having some proof before we say stuff?
Good. I mean,
you know what it is? It's like literally what's happening on this space what's happening on this space is, like, someone speaks from the Israeli side and they get 30 minutes carte blanche to speak. As soon as somebody speaks from the other side, it's like agents are literally stopping them within 30 seconds. It's unbelievable.
So silly. I was gonna let's not inflame the situation further. What I was gonna do is gonna tell Noga to please not interrupt. Noga, I'll let you if you want to make corrections.
The day, though.
I know, Syrian. Yeah, so Noga, if you so Noga, same way Syrian Girl and Joe and Walid have their hands up, and they can make any corrections afterwards. So Anya, you were talking about the international law and had to apply that to Israel based on the examples you've given. But moving away from the international law perspective, what do you think is the likelihood that Israel would want a multi-front war? And then what is the likelihood of Iran being directly involved and being behind these attacks, Anya? That would be the big question for me. You got to unmute, Anya, so it's the bottom left corner, and we'll be able to hear you, please.
Israel absolutely does not want a multi-front war because they won't be able to fight it. Their soldiers, if they are ever faced with an actual army, will probably drop their guns and run home. And if they're fighting a real state or militant group, organized militant group, as even now the Hamas in Gaza has proven to be, they are going to have issues. That's why we haven't seen a ground invasion on the scale, for example, that we saw in 2014 yet. Because if Israeli army actually goes in there right now, they are not prepared to face just Hamas, which in the West we have this I've seen a lot of obviously overtly racist characteristics of how are these people that have no capabilities invading what is supposed to be the strongest and most advanced military and state on earth. Well, Israel's what you call a paper tiger. And so that's why, and the minute the reason that this ground invasion is delayed is because they can't even face Hamas. So they absolutely do not want to open up and have Hezbollah get involved.
But the ground invasion might have not begun because they're trying to weaken Hamas. So we're seeing heavy airstrikes. We're also seeing a blockade. Obviously, so the internet being cut off, water being cut off, various supplies being cut off. That's inevitably going to make Hamas weaker. And if you could even make the argument that Hamas's rockets towards Israel have dropped significantly, Hamas's incursions to Israel have dropped significantly. I'm not saying, just to be clear, I'm not saying it's going to be easy for Israel to enter Gaza. I think it's going to be extremely difficult considering that the guerrilla warfare is going to be involved and how populated the region is. But then, but then my question would be to use how involved do you think Iran is, and what is the likelihood that Hezbollah would also join the war?
I know nothing about. I have no sources. When I say I know nothing, I have no sources on these issues. When I talk about other things, for example, what happens in Syria or what I know from my experience in Gaza, I have sources that that I can actually like give you a better idea that it's not just I'm making up speculation. But if you're going to ask me to speculate on something that I don't have any proof of, my hunch is that Hamas would not have conducted such a sophisticated intelligence operation successfully and done it without, I don't know, definitely I don't think Hezbollah would have been out of the loop. I don't know anything further than that. But I think we in the West maybe underestimate the level to which the tide is changing against this entire order that Israel is a part of. And we see it in Ukraine. We saw it with the BRICS summit in Johannesburg, where I just was. We think of Iran as this lone actor in the region, the only force that is there aiding Hamas or aiding the Palestinian resistance against the Israeli occupation. In reality, the entire region, I've spent time in the region, I've spent time in Syria, I've spent time in Lebanon. I mean, you can remove the governments of any of those states from the picture. The people and the region as a whole are completely have been standing with the Palestinians for years. And the sense is that Israel is going too far. When we talk about Israel, the current Israeli government being the most right-wing in history, this is not about politics the way that we think about it in the West. It's actually about a religious, fanatical ideology where they are seeking to establish a temple mount, a Jewish temple
So
on
I
the
want to just chime in there.
on the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and the whole. You think Saudi Arabia is going to put up with that in the long
Well,
run?
yeah. So to
You
that
think
point,
so?
Anya, a couple of things that I thought was of note. I do want to push back on the BRICS thing a little bit, but we maybe could save that for another discussion. Which is that in the past 24 hours that we had another gentleman, I forget who it was, in the space, and Israeli normalization with Saudi seems to be very close. MBS wants to achieve this because then it makes Iran seem quite sort of isolated, at least from some people's perspectives. And in the past few hours, this gentleman told us that the sentiment is beginning to shift. To your point about the a lot of other countries in the region and communities are not comfortable with the response Israel is doing and could well do in its subsequent response into Gaza, and that's changing the calculus of Saudi Arabia. So how do you think things could develop in the short to medium term if depending upon how Israel responds specifically in Gaza? I mean,
well,
if you get my point.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the Israeli response, and if they're going to give us another catastrophe in Gaza, of course that is only going to work against them in the region. And I think even in the minds of the higher ups, I would like to get into their minds. I don't know for sure, but in places like Saudi Arabia. But what I'm talking about here is not just this one incident and how it's going, because what I'm arguing is that we should be trying to think of this history kind of in a scientific way where there's motion, there's physics. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. And everything Israel has done, really since it was founded, but especially over the last 20 years, has pushed in the direction of a major confrontation with regional forces. They thought they could take out Iraq, Syria, and weaken the entire Arab resistance, but they really couldn't. And now, what I'm saying is, aside from even just the military and the bombs and the bloodshed and everything that we're seeing play out right now, it is the actual radicalism of what they see as a messianic Jewish state where they are attacking not only Muslim holy sites, but Christian religious holy sites, including in the past year, seizing Christian churches to turn over into Jewish settlements, or now going for the
last
Al-Aqsa
month.
Mosque, and
Okay,
that
that's
is
very
all
old.
that is
We
not
had a
going
deal.
to work
We
out.
had a deal about
Hang on,
this.
guys.
Yeah.
So just to build on that, sorry, Mary, do you want to go?
Go ahead. Yeah, I'll let
Got
you
another
respond,
question?
Piotr, and I'll get Noga. I know she's wants to counter a few
Oh, it
points.
was me as
I'm
well.
sure no, I appreciate that.
No, we'll go to
So,
Noga first, Syrian.
yeah,
Just
we'll
because
go to Noga
Anya's
just to
points need to
balance. But
counter.
I as a someone, I just want to ask you know, from a slightly different angle. The so what about then? You know, so you're confident, or you're thinking that Israel is going to increase its level of isolation if it continues down a certain pathway. If it undertakes, you know, certain tactics or approaches to responding to the situation. So would there be a way to, I don't know, amend the situation? I mean, Egypt, Turkey, other countries seem to be quite sort of trying to mediate the process, and find a more, you know, peaceful, constructive way forward. But you don't think that those efforts are going to be realised because of the situation as it stands, if that makes sense. And yeah, you're on mute again. Bottom left.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were. Well, can you just repeat that question? I thought you were asking someone else.
No. I just wanted to get another question to you, and then we'll go to some other panels.
Oh, sure.
Go to Noga afterwards. Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, I'm just wondering, because it's for me, it's really difficult, because we've got this situation where you've got some Middle Eastern states that are trying to be, you know, balanced. Even as Saudi Arabia has been quite nuanced in its approach, and mainly emphasizing peace, or just engaging in peace talks, and Egypt trying to help the Palestinian situation, and then Israel responding with that pretty strong, you know, warning. What do you think that just means for the short to medium term in Israel's case? You know, is it going to be a case the US has to come to the aid of Israel more through a sort of logistical sense?
Of course. I mean, that Israel doesn't have anything else, do they? That's why
they do have quite a
military.
competent
The
military.
$6 billion a year. We gave them their military. The UN gave them their state. So, I mean, they are. That's why
they
you
are
have
quite a
all of
competent
these
military force. So I don't think we can
Well,
deny that. Whether
yeah,
or
but
not
it
the
doesn't
US
come
gave
out
them.
of nowhere. There's this myth that it grew out of the desert with like some miracle.
No, but they have developed their own independent.
Well,
capacities. We've seen that in Iran and
learning.
stuff.
I think we're learning. Yeah, well, they're very good at things like that, but when it comes to actually fighting and intelligence, as we're seeing play out over the last 3 days, it's a paper tiger. And mark my words, I mean, if Israel does go into Gaza, it will be, I think, unlike something we've seen before. But in terms of the short term, Israel is just not in a good position. That's why I don't buy the narrative that this was something that Netanyahu did a war. No. In fact, I have the region who told me that Netanyahu was panicked, had no idea, was caught off guard. The entire military establishment did not see this coming, and they were begging Biden to come.
That point, and then I will pass back to Mario, which is, you know, there was one resource, Israel has refuted this, that Egypt tried to let Netanyahu know that this was coming about 10 days before, and Netanyahu apparently didn't believe this. Again, I'm not saying whether or not, but this is what was reported by some other.
Yeah.
Hubris, but that's my point.
Egypt's
trying to be constructive, you know, and so it's rather confusing, because we're not in 1973. We are in certain ways, but we're not in other ways. So it's. I just was curious for how you see that from a historical comparison. But I'll pass back to Marion. Thank you very much for your responses.
Yeah, I want to go to Noga just to balance it out. Noga, I know you've heard a lot of statements. You tried to jump in a few times. I'll let you jump in, and then I want to go back to just news on the ground. And Noga, if you can respond to a few points, but then link it back to your thoughts. I've never asked you for this. Your thoughts on Iran's involvement, and whether Iran would want Syria and Hezbollah to get involved. Because if Iran is involved in this attack, and if Iran's goal is to derail the discussions between Saudi and normalization between Saudi and Israel, have they done enough? Could they do more? How far could Iran escalate if Iran is directly involved?
Okay. First, I want to mention a point of order. There were discussions upon discussions about the rules of engagement of this space. We were talking about the rule being, I think Suleiman was the one who said it this morning, that the rule was that don't say anything that will be offensive. And everyone agreed, except for me actually, but everyone agreed that saying terrorist is offensive, and it's something that you at the very least have to substantiate. So I don't understand why is it that I am the one that had to correct it, and I really don't understand why everyone jumped down my throat. And it wasn't
Yeah, I
about trying
apologize.
to
Yeah,
stop something.
so someone did
We
mention,
had
yeah,
a
so yeah, no, let
no.
me
That's what
agree
Anya.
with you. Let me agree with you. Let me agree. So anyone did mention terrorists. I missed it because I was looking at the breaking news. But yeah, so we
Yeah, I
are
missed it
avoiding
as
any
well. I
terms.
didn't hear us a terrorist.
So
Okay.
yeah, apologize for that, Noga.
Did she?
Go ahead,
So
continue.
no. So and honestly, what I asked Anya was for proof for a lot of her grand statements. And at the end of the day, when we got to the analysis, I don't know how much response I can give, because honestly, if you've learned anything about Israeli history, and I'm not saying that what's going on right now isn't a military debacle, because it is, but thinking that the Israeli army is what was it? Paper Tiger shows a lack of understanding of the area that honestly I don't see a reason to relate to any of the other points, because it means that Anya on a very basic level knows very little about the area or the way that it functions. And the fact that the Israeli army missed a point, and it's a big point, I'm not saying that it isn't, doesn't mean that Anya's analysis of the military's ability or Israel's important to the West has any basis in reality whatsoever. And I tried to ask her for any basis for all of her assumptions, and you guys jumped down my throat, and she never bothered to base it. So I'm just going to move on to the question that you asked, which is about Iran. I think Iran is an agent of chaos. I think that they want to destabilize the area because it serves their political purposes in many ways. There's an ongoing debate everywhere that you look about Iran's ability to control its proxy as opposed to or even just direct it, as opposed to just support it and prompt it and allow it to just cause mayhem. I haven't seen anyone who convinced me one way or the other. So even if Iran wants this destabilization, and it's sort of a given that's the situation, it's always very difficult to ascertain whether it can hold back any of its proxies by any other means except for withholding funds. And then there's always the question, if Iran wants that agent to be an agent of chaos, withholding funds just means that it's no longer functioning. I think, and I've made this analysis in a different space this morning, that this could turn out to be very bad for Iran, especially if the Americans will stay true to their original statement and focus on challenges in the area. That is, if they focus on eradicating Hamas, which is a must at this point, and maybe reducing Hezbollah's strength in the area, then what would actually happen is that some of Iran's more important prongs vis-a-vis Israel will be cut down to size or disappear. And that would mean that you're reducing Iran and its ability to create chaos in the Middle East without actually going directly for someone called it wasn't me, but I like the analogy, the snake's head. You can just chop off a few pieces of its tail to hamper its ability to move. And I think a smart strategic move will do that. So you might even see, especially now that Syria is involved, more intense a more intense battle to push back on Iran's proxies in Syria. But it makes no sense for any of the parties that was surprised at this point to try to fix the whole problem, which is something that's a lot harder to do. And it's a lot easier to just weaken Iran's position in the area everywhere. And Iran is not very strong as it is. Also, Iran took a hit because whether it's directly involved or not, there was debate between Western countries, especially the European Union, and whether or not you bring Iran back into the fold. And I think this is going to weigh heavy to the side that is going to see it as more of a threat than its oil or
Could it
any
be?
other
Could it,
interest it
Noga? Could it?
prefers is
Could it?
actually worse.
I have a counterpoint. Could it be? And I've got some breaking news. By the way, what's funny now is that my team is so quick with the breaking news. I just check my. I'm no joke. I'm just checking my posts for breaking news. So if anyone wants to know the breaking news and doesn't want to wait for us to read it, just check the post that the team's putting out on my account. It's pretty impressive. But Noga, my question to you before I read some breaking news is. What about the other side of this? What if Hamas doesn't want the normalization of relations between Saudi and Israel, and maybe Iran was not behind this? I know this.
Well, that's one of the
It
other
is possible.
biggest
I
theories,
know.
isn't it?
I
One of the
agree.
biggest theories.
I think that regardless of whether Iran is directing this or not, it's obvious that this does not serve Hamas in any way. I mean, it could very well be that the two things are true at the same time. But I'm saying Hamas will be eradicated at the end of this. So it doesn't really
Well,
matter who
hang on,
directed it.
but hang on. Are you sure you can say that so categorically? Hamas is but a group of people, but as we've said clearly before, it creates an idea, and an idea is harder to squash. I mean, I'm sure you can appreciate that
I appreciate
policy
that.
over ISIS, you know,
I
and the
appreciate
ISIS
that.
idea. Yeah.
I think
you could say, sorry, Piotr, you could say ISIS has been quashed as well. Like the ideology is still there, but
No,
militarily.
but that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. The presence of it is gone, at least in theory. But it as an idea, it still exists very much online because there was no other group like them that was able to leverage social media as well as they did.
I think to an extent Hamas has that ability, and I think to an extent Hamas is an extension of the ISIS ideology. But I think the point is also, first of all, that the eradication, one of its strengths in the population comes from its apparent, shall we call them successes? I don't think that it's as successful and it's being portrayed, but let's, for the sake of argument, call it that. If Hamas is no longer successful and it no longer has something to offer, then its hold on, well, and on the local Palestinian population will weaken. And it's not that strong to begin with if you look at Palestinian opinion polls. I think Gazans are just slightly less miffed with their, shall we call them, leadership than the population in the West Bank. But I also think that there's been a paradigm shift in Israel that we're still figuring it out. I mean, still figuring out how deep the shift is. And I think that's going to affect the ideology's ability to, I don't know if to survive is the right word. It'd be more difficult to propagate this ideology once the immediate threat is addressed, because I think a lot of Israelis in high places are realizing that the ideology was a big part of the problem and it needs to be addressed. We're going to probably see a lot more focus on aid and proper education when this all settles.
Let me mention some breaking news because there's a lot of developments that happened in the last 20 minutes. Anyone that's reading them on the tweets, I'll probably be reading something you'd already read. So Hamas put out a statement on Biden's speech. We strongly reject and denounce the inflammatory statements made by US President Joe Biden, which coincided with the continuation and escalation of the barbaric Zionist aggression against our Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip and the rest of our occupied territories. We consider these statements to be an attempt to cover up the criminality and terrorism of the Zionist government that has soaked in the blood of our people, as he did not refer at all in his speech to the massacres committed by Zionist forces against our people in cold blood and in full view of the world. So that was a statement by Hamas in response to Biden's speech. And then we have a breaking. Qatari Foreign Ministry said the Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs received a call from Guterres, during which they reviewed ways to reduce the escalation. So Guterres, for anyone that doesn't know, is Antonio Guterres, who's the Secretary General of the United Nations. Just quick thought before I continue. I want to get your thoughts, Piotr, on the statement that was just made by Hamas. It's pretty much what you'd expect, isn't it? Piotr, you there? So while Piotr is getting back to his mic, I'm not sure if it's a glitch. So that's the Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs received a call. I've talked about it just now.
Sorry, mate. Did you call me? I was away for a second.
I'll read out more breaking news. I'll ask you in a bit. Just on the statement, did you hear the statement that Hamas made?
No, I did not. I can go and have a look. Is it on your
I
profile?
can give my thoughts. I think it's as expected. We know we've seen similar statements
No
beforehand,
worries.
and it's just Biden's statement is as expected, and so is Hamas. General Michael Eric Kurilla states the arrival of these highly capable forces to the region. She's talking about the U.S. region is a strong signal of deterrence. Should any actor hostile to Israel consider to try to take advantage of this situation? So that's by General Michael Kurilla, and that's regarding the what is it called? It's not a warship. What's the other term? We just can only say warship. The U.S. warship. The aircraft carrier that headed. Thanks, Ryan. The aircraft carrier that headed to the region 2 days ago. It's arrived to the region, I think, now. So, and the U.S. has made multiple statements that this is not meant to be escalatory in nature. It's meant to de-escalate and prevent or just kind of deter other parties from getting involved in the conflict. And I think their main focus is Iran, but mainly Hezbollah, and they've made that pretty explicit. So these are some latest updates. Let me see if there's anything else by the team. There's some footage posted. Netanyahu did say last statement here, this piece of news, I made it clear to President Biden that a strong and long military campaign must be carried out in which Israel wins. So we're going to see a long battle. And I've got a question, and I'm going to ask that question to Michael. Michael, I see a lot of hands up. We'll go to the hands in a bit. But Michael, can you hear me first? Is your mic working before I ask a question?
You there?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, man. My question to you is: Hezbollah hasn't gotten involved in the war, at least not yet, and hopefully never. But based on that, would you say their opportunity to get involved would have been early on, and the fact they haven't gotten involved, and we're already up to day, I don't know what day it is now. We've started up Friday, we're up to Wednesday, so 5 days now. We're up to day 5, I guess. The fact that they haven't gotten involved could be an indicator that no one else was to get involved, and that's kind of the end of the aggression towards Israel, that Hamas attack. And now it's just going to be back and forth between Hamas and Israel. Is that a fair statement, Michael, or do you think that they could still get involved if Israel's response in terms of entering Gaza and what happens and how long the war drags on for could end up forcing them to get involved?
Yeah, look, from intelligence and counterterrorism perspective, you want to take the advantage and you want to seize initiative. And Hezbollah had the initiative a couple of days ago, right? When the IDF is on their back foot, when Netanyahu is confused and there's, additional internal turmoil over, what happened with the Israeli security services and why things were missed and why they weren't. So yeah, if you want to keep your opponent on the back foot, you've got to act while you have the initiative and while you have the best opportunity to position your forces where they can be critically effective. And so I think the longer that they take to commit forces and get involved, the less likely their impact is going to be on the conflict. And I think you are right, Mario. I think we've seen a few different actors now potentially consider, something of a strategic pause or something to sort of, assess where we are and then make additional tactical decisions following that point. But I agree. I think, there were points there over the past few days where, committing more forces would have been very effective. And maybe they still can be, but I think at this point, you lose initiative and you have diminishing returns the longer that you take to act.
Yeah, I agree with that statement. I do want to go to.
I have a bit of short of breaking news. The shootings from Syria, was supposedly by Hezbollah-related Palestinians. I don't even know how to.
It's the PFLP-GC, as I said.
Yeah.
Okay, tell us more. Yeah, Syria, can you tell us more about them? Are they independent? What's their relations with Hezbollah?
Yeah, good relations with Hezbollah, independent Palestinian group, but they are actually also pro the Syrian government, and the Syrian state supports them. So thank you for allowing me to speak. I need to answer to what Brian said about 20 minutes ago. I've been waiting to correct him because he stated that the Palestinians are holding civilian hostages and they can only trade soldiers. But the point is that the Israelis are also holding civilian hostages in the prisons, children and women. So what he's saying is it's nonsensical. You know, it's of course you're going to trade prisoners. If the Israelis want to get their people back as soon as possible, they can also release the Palestinian prisoners. Also, Anya made a statement about Syria. She said, Noga actually asked her for sources about this statement, and I can help her with that. She said that the Israeli were helping the terrorists in Syria. Now, I've created a thread of all of the evidence that was asked for to that point. And it is on the spaces. I put it on the Omni bus, I think this called.
The pinned it at the top. Yep. So we're trying to prevent. All right. So we'll pin it a bit, but then we'll remove it. So we try to keeping. I'm just pinning some things myself just to keep it all objective and
Sure,
not
sure.
have
I mean, this
everyone
was
flooding it. But go ahead.
this has been admitted several times by Israeli officials that they were providing medical aid to Al-Nusra Front, which is the Al-Qaeda faction in Syria on the Golan Heights. One of the officials' name was Major General Herzi Halvi. His statement was, "We do not want ISIS defeated in Syria because they're in a difficult position." The other statement was by the former Mossad director Ephraim Halvi, who admitted on Al Jazeera to providing medical assistance to Al Qaeda in Syria. We have photographs of the IDF standing around with the Syrian Al Nusra Front on the Golan Heights, Al Nusra Front again being the Al Qaeda groups. So what
Are you
was
able?
said
So
is totally
are you
correct.
able? Just one thing. Are you able to add links to the screenshots as well, so we know what those are? Because it just looks like articles, but it doesn't say what publication
Yes, one of
or
them
what
is
outlets. That'd be great.
absolutely. I will add it to
Thank you
the
so much.
thread. There's the cable, there's
Perfect.
Al
Thank you.
Jazeera. Yep, there's a lot. So
I
to
see the Al
answer your
Jazeera one. Yep.
question now, your question was about the PFLP. Was that correct?
I think that last question I asked you is about that group that took responsibility for the attacks from the Syrian territory towards Israel. You said that's an independent group. They sympathize and support Hamas. I think you said they have a good relationship with the Israeli
No.
government.
I didn't say they
Sorry, with the Syrian
sympathize and they
government.
support Hamas. I said that they
Oh, my
are
bad.
a Palestinian resistance group. They are okay. So you know, with the Palestinians, there's several resistance groups. Some of them are left-wing secular nationalist groups, and some of them are like Hamas, like you know, they have slightly more religious angle. So PFLP is one of the secular groups. They are, you know, they're another Palestinian resistance group. There's no animosity, but it doesn't mean that they are like the same thing. The other thing is that the Syrian state does support them, and they of course are friendly with Hezbollah as well as Hamas. Friendly is the word I would use.
Friendly. I appreciate it. Yeah, cool. But it's important to point out that they are independent. So that's what I wanted to be clear.
Sure.
Sorry,
And
Mario,
just kind of
can I respond to some
yeah.
things
Go ahead,
that
Noga.
I'm sorry, I will also apologize. I'm working from my computer because my phone keeps crashing the app, and in the computer you
Oh,
don't
good. We
have
can
the
hear you
ability to
perfectly
raise your
fine.
hand, which is why I'm
Ah,
waving.
okay.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, good. Sorry.
Okay. A couple things. Prisoners in Israel, most, not all, but most of the people who are held in Israel, and definitely children or young adults and women, have been through the criminal system, which means that they were charged with a crime, they were tried, and they were convicted of it. They're not
That
prisoner.
is not.
They're not.
I have to
They're
answer.
not. Okay, so at this point, I would just like to point that out. The other thing is that when we were discussing terrorists, one of the things why we're not calling people who are terrorists is because it's what was the word, sensitive. The other is that you actually need some proof for what's happening. And a lot of the accusations from the Syrian regime about the people who are helped, and Israel does provide a lot of medical assistance to the people of Syria, not all of which are the regime is a fan of. You actually have to make a point that we're aiding terrorists, and no, that's actually not true at all. That's fake news. Israel is providing a lot of assistance to a lot of Syrians who are being persecuted by the Syrian regime. But the fact that the Syrian regime accuses them of being terrorists is well, let's say at the very least, for the purposes of this discussion, equivalent to people complaining about the people Israel calls terrorists. So again, how about we keep it civil? And if we made a rule, then everybody has to abide by it, or I won't either.
I mean, you
No, I
didn't.
appreciate
You
it.
We're gonna
mentioned
have to
terrorists
answer
like.
to one of
First
the
of all,
things
you
that was
didn't, because you
incorrect. Sorry,
mentioned
let
terrorists
me
like
answer
7
this. Let me answer
times.
this.
So hold on, Suleiman. So just
So,
Joe, Syrian, so we'll let the panelists kind
one
of push
last thing.
back on them. So
One last.
yeah, quickly,
Obviously,
Syrian, go. Now I do want to move on. There's
one
some
small
news. Go
short
ahead,
point. Short point. No,
please. Thank you.
a thousand prisoners are held without charge, and this claim that they were arrested and charged and all of this stuff is precedent on the claim that Israel has a right to even have an occupation, which is totally against international law. That there's no law that says that Israelis can hold the Palestinians. They are hostages.
Okay, so that's
Mario,
obviously
I'm
getting
going to
into a very, very different
I'm going
discussion.
to refrain from answering this.
Yeah. So this
I'm going to
is
refrain from answering this other
No, I'll
than
let
to
you
say
answer.
that
No,
it
go.
was no, I'm not going to answer this. I'm going to refrain because I know you want to move on. I'm going to say it's BS and it requires a lot of proof and move on.
Yeah, I do want to move on because we are going down territory that I don't want to go down, at least not for this space. I do want to go back. Please tell me it's not glitching. You got to come down and come up. All right, Mike.
You mean Michael?
Yeah, Mike. Yeah, Mike Kasim. All right, so it's glitching for Mike Kasim. I'll bring him
Let's go
down
to
and bring him.
Joe while he's sorting that out.
No, I think
Yeah, can
I
I
think Joe
please
will go
bring
back
up
to
a
the same
point, Matt?
discussion.
No,
I can hear you now.
Matt,
Thank you.
If it's the same discussion, Joe, then no. But I want to move on from this discussion. Go ahead,
Mario,
man, please.
I think the person that was up before, he's now dropped, Brian, brought up a really distinct point, which is in Syria, equal force is allowed to be used. Okay? What's happening, and as you know, I work in communication. What is happening is they continue to say Gaza, right? Gaza will be leveled. The Gazans are evil. The Gazans this. 46 to 56% of the population support Hamas. Who committed this crime is Hamas. It's not what they've done when they blockaded children and women into an area and they're shooting into a fishbowl, right? That's what's happening, right? They are targeting Gazans. They are not targeting Hamas. For the very first time, after calling it out several times,
No, Joe, they're targeting Palestinians.
Noga has finally said Hamas instead of Gaza. Blame Gazans. They do not blame Hamas. To turn the West Hamas committed. And that is a problem.
Indiscriminate firing, right? That's something that it's not provable, right? The IDF says they're engaging Hamas military targets. One side says they're indiscriminately bombing civilians. I think that is not accurate and can't be proven otherwise. Unless
you can. You just look at the past. You look at the past 20 years.
Sorry, but Joe, let's not look at. I'm avoiding exactly that,
Yep.
Joe. I'm avoiding looking at the past. I'm avoiding politicizing it. What's happened?
No, you can't prove
Well, we're talking
that
right now.
Proof.
We're talking right now.
Mario,
So, Joe, if there's
proof. Someone's past actions,
no, you said they're shooting into
future actions.
Joe,
today.
Joe, yeah. So the past actions. We're talking about actions right now. If we're going to go into past actions, that we've opened up a debate that will probably take 6 days to finish.
Does someone's history not prove their present? That's all. He asked for proof.
No, of course it doesn't prove their present. If someone's committed a crime in the past, committed 3 crimes in the past, and then does something, does that mean he immediately committed a crime? No, he may have. It might increase the likelihood, but it does not. To use the word "prove" is not fair at all.
Fair point.
And you're taking me down a path that I'm asking. Yeah, and I'm asking you nicely just to move away from this discussion, guys, so we can go back to discussing the current events and the breaking news that are happening. So I'm not sure if your microphone is working, Mike.
Yeah, it is.
But we do have the Saudi. So I'm just going to read out some news that the team posted in the meantime. The Saudi foreign minister engages in talks with the British counterpart addressing the gravity of the military escalation in Gaza and its vicinity. So it's just discussions between Saudi foreign minister and the British counterpart. It'd be curious if I've got a question. How is Saudi responding to all this? how's the narrative from there? And I know they said that the normalization discussions are on pause from memory. Correct me if I got this wrong. Which would be, that's pretty expected, considering what's happening. But does the panel think that they're dead, or it's just a temporary pause, and once this conflict is over, they'll likely continue? Genuinely curious on that point, and maybe I'll go to Mike. I'm actually going to ask you that question, and probably go to Michael afterwards. That question, and maybe updates on your end as well, Mike.
Sure, thank you. So yesterday, I think the Saudi government held a meeting for their parliament. If you want, I can look at the talking points and translate them, and I'll send them to you. But I believe it's like, according to what I'm hearing here and there from political analysts on Al Jazeera and other Saudi-owned news channels, I think it will be a temporary pause on the normalization process between Israel and Saudi Arabia. I don't think Saudi Arabia is interested in interfering currently or giving any statements, given the past tensions between them and Iran. And some say that Iran is basically behind this, or we don't have evidence so far. So I don't think Saudi Arabia is interested to take sides. So far, they're just urging both sides on controlling their military and controlling their emotions. I know you wanted to move on, but I wanted to speak about Hezbollah's involvement. I heard some.
Yeah. So just an update quickly. The first U.S. ammunition, a first plane carrying U.S. ammunition lands in Israel. That came in about just a couple of minutes ago by War Monitor. So just thought I'd mention that. But go ahead, Mike.
Sure. So Hezbollah's involvement, I think it's still early to say that they're not going to make a move or anything. I would say we have to give it to the next 48 hours, like 2 days from today, especially after the Hamas spokesperson said that on Friday he urged all the Muslim communities after the Friday prayer to basically do something or get involved. So we have to wait until then. But given like what's happening on the ground, the fact that Hezbollah claimed all the attacks that happened on the disputed territory within the treaty post-2006 war, I think this is a sign for political analysts and other people involved in this manner to basically say that Hezbollah is not shying away from getting involved in this, and they're ready to basically face the consequences. One thing I would say on a basically personal opinion is that the economy in Lebanon and basically the government in Lebanon will be opposing to this. So Hezbollah is maybe more cautious given the atmosphere of Lebanon in general and the basically Lebanese citizens, which I think they should care about more than supporting the Palestinians. Mario, if you allow me 40 seconds, I just want to fact check something quickly. Somebody mentioned that ISIS and Hamas are basically branches of each other. That's an extraction of ISIS. Just for context, ISIS is a Salafi movement. It's a Salafi Islamic sect where like they believe in Salafism. I don't want to give explanations or definitions just for the matter of like time. So go ahead.
I think we won't. But I think we won't. Yeah. So Mike, we weren't comparing ISIS and Hamas. I'm not saying we shouldn't. I'm just saying. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
It was Nova. It was Noga. I'm sorry. Noga said they basically are an extension of each other's, and I just like.
You're talking about the group. Sorry. Yeah, understand.
Yeah.
Good,
so
cool.
I know, just fact checking. I'm not trying to like debunk.
And Mike, question to you as well. The group that Syrian girl was talking about earlier in Syria that took responsibility for the attacks. How independent are they from Iran, Syria, or Hezbollah?
I mean, they're allies of Hezbollah, but ideologically wise, they're independent. So they have nothing to do with Islamic beliefs, or they have nothing to do with basically basing their political involvement on biblical beliefs that we belong to that land. They're people who were exiled from the land back in 48. I think most of their ideologies are influenced by, funny enough, Karl Marx. They're more on the communism side of politics. Quickly, I'm sorry, just fact checking. ISIS is Salafi, Hamas is Muslim Brotherhood. They have nothing to do with each other. If anything, ISIS's main ideology is to establish a Muslim nation on the whole territory of the Middle East. And what's funny enough, Israel's ideology is to establish a Jewish territory on the whole kingdom of Israel. So who's similar here? Is it Hamas or is it actually?
I wouldn't. You've gone down. Yeah. So you've gone to territory comparing Israel to ISIS. And again, I am avoiding these discussions and avoiding
the
these.
fact that it's completely untrue. But never mind.
Noga, okay, Syrian. Noga, I'll let you respond to Mike's last comment,
I
and
do
then
have
just
an
to
Well,
balance
you're
it
update,
out,
saying
we'll
guys.
go
it's
back
I'm
to
not
Michael.
true.
curious
They're saying
update.
it's not true. We're
Joa,
targeting all people, and you cut off water.
Joa, again, guys, if you guys, I'm pretty
Mark,
strict on this space, as I said to everyone already. So Noga, I'll let you quickly respond to the last comment made by Mike, and then we want to go to, but very briefly, and then I want to go to just the hands, and I want to go also to Michael just for a couple of questions. Noga, do you
Well,
want to respond quickly?
well, first of all, the description of ISIS as just somebody who wants to take over the world, which is the least of ISIS's worries. The problem is how you do it, and what you think of people in the meantime is a very shallow analysis of the ISIS ideology. And I would like to remind you that the Hamas Charter specifically calls for the annihilation of Jews in a way that looks like it's been copied from Mein Kampf. So honestly, I have texts on my side saying that there's a destructive, somewhat genocidal ideology on the side of Hamas when I say that, because it's in their charter. Arguing that Israel wants more territory, whatever is seriously, regardless of the fact that it's an ongoing debate in Israel that has not been settled since, I think, since 1948, but definitely since 1967,
Sorry, I have an update, guys.
the implied analogy to ISIS is quite frankly ridiculous. And yes, you're right. Israelis are very angry after what happened on Saturdays, and maybe they're not distinguishing between Hamas and the name of its base. But there's a very big difference between what you argued that Israel is doing and calling for the annihilation of Gaza. If only because if you look at it, people, including myself, who have been calling for the annihilation of Gaza, keep mentioning that it has nothing to do with its population. The problem is that Gaza is being used as a base for terror. The base for terror, which is Gaza, has to go.
I appreciate it. So
I
now
have
I
an
want to move away
update.
from
Mario,
this
why is she
discussion, guys.
allowed to advocate for
So
genocide, bro? That's not
rules,
right.
that's why.
Syrian girl,
That's
go
not
ahead. I'll
right.
let you respond. Yeah, so guys, look, Syrian girl, I'll let you respond to balance it out. I'm reading the breaking news. So if Syrian girl, you can respond,
I
balance
have
out the
breaking
discussion so we
news.
can
Well,
please
I
move
have
on.
an update. So that's what I was interrupting for. So my sources tell me that the Syrian military has now gone on high alert. So we might see some kind of mobilization.
Hold on, this is pretty major. So they said the Syrian military gone on. Actually, I wouldn't say it's major. There's rockets fired from their territory towards Israel. So the Syrian military has gone on high alert, correct, Syrian
Yeah,
girl?
I think they expect some kind of airstrike. So sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I know I was
No,
muted
no, that's
earlier, but
fine.
I wanted to do this breaking
No,
news. I just wanted to say that to reply to her, Ben Gurion said that they want the Nile to the Euphrates, but the breaking news is more important.
I appreciate it. I'll let you respond as well, just to balance it out, because every time one side speaks, I get attacked for not balancing things. So I'll let you respond to balance it out, Syrian girl. But just quickly, the source that the Syrian military is on high alert.
Yes, exactly right. Yes, we may see
What's the source, just to
mobilization.
confirm? Do you know what the source is? If you
Yeah,
don't mind, just
I
confirm.
have people that I speak to.
Okay. Okay. We ask the people just for sources, just if that's okay.
Yeah, but the sources
I
are
wouldn't be
in
surprised.
Syria, so they are, they're
No,
like.
but there's people, but the Syrian girl, there's people in Palestine, there's people in Israel, there's people in Lebanon that give me conflicting information. I had people in Lebanon saying Hezbollah's already declared war on Israel, and I can't mention that. And then Mario, what's your source? Oh, people, they're in Lebanon. Or Mario, it's a Hezbollah group, so it's important to
Sure.
have the sources.
I'm a
Now the Syrian
journalist. I
military.
can't give up my sources, but I have friends in the military and in sort of thing like that.
So that's it's not okay. So if you can mention this, if there's a source that's confirmed, like a news outlet that actually mentioned it and put it out, then we can mention it and mention
Like
what
a
that news
Syrian
outlet
news
is.
outlet?
Yeah, Syrian news outlet is
I
fine
don't
as well.
think we would put that on the news.
Yes, they would put that on the news. The Syrian military would probably announce that as well. Every time any military is on high alert, they'd announce that pretty publicly.
It actually helps the army become more. It helps with deterrence. It's a good idea to do that.
Yeah,
I
being
don't
on
think
high
we do
alert,
it
yeah,
that
exactly.
way. Sorry, guys.
Yes, the Syrian military does do it that way. They've been on high alert multiple times before Syrian girl, and it's very normal for them to deter either Israeli responses like to escalate or to deter further attacks from their territory. But I do want to, Ryan, I want to give you the mic to kind of balance out the last point made, but also move on to the discussion just to breaking news, please.
Yes, definitely. So first of all, I disavow anything that says calling for genocide of anywhere because we don't. There's human beings there. So I just want to disavow that, but I'll move on.
Yeah, not sure if that was called. If someone mentioned, if someone called for genocide on any side in the space, 100%
Yeah, she called for the annihilation of Gaza, which there's
No,
human
I
beings
didn't,
there.
and I made a point of.
No, she
and I
didn't.
made a point
maybe
of saying
Sully.
that.
Okay, so Sully, maybe you could.
guys,
Sully,
okay,
maybe.
let me move
Yeah,
to
yeah.
news.
She
Hold
didn't
on.
call for annihilation. What the argument that was being made is, her argument was that it's in Hamas's charter that they want the annihilation of Israel, and on the other side, we've heard many people ask for the complete annihilation of Gaza, and one would argue that both are unacceptable. Well, anyway, someone who's not biased and isn't on one side would say both are unacceptable, and see there's a huge similarity between the two.
Oh, thanks for clarifying, Sully, and thanks for doing it objectively. I do want to move to breaking news, guys, and I'd appreciate if everyone does the same.
Mario, I have news for you, man. I wanted
please
to
go
echo
ahead.
on what you said about the aircraft carrier. One's already there, and there's also been discussions of a second one going there. So if this is for de-escalatory purposes, I don't know how it de-escalates when you're... First of all, this is the one most prominent, most advanced one, and I checked this with Nick as well. It's one of the most prominent, most advanced, most biggest ones there. So it's not like it's something that's being a baby warship that you put on the water just to kind of scare people. This is heavy-duty stuff. And they've also mentioned a second possibility, of a second one going there to kind of quote-unquote assist. So I just want to keep that in mind. I don't think that you send in your biggest one into the waters there just to quote unquote de-escalate.
So we have, so Gaza Civil Defense did put out a statement. We do not have enough heavy machinery to remove those trapped under the rubble, which threatens to increase the number of victims. This is something I've always thought of. I remember thinking a lot about it during the Turkish earthquake. Which I think we covered here, and just seeing those videos of people, like imagine there's an earthquake or an airstrike, whatever it is, just more of a general statement, and then the building falls and then you're stuck under the rubble, and you're just sitting there waiting under the rubble. If you have claustrophobia, it must be freaking out now, but it's just such a heartbreaking feeling. We do have the Israeli army says the arrival of the first plane carrying advanced American weapon. Okay, that's we've reported that already. There's more outlets reporting that. We have. Okay, Hezbollah showing now live video of them targeting an Israeli tank earlier today. That's from Hadi. Okay, so that's relatively common, just to be clear. And there was a marketing video or propaganda video, whatever you want to call it, by Hezbollah. It's just more of like a recruitment video or by Hezbollah that was posted yesterday. I didn't post it on, we didn't have time to post it on our channel. But it just is pretty poorly made, so I didn't think it's worth
There's
posting.
been an update as well for the high alert. There's now news out. Now the news has come out to support that. It's on Al Masdar.
Perfect.
So I'll
Perfect.
give
Yeah,
you that.
and again, as I said, I'm perfect. I appreciate it. What's the source? I'll actually I'll add you in our back channel so you can actually share it with
Al
the team. I've just
Masdar.
added.
It's a pro-government news.
Cool. Can you post it? I've just pinged you on WhatsApp. If you could put it there, that would be great. And the team is there, so they can post it, verify and post it as well. But I appreciate it. And again, I'm not surprised. I said earlier, wouldn't be surprised for them to declare red alert or high alert for the Syrian army. We do have Hadi as well that will come up and give us an update from Lebanon and an update on the Hezbollah front, which has been pretty quiet other than that video that was posted. Correct, Hadi?
Yeah, hey Mario, I just didn't quite listen to the last part. It was muted.
That's all good. I was just saying that there's been pretty quiet on the Lebanese Israeli front, other than that video posted by Hezbollah. Oh, it's not really escalation, but it's a video posted of them targeting an Israeli tank. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. They usually post a video of their operations hours after it, and they just did that on their official TV channel. It's called Al Manar, and that's the video you're going to post right now.
Cool. So we have so if you can put it in our group, that would be good, and I'll post it on the channel as well. I do want to go to Shane. Do you have any updates on the ground? I know you're working with a group of Israelis.
So I actually have an update here on the ground. This is actually in the last 30 minutes. So I don't know if it's even broken into mainstream news yet, but I know that there was a group of Israeli civilians in a bomb shelter, about 30, and were basically smoked out with grenades, and all 30 are now dead. That's a voice note I just got from a friend in Israel. As soon as there's a news source,
I'm sorry, right now?
Right now, yeah. So as soon as there's I just asked where this was, and as soon as there's a news source confirming it, I'll send it to Mario. But this is a friend of mine.
We'll definitely need a source. Yeah, if we definitely need a source. So your friend of yours heard it, or he was a part of
a friend of mine is at the hospital right now and sent me the voice note. He was the only person to survive. So
Oh, I've sent.
that's
Okay.
that's it.
Oh,
I'm gonna send you the
your
update.
friend of yours was impacted by this event.
Yeah, I actually have a voice note here too from them, but I'll wait for it to be confirmed. It'll be confirmed very soon, anyways, and I'll send that right away. But pretty horrible.
Yeah, I've just sent you through a link. If you could join that link, I know we've been talking on Instagram DMs, so if you can check your Instagram DM and
Yeah,
click on the
okay,
link.
and I just found the location. It was near the party on the kibbutz. There was a bomb shelter that they were hiding in. So I'll send that over.
Okay. Again, our thoughts go to your friend and obviously
I'm
everyone
sorry.
else.
They were there for 4 days.
Looks like it. That's the information I'm receiving right now. Yes.
So when did the event of them getting smoked out? Did that happen at the
It happened in a
in the
lot
first
of
of attack?
it happened in a lot of kibbutzim during the first attack. People were hiding in their bomb shelters, which are harder to penetrate. So what the infiltrators did was to burn the house down so that people will get out, and then they murdered them. That's
And
why we have so many
Are you
burnt
guys
bodies.
taking like messages from people on the ground, or this is news? Because it
no, we
sounds
can.
like
No, this is yes. We take messages from the ground, but we do mention it as Shane said that hasn't been confirmed. But so I know Shane well.
This will be confirmed.
Yeah. So I know Shane well, so it's not someone I just met on Twitter. But again, I'm not posting it, and we are clarifying it is not unverified, so it's not 100% confirmed. Similar to with what Syrian said, the Syrian girl said, it's unverified from one of the people, and then she verified it afterwards with a source. So we're trying to be as careful as possible. But I appreciate that, Shane. And again, your thoughts go. Is your friend okay?
Yeah, the friend made it to the hospital and is being treated.
And so do you know whether this is, again, I know you've already answered it from Noga, but this is an attack now, or that was in the first attack?
I'm not sure if it was right now or we're just learning about it right now. That's what I'm trying to get clarity on.
But she's only gone to hospital now, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. I appreciate that update. Do just jump in, unmute and jump in whenever you have further updates on this.
Yeah, and I'm going to send you some stuff right now. Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I'll give you my WhatsApp number so we could talk on there. It's the only way to reach me directly. And then you could share that with me, and I'll have the team look into it as well. Chief, I'll bring you up in a bit. Amir, anything on the Iranian side? Anything in the media? Anything? Any statements?
On the Iranian side, there were just a couple of talks between Iranian foreign minister and some other parties. Actually, EU
Can I ask you a
parties.
question? I'll ask you more specific. Sorry, Amir. A specific question. Does Iran seem to be distancing themselves based on the media narrative? Because obviously they've got a lot of influence on the media there, and based on statements being made by the by government officials.
Well, that's a great question. Actually, I don't know if you remember, but yesterday on the space, there was I told something about Ayatollah Khamenei actually publicly speaking, and that fortunately happened today, and he delivered a clear message that we are not involved in this, and we don't want this to get worse, and that was very specific from Iran. That kind of, I think, if you want to look at it very smart, is that Iran is happy with the damage that is done to Israel. They don't want it to get worse, and I think Iran and the US are on the same side on this. Both parties do not want to get directly involved in this, and even I don't know if there were Iranian direct involvement or indirect involvement with the Hamas and other parties. I think they're satisfied with the results, and Iran doing something from Syria that does not make sense right now, based on what the supreme leader said today, that is very straightforward,
Very explicit. Very explicit.
Yes, and that's just I just think Iran wants this to not get worse, and this is not really in Iran's interest to be dragged into a war, and they don't want it. Some people were just maybe speculating that if he's just calling it to be some bigger jihad, some bigger war, but he just called it off like water on fire.
I appreciate that.
Sorry,
Thanks for the update.
another very small thing about the one of the speakers talked about like Iran supported Hamas attack on Israel to just derail the Saudi Israeli normalization. That does not make sense, because everybody can say that this attack took months of planning, and if we want to go back 4 or 5 months, there were no
There were nothing about Saudi-Israeli normalization, and just Iran doing something this dangerous that can trigger the wiping out of Hamas from the map just to stop Saudi Israel from normalizing ties. And I have to say this again, this attack probably took months of planning. This does not make sense. Iran just playing the Hamas card for this. This doesn't make sense.
Can I just jump in with quite interesting news? So I was just taking a moment to have a break. The Czech foreign minister, Jan Lepidsky, I think I'm saying that right, is actually the first foreign minister to visit. I'll just pop it. To visit Israel. He was doing so to meet with Eli Cohen, his counterpart, and also the president Herzog. This happened, I think, earlier this afternoon. There were a couple of pictures of them meeting, I presume, in Tel Aviv. So that's quite interesting that they're the first foreign nation to do so. You thought it would be, someone who's more in that other way, but I guess, Europe wants to make some moves as well. I'm not entirely sure what they discussed. I haven't been able to find any other information about that, but the longer this situation endures, the more we may be seeing foreign, diplomats and heads of state, even possibly visiting Israel. I think, it makes me think about the situation when Ukraine started and countries members of states or whatever, delegations going to Ukraine and Kiev. And then that resulting in responses from Moscow. Think of the missile shot, as I said earlier, when Biden visited Poland, and then the very secret train ride and all that orchestrated stuff earlier this year with Biden to Kiev. So just an interesting thing, and wonder how that plays into the diplomatic scene. But I'll pass back to you, Mary.
Yeah. So I've also posted the video. I know people
Mario,
waiting for that.
Mario, I'm sorry. Could I jump in real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, Ryan.
I got some news, man. I apologize. So this came out from the Pentagon saying that the Pentagon stated that there's no evidence of direct Iran role in the Hamas attack. So, and what Amir was saying is correct. I don't think that Iran wants to get involved. Iran cannot afford to get involved into this war. The country is not in a stable situation to get involved. It's both economically, it's not in a fantastic spot right now to want to get involved. Plus, you guys might know this better. I double checked this with I fact checked before I came, but please correct me. In March, they just established connections with Saudi Arabia. They started to reestablish connections with Saudi. So I don't know why they would want to come in and derail Saudi's connections with Israel or someone else or something.
Who's that? Who is it?
Iran has
Saudi.
established connection with the Saudi Arabia in March, but I think that's exactly why Iran doesn't want Israel to connect.
Right,
that is the reason.
It's been sort of secret public information that Israel and Saudi Arabia have been, negotiating and working together for a while. But this is,
of course,
yeah.
Not
So this is
all I'm saying is that I don't think it's not in any of their good standings to want to create or start any turmoil at this moment. They can't do it, and I think that's why they're coming out so strongly. When you have Khomeini coming out and saying it publicly like this, it's a movement to distance. And now we have Pentagon intelligence saying that they weren't involved. I think a lot of this started out when you had people like DeSantis come on television, on X, and posting about Iran's involvement. It was like trying to fan the war flames because they've been wanting to start a war with Iran directly or indirectly. So I think
I think that's a fair point. There is there's a lot of people on varying sides that want to state Iran's directly involved, but as I always try to emphasize, there's a nuance between being involved, directly, indirectly, in what way, and then all of this falls under the umbrella of information warfare and wanting to push a certain narrative, and as Russia does it, Ukraine does it, like Western media does it, India does it in its national papers, everyone does it to a certain extent, so that's why being in this kind of space makes it very important, because it completely we bring all that together. But Mary, I don't know if you want to take back, or I can jump over to Amir.
Yeah, I'm just laughing. I got a message from Confluence. I just removed him. He's like, "Can I get a DM now? Can I know how long I can expect to be in timeout for?" So usually when I remove someone from the panel, I just get attacked and stuff, and they want to complain. And
Tell me about it. Today's been a tough one today. To be honest.
Yeah, so I get this is that now. He's definitely I'm gonna be out of timeout when I get a message. So cute.
Can someone send me that instead of telling me something more blunt? Actually, why did you get the nice
and back to the story. So Shane did send me the voice note, and he's getting clarification on when the event happened, just on a more somber note. And he's getting more clarity. I did hear the information, and it is heartbreaking, Shane. So I wish you go with your friend and her experience.
Yeah, I heard about that. I didn't have anything I could really say. I'm really
just
sorry for
just
you,
got
Shane.
more context. I just wanted to whenever someone on stage comes and shares such an experience, we just want to really highlight it and highlights the suffering. We've had people on both sides talk about similar sufferings to their friends, family, or themselves. Let's go back.
Small bit of breaking news.
Yes.
Hezbollah is advertising shooting
a tank.
They're advertising the movie of the moment that I'm sorry, I read this wrong. The movie of Hezbollah's attack on the Israeli. It's not a tank. It's an armored vehicle. In Avivim is now online. I'm sorry. I thought it was a new one. It's just
there's a one. Exactly. It's a footage. Yeah. So I've got I've pinned it at the top for anyone that wants to see it. It's just Hezbollah put out a video of them attacking the troop carrier on the border with Lebanon. So that happened. Hadi's the one that sent it. So thank you, Hadi. Hadi, I don't know how you get things so early, but he sent it through, and I've just posted it above. I should probably have credit. I'll give you credit there. But
no, don't worry about it. It's fine.
Appreciate it, Hadi. Intel, how are you? Intel.
I'm doing very well. Thank you for bringing me onto the space. I will make this really quick. But I believe that it's not a matter of if the United States and Iran get involved, but it's a matter of when. The IDF spokesperson earlier had said that if they get to a point of fighting on several fronts, the U.S. aircraft carrier and vessels will assist in defense and attack in support of Israel. So it doesn't matter if it's 2 people or 3 people that get involved, like I'm talking about Syria or Hezbollah. If another force, in addition to their already attack on Palestine, comes into the fray, then the IDF spokesperson is saying that the U.S. aircraft carrier and vessels will assist. If the United States gets involved in any sort, way, shape, or faction of doing any sort of attack on whether it be Syria, whether it be Hezbollah, what we're going to see, I believe, this is just what I believe that Israel will feel emboldened to make some sort of attack on Iranian's nuclear structure. Someone earlier said that Iran is not prepared to take on any sort of attack from Israel right now. Israel will have the defense of the United States and potentially even NATO. There's some sort of, I could be mistaken on this, but isn't there some sort of NATO force already in the Mediterranean? That's in addition to the carrier strike group. My last point.
So on that point, I think it's an important. Yeah. So let's comment on this. And John, I want you to answer the second question about NATO presence in the region. But let's go back to the first point you made. Yes. So the U.S. did explicitly say, and Israel highlighted it as well. The U.S. will get involved if Israel is facing, if Hezbollah. I think it's a direct warning to Hezbollah. Maybe there's been other warnings, but the one I remember is that they've said if Hezbollah attacks Israel, they will get involved. And I think that was through back channels when we first read it, and then it became more and more explicit as time went by. Now, the question, though, is, because you said it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when for Iran and the US. But what we know is that the other players don't want to get involved. So Israel doesn't want a multi-front war. But it seems Iran is distancing himself in Iran. Like, I'm really happy with the statement that Amir mentioned. And Amir, if you can send me through that statement via WhatsApp. I know it's from earlier, but I really want to make a post highlighting how important that is. This is a Khamenei saying we don't want to escalate this. I'm sending you my WhatsApp now. We don't want to escalate this. So if Iran does not want to escalate this, that means if Iran has a lot of influence on Hezbollah and Hamas, Hezbollah we're talking, and any groups in Syria or Syrian government, then we wouldn't expect Hezbollah and Iran to get involved. Now, if Iran does not have a lot of influence on Hezbollah in Syria, well, then we have to look at those two parties. Hezbollah most likely does not want a war, considering what Lebanon's going through, and they'll probably lose a lot of support, and Lebanon will go through destruction. Probably worse than 2006, considering how bad the situation is right now. And then when you go to Syria, Syria is just the military is not in a good place at all. The economy is ruined. They have their own problems. I think this is one of the most complicated geopolitical issues right now is Syria, along with Ukraine. So I just don't think Syria has the capacity to do much and has not much incentive to do anything either. So I think based on all, if we look at this based on all angles, I don't think Intel that any of them will get involved. That's my 2 cents. Unless you disagree, Intel, and then we'll get John to comment on your NATO point afterwards. But I don't think any of them will get involved, Intel. What do you think? Do you disagree?
I do disagree because I believe that once Israel has the security guarantee of the United States, once they have that relationship established, and they're in the United States, like we will fight to the end for Israel. Now Israel has an entire nation to support them in their attack against Iran. So it won't just be Israel attacking Iran or Hezbollah, but you have the United States. And it may even develop potentially to the point of NATO getting involved to attacking Iran. Because if I'm not mistaken, there is a NATO force that is supporting the carrier strike group in the Mediterranean. And that carrier strike group is slated, I'll provide the sources here shortly, that strike group is slated to have some sort of transition in the near future. So if there is another carrier strike group that comes into the Mediterranean to relieve them, then in that area, you're going to have two carrier strike groups. However long that transition or that the oncoming force to take over that position in the Mediterranean from the other carrier strike group, you're going to have two carrier strike groups in that region, and those two carrier strike groups could be used for some sort of military strike capabilities in addition to NATO. If NATO feels like they want to support CENTCOM in their fight against whether it be Hamas or Hezbollah, then that's going to be a choice that they're going to have to make at that point. What are your thoughts, Mario?
Can I ask a question about this? I mean,
go ahead, please.
Just a clarification. You really feel that NATO involvement is something that is relevant to discuss at this point, that's something that is the probability of which are relevant?
I really do.
I respect. And go to John afterwards.
Yeah,
go
I want to jump in. Sorry, I was listening.
Piotr. Yeah, take over, Piotr, please.
Okay. Whoa is what I'm going to say. There is absolutely little to no reasonable grounds that NATO is going to get involved in shit. They're the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, right? I'm not dispelling that they have conducted operations elsewhere, but like launching some kind of comprehensive offensive, I don't even know the right word to call it, but it's a sort of engagement with Iran based on this is no way. Like and I know people are going to disagree with it, but in NATO's terminology, it is a defensive organization. It is not it is not an offensive one. One can argue about expansionism because it's grown. So yes, okay, it's expanded, but in terms of its actual doctrine, it is not going to take the fight first to Israel is also not a member state. There is no legal obligation of the NATO alliance to come to the defense of Israel. If unilateral states, i.e. the United States and Britain, for example, want to come to the support of Israel, they can do so, but that does not mean NATO will do so. Moreover, because you have 32 states of which all have to give the go-ahead, and I guarantee you at least 3 of those states, or 4, possibly the ones that denied the aid being cut off to Palestine, will probably have something to say about that. So let's start with one situation, Israel going to Iran, then let's talk about another one, US, what does that mean? And then if we really want to go down a badger hole, let alone a rabbit hole, then we can talk about NATO. But that's that. John, I mean, do you want to go? Because I think you might agree.
Yeah. I mean, there is so let's do it. Facts versus a lot of speculation there. Fact, there is a a NATO strike group in the Mediterranean because of the Russia threat since the invasion of Crimea. I agree, 100% agree with Piotr, and where all the assumptions were there with the U.S. security guarantees. That's not true. If this, then that. None of that is actually. It's all complex political decisions to be made at that moment. There are no guarantees. Matter of fact, there's only deterrence. Stay out of Israel's operation against Hamas in Gaza. We have a lot of cross-border stuff. That there's a lot of ways you can go down that way. The U.S. could move a second carrier strike group into the Eastern Mediterranean, no problem. They don't need NATO to do that, but there is no guarantee that U.S. will strike anybody, and nobody has said that. And I actually found that interesting. An IDF official says the U.S. will do this. Like, no, that's not the way it works.
So we do have
just
leader of Hamas.
The consequences, right?
Guys, there's a lot of breaking news.
Once you start, you can't go back.
Piotr, there's some breaking news.
Sorry.
Yeah, some breaking. Yeah, sorry, man. And I think you have something, Noga, as well. So we have Khaled Mashal, who's the leader of Hamas, who lives in Qatar, is now giving a speech. So that's just came out now. We'll be getting the key quotes from that speech, because obviously it's not in English. You have something as well, Noga?
Yeah, the IDF is reporting killing 2 armed, whatever we're calling them now, in Kfar Maimon, which is actually a little further south. So
you could just use the word militants if you like.
Okay, works for me.
I'm guessing that's
2
fine.
armed militants in Kfar Maimon.
Okay, is it? Hold on. If it's on the Gaza border, we'll just call it Hamas members. If it's on the east, I think Mike was calling it. Someone's calling
Hamas.
it militants.
It's on the
Hamas.
Gaza
We'll
border.
go with Hamas
it's actually
members.
okay. Hamas armed
Personnel
Hamas members.
whatever you call it.
Yeah. Okay.
So we do have also the just another American Airlines has suspended its flights to Ben Gurion Airport until December 4th due to the war between Israel and Hamas. That's just a statement being made now. Till December 4th. Why would they suspend it from now for such a long period of time? There must be in communication with authorities in Israel. But that's
a very good question, actually.
That's a 2-month suspension.
I mean, that's pretty
They
smart.
might have
The
gotten some
operation against
intelligence.
Gaza.
Well, isn't it a bit of a reading of the room, the extent that the direction this is going to take? I mean, I think we can all agree that whatever happens in Gaza is going to be ugly and well, to use, I'm sorry to say, but the Israelis' own words, full-scale invasion or full-scale operation, whatever. Like, Israel is not preparing for a short, quick thing. It's preparing for a long, sustained engagement until it deems the threat or situation resolved.
But you only suspend the flights because you're afraid that someone's going to shoot at them, and the fact that Israel is staying in the Gaza Strip just means that the likelihood of that goes down.
Well,
so that's not a.
Well, can we guarantee that? We don't know how well Hamas are kitted
my
out
point
to
is that
defend
theoretically,
Gaza.
the fact that the skirmish goes on, the war goes on, doesn't affect flights.
Well, no, but we're also talking about a situation that we haven't seen in modern times, right? This isn't 2006, this isn't 2015, this isn't 1973. The circumstances are very different with a lot of different weaponry. I'm not positing anything specifically different to you. I'm just saying that, maybe that it's an overly precautionary thing because we just don't know. If I guess if Hamas were able to do this in the first
I understand the argument, and I even agree with it. I think there's more to it than that. I agree with your argument.
If Hamas led to the extent that they did, the initial operation, then what could be waiting in store for the idea
Piotr,
in
they're
Hamas,
probably going to be
in
staying
Gaza?
there for that period of time. These guys are in connections. They've probably heard something. Hey, we've planned to be there at least until this time, so that's why they put out the timetable. These guys, remember, they lose a ton of money. Like even when it was during COVID stuff, they were canceling it like at 2-week sprints. They were canceling flights and movements. This is a 2-month sprint. This is a big deal.
Yeah, I'm just thinking. Let me read out some more news, and I'm waiting for some. If anyone has any quotes from the speech, look how quickly news is coming. If anyone has some quotes from the speech by the leader of Hamas in Qatar, please do send them through, or mention them if you're on a panel. But there hasn't been anything coming out yet. So if anyone could get that information, that would be great, please.
Sorry, one bit of breaking news that I just got in. This is from Palestinian reports. The IDF has told the residents of the Al Moksi neighborhood, no idea where that is, but it does say West Gaza, to leave their homes immediately. So we're probably going to be seeing something happening there within the next hour.
Well,
So
I
where's
have
that?
a point on that
Is
one,
that?
please.
So yeah, before you go with your point, Syrian girl, just want to understand the location. So where's that location? Sorry again, Noga.
It says the Al Moksi neighborhood in the West Gaza. I honestly don't know where that is. It's beyond the geography that I'm familiar with.
So it's in Gaza. Cool. Sorry, go ahead, Syrian.
Sorry, there was break up there. A few things about what's being said and just that last point. Yeah, it is sort of, these are people's homes. We should remember that when we talk about these things. The other thing is that when it comes to Syria's response, yes, Syria has been weakened by the war, but if Israel, it poses an existential threat to Syria, of course Syria will have a response. I mean, Syria is still.
But what do you mean? But what do you mean? Israel poses an existential threat to Syria. Israel is not conducting any operations against Syria.
Yeah, but
There's
if
only a
I'm
few
saying in
strikes
the
against
scenario in
certain.
which that they do.
Of course, yeah. I think if there's an existential threat to any group, whether I think it's Syria or no matter how weak the group is, they have no choice but for survival to respond.
Well,
But you think?
also.
But then my question,
Yes, go ahead.
So I have a question for you, Syrian. Like I'll just link it to another question. Is that? But do you think if there is no existential threat towards Syria, you think they'll stay away from this war?
Well, I wanted to expand what I meant by existential threat because, like, the resistance axis is one thing, right? So the resistance axis must rely on each other. So therefore, if Iran has to go in because the Israelis are, as they're saying, some of them are saying they want to like re-change the face of the Gaza Strip and annihilate Gaza Strip. If that were to happen, of course Syria will come in. We'll all go in. This is the resistance
If Iran,
axis.
I think if Iran gets involved, I'm almost certain Syria. If Iran gets involved, we would be having an extremely different conversation. If Iran is directly involved, it will be.
Again, define direct. Define
direct.
involved.
I mean, I think how I was defining it is like directly involved, as in they declare war on Israel. That type of involvement. Because obviously involvement, that's
okay. Well,
exactly. That's something that's not even. Then again, we didn't want to discuss the whole, Russia crossing the borders into Ukraine is something that all of us like. Come on, like no one's going to discuss that a year and a half ago, and then it happened. But in this case, I highly doubt that's going to happen. I think the Khamenei speech is a good example of that. I'm still waiting for that speech. If you send it to me on WhatsApp, but
I've got a question.
Sorry, Mario. 2 pieces of breaking news.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry about that. The IDF is reporting, and they're saying annihilating, but pick a different verb if you like it. 2 armed operatives near the Jalame barricade, which is very close to Jenin, and Oranit, which is Jenin is at the West Bank. And the thing is that I'm seeing that just before that, but this is from like 20 minutes ago, there was reports of a shooting skirmish in Oranit, which is also somewhere in Judea and Samaria, not the same area though. It's a different location of so there are 2 skirmishes going on right now. Well, one of them has just ended, the other is still going on.
There's more. Yeah, there's shelling. I think warships shelling. Let me just read the news again. There's so much happening. I think things like it goes quiet for 10 minutes and then blows up again. So we have two things. So we have one of them is from Ocean Defender. The Israeli Navy has begun to shell the coastline of the Gaza Strip once again. So that I think you mentioned that already, Noga, that they've asked people. I'm guessing this is where you said on the west of Gaza. So that would be where the evacuations were ordered, I assume. The Netherlands, Germany, Austria have all announced today that their plan to send military aircraft to Israel in the coming days in order to evacuate any of their citizens who still remain in their country. Anything I'm mentioning, by the way, everything's being posted on my accounts. Like every couple of minutes, few minutes, there's something being posted, including a lot of footage.
I just want to point out that the reason why the Germans are doing that is because you can order a German pilot in Luftwaffe to fly anywhere you want, but you can't do that with commercial airlines, which is why they're using army aircraft, and it's going to be very uncomfortable on the way home.
So we can see American Secretary spoke to the Israeli President Herzog. Blinken emphasized to the president the unwavering support of the U.S. for Israel and expressed his condolences for the murdered. Yeah, so I'll go to the panel. Go ahead, Brian. Go ahead, man.
So I wanted to give a clarification on what I said earlier about the aircraft liner. So a few people sent me some information, so I want to correct what I said. The second liner is going there to take the spot of the first one, to relieve the first one. So I just wanted to put the clarification out there about what I said earlier.
I appreciate that. Amir, go ahead. I'm just going through all the news. Amir, are you there?
Well, Mario, I'm standing by. Actually, you mentioned the WhatsApp. I'm waiting for that. I don't have WhatsApp to send you a Khamenei statement about that. And, well, yes, basically, if Israel gets boots on the ground in Gaza, so they are saying that they're going to do that. If this happens, Hezbollah must do something, and Hezbollah does something. The United States must do something. I'm just very scared of that situation. I think we must wait to see what happens regarding soldiers in Gaza, Israeli soldiers, and how would that play out. But until then, I don't think Iran will do anything special. And Iran is pretty much silent because, as rightly Ryan said, Iranians and the leader, nobody wants war here. And I think, and something, one of the, he's not on the panel right now, but like he said that if the United States sent the USS Gerald Ford carrier to just do something after Hezbollah or Iran do anything and attack on the nuclear sites, that's just
Hold on. Did he
like a
say
video.
attack? Did he say attack nuclear sites?
Yeah, he did. It was
Yeah,
crazy.
yes. He
That's
got
just
excited. Yeah, he got too excited. I
Yeah,
think.
that's
Yeah,
just
Yeah.
comedy. That's a classic comedy. And you know, attacking Iran is not like attacking Hezbollah or Hamas or even
Again,
Syria.
yeah.
That's
Attacking,
just
as we said earlier, if Iran is directly involved in this war, I don't know, and we're not talking about this, we're not trying to speculate on this situation because it's just, number one, it's too alarming and it's too
exactly.
far from where we are. If
Yes,
Iran's rhetoric was, hey, if you guys enter Gaza, we will attack you, or if Hezbollah's declared war on Israel, then having that discussion of Iran getting directly involved would make more sense. But in
exactly,
this case, based on what we're seeing, everybody is de-escalating, and it's good to see logic still prevail to some level in this world. And I
exactly.
hope this continues. So yeah,
And I
and I'm
think
assuming, Amir, I'm assuming as well, citizens in Iran. Wasn't there a protest? I saw it before going to sleep. Wasn't there a protest in Iran as well? I'm sure that there's protests both sides, but there's protests that some supporting Hamas and others supporting Israel as well. Is that true? They're usually the anti-government protests supporting Israel, or am I wrong? I saw that before going to bed.
yeah, that's true. That's true. There are some people that Iranians are very, very different to each other. Some people are celebrating Israel's attack on Hamas. Some people are celebrating Hamas's attack on Israel. That's very wild here. It's actually
Mario,
very
to give you a
different.
little context on that, it's very split because the people who are against IRGC are very pro-Israel and vice versa. Just to give you a little
Yeah, and
insight
I
on how
remember
that works.
Piotr. You remember we have Xerxes there, which is a good example of the people that are more pro-Israel. Is that a fair statement, Piotr? Because I remember when Xerxes was there and we did that Iran space, Xerxes and others. It was a very, it's just such a polarized space when it came to Israel. Iranians disagreed so vehemently when it comes to
Yeah,
Israel.
it's. I mean, if you're talking about the role of Iran in this, the internal situation in Iran is well. I mean, I don't on this. I try to be. I'm not even going to pretend that I sort of try and give equal opportunity to both sides. Like in Iran, the Islamic Republic is just the bad guys. Like it's not really a debate, but the situation. I agree with you on the point of de-escalation just across. It's very reassuring. And I hope that this, but again, it doesn't. It lowers the developments in terms of an interstate or sub-regional de-escalation, but it's not the situation within the country and Gaza, right? It's a problem, and I'm also thinking about it from the fact that the US is now going to have its most sizable carrier strike group in the region. Tensions are not just going to sort of disappear, right? And the Americans are not just going to leave the area once they get there. You know what I mean? They're going to be present for a while, bobbing around for a while. So
let's move away. Yeah, I don't want to get into the Iranian politics now. I just want to get back
no,
to.
I mean, no, not with Iran. I just mean with the whole region. There's going to be an awareness of the US around, and it's going to mean tensions are still simmering.
So I want to get back to what we're seeing here. There's just some more footage coming from both sides, and the team is posting some of it, just blurring some of the content. I think some of it is unnecessary, and let me just get that one removed. I think this one's unnecessary, so let me just remove that. We're trying to post footage that is gives you an idea of what's happening on the ground, but not footage. Let's go back to the discussion. I'll give you the mic, guys, and let me just go 2 minutes. Just give
Mario, can I jump in
rules
real
of
quick?
engagement for the team on what to post. Yeah, sorry.
Can I jump in real quick?
Go ahead.
All morning I've just been kind of scouring and reading as much as I can from both op-eds from both sides. I'm trying to keep it from both sides. It's now what's happening now in Gaza, where the electricity, water, and food being cut off. It's being finally labeled correctly by, I can't believe it. I can't believe I'm saying CNN, as a humanitarian crisis. They're labeling it finally correctly as a humanitarian crisis, and I think that this is something to keep in mind throughout this process, is that in times of war like this, you have two sides that are fighting, but there's people that are getting caught here. And I discussed this yesterday too, is that it's 145 square mile area in Gaza, and when these warnings come for people to evacuate and to go, there's nowhere for them to go. So that's one thing that I continuously.
That's not.
No, just give me 1 second. I'm getting to a point, guys. Just trust me. I'm not. This isn't a biased opinion. I promise. I'm just going based off of.
But you make a statement that there's nowhere to go. That's opinion.
Okay, then let me retract that. Okay, John, I'll fix it. The point I'm trying to say is that what we need to keep in mind that there's people involved in this, and I know numbers come out and stuff comes out like this. So we want to keep that in mind. I wanted to kind of inject a little bit on the US front. From what I'm seeing on the US front is that there's a lot of talk about aid. But I've also been hearing a lot more talk about they cannot provide an aid package until the Speaker of the House is set. Because right now here in the U.S., for anyone who's listening internationally, our Speaker of the House was ousted. Is probably, if you want to put it that way. So that's kind of the head of the head of our Congress, right? So he was stepped out. So they're going to have talks. I believe tonight is the first time where they're going to be discussing who comes in. They're going to be having their initial bids for the two big people. And
So
I think after that,
without a speaker, just on that, just trying to understand the point. Without a speaker, the U.S. cannot approve aid. So Biden himself cannot sign for Israeli.
Biden can. I believe Biden can.
No.
I believe Biden can. I believe Biden can if he wanted to. But if the normal chain of command, how it usually works is you'll need the Speaker of the House and all this stuff to go through. That's the only. I just wanted to kind of inject that in from a little bit of the U.S. standpoint. That's all. If you guys want to go on to John, please.
Yeah, no, thanks, Ryan. And I agree on the humanitarian crisis. It just is, and that's not passing, opinions on both sides. It's a humanitarian crisis. There's millions of civilians caught in the middle of it. I can agree to that. On the aid package, it's new funding, right? There are multiple mechanisms within the U.S. government who have existing funding for humanitarian crisis, from the State Department to military apparatuses. I mean, that can be done. It's the new funding, like a new package, but it's not like there's no resources, especially humanitarian aid, that can go without the congressional new funding stream, new actions. There's a whole bunch of existing actions, but I agree that they should make it happen in a new funding bill for that. But I think Colonel Jeff was in here earlier talking about particulars that I'm not that's not my area of expertise, but I know there's lots of funds that can be accessed, and even resources in the region that can be accessed to provide humanitarian aid. Of course, you got to have NGOs and others a part of that conversation to make that happen.
For sure. So I just did a quick. So I did a quick fact check Oh, I'm sorry. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
go ahead, bro. Quickly. Now, I'll let you do the fact because I have breaking news. Go ahead.
Sure. Yeah. So I did a quick check because I know this is a question that keeps circulating. So I said, why not? Let's do a quick check. So it says, in context of the United States government, sending aid typically requires authorization and funding from Congress, which includes the Speaker of the House. The Speaker of the House is the key figure for legislative process and plays a crucial role because of this. But while the executive branch agencies can take some actions independently, significant aid packages and funding allocations usually require congressional approval, which involves the Speaker of the House. So just to kind of put that question to bed, you need the Speaker for substantial stuff.
Okay, so not for substantial. Can't Biden himself sign for substantial stuff?
Substantial new stuff, though.
Yes, new stuff. Yes, I'm sorry, new stuff.
Okay, so let's move on from that one. Assistant to the Secretary of Defense for Public Affairs, Kirby, to Al Jazeera. The aircraft carrier Gerald Ford is in the region as a message of deterrence and to protect our interests. Kind of counters the point, at least for now, counters the point that the other gentleman made. Any party such as Hezbollah or others must think carefully before making the decision to intervene into conflict. We are in contact with our partners in the region and in Europe, and in contact with Qatar. We'll support Israel's effort to defend itself. So I think now, I don't know if Hadi, you're with us. Hadi, there's an aircraft carrier near the Lebanese coastline right now, a U.S. aircraft carrier, and they've just explicitly warned Hezbollah not to get involved. Can we put to bed the possibility of Hezbollah getting involved in this conflict?
No, we cannot totally put it to bed because I don't think Hezbollah will be threatened by any U.S. threats, and I don't think the Hezbollah decision is based on Hezbollah already knows if they get intervened, other forces will intervene on the sides of Israel. So that's not something surprising to Hezbollah. They already knew that, and those threats for them are not something new. So if Hezbollah wants to intervene, they'll calculate their intervention.
But it is new. The only reason I think it's new, like if you're saying not new for the last few days, then okay. But new compared to in 2006, it was just Israel versus Hezbollah. There was no other military got involved in supporting Israel against Hezbollah.
Oh yeah, exactly. But because it was two sides fighting, but now you have Hamas fighting with Israel, and then Hezbollah is intervening. That's something different. So Hezbollah already knows if they intervene on the side of Hamas to fight Israel, another force will intervene as well. Just like what happened in Syria, there's forces from both sides intervene to help their allies. So when Hezbollah was fighting with Israel in 2006, it was only two sides. So there was no third side for anyone else to intervene except like military support from their allies. That's it all.
No, I appreciate that. So that's the comments by Kirby. Let me see if there's any other breaking news. I know there's shelling on the.
Did you see that apparently John Kirby was actually quite emotional during one of his deliveries? I can't remember exactly which one, but there was
I saw that.
Yeah, but do you know what the situation was there? Like he was just.
It was one of the first comments, and then they showed footage of some of the massacres and everything, and it choked him up for a good 30 seconds, and he couldn't talk.
Or so it seemed.
Maybe he was terrified of the upcoming war. That's why he was tearing up.
No, you're tearing up. Literally, I'm telling you what I watched. They showed him footage of the massacres.
Yeah. I think, but guys, I know who said that comment, but like we need to make. We are dealing. We can't say with the upcoming. We can't make comments of. We can't make comments of an upcoming war and dismissing it like this. Like, I know it's meant as a snarky comment, but we are talking about a war in the region. There is no upcoming war. Everyone's talking about de-escalation. There could be. There's a possibility Hezbollah gets involved. There's a possibility Syria gets involved. There's a possibility Iran gets involved. It looks like a low possibility. But for us to make a snarky comment, like similar to the Osint gentleman that said US will just strike Iranian nuclear. Now he's giving more of his own analysis / opinion. But just we need to understand the gravity of the situation. It does not look like an upcoming war beyond what we're seeing right now will take place, and we all should hope it doesn't take place and not make snarky comments that it would take place. I'm not sure who that is, but that comment goes to everybody because it has happened here and there in the past, and it's important to understand the gravity. Shane, I want to go to you because I know you have a friend that was impacted. Has there been any updates on the gas attack in the bunker?
No, I'm still getting up. I'm still getting clarity on that. I wanted to ask you if you've spoken
Oh,
to
sorry.
different
Before the clarity, sorry, I forgot something. I need to clarify something. Someone nicely. So someone on the panel mentioned Luftwaffe, which is the German airlines, I guess, the German armed forces component of the German armed forces for with the air defense. I need to be clear that the Luftwaffe is no longer operational. That was founded in 1935 by Adolf Hitler, and it was not
Oh
active
God,
as of 1946.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I also mixed up the Bundestag and the Reichstag every once
No,
in a
all
while.
good,
It
all
has
good.
to
No,
do
no,
with
I
the way
didn't
that
know.
my brain works. I
All good, no
apologize.
good, all good, all good, all good. I know it's accidental. I thought it was Piotr that said it. Didn't know it was you. But yeah, so yeah, they're no longer operational. But yeah, sorry. Just wanted to make that clarification, and thank you for the audience for helping point out so many different things. It's like imagine like a news outlet where the listeners are helping verify the news. How beautiful would that be? Shane, go
I'm
ahead.
just
Sorry, sir.
saying it's 1 a.m. in Israel, and I
No, all
haven't
good. You
slept in
don't. No,
4 days.
it's
I
okay.
really am sorry.
All good. Don't worry. Don't worry. Shane, go ahead. Shane, you're muted, man. Shane Feldberg, you got to unmute bottom left corner, unless it started glitch for you. Okay, I think it's glitching for you now. And I think the shooting was fired towards Halmish settlement, northwest of Ramallah. Yeah, so does anyone know where the Halmish settlement is? It's in Gaza, isn't it, guys?
I'll take a look. I'll go,
No,
if you can
again, Mario, there aren't any settlements in Gaza since 2005, and we've been using settlement wrong all day. I
Sorry,
understand why, but
yeah,
so I'm
but no, that's
checking.
yeah, I
It's
just
one
read
that
it
I
as
don't
is.
know. No,
Yeah,
I understand. It's okay. It's one that I don't know, which is why I'm checking. Hang on. No, yeah, it's in the Shomron, which is also known as the West Bank. So yes.
Okay, so this is in the West Bank. They're shooting in the West Bank. Do we have Mike with us, or he's not with us? I'll try to get Mike back. And I think Piotr glitched out as well. Let me get Piotr up and try to get Mike. Ryan, if you can DM Mike to join us
Yes, I
back.
was actually doing that right now.
Perfect. Shane, is your mic working? Someone dropped out. Shane just dropped out as well. It is glitching right now. Let me try to sort out Piotr and sort out Shane as well. Oh, no, they both intentionally had to drop off for a few minutes, so they'll be back. Let me get some more updates for the audience on what's happening on the ground. So if you go through on the posts, everything is being posted there. So we're going to be posting footage of the shooting in the West Bank, northwest of Ramallah. So
Sorry,
we'll
I
be
actually
posting that
have
now.
breakier news. There's violent conflicts in Al-Tur, which is actually I don't know. It's a neighborhood in Jerusalem. It's an Arab neighborhood in Jerusalem. Not it's not in East Jerusalem. It's actually in the west of Jerusalem. But there's an Arab neighborhood. I'm actually seeing a video of it. But I haven't even, I think I'm going to
Yeah,
put the sound on to figure out what.
Yeah, no worries, and you can DM it to me as well. Ministry of Interior in Gaza said the Kaisan al-Najjar area in Khan Yunis was subjected to intense bombardment by the IDF, targeting citizens' homes and destroying roads with martyrs and injuries. So that's a statement by the Ministry of Interior in Gaza. Also, there's a confirmation on TechCrunch that Shane just sent me, and he'll be coming up on stage and talking about it further. I'm not sure if anyone has more. You guys have talked about it. It was 7 hours ago. There's a 23andMe hack with 1 million users of Jewish descent data leaked. So that was reported by TechCrunch a few hours ago, about 7 hours earlier today. Kirby said, statement by Kirby, we are working and communicating with our allies and partners in the region about routes, but again, I can't speak for Israeli operations or what the Israelis will be doing around that border. I'm actually curious, John, I want to go to you. Is it surprising that, and Piotr is requesting somebody bring him back up, but is it surprising that the IDF has not entered Gaza yet? Do you expect it to be imminent in the next 48 hours? Or could they take their time, considering they've put, and just for the audience that doesn't know already, we posted about this in the morning, Israel has tanks around Gaza in what they call an iron wall. I called it an iron dome by accident, but it's an iron wall. And obviously they've shut off water, they've shut off supplies, and the internet. So it seems they're just weakening, or they're trying to weaken Hamas and obviously harming the population before entering Gaza. John, what do you expect them to do? How long do you think it would take for them to enter? And is there still a possibility they won't even enter? Things would change and the bombardment is enough of a response?
No, I mean, look, only they know that. But by every statement made by political leadership and military leadership, that approach to the past, we're just bombing to meet the goal of reducing the rocket attacks and military capabilities won't be. So, I mean, you can't talk in certainties, but it is more likely that ground invasion will go than it is not. How many days? Again, more variables of the hostage situation, more variables of setting the conditions. The last ground invasion in 2014, they did the air campaign for 8 days. So it was 8 days of bombing of Hamas military targets before the ground component advanced. So I don't think it'll happen in the next 24 hours personally, but just in setting the conditions, because Hamas does have a very prepared defense, and it will be very lethal, very violent, very costly on all sides, and human non-combatant casualties. So it's almost a paradox. The longer you wait, the better the conditions you can set. The longer you wait, the more risk to hostages being dead, and the defender preparing more of a defense. But from a large operation like this, multiple divisions, I think you need a couple more days just to set all the conditions.
No, I appreciate that update. Piotr, you back? Oh, Cyril, go ahead.
Just a question for John. What military advantage is there to cutting off the water?
John, are you there?
I'm there. What's up?
Can you hear Syrian Girl?
No, I didn't hear it all.
Oh, okay, so Syrian Girl asked a question. I think it's a glitch where you can't hear. So the question Syrian Girl asked, what is the military advantage of cutting off the water, if any?
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough one. I actually looked that up on, is it usually like to the population, they actually did it in 2014 as well, but they cut the fuel, electricity, and didn't cut the water. So it's a great question. I actually don't have the legal objective. I mean, clearly it's to weaken the Hamas fighters and to discussion and to include the United Nations involvement after. Interesting one.
So we do have Justin, Assistant Secretary of Defense for American Public Affairs Kirby was asked where Gazans can go amid Israeli strikes. So that goes to the point that Ryan, you mentioned. The answer is we are working and communicating with our allies and partners in the region about routes. Oh, that's what he's okay. About routes, but again, I can't speak for Israeli operations or what the Israelis will be doing around that border. So that's when Kirby was asked regarding where citizens of Gaza could go, Palestinians in Gaza could go during this conflict.
Yeah, can I comment on that real quick? Because we have seen
yeah.
The IDF and other personnel, to include the United Nations, identifying more and more areas in which they are recommending citizens to go to. I 100% agree with Ryan that it is extremely difficult in the Gaza Strip for the citizens to go. I don't agree with the statement is that there is nowhere for them to go. There are designated areas. The IDF is putting out designated areas, but then I will be critical when the IDF spokesman also just said, go east, go west. I don't care where you go, just get out of the combat area. So that's not the preferred way, but there has to be a designation of areas in which they should go. Yes, that's the right thing to do.
Where are those? Yeah, where are those areas? Can you give me? So one last thing I know, last thing I did look into was the IDF was asking. So I reported it. So I put out a post as soon as it came out. The IDF asked Palestinians in Gaza to go to the Egyptian border, and then literally minutes afterwards,
I did see that. Yeah, they said no.
Yeah, and then minutes afterwards they're like, actually no, don't, because the actual border is closed. And then later he put out a statement. I don't know if I think we messaged him and he responded, or he put out a statement. I can't remember. And she said, like, look, I was being asked. It was just more the context was different. He's
No,
like,
he also put
go on.
out a very detailed statement, and we actually put it up in the space yesterday with maps that show you exactly in which city where you can and probably shouldn't go. And it was in Arabic, and there were maps involved with arrows to show you where the areas that are safe that you should probably go to immediately. All of that information was online. It was actually, and we put it in the space yesterday, and it got retweeted, so it should have
But
been.
the internet is down
Women
and there's
seen
no
it.
electricity, so how can
Well,
they
there are
be
a lot of
online?
movies coming out of Gaza, so I guess they do have connection to. So if you have enough
You
connection
mean
to take
journalists
pictures,
are
I'm saying that if you
journalists have
have,
satellite phones.
well, first of all, this was 2 days ago, and they were
Is
asked to leave. The
every
second of
Gazan a
all,
journalist? Does every Gazan
Second
have
of
a
all,
satellite
there's
phone?
still electricity in Gaza. There's still information in Gaza. The information
We just
does
heard for
flow.
the
You could
last
use.
20
You could.
hours that there isn't any more electricity.
Yeah, Dana was saying that there's no electricity when she was hosted here, while she was hosted here saying
Because
she's
she
in
had a
Gaza.
battery on her phone.
Oh, so you say there are batteries on your phone where you can
There's
do
batteries, doesn't mean there's
So we've clarified.
electricity.
Yeah, so we've clarified the point. Yeah, Ben, go ahead.
I'd like to answer the question that Syrian girl asked earlier about the water. I can tell you why they turn the water off. I'm not saying I agree with it. The reason why they turn the water off is to create a situation on the ground in which the local population starts to have their sentiment turned against Hamas. That's for the prisoners and so forth, right? Because if the people of Gaza, unfortunately, I'll just be very blunt here. If the life, before whatever incursion happens becomes unbearable for them, there's a possibility, because it's a community, right? People know people. Sentiment can be put against Hamas to return the hostages. That is the reason why they turn the water off.
Can I also answer? Can I jump in there? Because we were
I've been
asked.
told as well that this is like a common tactic that's used.
It is.
I was speaking to some ultra orthodox Jewish friends of mine, and they were saying that this happens to them as well in the areas that they're in. But this is just what I've tried to.
I'm sorry,
guys.
like
If I could just, guys, hold on one second, guys.
Hang on, no.
So everyone, I don't know. Everyone's speaking together. Let me go to Ryan, because I think you have someone say something completely unrelated, which would be great. Ryan.
Yeah, definitely. So I did a quick little. John asked a great question about the legality of turning water off and on. So what I've been doing in the background here is, like, a lot of these questions that I get asked that we can't answer, I try to look for their answers. So it says it's an international armed conflicts intentionally. Excuse me. Let me just start again. I apologize. I have very lack of sleep. It says an international armed conflicts intentionally cutting off water supplies to civilian populations is generally considered a violation of international humanitarian law, IHL, which includes the Geneva Convention and other treaties, sets out rules and principles that govern the conduct of parties in armed conflicts, and then it lists the rules. So, so based off of what I'm reading, it is illegal. It is illegal according to the IHL and Geneva Convention.
No,
Mario, we do need a military expert from the pro-Palestinian side, just to give us some balance, because that information wasn't
Just
down until Ryan.
let me comment on what Ryan just said. I mean, because I deal with this a lot actually in big conferences, even to the United Nations. IHL puts in their vagueness. It is generally illegal to cut water supplies to civilians, right? Well, one side will say, "Well, I'm cutting water supplies to the militants. I'm not cutting." It says generally, so it is not.
I mean,
There's
I know,
actually a bunch.
John, I know you're trying to blag it, but in reality, the water supply is not just being cut off to Hamas; it's the entire region. So although you can try and blag it and play defense, the entire region is basically being stopped from water supply. So I mean,
I'm
as
making
much as
it.
I get
it.
And there's nothing wrong with what you're saying, because that's your position on here. Like, you're trying to provide analysis.
No, I'm not even providing my opinion.
Okay,
I think
guys. Okay, we're starting to escalate again. So essentially, John, the point here is that if they cut water supply to Hamas militants, that should be legal by international law. If they cut water supply to Gaza, that's not legal by international law. I'm not sure what you guys are disputing. I think from what we've read the reports, the water has been cut out to Gaza, because it's difficult to cut water supply to militants, but not the rest of the population. Not sure how that can be done. And not sure if that's a fair summary that everyone would agree with. And then the strategy of kind of diminishing the local support for Hamas, which is about 40, below 50, but above 45%, about 48, I think it was, percent support, but plus or minus, to diminish that support and to get the citizens to start, potentially rebelling against Hamas. Cutting off the supply is one strategy. Legal, not legal. Obviously, if it's to Gaza, it's not legal. Is that a fair? Okay, Ben, I'm actually gonna get Ben. Ben, is that a fair summary so we can move on?
In my opinion, yes.
I appreciate it. I will go to, I know not everyone wants me to move on, but I will if that's okay. And just looking at any breaking news that's gone on. So it's confirmed that there is a shooting on the West Bank. So just to kind of point it out here, and the video has been posted on my channel. The clashes in the West Bank. We did have two journalists from the West Bank earlier. I'll try to bring them on. Mike will be great for Mike to join back again. But I want a bit more context on how serious of an escalation that is if there's clashes with the West Bank, because I know there are groups in the West Bank that are supportive. I think even a large portion of the population in the West Bank as well support Hamas. Surprisingly, it's below 50, but it's above 40%. I can't remember the number, and that was based on a survey by a Palestinian organization last year.
Well, so the support for Mahmoud Abbas is less than 14, so it's not surprising.
Wow. Abbas has less than 14% support?
According to Shkaki's latest poll, which was in September.
And he's the leader of
It's really important to note, Mario, and this distinction has to be drawn. In the West Bank, it is a very different dynamic than Gaza for a lot of reasons. The vast majority of the individuals in the West Bank are peaceful, loving people. Whether or not that poll says there's 40% for Hamas, you have to remember something very carefully. Yes, there's a militant wing of Hamas, but if we're going to be completely honest, there's a political wing. There's the wing that provides supplies and services. So, just saying that there's 40% of Hamas in the West Bank doesn't mean that there's 40% support for Hamas's tactics or ideology.
But then why would they support? Why would they support Hamas as a group when they have a military wing and an ideology that they don't support? So I'm just trying to make sense of it.
Yeah. So again, you have to remember.
I'm sorry. According to the same poll, most Palestinians support armed resistance. So if you want to make the distinction that it's not necessarily that Hamas could be a different kind of armed resistance, by all means do it. But the majority of Palestinians prefers it.
Go ahead, Ben.
Okay, so that is not what I was saying. What I was saying, though, is, and I think you would concede this point, that yes, of course Hamas has a militant wing, they have their charter and so forth, but again, in Gaza, Hamas does provide a lot of the essential services. So that being said,
no, I don't know of any essential services that Hamas provides. The PLO provides some, sorry, not PLO, the PA provides some of it. UNRWA provides a lot of it.
In Gaza?
In Gaza, Hamas charges taxes. That's the extent of its services, but the PA still pays most of the salaries, and the European Union pays most of the, in Israel we call it hashlemat hachnasa, social security paychecks. I don't know. I'm not saying that there aren't any, but I don't know of any services the Hamas actually provides to the population other than tax collection.
I can tell you. I can tell you, right? So yes, as the UN distributes food and so forth, so does certain factions within. How do I phrase this? There are certain arms of Hamas that provide food, healthcare, and so forth for those who It's not as straightforward as people think, and I know this, right? This is not.
I agree that it's not straightforward.
Okay, so I just want to make my final point, and then I'll be quiet. So at the end of the day, in the West Bank, look, if people are saying there's 40% support for Hamas, keep in mind that doesn't necessarily indicate there's 40% for the violent parts of Hamas, right? Keep in mind.
Yes, and what I was saying is that there's more than 60% support for the use of violence, regardless of the support for Hamas.
It's good, yeah. So
it's not the use of violence. It's, you said, armed resistance, and obviously they think they're being occupied and they're being abused and put in an open air prison, and then they want people.
So Liman, can you explain to me the difference between armed resistance and violence?
No, I'm
So
saying
guys,
that they
guys,
want
can
to
we get Ben?
resist against being in an open air prison. That's the
Yeah,
reason
but
they're doing it. Yeah, because they
that's
basically.
fine. But can you explain to me the difference between armed resistance and
No, I
violence?
agree with you. I'm
Ah,
saying
okay.
to you, I agree with you that basically I'm give because you
Okay,
said
so you're
armed.
saying it's justified.
Guys, I
No,
have
no,
okay.
This is
So
a debate
guys,
to
while you
have.
guys,
no, no.
how about
I'm
this?
not saying
Sully,
it's
Sully.
justified. I'm trying to explain their reasoning because you said what is the
So
reason for it.
actually, so
One
what I
second,
did,
let me
guys.
finish because you let her explain the point and made them sound violent.
No,
This
No,
can
you
we
happen
want
a
didn't
her
let
to
lot.
me
go.
explain the point.
Yeah, no, you did. You've
Sully, what I've
literally
done,
been.
but Sully,
You.
what I've done, I'll let you answer, but let me tell you what I've done as well in the background. I've actually invited Muhammad, who lives in the West Bank. So maybe if you want him to explain, or you can, whatever you prefer.
No, I'm gonna explain this point, but Mohammed can explain
Okay.
about because I'm not really bothered about who gives them the supplies or not. It's irrelevant. It's for me that's not like I'm not a supporter of Hamas, so I don't care. But my point on what she said, because what's happening is the argument she's trying to make is 60% of the people support Hamas, therefore it's, and then she wants people to think, oh, whoa, all of them support Hamas, so what does that mean? And then she wants the people to think that actually there's a lot of supporters. First of all, that area has 50% children in there. So whenever you're killing someone in that area, 50% chance it's going to be a child or a high percentage. The second thing is when you've basically got a scenario, and this is according to their opinion, I'm not saying mine, that in their minds they're thinking that Israel is basically oppressing us. They're putting us in a prison. Look, they've basically committed human rights violations on war crimes right now. So it's normal that in their mind they might be like, we need to resist. So that's what all I was saying. That's not my opinion. I'm just because you were saying
I'm
I don't
sorry,
understand
you
the logic behind
stated
it,
a
so I was
lot
trying to
of
give it.
things as
I
if
just
they
want
were
to
my
finish my
opinion.
point
No,
before.
hang on.
So
In
guys,
a
all
second.
right. So guys, all right, no, hold on. Whew. Okay, so what we're gonna do is Ben, I'll let you finish your point. That was before Noga interrupted you, and then Sully jumped in. So Ben, I'll let you finish your point. Noga, I'll let you respond to Sully, and then Muhammad. There's just a discussion about kind of we veered away from breaking news for a bit, and we'll get back to it. There's a discussion about Hamas support, PLA, and what Hamas does beyond the military arm. So we'd love to get some context for you. Being someone that covers this on the ground and been in Gaza for a big part of your life. But Ben, go ahead, finish your point, please.
Yep, sure.
Yeah. So the only point I was trying to make is this: simply because if a poll says there's 40-60% support for Hamas in the West Bank, does not necessarily mean that there's 40-60% approval or support for the violent actions of Hamas. You have to look at the Palestinian Authority, Mahmoud Abbas, before that. The cabinet and so forth. They have a very low approval rating. So, and also the poll that you quoted, right? Well, what were the options? Was there just one question? Do you support PA or do you support Hamas? All I was trying to say, and I'll finish with this, is that in the West Bank is very different from Gaza, and if there is support for Hamas there, it doesn't necessarily, in my mind, equate or have to equal support for all elements of Hamas, if that makes any sense. Sorry, I think, Mohammed, you're a West Bank gentleman.
I'll get
You know
Noga.
that.
Yeah, I'll go Muhammad because I did promise Noga, and she didn't interrupt you, which was beautiful. Noga, I'll let you respond to the points made, and then right after we'll get
Okay.
Muhammad to respond to everybody.
Well, the first is that Suleiman made a lot of assumptions about what I meant that were not in evidence, to say that the least. I was talking about the facts, and I was literally talking about the Shkaki poll that I recently read, and it was from September, so it's pretty recent. And the point of it was as follows. I agree with what Ben said about the fact that support for Hamas does not necessarily indicate support for Hamas methods. In fact, I agree with him to the extent that what the Shkaki poll actually said was that neither Hamas nor the PA enjoy as leadership figures enjoy particular high level of faith. I don't because Hamas actually doesn't provide a lot of the services. It still enjoys a higher level of faith than the PA, surprisingly enough. But the fact of the matter is, neither of them is particularly popular. However, what the poll also says is that many Palestinians, to the extent to somewhere between 65 and 80%, depending on the question that they were asked, support violence regardless of their support of Hamas. So while Ben is correct, he's correct the other way around. You're more likely to find Palestinians, according to the Shkaki polls, and by all means go read them, you're more likely to find Palestinians that support Hamas violent behavior than you are to find them supporting Hamas as legitimate leaders. That isn't to say that I justify anything that Suleiman says, although there seems to be an ongoing, they seem to be repeating over and over again that if an Israeli was ever in the army, that means that he's open season, but that's not what I was saying. And I actually agree with Suleiman that there's a very big problem in the Gaza Strip of people who have lost faith in their future and in their leadership, which is why they're turning to violence. But that violence, unfortunately, one more sentence, that violence, unfortunately, according to the poll, is directed towards new organizations like the Lion's Den, and not necessarily Hamas or PA.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Noga. And I'm looking at breaking news to share them. So I only heard I agree with Sully, which I love to hear. I do want to go Muhammad.
No, I mean, I didn't agree with her, but I think I'm not going to get a chance to respond.
You can respond. You want to get Muhammad and then you can respond afterwards?
Yeah, I only had one word. I only had one word on go to I mean, Muhammad, you can answer this question better because Noga is making the argument that 65 to 80% of people in I can't remember if she said Gaza or Palestine, but anyway, 65 to 80% of people
Palestinians in general, according to the Shkaki report. I'm not making that argument.
No, I'm not saying you did.
The Shkaki poll.
Okay. She's reporting the poll that says that 65 to 80% of Palestinians, because remember Mario thought it was just a Hamas thing at one point, 65 to 80% of Palestinians support violence. Now my question to you is, because there's a poll, so obviously it depends on the reasoning for the poll as well. But anyway, let's assume that poll is accurate. My question to you is, actually not, explain to us, do you think the poll is accurate, A? And B, the second question is, if it is accurate and there is people in Palestine who support violence, what is the reason for that? Is it because it's response to violence to them? Like, what's the reason, Mohammed?
I think the last question you ended with was the most brilliant one. If that is true, then why? But let me start with this. I studied Hamas for over a decade. Same with the Palestinian Authority. I reported, criticized, and met with leaders of both regularly. Khalil Shikaki, the one who conducts the poll, is a friend, and so is Dalia Shindlin, Israel's most eminent public opinion poll conductor. I know both and I meet with them regularly. So having that settled, I can start by saying the Shikaki polls, it depends on when and the circumstances. Palestinian support for Hamas or for armed resistance is depending on the time and the context. It goes up and down all the time. It fluctuates all the time. And it's more or less experimental rather than ideological. So basically, in times of crisis, when you reach to the bottom of despair, when the West Bank is on fire and settlers literally going from one village to the other, there's the rate of 3 settler attacks on Palestinians per day in the West Bank this year. And then
how about we
finish?
How about we listen?
Sully, can I please please let me just moderate this now. So Mohammed, let you finish. Noga, let you respond. I do want to move on because this is going down path. You know, I love the calmness and cordiality of yesterday's space.
Mario, if I can have one sentence.
I need to
Sully, I swear to God, I'm not starting a.
Noga, I know you're not starting a fight, but I'll let you not start a fight after Muhammad's done. If that's okay. Muhammad, I'll let you just finish the point, and then I'll get Noga to respond, and then I'll move on to a few pieces of news to update the audience. Go ahead, Muhammad. You got to unmute Muhammad, bottom left corner, man.
Yes, now I can unmute.
Muhammad.
So basically, support for Hamas or armed resistance, it goes up whenever the West Bank is getting messed up, whenever the Palestinian Authority is weakened, whenever there is dysfunctionality in the PA or an economic crisis by Israel withholding over $180 million of the PA's tax revenues that it collects on its behalf, or whenever settler attacks are going up, and armed resistance goes up. And the reason for that's Suleiman's brilliant question. If that is true, then why? The reason for that is 2 things. Number one is deterrence. So same as Israelis have security concerns and a feeling of an existential threat, Palestinians are humans too who have the same feelings. In Gaza, for instance, Hamas is hated, loathed as a government because it's authoritarian, but it enjoys certain popularity as an armed resistance group because it acts as a deterrent to Israel going into Gaza at free will like they do in the West Bank and arresting whoever they want and shooting whoever they want. So that's number one. Number 2 is popularity for it as a counter-intimidation of Palestinians saying that our life is a living hell, so let them get a taste of it. That's not my words, but the perception that I've been analyzing and collecting evidence on for a decade. The other thing that is even more important is how did Hamas win in 2006? And I remember the campaigning of Hamas 100%, and I can narrate all of it now in less than a minute. But the main cornerstone of Hamas's campaign was nothing about Israel, nothing about the occupation, nothing about armed resistance even. It was pure economic promises of economic reform and fighting corruption. It was basically promising Palestinians to pick up and fix the dysfunctionalities of the PA that was back then hammered and squeezed and about to collapse after Israel's raids on the West Bank, the Muqata'a, Ramallah, etc. And because Israel back then withdrew from Gaza unilaterally for the purpose, as the advisor of the Prime Minister, Dov Westglass, is now pro-Palestinian Israeli leftist, but back then he said in Haaretz, and I quote him verbatim, he said the purpose of the withdrawal from Gaza is to prevent Palestinian statehood and to put the peace negotiations in the freezer, to freeze the peace negotiations. So after that unilateral disengagement, Israel cut Gaza's entire labor force from Israel itself, about I think 50 to 70,000, causing what religious Jewish Harvard University top economist Sarah Roy described as the worst economic crisis, the worst economic depression in modern history. So that gave Hamas a lot of boom. I remember Haniya coming to campaign in my neighborhood at the time. He would come to any sort of family gathering and he would go in it and say, okay, I promise you one thing. If we win in that election, my office is not going to be that giant mansion. It's going to be in the mosque. I'm never going to have a giant car. I'm going to drive on a bicycle. We're going to cheapen the prices of everything. We're going to restore jobs. We're going to build the economy. So it was basic economic things of people wanting to live. That's why it won in 2006. If that is repeated now, Hamas, the last round of elections, 2020, 2021, when it was about to happen, Hamas's own internal polls, and I conclude here, positioned that it would get only about 24% of the vote. So again, it depends on why, when, and how. Thanks.
I appreciate it. I will go. I know I promised Noga to go right after to her. She has one statement. Ben, I'll go to you because you haven't spoken yet, and then Noga will be actually
Okay.
Noga and then Ben. Noga and then Ben, because Noga you'll be you'll be short.
I agree with I think 99% of what Muhammad just said, and Solly, in fact, I said a lot of what Muhammad just said. I don't disagree with you that the conditions in the Gaza Strip are a big part of the reason, and I said that while they support armed resistance, shall we call it, they don't support Hamas's leaders because, as Muhammad just said, they made promises that they're not keeping. And I think it's important to remember that the cutoff Muhammad is talking about was in the middle of the second intifada, which was up until 4 days ago, the worst terror attack that Israel suffered at the time, which is why Israel wanted to put the peace talks in the freezer, what with being blown up by buses all around. Now, this and the place where you and I disagree, Solly, isn't about the reasonings, it's about the cause. Because the leaders of the Gaza Strip, the people who were elected promising to make the economy better, betrayed the people. They moved from being better leadership, and the PA is responsible because they wouldn't hand the authority in. I get it. But the problem of Palestinians is that they were promised by their leaders that they elected a better economy, and those leaders made a very different choice when it came to power. Hamas could have taken over the Gaza Strip and made it a better place, and it didn't do that.
So I will go. Thank you for keeping it short. Free Palestine. Before going to Ben, are you there? Free Palestine. Free Palestine, are you there?
They're connecting, Mario. They're still connecting.
Okay, when they glitch, because I just looked at his bio. The team didn't vet this, but he does show that he's a doctor. So it'd be great to speak to a doctor on the ground on either side. Free Palestine, are you there? When he's not connecting, Ryan.
Mario, I think Mario, we need to drop him and bring him back up. He's stuck in that loop.
Yeah. Cool.
By the way, Noga, I didn't but what you said, sorry, I haven't got no disagreement on that either. Like in terms of that aspect, that wasn't my comment. I was trying to explain the reasoning for it, but it's fine. So we agree on everything, so it's all good.
Oh, perfect. Beautiful. Cool. Ben, on this positive note, I'd love you to jump in, and I hope you don't flame things up again.
Me? I didn't flame anything. Anyway.
Actually, no, before you jump in, let me mention some breaking news, and then I'll give you the mic. So just the breaking news here, we have Biden put out a statement on Twitter out of all places. There is no justification for terrorism. Hamas does not stand for the Palestinian people's equal rights to dignity and self-determination. They use Palestinian civilians as human shields and offer nothing but terror and bloodshed with no regard for who pays the price. So that was by President Biden. We'd also have a statement by John Kirby. I'll read out a statement here. It's an interview on CNN. He says, we are still collecting and analyzing information about how Hamas was able to launch this operation, and we have not yet reached a final vision yet. I don't know what he means by vision. But let me play the clip now.
More the clip in the clip, he's not able to speak.
Very difficult to look at these images, Jake, and the human cost. And these are human beings. They're family members, they're friends, they're loved ones, cousins, brothers, sisters. Yeah, it's difficult, and I apologize.
That's like.
There was someone constantly speaking on the stage while I was playing? I couldn't hear, but it seemed like someone speaking. Yeah, so I just played the clip by John Kirby. I think this is the clip where he was emotional. That I think John, you were talking about you and can't remember who else. I think Piotr mentioned where he got emotional on CNN. So I just put that.
That was
clip
yesterday
up.
or the day before, yeah. But yeah, he got it really emotional.
Yeah. So I didn't. No, it's not breaking. Yeah, sorry, it's not breaking. The post doesn't say breaking either. So I just want to. So Ben and then Syrian Girl.
Cooper did the same thing. But.
Okay. I appreciate that. So Ben, go ahead.
Yeah, it was just a final a question for Mohammed for clarification's sake. So Mohammed, you would agree with me then when I say that if a poll or a survey, if there is support for Hamas at whatever percentage within Gaza or the West Bank, that is not necessarily indicative of support for Hamas's, I'm going to just, can we use the term militant wing? I believe that's what they self-identify as anyway. So you would agree with me with that, right? That simply because there may be support for Hamas doesn't necessarily indicate that it's their support.
Yes.
That support is not reflective of.
Yeah, a lot of the time it's an angry vote. So basically, being pissed off with the Palestinian Authority being dysfunctional and weakened by Israel and economically sort of suffocated by these cuts of the peace revenue that Israel collects, that people become fed up with it and then turn to Hamas out of desperation. But it does not necessarily reflect. That's why I said it depends on when and the circumstances.
Thank you.
I want to go to Syrian Girl.
Thank you. So, on the popularity of armed resistance and why that is, I think it's obvious. Palestinians have a right under the UN to violent resistance against occupation. The Israelis are breaching the UN laws by doing the occupation. So the question should be, in fact, why do the Israelis continue to vote for Netanyahu, who has an expansionist policy of going into the West Bank?
I appreciate it. So this is the end of this discussion. So I do want to go back to the discussion on the ground. I want to get Free Palestine up. It would be great to speak a doctor. Any doctors actually on either side of the conflict. Would love you to come up on stage. It would be good to get experiences from people on the ground. Obviously, it will be probably heartbreaking discussions. I'm going to invite Free Palestine. But while doing that, I want to go to Ronnie. Ronnie, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. It's great to be here to speak.
No worries. Go ahead.
Okay, I know you've been talking earlier about Lebanon, and I have some friends that were called up to the army to reserved, and now they are guarding the border. And I've been speaking to them through encrypted channels, and I've been getting messages that things are cooling down there. They've been told that a major conflict is not really an option there. This is why the aircraft carrier from the US came there for deterrence, and things are looking very optimistic over there. Very, very optimistic.
So let's
I actually have a friend. I actually have a friend that came back from reserves to our neighborhood because they did not need them there.
This is interesting. So first, who are the people? Obviously, none of this is verified for the audience. But so you're speaking to people on the ground on the Lebanese border, on the Lebanese side?
No. I'm from Israel. I'm speaking to my friends who is in the military, called up for reserve.
Israeli military. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, on the Israeli military. My bad, Ronnie. Okay, and what you're saying is that on the Lebanese border is de-escalating, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'm glad. And what else did they tell you? There's something about the aircraft carrier. So the aircraft carrier is playing a role in that deterrence to de-escalate the situation.
Yes, and obviously the message from President Biden, who says his unequivocal support to stop the message of the whole purpose of the speech was to de-escalate the region of Lebanon. Now that Israel could not face the challenges, it just means that Israel would have to take more drastic measure in order to face them, really drastic measures, and we don't want to go there. So the main purpose of the speech was to de-escalate things in Lebanon. It seems to be working.
Okay, that's great. And in terms of the yesterday's clashes, were you talking to those sources or those personnel yesterday as well, or not just today?
Yes, I've been talking to them. I have a friend who's actually patrolling the border with Commando, and seems not to be Hezbollah. Although they're saying that there seems to be actually Hamas militants that are firing from Lebanon into Israel. So they're like playing the deterrence game, but seems to be cooling down.
Okay, and what was the sentiment like yesterday? So the sentiment was more worried yesterday or not?
I've been talking to my friends. Not really, not that worried. It's like, people don't get it, but it's more of thing as usual over there. A little conflict, but just much more than usual. Not that much.
Okay, well that's good to hear. I'm glad that we are going to get Faraz is going to be coming up on stage early. I think he's up already. Hold on, Faraz, you're there. How are you, Faraz?
Hi,
Faraz, you
Mario.
there?
Mario,
Hey man,
he's stuck in the
how
connecting.
things? No, he's not in the connect loop. I can hear him. So Faraz, how are things on? First, how's your family? I know that
I've been
I know you've suffered. You can give us an update, please.
there was another person that's related. Basically, again, just to preface this, my brother's wife is from Gaza and her whole family, and I mentioned that her uncle was killed yesterday, and now we just got news a few hours ago that her cousin, basically the daughter of the person who was killed, also died today. And another friend of mine as well, Marwan Hillis, also passed away. So, it's it's not it's not looking good. It's very 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 kind of terrible situation that's happening right now, and you know on a wide scale, there's the complete kind of civil defense and medical services are collapsing. They're barely big, they can't even keep up pulling people out of the rubble. I was getting messages a few hours ago that there's people who are literally stuck under the rubble, or people in the I'm sorry, people in, I'm not sure exactly which area. I need to pull it out. They were posting on Instagram that they need help pulling people out of the rubble. They've been stuck for hours, and the medical, like the medical services and the civil defense are they're too spread out. They can't keep up with the amount of destruction that's happening. It's completely unprecedented. So, and again, we're only in the third day. This is 72 hours into what happened. So we're all, completely on edge, like, and trying to constantly reach out to our family and friends all over, just to make sure that just to we keep telling them, just send us a message every hour, 2 hours, just let us know you're alive. And that's the case right now. There's lack of they're running short on supplies. they're running short on electricity. Some of our friends, they're grouping on like phones as well, because some of them don't have any, electricity to be able to even charge their phones to contact us. So we're trying to get as many contacts there, just to keep, just to keep an open line of contact with them, uh, just to know if they're alive, and if they're okay.
Um, so the question I have to you, Firaz, is first, I'm sorry for what your friends and family are going through, and I'm sorry for your losses as well, including the friend that you mentioned. Obviously, you told us about your uncle yesterday, and sorry, your fiance's uncle. Um, and I just realized I have a friend, not too close, but he just got married. He was just in Palestine not long ago. I think he's back out of Palestine, but he did just went to Palestine to get married in Gaza. So I'm actually gonna message him now. I just remembered, I completely forgot. But Faraz, the question I have for you is there any way? So how does the people in Gaza get an indication of where to go, and what indications have you received? Also, can you give us just an update on day-to-day life? Because we've spoken to a lot of people, obviously, in Israel, especially in the early days of the conflict, when Israel was under heavier rocket fire and the attack was ongoing. But it's been, especially in the last couple of days, been hard to speak to people from Gaza. So how's day-to-day life? I posted a video of a girl, and she talked about how her day goes in Gaza. And what can you tell us? Is it just sitting at home and no work, no going out? You're just sitting at home all day and the shops are closed? Or is there still supplies, there's still food? And what can you tell us?
So it's completely right now. It's relying on kind of community based. Whoever has stored food, whoever has stored water tankers, some fuel and some generators. They're trying to basically um, uh, take care of whoever's like had their house demolished or has left their house because it's in an area that's being heavily bombarded. And again, the nighttime is always worse than the daytime. The people, they don't have any real indication of where to go in terms of shelters. There's nowhere they can leave. So what they're doing is they're basically moving around to areas that they previously in 2014 or 2021 or 2008 or 2009, they're going to they're making really just kind of guesses based on history about where to go. They have no clue whether the places that they're going to are going to be bombed or not. They have no clue because it's completely spread out. It's sporadic. And I was here in the space, Mario, on the first day, and I mentioned that the policy is going to be a scorched earth policy, which means there is, and this is exactly what's been playing out, and I'm seeing that happening, and I'm seeing that being adopted and being implemented on the ground, where this is completely, it's I don't know what if there's any intelligence to what's happening right now. It's just completely, bombing. We can't tell what's gonna happen. We have no idea. The people have no idea where they can find refuge. There's no place to refuge. They're just trying to stay where they think they can at least survive it, where they can get a little bit of water and some food to stay together. And every day, every few hours, they're losing more places where they can stay. So it's this is unprecedented. Even Gaza was it was a place that was basically a crisis before all of this happened. It was nearly unlivable before any of this unfolded. So this scale happening in 72 hours has never happened in this ferocity before. and I think we the problem is all of the rhetoric that we're hearing as well is that this is going to go on for weeks and months. So we, the people are, just trying to, help whoever they can in the community and friends and family, and pulling people out of the rubble, and trying to house whoever has lost their homes or people who have been displaced. There's I haven't even seen the last figure. The last figure that I saw was 180,000 displaced. I'm sure it's more right now. The people who've been killed, I'm sure that it's much worse because, every few minutes, we're receiving more news about more bombardments and, pulling more people out of the rubble because there are still people stuck in the rubble, bodies, people who are injured.
There was a report. There was a report as well for us that that didn't have enough heavy machinery to pull people out of the rubble as well. So again, heart goes out to all citizens that are suffering this conflict, and anyone that as well for us has gone through this. I do want to read out some updates and give the mic to Piotr. And again, for us, my heart goes out to you, and I appreciate you coming and still joining us. And anyone that has experience, we had the speaker earlier today that had a friend, and he sent me the voice note, and I'm still trying to find out if this was just recent or if, I'm guessing it's from a previous attack because we haven't seen any reports of it. But she was in a shelter, and there was a smoke grenade. The shelter was smoked, and she was the only survivor in hospital. So he was on the panel earlier. So I do want to read out some updates. The IDF, the Israeli Defense Force, says the American aid plane that arrived for our forces is the first of many aid to come. Also, we know there's airstrikes in Al Buraj. And there's also the Taj building on Yarmouk Street. The residents were warned to evacuate. The National Bank branch on Salah al-Din Street has been struck. And there's also artillery shelling of Beit Hanun of north of Gaza. So just a bit of an update on the regions right now. I'm just getting a lot of updates on that. Khan Yunis as well. There's a strike that hit Khan Yunis and reports of injuries. So this is just a quick update on those fronts. And I will keep sharing the updates, and the team is tweeting them out as well. Let me get Piotr as co-host. Let me go to Zafar. Zafar, how are you?
Good. Thank you very much for giving me opportunity to speak. Thank you, Mario. You're doing and your panel is doing wonderful job, letting everybody to speak for their views. And everybody has a right to share their views. There's no problem about it. But I would like to bring into your attention a very important fact that the United Nations has passed a resolution, sorry, 45/130 that states that every citizen has the right to defend themselves against the aggressors using all available means, which means all available means. Like Ukraine, Russia invaded Ukraine, so they have every right under United Nations this article resolution. So same way, the Israelis are the aggressors and the Palestinians are defending their land. So when we characterize them as a criminal or terrorist or whatever, but they are still, but they are still, but they
Yeah,
are
we're
still.
gonna.
Sorry,
This
guys.
is
So
this is.
John, I'll let you.
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
not
so
we're
John,
not getting into that because
I
then
wasn't
it
listening.
will.
Yeah. So but I'm very focused on the breaking news. If it does happen and you guys
Sorry,
don't see me jumping
I
in,
was posting a tweet, so guys, yeah, you just jump in if we miss it. But yeah,
yeah. So
we
John,
have
I'll let
to.
you. I'll let you. I'll let Eden push back quickly.
Well, I can jump in.
Yeah, go ahead, Piotr, please.
Okay, so look, I mean, this is what happens with these sorts of things, which is that the more this goes on, and there's a reason why I think that this thing that we are experiencing now, I don't even really know what to call it anymore. Is I just had some pretty bad news about some people I know in the area have been killed as well, which is why I disappeared for a bit. So the longer this goes on, it's just this is the most, I think, complicated. I don't even know thing, and so the point that was made about Israel being on one side, I think, but then that's how the Israelis are going to feel about what happened on Saturday morning. So this is the problem. This is the underlying systemic problem that exists in this part of the world, and why it's so difficult to find a solution. That's why the two-state solution has always been, very much sort of a long shot and not really ever made traction. So, I think it's really hard to talk about it, and that's why I do appreciate these spaces that people do come together, and as difficult it has been today, which for me has been quite tough. I think talking about it is important, and sharing the news as we do is a way for us to keep abreast of that. And I appreciate everybody for being here and well, being as sort of restrained, measured, composed during these times. I'm just going to read a couple of updates, just moving to that, because I think we should just keep being informed. I think is one of the most important things to be able to do, and cross-referencing and comparing information that we find, and then hopefully being able to double establish what really is going on, not our truth, but the objective truth. Mario's just shared that an Israeli aircraft has struck the National Bank in the central part of Gaza, and the strikes are continuing into the east.
Piotr, can I ask you a question, Piotr? And I was waiting for you to come back.
Mate.
And first a personal question, then not a business, a one related to the current events. First, you said on a personal level, people were just impacted. Not sure exactly where. Well, I hope they're okay.
It's in Gaza. It's in Gaza. I've had people I know who I did humanitarian work on this, and I'm not biased because of that. I'm just saying I knew people who worked in a humanitarian capacity have unfortunately been caught up in one of the blasts. So it's what war is, I suppose. But no, it's fine. What was the other question you had?
The other question is, we've had, and Visegrad, that question goes to you as well. We had a speaker who's still on the stage, Ronnie, who mentioned some comments again, just from people he's spoken with from the IDF, that it seems, and we're seeing that on the ground, and Hadi mentioned it as well, on the Lebanese border, it seems to have quieted down. The US warship is a pretty big step. Sending out a warship and threatening Hezbollah not to get involved. It's a pretty big step by the US. And obviously on the Syrian side, we saw some clashes, but it's very minimal, unrelated to the Syrian government. It was just a group, and it was very minimal strikes back and forth with Israel. So based on these developments today, I'm a lot more. There was clashes earlier today on the border, but I think that was a response. Maybe you can update me, because that was when I was sleeping. But that was a response. Hezbollah was reacting in response to their soldiers that died, and they kind of forced to respond. But again, and nothing deep into Israeli territory, and everything was it just limited tit for tat. So my question to you is, it's looking like this is going to be controlled to Gaza and Israel within those two regions, and it doesn't look like it's going to be a multiple war.
Is that a call, Mario? Are you making a call on that?
No,
I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm just.
I don't know what you mean by call.
That's like you're calling. You are predicting that this is going to stay within Gaza and Israel.
Exactly. That's my question. Exactly. So that's the exact question I have for you. It's looking more likely. I know before we're being we're being a bit more concerned, but today my concern has dropped. I know that the incursion, the Israeli attack on Gaza hasn't started, but there hasn't been much warnings against it either. Like the rhetoric today, there hasn't been too many statements warning Israel not to enter Gaza. It's like everyone knows it's inevitable, and it's already been factored in. What do you think?
Well, I mean, it's interesting you think that, because I sort of, I don't know, like every hour my feelings are like, oh, reassurance, and then dread, reassurance, dread. It's interesting to hear you say that, because when we first started the space, I was worried about Hezbollah and just the sort of the growing skirmishes. But then we've talked about graduated hang on, I want to get the term right again. What we were talking about with Brian of the CIA earlier, like the
graduated response matrix.
Graduated response. Thank you. I'm also very tired. Graduated response. Rules of engagement sort of thing, and we've seen this now a numerous amount of times throughout the past couple of days. That hasn't really gone beyond that. Yes, it's spread to a couple of different places, but the actual sort of technical details of that haven't, at least for me, in a very crude sense, changed. The Syrian developments, I personally don't think that they're going to go much more than that. We might see the occasional bit more tit for tat, but I don't think so. And then, as you shared earlier, the Iranian statement, which was quite an important one, again, I don't think so.
We do have a report from Reuters as well. The White House is assessing whether to send another aircraft carrier fleet to join the USS Gerald Ford. So it kind of reinforces the deterrence that the US is focusing on and the outside world is focusing on. And when it comes to Hezbollah not joining the war, I just cannot see, and Visegrad, I'm not sure if you agree with the statement here, but I cannot see Hezbollah joining this war, considering there's at least one American aircraft carrier and a direct warning to them. Like Hezbollah doesn't want a war with Israel, let alone a war with Israel with possible, if not likely, US involvement. What do you think, Visegrad? No, please don't tell me you've got the glitch. Visegrad, if you've got the glitch, I'm going to go.
As well.
Say that again.
I want to respond as well. I have plenty of things to say.
Yeah, sure. I'll go to that. Go ahead there, Visegrad. If you're not there, I'll go to John. Okay, I think Visegrad.
Where's John? Yeah, go ahead, John.
I didn't have a question.
No. I'm not sure if you can hear me. John, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Mario, look at the breaking news group, please.
I have a few, if you're interested, some breaking news.
Yeah, so I've got more context. Hold on. I've got some context. The United States is.
There's just a real lag. Sorry, Visegrad. That was, you had a real glitch area, but let's go to Mario first and then you can jump in.
Yeah, so I've got the breaking news. The United States is considering deploying a second aircraft carrier, the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower, as the Gerald Ford carrier is set to arrive near Israel. The reasoning, according to U.S. defense officials, is to deter regional powers from joining the war. There's just more context there.
Mario, I added that to the bottom of the post, just to clarify.
Perfect. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Mario, I'm sorry. In terms of context, I have
whoever's speaking, we can't hear you. Your mic is really far. Yeah. Sorry. No, it's really bad, Noga. We can't hear you. You're really far from your mic. Now it's good.
No.
It's good.
Okay. I've waited for a few hours and I heard directly from one of the people who were actually there to see it, and there are not going to be any pictures for it. But apparently, in addition to beheaded bodies of babies, they found a 30-year-old pregnant woman whose stomach was cut and baby was taken out of it. And it's been going around.
I just said that as well. I wanted to say that.
It's been going around Israel for a few hours, and I have waited to get confirmation that this is not a story, and it's the best I'm going to get, because I know it's going to go online at some point, but it's not going to have pictures. But there is public outcry about this. I would be hesitant to be as optimistic as you just were, and I'm sorry about that. But I don't. We're not done yet. Nahal Oz is not. We didn't even get there. There are like 3 major Israeli villages that were heavily attacked. Instead of like the usual 7 to 20 operatives, they had somewhere between 50 and 70. Those are Nahal Oz, Be'eri, and Kfar Aza. And there were massacres, and there were vicious ones at that. And this particular story, they only did Be'eri yesterday. They only got the Kfar Aza today. We haven't done Nahal Oz yet. And every time one of those stories comes out, I mean, the buried babies alive, they cut off their heads. They cut a baby out of his mother's stomach.
Can I just say one thing, Olga, just very quickly, and I'll mute. So again, I know we like posting sources and stuff, but I can say this. We have a friend who is going to be burying their daughter and their granddaughter together The baby's throat was slit to the point of decapitation almost, and the mother was disemboweled. So I don't have a source to put that up, and and I can't ask them to send the photo. But if some of you know me in here, that is true. That is a very good family friend. We have to pray for. Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
I think
yeah.
I think my point wasn't the snuff aspect of it. My point was that we're not done. I mean, there's another one to do tomorrow, and I'm not sure that they're done in Kfar Aza. And they've been putting up survivors' accounts in various publications in Israel. This isn't. This is the Israeli public is outraged. I wouldn't put a lot of stock into this dying down. I'm not sure. I disagree with that. It doesn't have to necessarily become a full-scale three-pronged war, but Gaza isn't nearly over, and every minute that goes by that there are still hostages in the Gaza Strip while these stories are coming out, and while they're still putting up videos of abuse of the children that they took, not to mention the fact that the videos that are already out there keep making the rounds. It just is going to get worse. Not a single minister in the Israeli government, no matter how hard it gets in Gaza, can do anything until, at the very least, the abductees come home. I'm not even sure then, but the government's hands are tied, and I mean tight. They can't. Not there isn't an Israeli politician alive that can do anything until the children and women are home. It's seriously, the public outcry in Israel is just too enormous.
Yes, Noga. Noga is absolutely correct.
I just want to say, because first of all, what we've heard is really horrible, and if it has actually happened, it's horrendous. But at the same time, we do have a bit of a responsibility. Like, we need to make sure that these things are verified, and once we do, then you can state as fact out.
Yeah, I think
they're unsourced information.
Sure, but we haven't made a statement like this when Firas shared his experience either. So I would just want to empathize. I think Firas and Noga have been on the stage. Hadi, you're unmuted, but I've been on the stage for a while, and to add to it as well, Ben is someone I've known for a long time. So look, again, these are personal. I think these are for the audience. Sully's point is that everything else mentioned here by Faraz, Noga, and Ben are personal experiences.
No, it's not, because what the difference was, like, if it was Noga's personal experience, like, I would never have spoken up.
No, I told you. I told you I waited until I heard from the person
Noga,
who was
let me
there.
just explain myself, because I just want to make sure I'm not being biased, because that's the way it's been framed. So if you explain your personal experience, I never would have spoke up. What you said has been all over Twitter the whole day. About the bodies and the babies, that's all been all over Twitter.
But Ben mentioned personal experience.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about Ben's one. So in terms of that, because I've seen it all over Twitter, I've been looking for the source and I'm not seeing the source of it. So what I'm saying with that's unsourced. But in terms of Ben's, that's his personal experience.
Okay, I appreciate it. Yeah. So with personal experiences, Ben and Faraz, and but either way, look, I just want to say, like, it's the stories are gut wrenching across the board. So it's just hard to imagine the suffering. And Ben, sorry for what your friends are going through, and obviously Faraz, sorry for what your friends and family are going through as well. I do want to also mention Justin, who's a regular on the panel, sent through a White House a statement. Actually, I'm going to get Justin up. I can see him requesting. I'm going to get Justin up to talk about the statement that came in from the White House, because they do say the brutality of Hamas, this bloodthirstiness, brings to mind the worst rampages of ISIS. This is terrorism. It's abhorrent. But sadly for the Jewish people, it's not new. So it's just a statement here by the White House. So Justin, can you tell us more about that statement? Because it seems, and it kind of goes to Noga's point. Noga made the point that it's not over it's not over in general, and I agree with Noga. I think and if you look at American Airlines announcement, for 2 months till early December. So where are we now? We're October. So for 2 months, flights to and from Israel have been suspended for 2 months. So it just shows that and Israel said this is going to be a long war. They've made it pretty clear. So
yeah, I think it is going to be a very long war. I will tell you, my perspective looking at all these things, and the statement there from the White House is what you played in part. It was the transcribed comments from President Biden there. And again, the former President Clinton, former President Obama, the President of France, of Italy, the UK, have all universally condemned Hamas. And this is the tough part, is that right now Hamas is public enemy number one. And I see no way that they can recover and be allowed to sustain. I just don't think it's going to happen. Biden came out and said essentially that Hamas is ISIS. He came out in no uncertain terms. He's told President Bibi Netanyahu, he said, if they attack innocent civilians, kill them. That was a direct quote. And so every military force right now is gathering to defeat them. And they've done this purposely to say, and in the statement from former President Obama, from President Clinton, from others, including in many ways, candidates DeSantis and Trump, they have all come out and saying, and this includes the presidents of many European countries, where they've distinguished between Hamas and Palestine. And so Hamas is going to be the fall guy for this, and they will not survive. At the end of it's far from over, but the fate is sealed for Hamas. There is no coming back. There will be no more Hamas when everything is done, is what I hear every Western leader saying. And I think you can see already here in the United States, for example, there were a host of Harvard students. I don't know if you covered this already, but basically there was a host of students at universities who came out in massive condemnation of Israel and 100% supporting Hamas. Well, many of those students who had jobs lined up, those jobs have been rescinded. We have Lawrence.
In support of Hamas, not
yes.
Palestine.
That's what people are saying.
Yep.
Whenever people have seen, what I've seen is, I mean, I want to see the video of that, Justin. But when I've seen people do Palestinian protests, the right-wing media, well, actually, the entire media has been basically saying it's Hamas protests. So were they?
No, it's a memo. It's a memo they put out. They signed their names.
They signed their names to it, and it's by multiple groups at Harvard.
What was the memo? Can someone send me that, please?
If someone has, I'm just on my phone, so I don't have access to it. But basically, it was a signed letter by about 60 plus groups, and then the leaders of those groups identified themselves. And one of them, who was lined up for a prestigious law firm after school, that offer was rescinded. You have Lawrence Summer, who is a big icon on the left, and a big supporter of Palestine and otherwise, who has come out and said the lack of condemnation from institutions like Harvard is deafening silence and is unacceptable. So right now in America, and I think in every Western country that I can see, Hamas is persona non grata. I don't see how they can come back from this. There is no negotiation.
So I've just read the statement. It doesn't even say Hamas on there. Let me just read it.
I was just going to mention it was a support for solidarity with Palestine.
So this is what's happening. It's like manipulation of the public, where support for Palestine is now support for Hamas, which is two different things. So do you want me to read the whole statement that you claimed was support for Hamas?
You're welcome to that.
Yeah, I will, because there's misinformation. So joint statement by Harvard Palestinian solidarity groups on the situation in Palestine. We, the undersigned student organization, hold
Sorry, Suleiman, since you're reading it, what's the date on it?
I'm not sure. This is this. I was just sent this by Tira.
Just yesterday.
She's a regular.
So the situation in Palestine we're talking about is this situation that we're talking about.
No, they're trying to justify the violence, though. Yeah, read it. Go ahead and read it.
One second. You guys named. I'm reading. Let me read it. You guys made misinformation on here. I need to read it. Right.
Okay.
Okay. So we, the undersigned student organization, hold the Israeli regime entirely responsible for all unfolding violence. Today's events did not occur in a vacuum. For the last 2 decades, millions of Palestinians in Gaza have been forced to live in an open-air prison. Israeli officials promised to open the gates of hell, and the massacre in Gaza have already commenced. Palestinians in Gaza have no shelters for refuge and nowhere to escape. In the coming day, Palestinians will be forced to bear the full brunt of Israelis' violence. The apartheid regime is the only one to blame. Israeli violence has structured every aspect of Palestinian existence for 75 years, from systemized land seizures to routine airstrikes, arbitrary detentions to military checkpoints, and enforced family separation to targeted killings. Palestinians have been forced to live in a state of death, both slow and sudden. Today, the Palestinians' ordeal enters into uncharted. I'm almost done. There's only two sentences left. There's only two sentences left, guys.
There's only one
Coming
sentence
days
that
will
matters.
require a firm.
Guys, please
So
stop.
the point here is actually what we're seeing is it wasn't mentioned, and the point here is
to blame.
Right. 1 second. The point here is. Just think about what Justin's saying now. So if you're supporting Palestine, this level of censorship. Remember, these guys always claimed we're against censorship. The people are losing their jobs, losing their careers just because they're pro-Palestine rather than pro-Israel.
They
support the violence.
So hold on. So Justin,
I'll let you. They accused Israel of this situation. That's support Hamas.
Yeah, they blame Israel.
Guys, can you please, can everyone stop? Can everyone stop? Sully, everyone, stop. So I think you've made your point really well, and you've kind of highlighted Palestinian really well. So Justin, the point you were making is because I'm kind of trying to keep up with the news, and you guys got into this debate. So Justin, I'll let you make the point, and Sully, I think I got your point that it's the support for Palestinians, not Hamas, by this particular group. I think the Harvard group. Justin, I'll let you respond.
The first sentence of that statement again was, "We, the undersigned student organization, hold the Israeli regime entirely responsible for all unfolding violence." They justified
Hamas. Support of Hamas. That's saying that what Hamas did is justified without actually saying the word Hamas.
No. This is like basically doing a manipulative.
Sully, can you please stop as well? Sully, everybody, please. All right. So we understand. I think you've all made your point pretty well. Sully, I think you've made it as well pretty well by reading the statement and making the point. Justin, I think you've made the point as well, but what they imply, in your opinion, in that sentence, and you all disagree on that. But I think we could move on. I think a lot of hands are up for that particular purpose, to keep debating that statement. But as you know, I'm trying to avoid that. We have confirmation that the U.S. Navy aircraft, that was really quick, the U.S. Navy aircraft carrier USS Dwight Eisenhower will depart from Virginia this week, but it's not confirmed whether it'll be deployed to Israel. But she's being returned around from a European visit rather quickly. So that was a statement that was just came out. I'm not sure what the source is, but the earliest source of this was Reuters. But we've got another aircraft carrier that could be heading towards Israel. And I'd even say it's likely heading towards Israel, to further deter any Hezbollah involvement in the war.
Also, and real quick, Mario, I can give you some anecdotal evidence on that. I'm here in San Diego. I'm just miles away from Miramar. Those of you who watch the Top Gun movies, that's the famous airfield over there. And usually throughout the day, every hour, there are planes, there are helipads, they're just going, the Helix twin props and everything else are going over our house all day long. Over the last 2 days, and especially today, it has been silent, which usually is an indication that these pilots are being assigned somewhere as either backup. I think we've heard other evidence that the military is on high alert and providing support. This is anecdotal, but I can just tell you from a San Diego perspective, the skies are clear and quiet, which indicates that everything has been moved to another place.
I appreciate that. John, go ahead. Just moving away from the statement on the Eisenhower moving to Israel. You've got two aircraft carriers heading towards the region.
If I can just
your thoughts on that, John?
Who's that?
Hello? John, go ahead.
No, it's definitely. I mean, that's we talked about this 2 days ago. If that happens, that's definitely an escalation in deterrence readiness is what we call it, right? So the administration, the White House believes that one carrier strike group, the biggest that we have, wasn't enough for deterrence for the region, so they moved another, both as another sign of deterrence and readiness if something happens. It's a big deal.
We've got some updates on the death toll. So the death toll among Israelis has risen to about 1,200 and injuries to 2,900. So it's just a report here. And then we've got another one here from the Palestinian Health Ministry. The airstrikes have resulted in 900 deaths and an additional, so they say it's additional 4,500 wounded, and the deaths are 260 children, 230 women out of the 900 deaths. So that's the Palestinian Health Ministry. So we've just got the death toll, as we said the last couple of days. The death toll is expected to continue to increase. Just some refresher for statements. John Kirby is making more statements. We offered to advise the Israelis on the hostages from our U.S. Army intelligence experts. We don't have much information about the locations of the hostages, the conditions under which they are being held, and whether they are being moved from one place to another. That's from John Kirby. And then we've got another one here. The U.S. aircraft is confirmed. I'm just reading my own posts. So funny how I look at my own account for updates. Well done, Ryan. Tonight, Israel attacked more than 70 targets in Darj Tupa area in the Gaza Strip. Just an update there. And Ryan, we've got a lot of images we can post of the airstrikes we haven't posted. So in these updates, you can add those images. There's a lot of them.
Last thing, Mario, I just posted in the nest there the evidence of this this law firm, Winstern and Strom.
Yeah,
and
it's a very, very well-known firm.
Yeah, and it's a statement rescinding their offer to one of the students who signed that Harvard document.
Censorship.
He's
consequences.
Guys, can we not put statements like that, please, Sully? I think he's just putting this. As far as I heard, he just put out the statement for anyone to read.
Just evidence from what I said there.
We can't listen. The only reason I'm having to speak is we haven't got that many pro-Palestinian people up, right? But in terms of that specific statement,
it has to be objective.
I don't want to be objective. You're being extremely biased. You were presented as an unbiased military expert, and you've been extremely
Sully, please, can we stop the
attacks? You're pro-Israel.
Right, now we're doing personal attacks from the hosts.
Guys, this is...
No, you just said something to me, I just responded.
He said we're being objective, but he didn't...
Yeah, I said the goal is being objective.
Yeah, you're not being personally objective. No, wait a second. So look, we moved on. Justin talked about the article above, and I'm trying to say that what that is censorship. So that's it. That's the end of it.
Okay, so I understand. That's the end of it. So we'll move on. This, your opinion, is censorship. Justin, you put out the argument, the article. Anyone could read it, make up their own mind. We will move on from this because so and everyone, I can see posts being pinned. So I've asked Justin, with all respect, so I'll let you post it just so you can check it out. But I've asked everyone not to pin posts, just because this is becoming the hardest room. Yesterday was really good. The day before was actually good as well, but today's been really tough to moderate. So I just ask everyone to just make it easier for me to do so by focusing on two things that I want to focus on in the space. Developments on the ground, and Ryan, you're posting a lot of great updates. Whenever you post it, you can unmute and update us on the breaking news as you did before.
I will switch out with Ryan. I can't help.
Yeah, I appreciate
some of the stuff I'm hearing. Is just I can't. Thank you.
What did you hear, Ryan? Is that updates on the ground, Piotr?
No, the petty comments from some, and then the back. It just this whole thing is disastrous, and I need to take a moment.
So this is, guys. So this is what happens exactly. This is what happens when it becomes very political. And I ask you all, when I say everyone, please stop. You all stop. When I ask a topic to be moved on from, I ask everyone to move on from it, and I'm asking everybody to focus on breaking news on the ground and the geopolitical impact it is. There's no pro this or pro that, and there's no discussions about past history, etc. Because it becomes very difficult to moderate. There's no personal attacks, goes all the way, and that applies to everybody. I'm not talking to any person in specific.
Yeah, I'm not getting at anyone. I'm pretty thick-skinned, but this is the toughest type of geopolitical issue there is, and that's why So thank you, everyone, and I will see you. I'll see you soon.
I appreciate it, Piotr. Visegrad, are you there?
Yes. Perfect.
Yeah, I'm glad it's working now. Visegrad, I wanted to go back to the topic that I think is the one that we should all focus on, and that's the possibility of this expanding beyond the. So I think we all agree when it comes to Gaza, this will be a prolonged conflict, many weeks, if not months, based on the indicators we've seen so far. American Airlines suspension of flights till December is one such indicator, but beyond that. Whether the Hezbollah group will get involved and whether some groups in Syria will get involved has been a topic I'm trying to really understand. Now that we're seeing potentially another warship that's heading to another aircraft carrier heading to the region, a US aircraft carrier, the Eisenhower, is that enough of a deterrent to avoid other groups from getting involved?
I believe so. At least things are pointing in that direction. We have been discussing this over the previous days, and initially we were quite worried. However, there was always, I would say, the odds in the favor of this remaining a local conflict, if limited to the Gaza Strip. Naturally, there will be flare-ups of violence in the West Bank as well. There will be those occasional rockets and other incidents on the border with Lebanon. But if we're talking about some form of coordinated large attack directed directly from the leaders of Hezbollah or from the Syrian state actor, uh, at least so far, I've believed that this is quite unlikely. The Palestinians, especially the Palestinians in Gaza, who are led by Hamas and have been now for many years, they have been losing ground when it comes to international diplomacy. They are losing allies in the region. The Abraham Accords in previous years have clearly showed where the wind is blowing, so to say, and this act of violence was an act of desperation. They lashed out. They were hoping to be able to somehow stir the pot and create better circumstances for themselves. But probably in the long run, what they will have done is that they will have shot themselves in the foot. I don't see any scenario in which what they have done will somehow improve their position. I don't think anybody is coming to their rescue. They will fight largely on their own, and it might take a while, but in the end, they will suffer defeat. Naturally, there is another component. I can take an example here from the region in Central Eastern Europe and Poland specifically. Uh, Poland was partitioned finally in 1795 and disappeared from the map, the political map of Europe, for 123 years. There were two major uprisings against Russia in 1831 and 1863. The Poles went into battle knowing that they are not likely to win any of these insurgencies, but at the same time, they didn't want to risk that future generations of Poles would somehow accommodate with the occupier. They wanted to make sure that there will be a conflict that is brewing and that the younger generations growing up will preserve the same disdain for what they perceived as the occupant. So I wouldn't be surprised if in some Hamas thinking, the logic is that even if we are defeated now soundly, even for many years, at least the bloodshed will have somehow passed on this generational hatred and making sure that nobody is willing to accommodate with the enemy. So this could be also a logic behind it, but certainly I don't see any way that this is going to end well for them in the coming weeks and months.
Jeszcze Polska nie jest genała, tak?
That is
the opening phrase of the national anthem of Poland is Poland is not yet destroyed, is the best translation, I think.
As long as we live.
Oh my God, that is so Polish.
Very Polish, yeah.
Poland is not yet lost as long as we live, but it was clear that they were also willing to die for it, and to make sure that there are other generations further up that want to keep on the fight. I'm not making a direct comparison here. They're naturally different circumstances, but there is this idea that sometimes you might have to lose a battle to win the war. This could be some form of idea that Hamas has, because they see that in any other way they have been losing for many years now, and there is nothing on the horizon that seems to indicate that things are about to get better. So this attack could have been created in such circumstances that they are simply desperate. They are willing to risk it all. They're willing to take chances. They're willing to stir the pot, and they want to keep intergenerational hatred going. This is a possibility.
I just want to mention that I think the framing of this entire issue is extremely lopsided. Like, I think it was Vice Grad who was speaking. He was mentioning that perceived occupier, but even under international law, they are occupiers. You have all the international, all the settlements that are illegally expanding
Again,
year after
if we want
year.
to have this conversation, by all means,
So
then we're
sorry,
having the conversation.
Guys, so
just
Rafael,
quickly
I've
here.
got to.
Just quickly
Yeah,
here.
go ahead,
I was
Yep.
talking about the Poles and the Russians back in the 19th century. So I wasn't making any clear statements about what the situation is in
You're
Israel.
making clear statements about the situation. We had to deal about this. You want to have the conversation? Let's have the conversation. But we had a deal that we're not having the
Why does this
conversation.
person
So
interrupt
guys,
anytime someone
hold on.
speaks?
Okay, guys, we're back to personal attacks. So everyone, I was just
That's
focusing
how
on
the
the news
space was
now. I'm
yesterday.
back here. So I want to go to the discussion here. So tonight, Israel. So we got the 70 targets. We're gonna put out a video. So there's a video that was posted by Trump that was an old video. So the team's gonna most likely post that as a correction. So there's again a video that was posted by Trump. Not sure if he's removed it, but it is an old video just to make that correction. But going back to the discussion here, and I've got Hadi, I've got Chief as well. We've got John. Guys, Hadi, are you there first?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, so question for you, man. The on the Lebanese side in the media, is the narrative more de-escalatory, or how's the narrative there?
The narrative is de-escalatory. No one is, let's say, drumming the war sounds. No one's saying anything about a war. No one's saying anything
Even
about
on the pro-Hezbollah politicians.
Yeah, even on the pro-Hezbollah side. But I think that's because I just want to explain one thing so people don't get confused. What happened between Hezbollah and Israel was not because that had nothing to do with Gaza. That happened because the attacks that were initiated first from between Lebanon and Israel were not from Hezbollah. They were from Palestinian groups based in Lebanon, and the Israeli retaliation targeted Hezbollah. That's why Hezbollah responded. So I don't see that Hezbollah's response have anything to do with Gaza at this moment right now. So that's
okay. And
what
is
was happening.
there any talk about what Hezbollah would do what happens if Israel enters Gaza? What do you expect then? So that's question number one. Question number two, the response that we saw from Hezbollah today in relation to their members dying, I think they had I can't remember, I think it was about 3, they confirmed 3 deaths on the Hezbollah side. How has the retaliation been? Is that what you'd expect? Is it more than you expected?
The death was 3, that was confirmed. And yeah, I mean, I expected that before, and I said when Hezbollah retaliates, they usually target armed vehicles or tanks or anything, borders, mainly armed vehicles. That's usually the retaliation. So I see that from my perspective that this is the last of it when it comes to those 3 soldiers. For that, and when some people were saying that now it's gone because of what the U.S. is sending, I don't see. Okay, probably it is a deterioration strategy by the U.S., but I don't see things are calm because of that, because that's usually the end of it when it comes to retaliation to killing Hezbollah soldiers.
Okay, so that's the retaliation is over. And what was the retaliation today? Because no one went into the details. What did Hezbollah do? They shot one troop carrier, correct?
They shot an armed vehicle that had at least, I mean, some from sources I see 3 or 2 soldiers, but usually no death are instantly posted by the Israeli side. That's what usually happens. Just like the attack in 2015, when I think around 5 armed vehicles were targeted. Nothing was specified until like at least 2 or 3 weeks after.
No, I appreciate it. I want to go to Ronnie. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, man. And I know you've got some information on the Israeli side. It would be good to get some updates, especially on the northern front. The attacks from earlier today, has there been any confirmation of casualties from the Israeli side on the Hezbollah response today?
Yes, there's been some. I'm not sure if from the bombing, but an Israeli officer was killed. About what has been said earlier, that it takes time for the Israeli sides to make statement about that. It's because the Israeli side has a policy of notifying the family first and then notifying the press. You don't want the family to be notified by the press, so it takes time.
Thanks for reminding us.
While you were speaking, I asked my friend who's the Lebanese border, who's actually on a vehicle patrol, if there's been any casualties. I'm waiting for an answer, and when I get that answer, you'll get it right on it. But I don't think there are, because I think I would have heard I got plenty of people on the ground.
Yeah, just one quick thing. I have a cousin who's up near. He was sent up there as a reservist as well. I think was what
Yeah,
Ronnie said.
Me as well.
And he was sent back. He was sent back. He's saying that they don't need him.
Yes, that's right. He's my neighbor.
Yeah.
So
that's a good sign.
Yeah, so I've just got another update here. So Silwan's Hamas forces So what is Silwan's Hamas forces? If anyone knows, that would be good. If someone can update us. Let me maybe.
Silwan? That's a neighborhood
Silwan.
in.
Mario,
It's a
those are
neighborhood in
Sawans.
Jerusalem.
It's a
Yeah.
neighborhood in Jerusalem.
Yeah, so there's one of the posts you put out, Ryan, says Silwan's Hamas forces.
Yeah, those are the forces in Sawan. It says, I'll read you the exact headline. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, if you could send through there, because it says, I'll read out the post and then I'll give more context. Silwan's Hamas forces declare an all-encompassing strike set for tomorrow following tonight's death of Ali al-Abbasi and Abdel Rahman Faraj. So it'll be good to get more.
Sure, let me give you the full thing. So it says the Hamas forces in the town of Sliwan announced a comprehensive strike tomorrow in mourning of the two young men, the names you just said, who were killed tonight by Israeli bullets.
Cool, yeah, if you could post again, but give more context, like Silwan, where's Silwan's in East Jerusalem?
Sure.
So I think not many people know. So it's Hamas forces in Silwan, East Jerusalem. How major is this? So East Jerusalem, can you give us more of just an understanding of the region there? Is there Hamas presence there? Is it camps there? How does it work? Maybe Ben, do you want to give us a bit of an overview?
We already saw skirmishes and shootings in Abu Tor today, which is in the heart of Jerusalem, to be honest. Adding East Jerusalem to the mix, that's big. It's,
Yeah.
There's no wall, there's no separation. Everybody is an official resident. There's no way to. It's very difficult to reach a ceasefire, viable ceasefire in Jerusalem. This is.
And also, excuse me, I'm sorry, my coughing. The other thing is, we're getting closer and closer to Friday, so there will be Friday prayers on the Temple Mount. So that is potential to get inflamed too if they shut the Temple Mount down to pray worshippers. Hamas though in Silwan, I don't know. I'm not an expert on that. I don't believe that Hamas in that specific neighborhood is very strong because it is Jerusalem. It's Jerusalem, right? So I would take that personally with a little bit of a grain of salt, but that's just my opinion. I don't know if this conflict's going to spread to that part of the country. That's just my opinion.
Also, you have
Ben, just one thing
I
is that
agree
this
with
is
that, by the
announced
way.
for tomorrow, so it hasn't happened yet, so we don't know. Just take that note. This is just an announcement.
The only reason I push back on that because if there was, I know the way Hamas thinks to a certain degree. If there was going to be a strike, they would not announce it, right? Because what they've done now is they put everyone not only on high alert. You have the possibility of the IDF going door to door to door to door to try to find these individuals. So you're not going to normally announce a surprise attack.
Yeah, Mario, just more evidence. I got 2 DMs from 2 other people, one in Arizona, one in South Carolina. Both live adjacent to very noisy Air Force bases that have been noticeably silent over the last 2 or 3 days. And we think that's attributed to these planes being rerouted, reconfigured into different positions to support either things that are being moved across seas or elsewhere. So interesting. Just again,
these
anecdotal
are bases,
evidence.
but these bases are where, Justin?
One is in Arizona, Phoenix, Arizona. It's Luke Base. And the other one is Shaw Air Force Base in South Carolina.
And what you're saying is that these could be heading to the aircraft carrier?
Yeah, it's unclear. What we call, in aviation they call it repositioning planes. They're either, but more likely they're probably being repositioned to support other planes that are already on aircraft carriers or otherwise. And we have a huge naval base here in San Diego, but the Marine base I'm talking about is the one I hear all the traffic from. I haven't seen usually I'll pull up the webcams and see what's happening in San Diego Bay because we have several aircraft carriers. But
It's getting even further. It's getting. Someone mentioned earlier that we'll see
Mario,
other.
I heard back from the friend on the ground of Lebanon. No casualties.
No casualties on the Israeli side.
Israeli side. He hasn't heard anything about casualties on a vehicle on the Israeli side.
I appreciate it. There is, I think there's a vehicle that was hit. I think that Hezbollah put out a video of it, but he's saying there's no casualties from that strike.
Yes, that's right.
I appreciate it. I do have an update here as well.
There's been a casualty, but it was yesterday of a lieutenant in Israel.
Okay,
on the Lebanese side.
I appreciate it. So we do have here as well an important update. So the UK Ministry of Defence has placed the UK Carrier Strike Group, including Europe's most advanced aircraft carrier, the HMS Queen Elizabeth, on alert for potential deployment to the Mediterranean. Unsure if she'll be deployed to the region. Unsure if it will be deployed to the region, but the UK fleet is cutting short a training exercise with the Norwegian army. So we're seeing a potential UK aircraft carrier also heading to the region. I assume this is all for deterrence. That's my initial assumption. Or not assumption. That's pretty clear. It's pretty fair assumption, almost certain.
Along with Greek destroyers that came with the United States aircraft.
Yeah. So Ryan, if you could put out
I'm
posts
just
in the
pinning
group.
it for you.
Yeah,
I
and
just
add.
posted it.
Yeah, cool. Appreciate it. Maybe you could have added the update like it was along with the US and stuff for deterrence. But yeah, it's cool. I appreciate you for pinning it as well. Let me see here. Let me see the post. Beautiful. There it is. Yes, anyone that wants to see it, it's there. The deployment of the likely or possible deployment of a British aircraft carrier. So we are seeing a heavy push on all sides to de-escalate the situation, which for me it's
in
it's a
Lebanon,
positive development.
not in Gaza.
Yeah. So de-escalate situation in Lebanon and in Iran involvement and Syrian involvement. But on the Gaza front, I think if anything, they're isolating Gaza now further. So there's not going to be any support from other regions. So obviously for Hamas, that's a very negative thing, and for the ongoing war in general. I think it would be worse if other regions got involved. But at least there's not going to be a broader war. But for people in Gaza, the suffering will probably continue, and the war will probably continue for a long period of time. There is Beit Hanun is getting there's airstrikes on Beit Hanun right now. So the airstrikes on the on Gaza are ongoing. They haven't stopped, but there haven't been any rockets. Surprisingly, we get some thoughts on this. There hasn't been any rockets from Hamas towards Israel for a pretty long time. It's been relatively quiet so far. Your thoughts? Is that a fair statement, Noga? Have the rockets from Gaza been quiet towards Israel?
Well, up until midday, I saw a lot of reports about shootings towards Ashkelon, which is further away than what Israel considers peace, but nothing that I saw beyond that. I stopped following after that because it became quiet, but I could look into the message board again and answer that in a second.
Yeah, and there's also
it's been the last rocket attack was about 5 to 6 o'clock. The Lakseva Adom. So it's been quiet. I've heard some people said, but this is really unconfirmed, that Hamas' ability to fire rockets has been severely hurt.
Well, it was the point of some of the attacks at the very least. So it's nice to have reached that goal.
Yeah, and there was very mass attacks, and no knock on the roof protocol or something like that.
I want to go to Faraz. Faraz, there's just news. Are you there, Faraz? I've got a question on news that I just saw. Yeah, so there's news on the Hawara checkpoint in the West Bank. Are you aware of there's?
Yeah, I'm seeing videos of that actually right now.
I am. Yes, it's been posted. Walmart posted it. There's a lot of people on the street. So Ryan will probably post it up any minute. But there's what can you tell us on the West Bank? Do you have any updates? Are you speaking to people on the ground there for us?
Yeah, sorry, I've been my Twitter's been glitching out. I've been flooded with a lot of news, so the West Bank's really boiling. It's tensing up. There's basically protests happening in Jenin, in Nablus, in places outside of Ramallah, like Qalandia in East Jerusalem. There's some kind of flashpoints that are happening in Jenin and in Hawara as well, specifically. I'm just gonna flood you guys with the breaking news because I've been trying to, it's coming in and I was trying to get it in. There's also aerial bombardments of Tel al-Za'tar north of Gaza as well. There's been, I think you reported on the ones in Beit Hanun as well. There's a bombing in Khan Yunis, in West Khan Yunis, in Al Amal neighborhood. Um, there's also been bombings in uh, airstrikes on Beit Lahia, um, Beit Lahia, and Jabalia. So this is in the last 25 minutes.
Those are in Gaza, right?
Yeah, the last ones that are mentioned are on Gaza. In terms of the West Bank, though, the tension is definitely rising, and I think this is going to be difficult to isolate into Gaza alone, because every day that this goes on, it's more likely that the West Bank is going to increase in the amount of tensions, and it's going to increase in the instability, as well as East Jerusalem. And I'm not sure, but it could possibly also spill over to the Palestinian citizens of Israel, in places like Tyre and the triangle areas, like Lid and Tyre and different
Just
areas in
on the,
Haifa.
I want to go further on the West Bank side.
Hang
So
on,
if the
Mario.
West, so go
Small
ahead.
bit of information to add to that, which is that Israel has moved, I think it's the size in English is 1.5 battalions to the West Bank, because it's also concerned about unrest.
And on the West Bank side, I want more clarity on that one. If there's more flaring up on the West Bank front, what does that mean for Israel? And could we, Faraz, I'll go to you first, and then we'll go to Ronnie. Faraz, could they, like, what can we expect to see on the West Bank? We've barely talked about it. We've talked more about more about Lebanon, even Syria, than the West Bank.
Yeah, I was mentioning this from the first day, that the longer this continues, this is going to definitely increase the chances of the West Bank, starting to see a lot of, kind of instability and escalation. There's going to be flashpoints all over the West Bank. Uh, Probably it's already started from the first day, but it's been increasing, and I think what this means is that the West Bank is under kind of heavy military occupation, which means there's checkpoints on every kind of area, like Ramallah and Nablus, and even between the villages and towns. So the Palestinian Authority only controls enclaves, but even there, the Israeli military can enter and operate, but they don't typically stay there. They only come in for specific military, operations, and then leave. But this has been happening at an increasing level for the last few years, at an increasing pace since 2020. It's a regular occurrence, but the level and scale that we're talking about has seen, like, periods of increases. And I think that there's no way to kind of isolate the situation. The difference between the West Bank and Gaza is that Gaza is essentially, fenced off, but in the West Bank, there's Israeli settlements between Palestinians. Like, there's basically, we're living on top of each other. There's no place where you're more than 2, 3, maybe 4 kilometers away from Israelis who are living there. So that's why it's much more heavily kind of militarized in terms of, and a much more difficult front to maintain. um, and but the on the other side, in terms of the West Bank, there's no kind of, the Palestinians don't possess any artilleries or any rockets or anything of that sort. There is some like guns, a good amount of guns, and there's probably some makeshift what are they called, fire, what are they called, Molotovs. So they can, there's Molotovs and guns, and there's also more likely chances of just kind of like throwing stones and confrontations here and there. And it's very difficult to control, because if you're trying to leave a Palestinian city, there's always like an Israeli kind of checkpoint, and with Israeli military, and there's also military um, places, military bases inside the West Bank, as well as Israeli settlements. So you have Israeli civilians, you have Israeli military, you have a lot of Palestinian people. About 4 million Palestinians live there, with about half a million Israelis, and that's not even counting the Israeli military that operates
How
from
is
there.
so? Just quickly, I want to get a better understanding of the military capability of the West Bank. So, what groups are there? What is Hamas's present there? What are other groups there? Um, and if they do get involved, who gets involved? I don't understand the kind of the political landscape in the West Bank. So can someone give me some more context there, if anyone does know?
Yes, I
Go
want
ahead,
to
Ronnie.
comment on that as well.
Say it again, Ronnie.
Of course, yeah.
All right, go ahead.
I,
Yeah,
wa-
Faraz,
I
go
want
He
to
ahead.
said he
comment
wanted
on
to
that as
comment
well.
on it as
Yeah,
well.
go ahead, Faraz. Oh, okay. We'll go
Uh,
Ronnie first, and then we'll go you, Faraz, just to because I know
sure.
we've had the mic for a while, Faraz. Go ahead, Ronnie.
Okay, first of all, I want to compliment Faraz on pretty fair description of the situation. I want to point out that there's been a recent operation in the West Bank that should have cleared out a lot of weapons from Jenin and other places. So, uh, organized groups, obviously, rockets are not in there. The threat from the West Bank is mostly terror by individuals, and not something organized and big, in comparison to the Hamas troops.
Okay, Faraz.
Yeah. So uh, basically, yeah, the West Bank. So the groups that are operating there are basically not coordinated, and they're not they're mostly regional, or specific to
So
so
there,
it's like
sorry, just
so
there's for us, sorry to interrupt you. There's just a breaking news. So Biden just put out a tweet, says the following: "There's no place for hate in America, not against Jews, not against Muslims. We reject, what we reject is terrorism. We condemn, we condemn its indiscriminate evil, just as we have always done. That is what America stands for." So that's a tweet by Joe Biden.
so
But sorry, go
yeah,
ahead,
Quote
Faraz.
that's
from
this
the
is just
quote.
Joe Biden recycling his speech. What they do is, when he gives this
Ah, okay,
speech, they
okay.
start taking like snippets of it and posting it on Twitter. So and we're gonna see this sporadically, which is basically whatever speech he gives. I've noticed this just on a
Ah, cool.
personal
No,
note.
I
I don't.
appreciate it, man.
Yeah. So the West Bank. Well, we have Fatah, which is basically the predominant group inside the PLO and the PA. Fatah is, so the PA is basically, it's not it doesn't adopt any violent methods. So, but Fatah as a party is still a very kind of in terms of that, at the popular level or at the root level, can flare up in any time of instability. You have the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, you have Hamas, and then you have
Wow, you've got
kind
a
of
lot of groups.
yeah, you have and these are all on regional levels. So the let's say the Fatah in Jenin doesn't necessarily. So Fatah would have like a military wing or an armed wing, which is the Aqsa
Mahmoud Abbas
Martyrs
is the
Brigade.
leader of Fatah, right?
Sorry.
Mahmoud Abbas was the president of the PA, also the leader of Fatah.
Yes, Mahmoud Abbas. President Mahmoud Abbas is the founder, one of the founders of Fatah, and also the leader, the president of Palestine and the PLO, and he's one of the founders of Fatah as a political party. But Fatah is, at a level of what we could see in terms of escalation in the
Could
West
but could
Bank right
could
now.
could the for us? So, okay, so Fatah is their main focus. And by the way, the West Bank, for anyone listening, it's got the Gaza. The West Bank has a 50% larger population than Gaza. So Gaza Strip is at 2 million. West Bank's at 3 million. It's almost exactly at 3 million, exactly at 2 million, based on the surveys. So
It's
the
it's
question
at
I have to you
four
from
actually. The
oh
West
wow,
Bank
okay,
is,
so
yeah.
four
So
million.
it
So
depends.
I have a survey here from. Let me get the source of it. But either way, so
So
it's
it
West Bank
depends
is.
how you. It's a
Yeah, the
technicality.
statistics
If
conflicts. The
it
statistics conflicts. I just read a
Ah, okay,
report
it's
about it.
political.
so
Okay.
yeah,
No, I'll move away
it's
from the numbers. But so for us, the question to you is, if Fatah, so what is the narrative from Fatah? How has their rhetoric been? And that would be my first question from
so
Fatah. And what happens if they get involved? Like, what is their military capabilities compared to Hamas?
So Fatah, in terms of their military capabilities, Fatah right now, officially, in terms of the political level of Fatah, has not officially adopted any, has been not adopted any like, armed approach or adopting any method of violence since 2005, since Mahmoud Abbas, President Mahmoud Abbas became president, but that does not kind of um, apply to all levels or all members of Fatah. Fatah is in the West Bank. If you have a, let's say you want to have a full scale military approach in the West Bank, and all the political parties try to do it without Fatah being involved, you're probably talking about 30% capacity. So it's really not going to happen unless Fatah gets involved. But Fatah has been growing very frustrated by the the because this is kind of being like pushed, in terms of they're being pushed by the political level not to adopt violence, because the political level or the political leadership believe that the non-violent approach is the best way to
Hmm.
go forward. But this has been splintering out because people are getting frustrated on the ground
With the
because
situation. Yeah.
of the
Yeah. And
situation, and
mm.
statements like from the Israeli.
Yeah,
Sorry.
let me. That's all right. No, you've done a great overview for us, and I appreciate it. I didn't know you knew so much about the situation. Let me just get some more updates before I read some more news. Wajih, how are you?
Well, thank you for having me again. I have some updates. I don't know that if y'all covered it or not, but the head of Hamas movement abroad, Khalid, I'm hearing my voice in the background. Khalid Mishal called in a speech from Qatar on the residents of the countries bordering Israel, especially the Jordanian tribes, to go to the border with Palestine to support its people.
So who
Um,
made sorry, who made that statement? That's the leader of Hamas.
the movement abroad. Um,
Okay. And
and
is he the one based in Qatar? I think.
yes,
Yeah,
Khalid.
yeah, yeah. He's the one that made the statement a few hours ago. We didn't read out his statement. Been trying to get it. Okay, so his statement is asking people in which region to go and go to the border.
Countries neighboring. So I'm gonna read the statement again. Uh, he called in a speech from Qatar on the residents of countries bordering Israel, especially the Jordanian tribes, to go to the border with Palestine to support its people.
Nice.
I
Okay. Yes.
think
So if you can you DM me that statement, please? Send it to me via Twitter DM if you don't have my number. And
done.
send it. Yeah. Perfect. All right. Cool. So Ryan,
Um,
go
I
ahead.
still have some stuff. The
Yeah, please.
Jordanian army denies reports that its bases are being used to transport weapons to Israel and says that the only plane spotted in
The kingdom skies that crossed into Israel was carrying passengers and not equipment. American CBS channel says Israel rescue team found. Okay, yeah, y'all already covered that. And
We do have.
just
Let me mention one more thing. British Foreign Minister James cleverly said, "We are working diplomatically with the countries in the region to try and ensure that Hamas don't get what they want, which is to turn this into a wider conflict." I'm not going to go into details about what Israel may ask
Sorry,
us in the
Mario, that's
future.
the Minister of Defense. Prime Minister is Rishi Sunak. So
No, I said British Foreign Minister.
sorry, I heard Prime Minister.
No, yes, Foreign Minister. I'm not going to go into details about what Israel may ask us in the future, but we are working very closely with them. They know that they have our support. They know that we will continue to work with them to help protect their country and the people of their country, and of course to regain those people who have been kidnapped by the Hamas terrorists. So that was a statement by the British Foreign Minister James Cleverly. The most important one for me is the first
saying that Biden's speech counted the political and legal facials, along with his bounty bases toward the ugliest racism and most hateful occupation known to the Middle East. They also said that two
Sorry, who are you
occupation.
quoting?
I'm quoting the same guy that is
Khalid Mishal.
spokes Khalid
Khalid
Mishal.
Mashal. Okay.
Yes. He also said that the occupation imposed the worst form of collective punishment on more than 2 million Palestinians in Gaza in clear violations of all international norms and conventions. He also said, "We call on the American administration to review its based based position and double standards when it
Bias,
comes
maybe?
biases." Thank you. I have dyslexia sometimes. I haven't dyslexia. Biases, position, and double standard when it comes to the Zionist occupation. So those were his four main statements. Again, that he asked neighboring countries and its citizens to go to the borders and support the Palestinian people. He strongly condemns the speech from Biden, and that he calls it has double standards. And then he stressed that Israel has been occupying the Gaza and imposing violations of international norms and conventions
I
on
appreciate
2 million people.
I have breaking news.
Ronnie, I want to go to you on. Yeah, go ahead, Ronnie.
Yes, someone reported, I'm trying to confirm it, that the brother of Muhammad Def, which is one of the leaders of Hamas, has been targeted and successfully killed in Gaza.
Could you repeat that again?
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
please.
brother of Muhammad Def was targeted in Gaza and killed.
Muhammad, just to give you context, Muhammad Daif is the military commander of Hamas,
Yeah,
so he's head of the Al Qassam brigades.
the prime general, right?
He's the top. You can consider him the top military commander of Hamas, basically.
Hamas
He's
or
getting.
Qassam Brigade? Because you
Al
said
Qassam.
Qassam.
So Al Qassam
Okay.
brigades is the military wing of Hamas. So he's the head of Al Qassam brigades, which is the same thing.
Okay. Okay.
So Ronnie, can you send me his name via WhatsApp? And you're saying the reports, unconfirmed reports that he has been killed.
Yes, I'm getting forwards
And
from
he's
multiple
and
places.
Faraz, yeah, please can you send me through his name? It's sent to me on WhatsApp. And just quick
Yeah, will
question,
do.
Faraz. So the person that's been killed, that he's gonna send me the name now, is the one that is
His
the
brother.
top commander?
No, his brother.
Oh, he's the brother of the top military commander.
Yes. So Muhammad Daif is the top military commander of Hamas. He is the head of the Qassam brigades, and he's been wanted since 1993. And there have been, I think, at least 4
The one that's
assassination
been wanted.
attempts.
The one that's been wanted is the one that's still alive. The one that's dead is his
Yes.
brother. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So how major is it if he's dead?
I didn't. Well, it's not really major because his brother's not a Hamas member that anyone knows of. You know, he's not officially, officially speaking, or from people that are in Hamas. I don't think he holds any type of position. Maybe he's affiliated. Maybe he's not. But I haven't received this news from any of my sources.
Okay. Yeah, if you could check if that's true. And Ronnie, the sources that you received it, you said you received it from multiple sources. Ronnie?
Yes, from
Okay.
yes, from multiple places. Maybe they got it from the same source. I'm trying to figure out.
His name is Abdel Fattah Diab Daf. Is that his name?
I think so.
So
I'm not sure. I'm really
so
not sure.
just to
I
just
know
to
that name also as a Hamas operative. It's Def, not Daf, but that there could be a spelling issue.
So, guys, just to let you know, a piece of information: Muhammad Daif's name is not even Muhammad Daif. The name Daif translates to guest. So it's a
Yeah,
it's a
it's been
it's a
written
it's
here.
a
It's a nickname.
it's a nickname exactly. So if you
Oh, okay.
find
Abdel
someone
Fattah Diab, his name. Abdel Fattah Diab.
Abdel Fattah Diab, yeah, I don't think that's any affiliation to Muhammad Daif. Diab is a well-known
Family
Palestinian
name.
family from
I
Gaza.
will wait for more confirmation. There's an Italian evacuation flight that is currently preparing to land in Tel Aviv. So that could be there, most likely to evacuate citizens from Israel, and they've already evacuated apparently 600 citizens. So it seems to be a lot of evacuations in. I'd be very glad to see that if despite the turmoil that's happening, if that does not engulf Lebanon and Syrian territory, it would be good to see. It would be good to see that separation, and good as in for those regions and to avoid this becoming a wider conflict, which a lot of countries are trying to avoid. So I don't want to use that word lightly, but it's just that and I'm not sure if Heidi, you're with me.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you think about it, like look what's happening right now in Israel. The fact that how's the Lebanese airport? Was it because I know you were leaving? Was it packed and everyone trying to evacuate, or people are a bit calmer?
Not really. People. I mean, I've seen something weird actually that a lot of people in Beirut who were originally from South Lebanon. They were driving back to South Lebanon so they can see the clashes on the borders, which it was. I mean, some families, of course, they left, but that's natural. That's very normal. But other people were going to the south, and because now the weekend is near, everyone is going. So I didn't see that much panic because people don't believe that this will escalate to a war. That's like the main thoughts of the public. When you see people heading to the south a lot, and a lot of southern people, they live in Beirut and other cities. So when you see them heading there, that means like the public view on the conflict that things won't escalate to a war.
More like
I'm getting
spectators.
so just quickly. I'm getting more reports of this. I think this is similar to what you're saying, Ronnie. The so just want to tell you guys the name. His name is so the one I'm getting here, Muhammad Al Dahef. So is that his name? Where is he? Where is Faraz? Faraz, is that name ring a
Muhammad
bell? Muhammad Al Daif.
Muhammad al-Daif. Muhammad al-Daif. That's
Okay,
that's
and
the
he's the commander, correct?
yeah. He's the commander of the Qassam brigades. Muhammad Daif. His real name is Muhammad al-Masri. So that's his actual name. But he's commonly known everywhere as Muhammad Daif. Daif being meaning guest in Arabic,
Yeah.
and the reason he got that nickname was basically because he never stays in his own house. He's always trying to stay in basically other people's houses, and he never tries to. He's always been a very underground type of person that is very hard to catch. And again, he's been attempted to be assassinated at least 4 times. I think it was five is the official times that they tried to assassinate him.
And so that's the commander. But what we now have is that the commander is still alive, but we're getting reports that his brother Abu Madath, his son
No, no.
Madath.
So I just got it. Yeah, Midhat al-Dayf, which is his nephew, actually.
Okay, so his
So it's
brother. No, we
Midhat
have
al-Masri.
no. So the reports that I have is three people that his brother, the son's brother, the brother's son, and the granddaughter. of the brother. So the brother and his family.
So the bombing that happened was right now about 5 minutes ago. Targeted the house of his father, Muhammad al-Daif's father,
Correct. Yeah.
and right now the only confirmed person who was killed is his nephew, his brother's son, which is Midhat al-Masri or Midhat al-Daif. Uh,
And you're saying the commander has already been. There's been multiple assassination attempts on the commander.
yes, there's been at least four that I remember. So there was one in 2002, one in I think 2006. There was another one in 2014, which killed his two of his children and his wife in that one. And there was 2015, um, and there was an unconfirmed one in 2021. And yeah, so he's been attempted to be assassinated multiple times to no avail, and some people say that he's been severely kind of injured and maimed from these assassination attempts. So that he's been severely kind of well, we don't know the extent to which he was maimed from these assassination attempts, but this is just kind of common knowledge among a lot of Palestinians who are like in Gaza or in West Bank, that he's been severely injured, probably like lost a few body parts, or has burn
Oh
marks
wow.
on him.
Is he
And does
for
he have?
surely alive? Because I've heard some people says over the year that his name is just, in the wind.
Yeah, there's been rumors that he's been dead for a while actually, but that there's never been any confirmation about whether he actually died or not.
If
um
you're injured for a while, maybe, I don't know.
yeah,
He's
I
not a
don't.
public person for us.
No, he's the opposite of a public person. He's like a
No,
person. He's like a ghost.
yeah, he's a ghost. Benny Gantz once said that sometimes you see signs of him, like he exists, but sometimes you don't. Um, so he issued statements, and that's it. If he's been injured for a while now, we don't really know.
Yeah, so that's anytime Muhammad al-Daif issues statements, it's done by the spokesman of the Qassam brigades, Abu Ubaida, which is Hudayfa al-Kahlut. And yeah, so anytime he issues a statement, it goes through the spokesperson, basically.
Interesting. That's actually
I
fascinating.
wanted I wanted to add a little bit more of because I was talking about the West Bank in terms of what could happen in the coming days, just because I think it's crucial context for what we could see. Because basically, one of the things that before, when I was prefacing all of the situation or the political situation in the West Bank, is that the groups who would take up arms are basically it's almost impossible to control because they're very decentralized. It's not a group. It's very kind of, it could be anyone with a gun. And for example, like the group that was in Nablus for a while, which now is like been reduced to probably like 10 members or even 9 members, which is Lions Den. At one point they had maybe 30 something, maybe at their peak. So that was a group that is not affiliated with any other political group. It had Fatah members, ex Hamas, ex, just one Hamas guy actually, ex PFLP, which is the Palestinian Front for Liberation of Palestine. And
And just
so then
sorry.
there's these splinter groups that are in almost every area, but they typically don't. They don't. It's not like they regularly engage at any point. And so the issue is that it's much harder to target these groups, or because it's sort of like you're trying to play whack-a-mole with millions of people, which you don't know who's affiliated, who's not affiliated with a certain group. and at the same time, anytime kind of,
So
the
just quick,
Israelis.
Firaz, I want to get back to so just on that commander, it's crazy that there's not one photo of him online. Surprised
There
how
is, there
private
is.
he. There is
I can send you a photo of him.
Muhammad Al Dahif, correct?
Hamad al-Dayf, yeah.
Dave.
Dayf, yeah, the H just
Do you
means like
spell
a
it
heavy D.
Daheif?
No, 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 no. It's Dayf, DH. It's usually the DH just means that we have a heavy D in Arabic. It's Dad, not
Dah
D.
or no?
No, just Deif is easier. Just Dayf is easier
Oh,
than
Deif. Okay.
yeah.
Because I couldn't find anything unless like Google doesn't allow you to censor any photos of him. Uh, oh, there it is. Yeah, there it is. You're right. They misspelt it in the report. Mohammed Deif. There it is. Is a Palestinian militant. Is a Palestinian militant and supreme military commander of the whatever Al Qassam Brigade, the military wing of Hamas. So he seems to be a pretty high-profile person. There's even an interview of him done privately. Yeah, I can see his photo, but that's obviously an old one. Yeah, there it is. Mohammed Deif, the one-eyed Hamas chief in Israel's crosshairs. He has one eye missing?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's a
there's
very.
been.
I'm
What were
sorry.
you
Go
gonna
ahead.
say? Sorry.
Go ahead,
Go
Ben.
ahead,
No,
Benjamin.
go ahead, Ben.
No, that's a very. Is it the report confirmed that he was killed or his house was
No,
attacked?
his house was attacked, and his brother's unconfirmed report that his brother was killed.
His
Yeah,
no, no,
Mohammed
his
Daif
father.
is.
His father's house was attacked,
Yeah,
and
exactly. His father's house. Yeah.
his nephew was killed, not his
Okay, yeah.
brother. So it's his
Mohammed
brother's
Daif.
son.
Yeah, Mohammed Daif is a very well-known member of Hamas. Very well known. That's it's interesting. It shows, right? Like, I mean, the fact that, I mean, clearly there are intelligence lists and stuff like that, and yeah, they're going all in. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Muhammad Dayf is actually the most popular member of Hamas among Hamas members. So he's the most, like, among Hamas or supporters or members, and even some non-Hamas members. Muhammad Dayf has more popularity than any single political leader of the political wing of Hamas.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember in 2005, right, when Sharon pulled out of Gaza. Before he left, he took out Sheikh Yassin and Abdel Rantisi, I think. Yeah, no, it's interesting.
So
would
many
you say
interesting connections between all these groups. I know if you go way back, you get to one of the founders of Hamas, Sheikh Azam, who was friends with Bin Laden, and and then he was killed by a roadside bomb, I believe, in 1989. But he was kind of the chief rival to getting the attention to Bin Laden. And it's supposed that Al Zawahiri is the one who planted the roadside bomb that killed him. All sorts of crazy tensions going back decades with these groups. All the way back to Greeley, Colorado with Saeed Qutb, if you know that history.
And Faraz, Faraz, you're by the way, you're not in the West Bank at the moment. Just to refresh my memory, Faraz, you're out of the
No,
West Bank, correct?
no, no. I'm still I'm in Ramallah.
Oh wow, okay. So you said, yeah. So you said, would you say he's the most popular? What's his popularity like in West Bank?
I'll tell you, he's more popular every day. The more. So the way the politics works in terms of the Palestinian street is that anytime there's a military incursion, and when the military, the longer this goes on, the longer our situation keeps getting more difficult, and every day it gets more difficult. Hamas as an idea becomes more appealing because it kind of presents a more emotional, rash solution for Palestinians and the Palestinian street. So that's why they get disillusioned by, a more moderate path. And this happens increasingly right after any time Gaza is getting bombed, or any time, there's, Palestinians getting killed in like Jenin or Nablus or wherever. So you'll start hearing Palestinians start chanting, حط السيف قبال السيف احنا رجال محمد ضيف, which is basically put the sword on the other sword. We are the men of Muhammad Dayf, which is put the sword among on the sword is if you look at the flag of Hamas, it's two swords that are crossing each other. So it rhymes in Arabic. So um, yeah, so that type of idea, and there's also the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, but then there are also members of Fatah, which is a secular group, and they're also members of the PFLP, which is a leftist group, a left wing group that also, don't sometimes feel like they need to take, action into their own hands. If you go back in terms of history, like the most, ever since maybe, I don't know, 1965 till now, the political faction that has kind of done the most.
Faraz, can I ask you a separate question? Sorry. What is life like in West Bank versus Gaza? And for the audience that doesn't know, like West Bank and Gaza are two regions, one on the west, one on the east. And they're obviously Israel's in the middle. If I get anything wrong, Faraz, it's unintentional and correct me. But that's how I would describe it. So I'm going to oversimplify it. Gaza is, I'm going to say it's governed by Hamas, which obviously we're all talking about nonstop for the last 4 days. And then West Bank is governed by the PLA, which is the People's Liberation Army. I think something of Palestine. What's the name of
No, it's the Palestinian Authority, and the Palestinian Authority is basically an administrative. It's like the government kind of thing. But it doesn't have as much autonomy. Technically, it answers to the PLO. The PLO is the Palestinian Liberation Organization, which is an umbrella organization that basically houses, or the members of it are Fatah, PFLP, Palestinian Front for Liberation of Palestine, DFLP, Democratic Front for Liberation of Palestine, FIDA, Palestinian National Initiative. So it's a group, it's a collective.
And how's life, just very briefly, how is life in West Bank versus Hamas?
It's so in terms of the economic situation, it's marginally better, but in terms of daily life of arbitrary arrests and shootings and Israeli military coming in to arrest someone or kill someone, it's completely difficult and suffocating, because we live in enclaves. We don't control our borders. Between every city and every town there are Israeli military stationed there, where basically they can decide if you leave or not, if it's closed or not, if it's closed or open, how fast the line moves. So you can find sometimes traffic, and in between that,
But then how you've got full water supply, electricity. How's the electricity like? How's the internet
it
like?
that's again marginally better than Gaza. So Gaza has 2G, we have 3G. In terms of the water supply, it's intermittent. Gaza is, completely disastrous, where you have like 90% of the water is undrinkable. In terms of electricity, it's mostly fine within some issues here and there. Like there was a while where Tul Karam was getting power outages all the time, like different places in within the West Bank where it's getting power outages. So it's just marginally better than Gaza. But we live in directly facing a lot of Israeli military and Israeli settlers. Like there are 500,000 Israeli settlers that we see every day. If you wanna leave Ramallah, there's a very tough chance, or very almost no chance, that I can come from Ramallah to Jericho without seeing at least like 4 or 5 or 6 Israelis living from one of the Beit Il, or one of the other. From my apartment, I mentioned this in the first day. I can literally see Beit Il from my apartment, which is an Israeli settlement, and so we live on top of each other in terms. And so
It's very heavily popular. So one question, I'll go to you, Ben. Do you have an airport in West Bank? Sorry for my ignorance.
No. There was one airport in Gaza in which we built, the PLO built or the PA technically built in 1998 or 99, and or I think it was a bit before that, but it was bombed by Israel in 2001 or 2. So that ended that. And for us, the only way we can leave is either to go inside Israel, which most people don't even get a visa to or a permit to be able to enter, and leave through maybe Ben Gurion, which is technically not allowed for us to use as Palestinians unless you have a foreign passport, which you will still get scrutinized if you have a foreign passport and you travel, because they'll know you have a Palestinian ID card. So the only other way for us to exit is through Jordan, the Jordan border. So through the Jordan border, you'd have to leave wherever you are in the West Bank and drive on, certain highways and certain streets, where there are roads where we can use and there are roads where we can't use. So there are roads that are only exclusively for basically like, Israelis. And there are roads that are even, there are also military areas inside the West Bank. And it's very heavily militarized by the Israeli military. So we're not. It's like, so Gaza is kind of blocked off. It's essentially a prison for 2 million people. So but they inside Gaza, it's you don't see any Israelis inside Gaza, so you don't have to interact with any Israelis. But still, even though from the outside, like they still get to, they can still control
And
the electricity and the water.
how's and Ben, I take over Ben right after, but I've got one more question for us. How does it how can you go in and out of West Bank and Israel? Like, what are the requirements, etc.? Go ahead, Ben. Go ahead.
Well,
So
I was. Oh no, go ahead, Firas. Go ahead, please.
So if you want to come into the West Bank, then you have two avenues to come into the West Bank. Let's say you're an American citizen. You can fly into Israeli airport like Ben Gurion or Eilat or Ramon Airport, I think, and then you can drive to the West Bank. It's pretty easy entering the West Bank, coming from the Israeli side into the Palestinian, into the West Bank. And but or you can come from the Jordan border, which is where the Jordan Valley is, and that's also controlled by the Israeli, basically controlled by Israel. So, but as a Palestinian resident of the West Bank, then our only avenue to leave is the Jordan, which is the King Hussein Bridge. Also, Israelis call it Alembi Bridge. So that we would have to go through basically, some bus. You get there from the Israeli side, you go to a bus, it takes you through, you wait in line, and then you get to the Jordanian side, you get on another bus, and then you reach the Jordanian side, and then you're out.
Yeah. So
I'm
let me.
sorry.
So I'm gonna go. Yeah, go ahead. So there's a breaking news, and that Ronnie sent me. Maybe Ronnie, you'll mention the breaking news, then we'll go to Ben just about the response that Hamas is responding to the attack on the house of the commander's, the military commander's house, or his father's house. Sorry, they're responding. There's alarms going on. I'm gonna be posting an image that Ronnie sent me of the house, the aftermath of the attack. So that hold on, that image you sent me, is that the that's not the house of the father, is it? It is. Because in the Ronnie, are you there? Ronnie, okay. I can't hear Ronnie. Ben, can you hear Ronnie?
No, Rani, are you there?
No, go ahead, Ben. I'll let you speak. Yeah, it's glitching
Well,
for
no,
me.
I just first I wanted to say that in Ferris, I understand. I hope you're holding up. You and I had a conversation off of Twitter, and my heart is with you, Ferris. You're a very decent person, and I wish that you and I were in politics. I'll leave it at that. It'd be a different world overseas, right? Secondly, in terms of the West Bank, it for me personally, I remember that there was one time when I was driving in Jerusalem, and I'm not, I there's a roundabout as you exit Jerusalem, and you can end up in Ramallah very easily. There were no checkpoints going into Ramallah, and I ended up there with a bunch of people in my car with the Israeli plates, and nothing happened. So it's really important. I just want to make this, and I think it's important that I make this point, given where I'm originally from. The people are lovely. The Palestinian people, are absolutely. I never had a single problem in Ramallah, and I remember when I was a kid, Mario, we used to go to Gaza shopping. There was no checkpoints, no nothing, and we'd sit there and have coffee and lunch, and just a disaster. What's going on over there? I wanted to add my 2 cents. It's heartbreaking.
Mario, would it be possible to just ask a quick question about the West Bank here, maybe for
You
Spira?
Sure,
ask
go
it
ahead.
in a second. I just wanted to say that it's 3:30 in the morning in Israel, and I'm signing off, guys. Thank you very much, and I'll see you guys some other time. Good night.
Thank you, Naga. Thank you
Laila
so much.
Tov.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead. Whoever's asking the question.
It's Visegrad here. Just a question about Fatah and Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigades, because from what I understand, it is a bit of a coalition group, the armed wing, so to say. But you could say that if somebody has the guns for Fatah, it is the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigades. But I used to hear a lot about them back in the day. In recent years, not so much. Could you tell me what their status is today?
So Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade have regional pockets in different areas over the West Bank. They also have a wing inside of Gaza as well. Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade essentially was formed during the Second Intifada and were basically kind of a loose coalition of a loosely knitted, group of armed Palestinians. They're still pretty big in places like Jenin. In Jenin, the two biggest kind of armed groups would be Al Aqsa Martyrs Brigade, which is Fatah. Again, but when I say Fatah is more of an umbrella than a very you know ironclad type of organization where you have orders flowing from the top all the way to the bottom. And then so these types of groups like Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade in Jenin, you have one in Tul Karam, you have one in Nablus, and they have typically different names added to them. So like in Tul Karam, they're called Al-Aqsa Rapid Response, Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade Rapid Response. So they have a different name from Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade اللواء نضال العمودي, like the general نضال just different kind of splinter groups. And then, but if you're talking about armed group, no, still the official Fatah, which is, you can find the name for them would be, well, would say in the official Fatah base is the Fatah Tanzim. So Fatah Tanzim is the one that's more associated with the political class, or the people, the founders of Fatah or the president. Those ones are the ones who are actually more armed. And those ones are the ones you don't typically see do military operations much. They only kind of sometimes do responses when Israeli military come into Nablus or into Jenin, and they start shooting or something like that. Then they just shoot back at them, but they wouldn't go out and do any operations outside of the Palestinian cities. So yeah, that's the kind of the status of Fatah. And one of the most dangerous developments to happen in the West Bank is to, if this starts to spill over into the West Bank and Fatah proper. So I'm talking about the political class in Fatah. So that would be President Mahmoud Abbas, who has adopted nonviolence as a strategic kind of. He's adopted the international kind of the international law as a way of as a strategy within Fatah and the PLO and the PA, and still adheres to that, even though there are kind of spurts of even during the spurts of escalation and tensions that
So
rise.
Fizgard, you got a hot mic.
Sure, absolutely. Just a question, and this is a policy from 2005-6, right? That Fatah has completely abandoned all forms of militancy in that way.
So it was a policy actually from 1980, I think it was started in 87 actually, and then much more officially in 1993. And then during the collapse of Camp David, and after that when Prime Minister Ariel Sharon stormed Al Aqsa Mosque. That was unofficially abandoned, but by the late President Yasser Arafat, and that's when the military kind of campaigns resumed again for 4 to 5 years. And then, after the election of President Mahmoud Abbas in 2005, one of the things that he put back into place was that same policy from 1993, where they're not going to adopt any official, violent position, and that's been into place till today.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for the info.
Yeah, Waji, go ahead. Then I'd like to say something. Go ahead, Waji.
Yeah, I think it's glitching, Waji. I don't know if Eden or Waji can speak. Eden?
Yes,
Oh, your mic is bad, Eden. We can't hear you, sir.
you
Sorry.
can hear me.
No, we can't hear you. It's very bad. It's very echo. The mic was bad. Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, no, just for us about Ariel Sharon. I mean, he didn't storm the mosque, right? He walked on the Temple Mount on a Friday morning, but he didn't storm the mosque. I think it's just important to make that distinction. It was a very provocative move. Absolutely right, because at the time, Barak was conducting negotiations, and the whole purpose of Sharon wanted to run for the post of prime minister, and he thought that by walking on the Temple Mount, that that'd be a provocative move. I'm sure he knew it
Strong
would
guy move.
spark. Yeah, absolutely right. And I remember because my father was at Camp David at the time. Or it wasn't at the time. No, there was a meeting that took place at Barak's apartment with Arafat, Nabil Sha'ath, and Saab Erekat. And Arafat asked Barak, "Can you please prevent this visit?" And Barak's response was, "It's not a closed military zone." He has, I can't. And then, the shit hit the, pardon the language. It was, excuse me. Then the second Intifada was born, right? It's, I remember it well.
So I do want to let me give a quick update for the audience on what's happening on the ground. It's been relatively quiet. We do know Israeli forces have stormed Al Maqasid Hospital in Jerusalem to search for men. There's also pictures of intense airstrike on Khan Yunis, south of the Gaza Strip. So Khan Yunis is, Ben, where is Khan Yunis? Or Firaz?
I think Khan Yunis is, if I remember, it's central South Gaza, I think. Am I right, Firas?
Okay, so I think it's clearing up. And then there's the reports that have now been confirmed of the commander. So it is the brother as well, by the way, for us. It's the brother, as well as other family members, brother and the brother's daughter and granddaughter, I think it was, or son and granddaughter. And they were all killed after the house of the father of the military commander was struck. And then Hamas responded with rockets towards Israel. That's it. And the White House has said there's 20 Americans that are unaccounted for. We do not know about their condition, and we cannot confirm a precise number of American citizens that are missing or unaccounted for. Netanyahu's foreign affairs minister, we have been fighting a war in this region for 100 years, and Saturday's attacks are the worst. So, based on these statements, you'd expect this to last a really long time.
It will be interesting to see if Israel quietly takes the war to Qatar. And what I mean by that is this: I believe the figurative or symbolic head of Hamas is he lives there. And what we've seen before with Israel and Mossad is we saw it after Black September and so forth. We saw it with Romanian, the bombing there, and so forth. Is that very often they go and assassinate the political targets. We saw it with Khalid. I said in Arabic, Khalid Mashal in Jordan, right? It'll be very interesting to see what happens there.
Mario, is that better in terms of my microphone?
Yeah, it is, I think. Go ahead.
Oh,
yes.
Perfect.
Okay, great. So I wanted to share with you, last night there was a very interesting, last night here in Israel. Hello?
Smartphone connect.
Yeah, you're having issues with your... Yeah, I'm sure. Go ahead. Was you?
Thank you. I was, yeah, let me pull up the news real quick because I have some stuff that just happened. The U.S. intelligence did not see anything indicating this scale of the attack, said American ABC channel. Um,
Very
and
interesting wording.
Yep, Israeli Public Broadcasting Corporation said at least 1,200 people died as a result of the Hamas attack on Israel. But the U.S. National Secretary Advisor Jake Sullivan said on Tuesday that the U.S. intelligence has not found anything indicating the possibility of an attack on this kind in Israel. Sullivan did not tell reporter whether President Joe Biden and Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu discussed in their phone call on Tuesday the possibility of an Israeli ground incursion into Gaza and how that might affect American hostages. Sullivan defended Israel targeting of Hamas sites in Gaza after being asked how long the U.S. would support airstrikes, saying this was not re- uh, relations, but instead Israeli stands to defend itself. Sullivan also said that at this point, there is no U.S. plan to deploy U.S. troops on the ground to assist Israel.
Okay,
That's what I have.
yeah, we got that from Sullivan Answers. We've talked about it.
And Ronnie, you've had some updates as well.
About what?
I thought you've had updates as well. Nothing since the strike on that building. Is nothing else on the house of the commander's family. Is nothing since.
Yes. It's the brother. It's the brother along the nephews and other family members as confirmation. But I think you already said. I wanted to comment that on the West Bank life and ask a few questions.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
May I, before we would go into that, I would like to share something. First of all,
can you hear us, Ronnie?
Yeah.
I think
go ahead.
Eden was, who was speaking first? Sorry, got.
No, I think it was Ronnie. I don't know if Eden. I can't hear Eden. Can you hear him?
Eden, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear him.
Oh, okay. I couldn't hear him. I'm having the glitch where I cannot hear speakers. So I don't know what the issue is.
So why don't we do this then? Eden, you were trying to connect. Why don't you go first, and we'll go to Ronnie.
And now go Ronnie because Eden has dropped out as well.
Oh, never mind. Okay, Ronnie, go ahead.
Okay, so I think it was Fasir who's talking about the West Bank life, and I wanted to comment that because it was pretty long monologue, very interesting one. So he says he sees Israeli from the settlements, and I want to say that mostly the Israelis are peaceful, but he says that Ramallah is peaceful, and some places are really peaceful. I've been to the West Bank plenty of time. Visited there, actually fixed my car there because it's cheaper. Many Israeli do that. But when you drive the roads, it's very dangerous. A lot of rock shooting on cars by the Palestinian side is very dangerous. I've been almost hit. My cousins has been hit many times. So when you say you drive near Israelis settlements, it means that your driveway are much safer than Israeli driveway. So I just want to say that in the comment to the what he spoke about the West Bank, and I really have a sincere question, very sincere questions, because I know that in the West Bank is he here, Fasir, who spoke about it? I know that in the West Bank,
I think it was me. I was the one who spoke about it too.
Okay. I think that in the West Bank there's water and electricity, and I know that they don't have an airport, but some part of Jordan and Egypt don't have power and don't have water and less of a supply. So my question, it's really sincere questions, is do you think that the life is on the West Bank is better or worse than most Arab countries near Israel, like Lebanon or Syria or Egypt or Jordan? It's really sincere to my heart. I really want to know what you think.
Well, so I can't answer that, right? I'm from originally from Herzliya, so I
Yeah,
don't know.
I know. Fasir was talking about it. You were talking about that you visited Ramallah. You know, I fixed my car there. Plenty Israelis do.
Yeah, I don't think Ferris is here.
Yeah, I think he's dropped out. Let me go to
Oh,
some news speakers.
too
Let me
bad.
go to Moshe, and then we have Eden is back. But Moshe, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I've been to many parts of the Middle East. I've I've actually gone to Ramallah to fix my car as well. I've traveled around for the most part in my experience of dealing with Arabs and Muslims, especially the religious Muslims, has been overwhelmingly positive. The regular people uh, get along quite well, share a lot of common values, share a lot of food. There's a lot of history there of culture, and I've learned cool games there. There's a lot of people who are able to sit down together and break bread, and it's fine. What goes on here of the atrocities that are happening, it's not a both sides situation, and it's not about a war. I just don't understand how people can watch straight up terror happen and celebrate it. And I just look at the world and it doesn't make sense to me. And I would love to hear an answer from, like, I know in your space, Mario, you don't allow, to call the terrorists. It's like something that you have against it. And I would love to understand the reasoning behind that, how you can justify not being able to call
Can
something
I
like that.
answer that? Moshe, so let me answer that. I'm also Israeli. Well, I was born there. I don't live there anymore. So I actually look. I put my political positions and passion and opinions aside, and I actually agree with that for a space like this. Look, there are people in this room and on this stage who I fundamentally disagree with. That being said, the fact that we're able to have this dialogue without, for example, a pro-Palestinian person referring to Israel as the colonizer or the occupation, in exchange for the Israelis and the Jews and the pro-Israel people, not using the term terror. I do think it is a small, and this is just my own personal belief, I actually think it's a small price to pay for us to be able to have a civil discussion and talk about breaking news without actually getting into the politics of it. So obviously, personally, you know where I stand, but I think for the purposes of this room,
Yeah, and
it has
I
worked
think it's
relatively well.
it's impossible.
Is that a fair statement,
Yeah, look,
Mario?
it's impossible not to call what happened in Israel not a terror attack. Yeah, it's hard to do that. But then as soon as someone mentioned that, then someone else would mention, okay, but Israeli airstrikes are also a terrorist attack. And look what they're happening to our kids. And then they start fighting about which one is worse, which is not a discussion that would be very constructive for the audience. So, and it's been very difficult to moderate these panels. And it's been day 4 and we've been doing pretty well having both sides. Like you just had a discussion now with Ronnie, who's in discussion with IDF forces, and Faraz, who I think dropped off a few minutes ago, who is in West Bank. And I think I can't see that happening anywhere else, and we'll be doing that for tens and tens of hours over the last 4 or 5 days. So that's the reason why. But we will have those discussions once things settle and we're no longer focused on the developments on the ground, which are constantly ongoing. And we've had them before, and they do get very heated. But we'll be prepared for it. We'll get a panel, and then both sides will have a debate. So this is the main reason. And it's really tough. I also see that you pointed out there was a post that mentioned I think they mentioned the word occupied and stuff. So we look at various sources, and there's some posts. We have a team that's posting 24/7, and that was deleted right after. And sometimes when they take in the news, if it's an Israeli source, they'll use a term then that makes me look like I'm anti-Israel, and then if they use Al Jazeera and they copy it and they don't fix it properly, might use the word, I think in that word it's used occupied Jerusalem, which is one of like hundreds of posts that said it. The team did immediately correct their mistake, but and then that makes me look like I'm anti-Palestine. So we're trying to stick to facts, trying to use the right terminology, and things like Hamas members in Israel or Hamas militants is another one I think we're using. Israeli Defense Forces. So these are the rules we kind of had to come up with, on the go to be able to have those discussions. And it got really heated. And I think some of you experienced how emotional it got on the space.
Yeah. And just the last thing, Moshe, just really quickly. I mean, where else to be perfectly frank, where else would you be able to find a space, let alone a conversation, where you have pro-Palestinian, pro-Hamas, pro-Likud, pro-Netanyahu people actually engaging and having conversation without yelling at each other? I mean, I think that's a fair point that Mario made. I mean,
Yes,
feel free
yes,
to.
I'm pro Netanyahu, and I'm really pleased with the way things are going. It's civilized, and I really want to compliment from the bottom of my heart a good job by Mario. I also want to say that that the shooting of rockets has stopped. There was one rocket fire and it stopped. No more alarms near the Gaza Strip. So it's really interesting after such, important attack on the family and the brother who's also a Hamas leader. That the response is a very small response. I think it means that the capabilities of Hamas and infrastructure was
Yeah, so that's how I see it as
severely.
well. I was gonna when I'm planning to mention this as well, like just seeing to have the family of the commander, of the probably the most influential, based on Firas, the most influential person within Hamas, to have his family members killed, you'd expect a very severe response from Hamas. We did see a response, but it was a very limited one. So I think,
Yeah, but not even the whole envelope of Gaza. Just one settlement who's been actually massacred earlier, who's now utterly clear. Nobody's there. So there's been alarm only there like half an hour ago, and that's it. The latest alarm was like 4.5 hours ago.
so now the question is, what's going to happen next? Like over the next few weeks and months. Like Ben, what do you expect to happen next in Gaza? On a serious note, like we've seen a terrible attack on Israel. We've seen a massive response in terms of air strikes by Israel, and it was small clashes. My two questions to you, Ben, would be: what do you expect to see in Gaza, and the enormity of the response by the Israeli Defense Force? And then, do you also expect any clashes from the West Bank towards Israel?
My honest opinion,
Yes.
well, I can say somebody is this is someone who served and who comes from a military family in Israel. My gut feeling is this. I think that for the most part, you can take the statements from the Ministry of Defense, Yoav Galant, when they say basically it's going to be a tent city. I do believe it. Unfortunately, or however people want to, I think that you're going to see a humanitarian corridor opened up with Egypt. I think you're going to see hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people, Palestinians, go to Egypt. I think that at that checkpoint, the crossing going into Egypt, there will be Israeli soldiers to make sure none of the people leaving are Hamas. I think that you're going to see, for the next few more days, the aerial bombardment. Then you're going to see a massive ground operation. They'll pull back. And then you're going to see another aerial bombardment. Yoav Galant said something, right? And in the way it's very prophetic. And it doesn't translate perfectly. But, he said, 50 shana kadima, ma shahaya ulo ma shayeh. What it means is, going 50 years forward, what was will never be again. And I do think that's going to be a huge operation. And yes, I think that is what will happen. In the West Bank, I think that after, maybe there may be some flare-ups in regards to what happens, excuse me, after, the ground incursion is in mid-progress. I don't think, for the most part, though, you're going to see anything on the scale of what you will see, what you're seeing in Gaza, because the people there remember Janine. They remember the siege of Ramallah. They remember it, right? And I don't think they have an appetite for that. As for Hezbollah, I'm still not. Look, I'm still not 100% convinced that you're going to see massive fighting. I told personal friends to evacuate their family because I had people who were in the army said, look, as a precaution. But I just don't think that Hezbollah has the appetite for it. I don't think that Syria is going to get involved. So I think it's going to be confined to Gaza and Israel, and it's just it's terrible for all innocent people involved. But like you said, Mario, right? It's just I can say this as the grandson of Holocaust survivors. This is the most deadly day for Jewish people since the Holocaust. It's true. So I understand. I hope that was balanced and
No, I
yeah.
appreciate the response. Look, I think for the panel, I'll end it with this. The United States and the UK have just advised against all travel to Lebanon. Okay, so I would like some analysis on this particular point. Hadi, I want you to go first, considering you're in Lebanon. So Hadi, how common is it for such an alert? When was the last time that the US or UK have advised against all travel to Lebanon? Has it happened since 2006? Probably
Yes,
when
it
the
happened multiple
protests
times.
were occurring in Lebanon during the currency's collapse.
Yeah, and also there were also during the clashes in the Palestinian refugee camps that happened a few months ago, there was the same warning. There was travel advice, and they were telling, because I have friends, they're my neighbors. They have American passports, and they got the message from the American embassy telling them to call the embassy, contact the embassy, and tell them your locations, and they advised them to leave Lebanon. Then nothing happened, but that's like a normal precaution that most embassies do in Lebanon whenever something happens. So I don't think it's because something big is going. It's just a precaution.
Okay, I appreciate you. So when does anyone disagree with that statement about that being a precaution? Um,
50-50.
Yes, I agree with that as well. If I look at the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs that issues sometimes warning not to go over there or over there. Even would be, somewhere in South America where there are protests not to go there. So it's really as a precaution because my friend was in South America as a where there when he shouldn't be there and he was perfectly fine. So I think it's really a precaution. And as I said before, I think some things are de-escalating over there.
yeah. So yeah,
Ma-
go ahead.
Mario, Mario, would it be possible for me to tell you that there's one point that there's one today there was an interview with a police commander, a retired police commander by the name of Avi Weiss, and he made some revelations which are quite important. He's practically said that he's blaming the Shabak, the general.
Yeah, I want to stop you right there. Avi Weiss, I'm a Netanyahu supporter. He's also a Netanyahu supporter, but he's a conspiracy theorist. Many of the stuff he says is really, really, really unreliable.
Unreliable. Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's good to know. It's good to know. He practically. But wait, the only thing which is maybe reliable or not reliable, we talked about a lot today about was there police was a crossfire. He said something which I believe is a fact that the police arrived to the party at 9 a.m. And since the Hamas activists, you can call them whatever you want, the armed people who were there and came at around 7 o'clock. The claim that the people died out of crossfire is extremely unlikely.
Yeah. So I'm just checking. By the way, it's very clear that this is it's all about essential travel.
And just one kind of breaking thing, the lady who was in the truck, the very famous video of her being stripped naked and so forth. Her mother is on CNN saying that they have received credible news that she's potentially still alive in a hospital in Gaza.
Hold on. Okay. The girl that was hold on. The girl that was in that truck. She got news that that girl was still alive.
Well, I think Shani Low. I think
Yeah, the
so.
rape one. I heard that as well.
Interesting.
I
Yeah.
watched
So,
her interview. I watched her mother's interview in German. She was saying that she received reliable information that her daughter is still alive and she had a head injury, and now
yeah.
she's being treated in one of the hospitals in
Yeah,
Gaza.
but that's other girl. That's another one.
No, I think no. It was the German girl with the butterfly tattoo, right? Yes, the one. That's the one.
I'm not sure, but I'm not 100% sure. But
Well, in any
I
case,
think you're
one piece of good
completely.
news, right? Somebody who was presumed dead based on the video or whatever, their mother is on CNN saying that we have received information that she is potentially alive in Gaza?
Yeah,
Okay. So I think I confused the video. There's one video of girl stepping out of the car with blood in her crotch. This is not the German girl. There would be another video of the German girl with the, in Hebrew it's called rastot. It's like
Nafal, Ken.
stuff in the hair. So yes, this is the one, the German girls who everybody thought that was dead but potentially still be alive. I heard that very early on,
Yeah.
like
yeah,
6 hours ago.
yeah. I was told that it's not real, and the mother was given bad information, and they're messing with her. Every analyst who looked at that video until everything from the bullet wound
Yeah,
to her
but at least,
head,
Moshe,
the
just
position
hold
of
on. I
her.
mean, yeah, I understand that, but at the end of the day, if she's on the networks, right, she's clearly been in touch with somebody from the army. So if she's on, just let's just hold out hope, right?
Yeah, so let me just quickly
Both
let me
Hashem.
jump in quickly. So I think Ben, the looking at the developments now, and Hadi I think will give me a thumbs up. It's been pretty quiet in the Lebanese front. I think Ronnie, give me a thumbs up. I think it's been quiet on the Israeli front as well. If Faraz is not here, but Gazan airstrikes on Gaza are still going on. They haven't stopped, but they are quieter. Mo, let me get you up. Maybe give me before I give my take. I'm gonna try to get Mo up. Mo is in Lebanon, so maybe getting some more insight from there. But on the Syrian front as well, so it's been completely. I'm not sure Syrian girls here, but we're looking at the news. It's been completely quiet. It hasn't been nothing but the strikes earlier. Mo, you're in Lebanon. Mo, are you there? You got to unmute bottom left corner.
Yes, sir. Hi. How
Hey
you
man,
doing, Mario?
good man, good. Are you in Lebanon?
My family is
Ah,
all of
cool.
them.
And
I've been able to.
how's it? Are they worried? Are people leaving the country? How's today's sentiment? Because
No,
Lebanon's
look,
pretty used to this, pretty used to clashes between Hezbollah and Israel.
correct. I think that's the message is very clear. Majority of the time, conflicts start from Hezbollah himself, so they kind of set the stage for say escalation. Um, so that's very important to understand. Israel also maintains that position, obviously because they can cause a lot of havoc. They can initiate a full scale operation, and I think both sides have some level of respect and understanding towards this specific clash. That said, it's clear there are militants in Lebanon, whether they're Palestinian affiliated or others, that will attempt to try to bring and draw Hezbollah in. Now, I say that to say specifically on this, with regard to what's happening in Gaza, all right, and this is important. Everybody knew this was a suicide attack or suicide operation from Hamas going into settlement towns, and what we would consider
About situation in Lebanon, because the reason I was doing that is because I wanted to give final quick points before wrapping up the space. Look, I think we've covered things pretty well. We haven't stopped covering it. Me and other moderators. We've had Piotr come in, obviously Ben's helping, and of course you all know Sully. We've had All Source. We've had Ryan help out significantly. I think we had one more moderator, Danish, of course. So we had a lot of moderators covering it non-stop for 4 days, 5 days. I don't know anymore. I haven't kept track of time. And the posts on my account are ongoing. So any developments are being posted there by the team, so you can keep an eye on everything. So in summary, where we're at today, what we expect to see. And most analysts or most panelists agree with this, is that we don't expect Iran or Hezbollah to get involved. And that worry, obviously, is always a possibility. That worry is dropped. We don't expect further any involvement from Syria. That we're worried a bit on the West Bank and what happens there. Faraz gave us a lot of updates. It's been heating up there, and we don't know how far this could go. But on the Gaza Strip, obviously, Israel's going to respond, and Israel's response has been pretty heavy-handed, and I think it's just getting started. So as Ben said, the landscape is going to change. There will be a lot of deaths, and it's going to be a very, very bad few weeks and months for a lot of people. So that's what we expect. We'll be covering it whenever there's breaking news. If there's anything major, we'll be doing the space immediately here and trying to bring both sides to come on and focusing on the news. We've got a whole team working in the background, and we hope things quiet down. And you never know, to be optimistic, even though highly unlikely, a deal could be brokered between Hamas and Israel, and an incursion might not take place, and this could end sooner. Again, I find that to be highly unlikely considering the scale of the attack by Hamas compared to others. But at the same time, we have to keep in mind that Hamas does have a lot of prisoners. So we'll see how Israel deals with the possibility of a prisoner swap and what that could mean. But on that point, I think Sully's in another space. Obviously, we have our disagreements, but he's a close friend and someone I've got respect for. I've known for a while, and I know where his heart is. A very good person. He's co-hosting space. You want to check it out. But on my front, I think we can wrap the space. I don't want to sit here and keep the space running when there's no breaking news. But we will be posting all updates, and if there's any breaking news, anything major, I guarantee you the space will be up pretty instantly. But I appreciate you all for bearing with us. I appreciate everyone on the panel that's tried their best to keep emotions away and to be as objective as possible to allow dialogue to happen. And I think this is yet another successful space of dialogue. Ben, all good? I'm going to end it.
Yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to thank you on the personal note and on behalf of a lot of people that have been DMing me. Again, great space for dialogue. Christian, Jew, Muslim, Palestinian, American, with everyone getting along. Very good job, Mario. Thank you. I sincerely mean that. During these tense times, it is nice to find some common ground with people. So thank you, Mario.
It,
Sincerely.
thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful day, everyone. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.